with remote learning. This as hospitalizations are on the rise and a shortage of tests leads to questions of science versus economics. We are live in Beijing with the latest on a report that North Korea may have just test-fired a highly advanced hypersonic missile. Controversial comments from Pope Francis, who says a form of selfishness happens when couples choose dogs and cats over having children. And meet a real lifesaver after his master got into a terrible accident. This Shiloh shepherd ran for help and retrieved state troopers just in time. Early Today starts right now. Good morning. I'm Vanita Nair in for Francis and Philip. It will be a day of reflection in our nation's capital, marking 1 year since the deadly insurrection. President Biden is scheduled to deliver remarks at 9 a.m., kicking off a series of events, including testimony from members of Congress and a prayer vigil on the Capitol steps. President Trump canceled his press conference for today, but Congress members Marjorie Taylor Greene and Matt Gaetz announced they will deliver what they are calling the Republican response to the January 6th protests. Meanwhile, a senior U.S. intelligence official tells NBC News there has been an uptick in calls for unspecified acts of violence over the past 48 hours. But federal officials say they are unaware of any credible plots for violence today. On the eve of this anniversary, Attorney General Merrick Garland gave an update on the DOJ investigation into the Capitol attack. More than 5,000 subpoenas and search warrants have been issued. Around 20,000 hours of video footage has been reviewed, and over 300,000 tips have poured in. NBC's Pete Williams starts us off.
A year after the worst attack on the U.S. Capitol since the British torched it 200 years ago, the FBI hasn't stopped working to identify rioters. This exclusive look shows agents and analysts still combing through tens of thousands of photos and videos. Investigators also use facial recognition software and cell phone records that allow them to plot the movement of individual people inside the Capitol, the largest use ever of that technique.
The attacks happened all over the Capitol grounds.
Stephen D'Antuono, the man in charge of the FBI's Washington field office, says a priority now is identifying the rioters who attacked police, like this man using a long probe to administer shocks. It's giving them an electrical jolt?
Correct, yeah.
So that must be painful.
I would imagine it would be, yes. Yeah, it would be like any taser.
Or this video of a man beating a police officer with a long pole.
That officer in particular right there just hit him in the head.
Or this one showing one of the rioters spraying a chemical at officers.
He gets rid of it, throws the can in and grabs a riot shield and starts beating the officers.
People have sent in hundreds of thousands of tips reacting to photos and videos like these posted on the FBI website. Tips have even come from rideshare drivers and waiters.
We've had restaurant workers turn somebody in because they've overheard them talking about it.
Federal criminal charges have now been filed against more than 700 people, and about 1/4 of them have pleaded guilty. But a big question remains unanswered. Was there actually a plan well in advance to storm the Capitol, or was it a case of seizing the moment?
It does matter in terms of a record of history, to get a sense of what this event was all about. Was it a perfect storm of failure of security, of extremists kind of all coalescing around the Capitol, or was this something greater?
Members of the far-right Proud Boys and Oath Keepers have been charged with conspiracy, but court documents say they were preparing for violence in the streets. And the FBI has yet to figure out who planted 2 pipe bombs last January 5th at Republican and Democratic National Headquarters. No breakthrough so far, despite releasing surveillance video showing the suspected bomber that night on Capitol Hill. Why don't you know yet who placed these bombs the night before the riot?
They're covered from head to toe, right? They have a hoodie on, glasses, a mask, gloves. You know, fully clothed.
The FBI has even compiled this map showing the bombing suspects' movements that night. What do you see in the video of that person? What are they doing?
You know, the person's walking down this road here.
One bomb was placed just outside the Democratic office entrance. Pretty close to that corner?
Yeah, pretty close to that area right around there.
The Attorney General, Merrick Garland, says the Justice Department is committed to holding anyone accountable at any level who was criminally responsible for the riot, whether they were at the Capitol that day or not.
Pete, thank you. NBC News will have special coverage throughout the day. On the Today Show, Savannah Guthrie will sit down with Republican Liz Cheney, who serves on the January 6th committee. And on Nightly, Lester Holt will talk to House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. The highly contagious Omicron variant is pushing the nation's medical system to the brink. According to the latest data, COVID hospitalizations are up 63%, and America is averaging about 1,200 COVID deaths a day. Hospitals are filling up with mostly unvaccinated COVID patients, but doctors say there is a bright spot. In some hot spots, only a smaller number of patients need ICU care or medical or mechanical ventilation. This, as close to 5 million children are now eligible for Pfizer's COVID booster. Here's Tom Costello.
A CDC panel now recommending a single Pfizer booster shot for 12 to 15-year-olds 5 months after their second dose. It comes after the FDA approved the shot on Monday. Meanwhile, with new COVID cases up 98% in just 1 week, the Omicron surge has forced another major event, this time the Grammys, to postpone. The January 31st show now on indefinite hold, as hospitalizations are up 63%, deaths up 5% to 1,200 each day. Most of those patients never vaxxed.
Without a doubt, unequivocally, we are dealing with a highly transmissible variant that spreads rapidly.
The good news, more research shows vaccines and boosters offer very strong protection. But the CDC is also under fire for offering confusing mixed messages on its own isolation guidance. Tracking back to December with Omicron raging, a national shortage of test kits led to hours-long waits at testing sites. Rising cases led to massive workforce shortages and airline cancellations. Businesses, including Delta Airlines on December 21st, called for shortening the recommended isolation period for the vaccinated who test positive. 6 days later, the CDC did just that, cutting the isolation time from 10 to 5 days. CDC Director Walensky said she was worried people would not stay home.
People would feel well enough to be at work. They would not necessarily tolerate being home, and that they may not comply with being home.
But Walensky did not recommend people first get a negative antigen test before leaving home. She insisted the national shortage of test kits did not play a role in that decision.
This has nothing to do with the shortage of available tests, because you can see in our quarantine guidance that we actually do recommend a test for people to emerge from quarantine.
But a former COVID advisory board member says the test kit shortage was a factor.
That's really about availability of these rapid antigen tests, and they do remain in short supply across the country.
Many sympathetic health professionals worry the CDC is confusing the public and undermining its own reputation.
I'm very concerned about the CDC toeing the line of whether or not we're basing our guidelines on supply, whether we're basing our guidelines on economics, or whether we're basing our guidelines on science, because it always should be rooted in science.
Well, now the American Medical Association is weighing in, saying that the CDC's guidance is confusing, and because there is not that testing option, in fact, many more people could return to work while still infected. 100,000 new cases, says the AMA, could spread across the country. Back to you.
Tom, thank you. The mayor of Philadelphia has called it one of the biggest tragedies in the city's history, a row house fire that left at least 12 people dead, 8 of them children. Both neighbors and first responders were left stunned as the scope of the disaster became clear Wednesday morning. NBC News' Ron Allen is in Philadelphia and has this report.
Cries for help awakened neighbors around 6:30 a.m. as fire erupted from the 3-story row home converted into apartments in a neighborhood where a lot of families with children live.
I've passed by that house for years now and seen the faces, so it's just sad to, think what might have happened.
Please keep all these folks, and especially these children, in your prayers. Losing so many kids is just devastating.
Investigators say smoke detectors that passed inspection last spring failed to work, that the building had just 2 first-floor exits, and that 26 people appeared to be living in the building. Officials say the fire apparently started in a second-floor kitchen and swept up the building's stairwell.
There was nothing slowing that fire down from moving. That fire was moving. It's feeding on contents, it's feeding on oxygen, and it's feeding on fire.
Throughout this community, there is shock and grief as investigators try to figure out how something so unspeakable could happen. Ron Allen, NBC News, Philadelphia.
Let us turn now to the weather and NBC meteorologist Janessa Webb, who's tracking our next winter storm. Good morning to you, Janessa.
Hi, good morning, Vanita. Pretty large storm system that's currently on the move, already impacting the Pacific Northwest and the central U.S. right now. It will quickly make its way into the Tennessee Valley later on this morning, and that's why these winter weather alerts, they expand from the West Coast all the way into the Northeast. Right now, I do have 61 million people under winter storm warnings or winter weather advisories. Now, this morning, the timing is around 8 a.m. through the noon hour. We'll see that snow falling across this area, then starts to make its way into the Northeast later on tonight into your Friday. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a look at your day ahead. Our temperatures are taking a tumble as well across the Great Lakes. The feel-like temperature near the teens to sub-zero range. Air temperature for upper Midwest down to 10 below Bismarck. Everybody's wondering about how much snow we'll see. We'll talk about that forecast coming up. Vanita.
All right, looking forward to it. Janessa, thank you. It is a lucky day for two folks in Wisconsin and California. They will be splitting the Powerball jackpot for over $632 million, while the Mega Millions jackpot is at $278 million mark. We will have a quick break, and then we are live in Beijing about a report that North Korea may have test-fired a sophisticated hypersonic missile. That's coming up next.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove? You've already won more snowboarding golds than anyone else, ever. Maybe you're trying to prove you only get better with age, like a fine cheese or yogurt.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Leading the news, the widow of Kobe Bryant gets a win in court. A judge rejecting a bid by Los Angeles County to toss out Vanessa Bryant's lawsuit. Bryant alleges she and her family suffered severe emotional distress after learning sheriff's deputies took pictures and shared images of the gruesome crash involving her husband Kobe Bryant and daughter Gianna. The trial is on track for February. Novak Djokovic's chance at repeating an Australian Open championship may have hit the net. One day after announcing he had a medical exemption from Australia's strict vaccination guideline, the country denied Djokovic's entry and canceled his visa. The Australian Border Force said in a statement that it did not accept Djokovic's exception and that the tennis star did not meet requirements to enter the country. In a tweet, Australian Prime Minister Scott Morrison said rules are rules and no one is above the country's COVID rules. Preliminary numbers show the Boy Scouts of America has fallen short of its threshold of 75% of votes in favor of its $2.7 billion abuse settlement. According to the New York Times, 73% of the more than 82,000 victims who came forward with sexual abuse claims voted for the proposed plan. If approved, the plan would help lift the organization out of bankruptcy. The Coalition of Abused Scouts for Justice, which represents around 18,000 claimants, said it is continuing to negotiate in the hopes of increasing the size of the settlement. Thou shalt not put pets over people. Pope Francis is criticizing those who choose to have pets instead of children, calling it a form of selfishness. He said, quote, denying fatherhood or motherhood diminishes us and takes away our humanity. He did praise families around the world who adopt children and called to simplify the adoption process. The Pope made similar comments in 2014 about putting pets over children. North Korea says it fired a hypersonic missile Wednesday, successfully hitting its target 430 miles away, according to state news agency KCNA. It is the country's second launch of its kind after testing one in September. The test is drawing criticism from the U.S., South Korea, and Japan. For more on this, let's turn to Janice Mackey-Freyer, who joins us live from Beijing. Janice, what else do we know about this launch?
Well, Vanita, as you mentioned, this is the second time that North Korea has claimed to have fired a hypersonic missile. It's tested a variety of ballistic missiles with different delivery systems over the past year. KCNA, the state-run news agency, says the missile, quote, precisely hit that target more than 430 miles away. Hypersonic missiles fly at a lower altitude than ballistic missiles, at 5 times the speed of sound, so they can avoid detection by radar for much longer. Now, if this is verified, North Korea would join a small number of countries, including the United States and China, in trying to develop hypersonic missiles. Experts say that this latest test shows that North Korea is showing a sophistication in its means of delivering warheads, including nuclear warheads. The U.S. State Department, though, says that this violated multiple UN Security Council resolutions and poses a threat to the region. There have been false starts, but of course no progress in talks with North Korea. It remains a significant foreign policy challenge for the Biden administration, and one that so far lacks a clear strategy. Vanita?
I'm sure we'll be hearing a lot more about this. Janice, thank you. Coming up on Early Today, man's best friend turned hero, how a dog saved its owner after a violent crash. And taking a trip back to one of the biggest scandals of the 90s, a fresh look at Hulu's new series, Pam and Tommy.
Just the same as you. This is worse for me.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. I don't want to be a Lego.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Pirated copies are sprouting up all over the web. You don't seem to understand what a big deal this is.
I'm on that tape just the same as you.
But this is worse for me.
How is this worse for you?
Get ready for a wild ride. That is a sneak peek of Hulu's newest series, Pam and Tommy. It is a love story of Pamela Anderson and Motley Crue drummer Tommy Lee, and they are pulling back the curtain on the infamous sex tape scandal. Lily James stars as Pamela Anderson, and Sebastian Stan plays Tommy Lee. It will premiere February 2nd. Janessa is tracking a blast of winter weather next, and the details as Chrysler steers toward an all-electric future.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Sean White, what are you trying to prove? You've already won more snowboarding golds than anyone else, ever. Maybe you're trying to prove you only get better with age, like a fine cheese or yogurt.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your newsfeed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The oldest living World War II veteran Lawrence Brooks died Wednesday at the age of 112 in New Orleans. Brooks was drafted into the U.S. Army in 1940, where he serves at the Army's 91st Engineer Battalion and attained the rank of Private First Class. He is survived by his 5 children, 13 grandchildren, and 32 great-grandchildren. Well, Janessa is back with a look at some projected snowfall totals. Good morning to you, Janessa.
Hi, Vanita. Now we have snow on top of snow. You know, earlier this week we were tracking that other winter storm and I-95. It's going to be a mess once again as we go into tomorrow. Look at some of these totals. We're talking about D.C. at least 3 to 5 inches, New York City 2 to 4. The heaviest amounts, I do think Boston at least 3 to 6. Vanita.
All right, thank you. Well, next, meet the dog that ran from an accident scene, fetched a state trooper, and saved the day.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Nathan Chen equals power because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Cruises. See? Power.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right? We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last one. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Racing into your Thursday, General Motors gave a first look at an all-electric Chevy Silverado. The pickup truck is part of GM's plan to put at least 30 gasless models on the market by 2025. The Chevy Silverado rolls into dealerships in 2023. Chrysler is driving into the all-electric game as well, announcing plans to ditch gas-powered vehicles by 2028. The company showed off the Chrysler Airflow concept SUV at the Consumer Electronics Show and hopes to have its first all-electric vehicle launched by 2025. Tech giant Sony is entering the automobile industry, unveiling an electric sedan concept. It's part of a new division in the company called Sony Mobility. No word yet on when the PlayStation makers will put the cars into production. And check out this BMW that looks to help drivers who can't decide what color car to paint. The palette swapping model uses color-changing paint technology to swap hues at the push of a button. How cool is that? Right now, BMW says the car can only shift through shades of gray. A New England pup is being hailed as not just man's best friend, but also his hero. After a man got into a bad crash, his dog led troopers straight to the scene. From NBC Boston, Jack Thurston has the story.
It's honestly remarkable.
Cam Laundrie is still stunned.
It's a miracle.
Tinsley here, a young Shiloh Shepherd, helping her owner when he most needed it.
She's my little guardian angel, you know.
Laundrie crashed his pickup Monday night where Interstates 89 and 91 meet in Hartford, Vermont. The driver was thrown from the truck with injuries, and he says knocked out. Then, when he came to, Tinsley was there with a New Hampshire state trooper and police officers from Lebanon who found Cam suffering from hypothermia.
So we were dispatched for the dog.
Lebanon's police chief telling us his department got emergency calls about a dog walking on the bridge heading into Vermont. Tinsley just wouldn't be corralled, not until she seemingly pointed the first responders north to the crash site.
We've had, a lot of amazing stories with our trained canines and stuff, but not for like just a household pet, kind of to lead you down that road and play a role in, saving some lives.
Ambulance crews from Hartford took Cam and his injured passenger to Dartmouth Hitchcock.
Now that buddy is also expected to be fine in time, but he had a dog too, who Cam says was hit on the interstate after the crash.
Vermont State Police are investigating what led up to the crash. The driver acknowledges he did have some drinks, but he didn't think it was too much.
Definitely was a wake-up call.
As for Tinsley,
he is quite remarkable.
She'll be spoiled with a big venison dinner as a reward and nonstop gratitude from her family.
I'm just thankful she is always with me.
This man's best friend, indeed.
Our thanks to Jack Thurston for that report. We want to thank you for waking up with Early today. I'm Vanita Nair. Have a good day. Today, the nation pauses to reflect on the one-year anniversary of the Capitol insurrection, taking stock of where we are and also where we're headed, with many taking action with the Stop the Steal as their mantra. We are live in Beijing with the latest on a report that North Korea may have just test-fired a highly advanced hypersonic missile. New CDC guidance on boosters as hospitalizations in the U.S. are up 63%, with deaths averaging 1,200 daily across the country. Get ready for TikTok all the time. A new deal puts the world's most popular website on TVs all around you. And we'll take a moment to remember the oldest U.S. veteran of World War II, Lawrence Brooks, and his extraordinary 112 years. Early Today starts right now. Good morning. I'm Vanita Nair, in for Francis and Philip. More than 100 ceremonies are planned across the country today to remember the deadly attack on the Capitol. A senior U.S. intelligence official tells NBC News there has been an uptick in calls for unspecified acts of violence over the past 48 hours. But the FBI says they are not aware of any credible plots. At the Capitol, the president is expected to speak at 9 a.m., and that kicks off a series of events, including a discussion with historians, testimonials from members of Congress, and an evening prayer vigil. Congress members Marjorie Taylor Greene and Matt Gaetz say they will be delivering the Republican response to the January 6th protests. They will be holding a press conference this afternoon after former President Trump canceled his own. Meanwhile, the congressional panel investigating the insurrection are urging Fox News host Sean Hannity to cooperate. They say dozens of text messages suggest Hannity knew about President Trump's plans leading up to the riot. Here's NBC's Garrett Haake.
The committee investigating the January 6th insurrection seeking cooperation from Fox News anchor Sean Hannity. The committee looking to question one of Donald Trump's top television allies as a fact witness, revealing it's in possession of dozens of text messages between Hannity and Trump Chief of Staff Mark Meadows in a letter to Hannity. According to the committee, those texts suggest that Hannity may have had advanced knowledge regarding President Trump's and his legal team's planning for January 6th. Hannity reportedly writing to Meadows on the night of January 5th, quote, "I'm very worried about the next 48 hours. And a few days later, reportedly texting Meadows and GOP Congressman Jim Jordan about an apparent call with Trump, writing, "He can't mention the election again, ever. I did not have a good call with him today."
He knows a great deal that should be shared with the committee, that should be shared with the American people about planning before the 6th, about conversations or text messages on the 6th about things after the 6th of January.
Hannity never shared his concerns with viewers on the night of the insurrection, and although he did condemn the violence, he continued to sow doubts about the election.
The president was right. Our election, frankly, was a train wreck.
Hannity's attorney, Jay Sekulow, responding to the commission's letter, in part saying, quote, "We remain very concerned about the constitutional implications, especially as it relates to the First Amendment." The committee chairman also saying they want to reach deeper into Trump's inner circle, urging Mike Pence to speak with them. The former vice president, the target of threatening chants that day.
So his life was in danger. I would hope that he would do the right thing and come forward.
Our thanks to Garrett Haake for that report. NBC News will have special coverage throughout the day. On the Today Show, Savannah Guthrie will sit down with Republican Liz Cheney, who serves on the January 6th committee. And on Nightly, Lester Holt will speak to House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. The city of Philadelphia is grieving after at least 12 people died in a row house fire Wednesday morning. 8 of the dead are children. It was one of the country's deadliest house fires in 40 years. Philadelphia's mayor was visibly emotional as he spoke at a press conference near the scene.
Please keep all these folks, and especially these children, in your prayers. Losing so many kids is just devastating.
An investigation is underway to find out how an apparent kitchen fire could have such catastrophic consequences. According to initial reports, the building's smoke detectors were not working, and the number of people living in the house reportedly exceeded the fire code limit. Chicago's public school system is closed again today as clashes between school officials and the teachers union continue. It comes after district officials canceled classes on Wednesday afternoon. The union voted 73% to endorse remote learning until January 18th unless a COVID safety agreement was reached. The union's president said negotiators were headed back to the bargaining table. Meanwhile, the nation's hospitals are filling up with mostly unvaccinated COVID patients. According to the latest CDC data, U.S. COVID hospitalizations are up 63%, and America is averaging about 1,200 COVID deaths a day. But doctors say there is a bright spot. In some hot spots, a smaller proportion of patients needed ICU care or mechanical ventilation. COVID vaccine after the CDC's greenlit boosters for children ages 12 to 15. Here's NBC's Chris Pallone.
As people wait in line for hours to get tested in cities across the country, the White House COVID response team says all signs point to the Omicron variant being less severe than previous strains, especially in people who have been vaccinated and gotten a booster shot.
But if you're unvaccinated, you have a good reason to be concerned.
But health officials warn Omicron spreads much more quickly, which has led to the rapid rise in hospitalizations among adults and children.
Every hospital is struggling with a staffing shortage like they've never experienced.
Some school systems are struggling to find enough teachers. Boston down more than 1,000 staffers, spurring the system's superintendent to trade her computer for chalk and an eraser.
I jumped into gear and said, I'll clear my calendar and I'll go over and teach a 4th grade class.
President Biden tweeted that the CDC approved the Pfizer booster shot for kids ages 12 to 15. If your child is eligible, get them boosted today, he wrote. The White House insists it's safe for schools to be open.
We know they can be open safely, and we're here to help make that happen.
But in Chicago, the teachers union insists it's not.
Don't keep using us as sacrificial lambs, saying that it's safe to be in schools. It's not.
They voted to switch to remote learning. Instead, the city canceled school altogether for most students.
There is no basis in the data, the science, or common sense for us to shut an entire system down.
Meanwhile, the CDC is defending its decision to provide guidance on how to use rapid tests to end isolation after contracting COVID, while still stopping short of making tests a requirement, explaining antigen tests aren't authorized for that purpose. Chris Pallone, NBC News, Washington.
Novak Djokovic's chance at repeating as Australian Open champion may have hit the net. One day after announcing he had a medical exemption from Australia's strict vaccination guidelines, the country denied Djokovic's entry and canceled his visa. The Australian Border Force said in a statement that it did not accept the exemption and that the tennis star did not meet the requirements to enter the country. In a tweet, Australian Prime Minister Scott Morrison said rules are rules and no one is above the country's COVID rules. North Korea says it fired a hypersonic missile Wednesday, successfully hitting its target 430 miles away. According to state news agency KCNA, it is the country's second launch of its kind after testing one in September. The test is drawing criticism from the U.S., South Korea, and Japan. For more on this, let's turn to Janice Mackey-Frayer, who joins us live from Beijing. So, Janice, what else do we know about this launch?
Vanita, if this is verified, North Korea would join a small number of countries, including the United States and China, in trying to develop hypersonic missiles. Hypersonic missiles fly at a lower altitude than ballistic missiles at 5 times the speed of sound, so they can avoid detection by radar for much longer. North Korea has tested a variety of ballistic missiles with different delivery systems over the past year. Now, it was Japan's Coast Guard that first detected this test, and it was later confirmed by South Korean officials. The State Department says that this has violated multiple UN Security Council resolutions and also poses a serious threat to the region. Now, there have been false starts, but certainly no progress in talks with North Korea. This remains a foreign policy challenge for the Biden administration, and so far there is no clear strategy to deal with it. Vanita?
A challenge to say the least. Janice, thank you. Let's turn to the weather. NBC meteorologist Janessa Webb is tracking our next winter storm. I don't even want to say those words. Good morning, Janessa.
Good morning, Benita. A lot of people don't want to hear that. Pacific Northwest to the central U.S. already going through it, and it's going to quickly be on the move into the Tennessee Valley and the Northeast. So you can see from our current radar, bands of moisture continue to filter in this area, and that's why winter storm warnings and advisories, they're currently in place across this area. Even the National Weather Service is going to keep them intact as we go into tomorrow afternoon. So you can see they spread throughout Nashville to Kentucky. We have 61 million people under some kind of advisory, but it's going to be later on tonight. If you're in D.C., Philadelphia, New York City, you'll start to see the snow. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a look at your day ahead. Our temperatures as well, they are quickly dropping across the Great Lakes. We're in the upper 20s with a feel-like temperature in the single digits. Look at the air temperature for sections of the Dakotas down to 10 below. How much snow will we see? That's the big question. We'll take a look at that snow forecast coming up. Benita?
How much it is. All right, Janessa, thank you. On this January 6th, the growing movement that's preparing to overturn midterm elections. And get ready for TikTok all the time, the deal that may make TikTok even bigger.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? We began our Across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last move. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans, late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove? You've already won more snowboarding golds than anyone else, ever. Maybe you're trying to prove you only get better with age, like a fine cheese or yogurt.
And now to our series, The State of Extremism. As the country marks 1 year since the Capitol riot, we will look back into the falsehoods that led to the insurrection. Here's NBC's Hallie Jackson.
After rioters assaulted police, invaded the Speaker's office, and hunted the vice president on January 6th, there was a sense maybe this violent shock would put an end to the lie that drove the insurrection, the lie that the election was stolen.
Count me out. Enough is enough.
But 1 year later, the opposite has happened, with the so-called Stop the Steal movement growing even stronger inside the Republican Party.
The election fraud of 2020 presidential election. Nobody's ever seen anything like it.
The conspiracy theory promoted by former President Trump claims President Biden did not actually win the 2020 election. That's not true. Key swing states rechecked their vote totals. Georgia counted its ballots 3 times to be sure. A Republican-led audit in Arizona affirmed President Biden's win there, and courts rejected dozens of flimsy legal challenges put up by Mr. Trump's allies. And yet, nearly 3/4 of Republicans polled by NBC News now agree with what's known as the big lie.
What are the biggest warning signs that are flashing to you right now?
All of this is no longer about 2020. It's about the next election,
when the loser doesn't like the outcome of the results, being able to more easily claim victory.
Colorado's Democratic Secretary of State Jenna Griswold points out it's positions like hers, a state's top elections official, that keep the guardrails in place. But this year, about 2/3 of Republican candidates for that position in key swing states have questioned the results of the 2020 election.
The next time a candidate wants to reject the actual results of an election, it will be easier for them to do so. That's what this is all about.
Some of those Secretary of State candidates backed by Mr. Trump, who's endorsed Mark Fincham in Arizona.
By removing the fraud, Donald Trump won.
Election denier Christina Caramo in Michigan.
That makes us feel like they're complicit in stealing the election from the American people.
And Jody Hice in Georgia, a congressman who led an objection to his own state's results.
We have lost election integrity in Georgia. We have lost election confidence in Georgia.
And that Georgia race highlights what's at stake. Hice, who declined our request for an interview, is challenging the current Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, the man who famously resisted Mr. Trump's pressure to overturn Georgia's election results.
I just want to find 11,780 votes.
Raffensperger's refusal protected the legitimate results in Georgia, but he's been out fundraised by Hice.
Is this the GOP that you want to be a part of here?
I think that we need to realize that we have honest and fair elections, particularly in Georgia.
Before November 2020, most Republicans polled by NBC News thought their vote would be fairly counted. Now, fewer than half do, showing why the Stop the Steal movement is so problematic.
It shouldn't be controversial to say, if I cast my ballot for this person, then my ballot should be counted for that person. That should be the least controversial thing in American democracy, but somehow has become horrifyingly partisan.
The big lie, eroding confidence and our democracy. Hallie Jackson, NBC News, Washington.
Still to come, what if today was Friday? CNBC's Karen Cho will tell us how the Great Resignation could give us a 4-day work week. And a TikTok takeover, from bars to the dentist's office, why you could soon see the social network's bite-sized videos everywhere.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
From New Orleans, late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
News is happening now. A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, It's here now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
An important consumer alert for Mercedes-Benz owners. The automaker warning that some of their cars could catch fire. It's caused by a potential leak in the coolant pump, affecting 800,000 drivers across a range of models dating back to 2017. Mercedes is working on a fix, but until then, they are urging owners to drive carefully. The company says owners should contact their local Mercedes-Benz service partner for more information. The world's biggest tech show is underway in Las Vegas this week, but not even the latest and greatest gizmos are immune to the spread of Omicron. NBC's Jo-Ling Kent has more.
The future has landed at CES, and it wants to lend you a hand. From futuristic robots that wait on you to an avatar named Sebastian.
When you need me, I'll show up on a nearby screen.
Carrying out tasks in the metaverse. The pandemic ushering in a new generation of personalized tech to help transport us into a virtual world, like a smart contact lens, putting you into augmented reality, a battery-free thermometer that charges with a few shakes, and a smart faucet that warms up with simply a wave of the hand. After years of testing the coolest tech in person, I went to CES this time a little differently.
It feels like I'm in Las Vegas at CES in person, but surprise, I'm actually here in Los Angeles, nearly 300 miles away. I'm being beamed into Las Vegas with Portal technology. It's 3D holograms that get me there. The idea is to offer more human interaction when a FaceTime or a Zoom just doesn't cut it. What more do we really get out of this?
When you beam somewhere, you no longer have to book your flight. You don't have to book your hotel. You don't have to worry about coronavirus.
An ideal future that for some is already here. Jo-Ling Kent, NBC News, Los Angeles.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
Mikaela Shiffrin. With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. She's climbed the mountain of this sport. Almost time to come down for more gold, Mikaela. Better do it fast. I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove? You've already won more snowboarding golds than anyone else, ever. Maybe you're trying to prove you only get better with age, like a fine cheese or yogurt.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Our week-long journey across America. From Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last movie.
Was talking smack part of this?
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
Good morning, everyone. Talking about snowfall totals, I do think this storm system gains a little bit more energy throughout the day, and it will cause some snowfall rates of at least 1 inch per hour going into Friday morning. So we're going to be watching this pretty closely. D.C., New York City, I have up the totals 3 to 5 inches. I think the heavier amounts will be northern New England. Some spots could pick up 4 to 8 inches, and we'll also watch West Virginia. This is collided with temperatures that are tumbling. We're talking about sub-zero range. Vanita?
Yeah, you can feel it getting colder. Janessa, thank you. Our top stories are next, and we remember the passing of a 112-year-old World War II veteran.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the GolfNow app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. GolfNow. Download the app and go play.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your newsfeed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
My queens, you made it. Welcome to the season premiere of RuPaul's Drag Race.
We are getting a sneak peek into the first act of a two-part premiere of RuPaul's Drag Race, and it looks like season 14 is off to a legendary start with the introduction of the cast. It airs Friday at 8 p.m. on VH1. In today's top stories, a potential game changer in the Ghislaine Maxwell case. Federal prosecutors are requesting a hearing with a juror who claims his personal story of abuse helped convince the jury to convict the British socialite. In interviews with Reuters and The Independent, Scotty David admitted to telling jurors that just like Epstein's victims, he too had been sexually abused as a child after they questioned some of the victims' accounts. Maxwell's lawyers argue this could be grounds for a new trial. Last month, she was found guilty for her role in the sex trafficking trial involving Jeffrey Epstein. The widow of Kobe Bryant gets a win in court, a judge rejecting a bid by Los Angeles County to toss out Vanessa Bryant's lawsuit. Bryant alleges she and her family suffered severe emotional distress after learning sheriff's deputies took pictures and shared images of the gruesome crash involving her husband, Kobe Bryant, and daughter, Gianna. The trial is on track for February. Could the Great Resignation lead to a 4-day work week? The tech unicorn Bolt has already made the switch, now a permanent perk for its employees. The San Francisco-based e-commerce developer piloted the program last fall. They say it increased productivity, streamlined work, and made employees happy. Proponents hope that it will catch on at other companies. TikTok is coming to TV screens everywhere. The TikTok channel the TikTok channel is joining Atmosphere's streaming package, which is carried in 19,000 businesses globally, from Taco Bell to Burger King to Westin hotels to doctors' offices. The company will curate popular videos from the social network, getting clearance from the video creators and adding licensed sound. The oldest living World War II veteran, Lawrence Brooks, died yesterday at the age of 112 in New Orleans. Brooks was drafted into the U.S. Army in 1940, where he served in the Army's 91st Engineer Battalion and attained the rank of Private First Class. He is survived by his 5 children, 13 grandchildren, and 32 great-grandchildren. Well, it is a lucky day for 2 folks out of Wisconsin and California. They have hit the Powerball jackpot for over $632 million. The next drawing happens on Saturday the 8th, now standing at $20 million, while the Mega Millions is at $278 million mark, wrapping up a $982 combined total up for grabs.
I'm Savannah Sellers. Joe is off this morning. Right now on Morning News Now, remembering the riot. Today marks 1 year since that dark day in American history when a violent mob protesting the results of the presidential election stormed the U.S. Capitol and clashed with police as Congress attempted to certify Joe Biden's victory. Since the attack, hundreds of arrests have been made. But for prosecutors and lawmakers, the investigation into that deadly day is far from over.
Without addressing the root causes of the violence on January 6th, the insurrection will not be an aberration. It could well become the norm.
This morning, commemorations planned in Washington and beyond, and authorities on alert for any signs of violence. We have team coverage as the nation remembers. COVID confusion, new CDC guidance fueling frustrations as the winter wave continues. We'll break down the new rules on isolation, plus this flu season posing a twin threat to public health. What we're learning about the so-called flu-rona. Yep, that's a thing, how you can keep yourself and your loved ones safe. Tragedy in Philadelphia, a city in mourning and an investigation underway after a house fire killed at least a dozen people, 7 of them children. What we're learning from witnesses and what authorities say may be to blame. And Saved by the Bread, a story about rising to the occasion, how drivers trapped for hours on an icy interstate in Virginia got some much-needed sustenance thanks to a couple who spotted a bread truck stuck in the traffic jam. Of course, that's really a story about people helping each other while they were stuck out there. It's been 1 year since the U.S. Capitol was stormed, really the symbol of American democracy. It came under attack. Trump supporters stormed the Capitol in an effort to disrupt the transfer of power and overturn the election. Federal prosecutors searched social media for evidence to bring people who committed crimes to justice and found alleged rioters in all 50 states. In the years since the insurrection, more than 700 arrests have been made, with more than 150 guilty pleas and dozens of convictions. As for the former president, as you know, he was impeached, but ultimately acquitted, with 43 Republicans, including Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, voting not to convict him. And while the Capitol has been cleaned up and the physical damage has been repaired, the damage done emotionally to those there, to all of us, and to our democracy runs deep. So how far have we come, and where do we go next? We're joined by a whole team this morning to mark 1 year since the attack on the Capitol. We begin with Capitol Hill correspondent Leanne Caldwell, who was there that day 1 year ago. Leanne, good morning. Thanks for being with us to kick this morning off. So January 6th was, of course, this unprecedented day in American history, and we've been marking the occasion all week here on NBC News. But also, how do Congress and the White House plan to mark the occasion? Tell us what's laid out for today.
Good morning, Savannah. Yeah, it's hard to believe that it's already been a year. But what Congress is doing today, there are going to be very solemn ceremonies today marking that anniversary. There's not going to be any celebration or a lot of outpouring there's probably going to be a lot of outpouring of emotion, I should say, but it's not going to be high-spirited. Let's just say that. There are going to be a group of senators who make speeches on the Senate floor. President Biden, Vice President Harris is coming to the Capitol this morning to commemorate that day. Speaker Pelosi is going to hold a conversation with historians and people to put that day into perspective. And then the day on the Hill ends with a prayer vigil. But it is worth noting that this commemoration is going to be partisan. It is only Democrats who are going to be participating in the actual official ceremonies today. Republicans are not around. Leader McCarthy is not going to be in Washington, and Leader McConnell is going to be at a funeral for a late senator. So this is going to be a day that is commemorated publicly anyway by Democrats.
Now, Leanne, you, of course, as I just mentioned, were at the Capitol on January 6th. You are part of our incredible, intrepid Capitol Hill coverage team. Take us through how it's changed over the year. I mean, it's your place of work. It's somewhere that you go almost every day. I mean, just walk us through what the last 365 days have been like since then.
Yeah, it's been very difficult for a lot of people who work there, not only the members of Congress, but also the press, the Capitol Police officers, of course, the support staff, too, the food workers who were there that day, the janitors, people who clean the hallways. But as far as Congress is concerned, it has struggled to function since that day. Time has not healed. It has only made things worse, especially since many Republicans, more and more Republicans on a daily basis, try to downplay and whitewash what actually happened then. Democrats are struggling to work with people across the aisle because they say that it's hard to work with Republicans who don't acknowledge reality for political purposes and pure self-preservation. And so, there's magnetometers that members have to walk through to get onto the House floor. Because they are threatened by their own colleagues. Speaker Pelosi, Leader McCarthy have not spoken in nearly a year. And so the relationships and the trust in each other on Capitol Hill has been at a low point since, from what historians say, since before the Civil War. Savannah.
And we're actually also now joined by White House correspondent Monica Alba. I want to bring you in here. So in the aftermath of January 6th, there's been this push to tighten voting laws in several Republican-controlled states. Of course, all of this was about this big lie that the election was stolen. In response, Democrats have pressured President Biden to incorporate the push for voting rights into the remarks that he'll be making later today to mark this day. What is the White House saying, and what can we expect to hear from the president?
And it will be a part of his speech, Savannah, but it's not going to be the entire focus, we're told, because this is a moment the White House wants to make clear. They're talking about democracy at large and what is at stake for the nation. So while the president will be making reference to voting rights, it's not going to be a speech all about that, which is what some Democrats had wanted to do, or a strategy that they wanted to pursue, particularly Majority Leader Chuck Schumer. Instead, the president is going to be giving a speech about voting rights and the push for that legislation next week in Atlanta. So it will be a part of the general theme, but you're also going to be hearing him go after his predecessor quite intensely, we're told by White House officials, though not by name. The plan is for him to simply refer to him as the former president, but to talk about his role. And someone else who's going to be speaking right before the president, who will mention voting rights directly, I'm told, is Vice President Kamala Harris. Of course, that is one of the issues that's a part of her portfolio. So we'll hear her talk about that more briefly. But the White House, the president in particular, they want to make sure that these two issues don't get lost together by being joined. One White House official telling us they thought that would be a disservice to January 6th and voting rights. They want to, of course, focus on both, but they feel today is all about lifting up democracy, and they can focus more intensely on the issue of voting rights with that targeted speech next week.
Absolutely. And Leanne, you just did such a great job of kind of laying out the dysfunction and the scars and the lack of healing that has happened in this political way over the last year. But let's just talk sort of emotionally. I mean, Vince Wanyergo left these scars on our country, but certainly for anyone who was there that day, the men and women of Congress, you, the rest of our Capitol Hill team, how does this healing process move forward, and what has it been like in that sort of emotional way for people?
Yeah, I don't think the Congress has really figured out how to move forward, Savannah, and that's part of the challenge. Politics has only become even more entrenched since that day. There was One congressman, Representative Dean Phillips, I sat down with him last night, and he told me that on that night of January 6th, when all members, Republicans and Democrats, were huddled in a room together, there was a fleeting moment of unity and hope that the country would work together to repair itself. But he has been deeply disappointed since then, saying that it has only gotten worse because Republicans are unwilling to acknowledge what happened that day and are continuing to tie themselves to the former president, as we know, is continuing to spread these false election lies. But that same Congressman, Dean Phillips of Minnesota, he's a centrist, someone who works across the aisle. He said this is what needs to be done. Let's listen.
Members of Congress are not willing to model the behavior that we know the country needs, which is simply to respect one another. Then there's less and less of a way forward, I'm afraid. So I feel it's my mission in this year ahead to honor January 6th, to try to do more of that and not give up in the face of plenty of dark days in the last year where I've kind of wanted to. But I'm resolute, and I think it starts with good old-fashioned getting to know each other. And that's what Americans have to do, my goodness. That's what Americans have to do.
And so that is something that he says needs to happen, but an acknowledgement that it has not happened. And it's been a very tough year for Congress, Savannah.
Good old-fashioned getting to know each other. I think that's a message we can all take on this sobering anniversary. Monica Alba and Leanne Caldwell, thank you so much for kicking us off this morning. Now, as we remember the harrowing events of the riot on Capitol Hill, we're also taking a look at what's being done to prevent an attack of this magnitude from happening again. New security measures and protocols have been implemented over the past 12 hours to fortify the Capitol and improve communication among police officers and between other law enforcement agencies. But there's a lot of work to do, and Capitol Police are on high alert today for any potential security threats. MSNBC anchor Yasmin Basugian joins us now from the west front of Capitol Hill. Yasmin, good morning. So walk us through what the security situation that you're seeing on the ground there at Capitol Hill is today. I see a large wall, it looks like, behind you. Have Capitol Police and other law enforcement agencies identified also any specific threats there so far this morning?
They have not. The Department of Homeland Security releasing a statement saying they have not identified any credible threats so far here this morning. And I would tell you, Savannah, as I drove up to the Capitol this morning, I am not seeing what I expected to see, right? Every event that I have covered here since January 6th, there were barricades put up. There was 8-foot fencing erected to protect the Capitol grounds. None of that is here now. There were trucks lined along Constitution Avenue once again to provide security and barriers. None of that is here. There was National Guard presence. None of that is here. That being said, a lot is happening behind the scenes. You have Metro Police, you have Capitol Police, you have DHS, you have Secret Service, all working in tandem to keep this area safe today on the anniversary of January 6th. Jim, let's push in on this camera above my head here. This is one of the military-grade cameras that was brought here from Afghanistan. We have about 4+ of these cameras all throughout the Capitol grounds, keeping the area secure. They're watching us literally right now as I speak to you, Savannah. So they're keeping an eye on everything that's happening on the grounds. And Jim, let's walk a little bit this way, Savannah, because as I mentioned, it's not something that I necessarily expected, right? There are runners out this morning running onto Capitol grounds. You see the Capitol Christmas tree right there and on the west front of the Capitol. I can walk all the way up to that Christmas tree if I wanted. Again, after January 6th, that 8-foot fencing was erected the night of. I remember standing here watching that fencing put into place, thinking to myself, why wasn't this put into place earlier? Nonetheless, none of those security measures in place. However, as we have heard from so many security officials, especially the chief of the Capitol Hill Police, they are ready and they are prepared for whatever may come. They have a 25-page incident report that they have placed put out there so that all Capitol Hill police officers are ready, willing, and prepared for anything that may come. And they have meetings now in place in which all Capitol police officers meet ahead of any major events. So a lot of improvements have been made to the Capitol Hill Police Department in tandem with so many other departments that are working to keep the city safe and the Capitol grounds safe on the anniversary of January 6th, Savannah.
Yeah, let's dig into that. But first, by the way, fascinating look there, because it is surprising to kind of see that, especially as I know, like you said, you've been there quite a few times over the last year, and you were there on that day, which we'll also talk about in just a moment. But so we know yesterday, Capitol Police Chief Thomas Manger actually testified in front of the Senate about the work his department has done over the past year to improve security within and outside the Capitol, some of which you just referenced. What were the big takeaways from what he said?
So they had about 100+ recommendations from the Inspector General as to ways to improve the Capitol Police Department when it comes to security measures in place here on the Hill. The Capitol Police Chief mentioning that 90 or so had been addressed and or implemented over the last year. They've had some attrition here with the Capitol Hill Police, about 200 or so officers that have left the department. It's fairly normal for officers to leave the Capitol Police Department. I think on an average year, on a normal year, they have about 80 officers or so that are leaving the department. They've had a little bit more, obviously, as I mentioned, 200, but nonetheless, a lot of changes have been implemented. Let's take a listen to what the Capitol Hill Police Chief had to say just yesterday.
I'm pleased to report that we have addressed a significant portion of the many recommendations issued to the department. In fact, of the more than 100 recommendations issued by the Inspector General, we have implemented and are addressing over 90 of them. If January 6th taught us anything, it's that preparation matters.
And as we have seen, Savannah, at every event that I have covered up until this point, I remember being here for the Justice for J6 rally and seeing the incredible amount of security that was put into place to protect against anything that may happen. Nothing happened. It was a fairly benign rally, 100 or so people gathering. But they have made some very significant changes. And I have to say, I was surprised to see one of the changes was to have meetings with Capitol Police officers ahead of any major events, considering the fact that isn't that something that should have been happening before January 6th? Nonetheless, the changes have been put into place, happening, and are continuing to happen.
And Yasmin, of course, I have to ask you, I mean, this is such a sobering day for all of us as we look back at 1 year, but it is. You were there on Capitol Hill covering the events of the day as they unfolded, as it turned from sort of mild to obviously not that. What do you remember most from that day?
Okay, so Jim, walk with me a little bit, because I just want to show you, Savannah, I was like trying to think back to that day as I was standing here, and I have been over the last 24 hours as I was making my way down to Washington, D.C. I flew down last night. Last year, I took an Amtrak train down, and I remember being on the Amtrak train and seeing a lot of Trump supporters kind of riled up, talking about how they felt as if the election had been stolen, preparing for what was going to happen in the day to come. And I wanted to walk this way because I wanted to show you the vantage point that I had on January 6th. We were this close, if not closer. I mean, we were on the grass area all the way up to the stairs. And if you remember, obviously, it was 2 weeks before an inauguration. So all of the pomp and circumstance was put into place, I should say. Pomp and circumstance is not the right word, but all of the risers were put into place, right, in preparation for the inauguration. It was incredible for me to see people literally hanging from those risers, people getting in, breaking through the Capitol doors, the windows. We were up close and personal, watching the tear gas coming out of those Capitol grounds. And then here we are, Savannah, this morning. It is quiet. It is a Christmas tree lit up just a few days after wrapping up the holidays. People going for runs, seemingly as if nothing had really happened here, right? And we know what took place, and we will always remember what took place. And it will shape how we view our democracy for years, if not decades to come. But it's really surreal to be here this morning, knowing what I experienced here last year.
Absolutely. We will certainly always remember, and we thank you for your reporting this morning. And of course, on that day a year ago, Yasmin Vasugian, thanks so much. Stay safe today. Now, we'll continue our coverage of the anniversary of the Capitol attack throughout our show, but now to the latest on the COVID front. Millions of children are now eligible to receive the Pfizer booster shot this morning after the CDC authorized the dose for kids ages 12 to 15. The CDC also updated its guidance for the booster shot, recommending the age group receive the third dose at least 5 months after the initial vaccine series. It comes as the hospitalization rate among children continues to climb due to the surge of Omicron cases. Schools across the country are also struggling to respond respond to the rising cases. Classes in Chicago, as we talked about yesterday, were canceled now for a second day after the district failed to reach an agreement with the teachers union over in-person learning, and we don't yet know what's going to happen tomorrow. Let's bring in Dr. Amish Adalja for more on this. He's a senior scholar at Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security. Doctor, always good to see you. Good morning. So we know these hospitalization rates among kids are way up, especially kids 12 to 15 who are eligible for that shot. We also know that age group has some of the lowest vaccination rates. It makes sense in some cases. Of course, parents are concerned about giving their children something, but is now the right time to be focusing on just getting those first 2 doses to kids rather than the booster shot? What do you think about where we're at with the vaccination rate right now?
Definitely. I think first and second doses are what change the trajectory of this pandemic. When I take care of patients in the hospital, it's not because they lack a booster vaccine. It's because they lack first and second doses. So while this is a development to get more boosters into people, I think we can't take our focus off the fact that when we're trying to prevent people from being hospitalized, it's not necessarily going to be boosters, especially in low-risk groups like 12 to 15-year-olds that are going to stop that. It's first and second doses. And it's no accident that pediatric vaccinations or pediatric hospitalizations are going up when they happen to be the lowest vaccinated group in this country.
And Doctor, we also talked about at the top of the show something that is probably going to be horrifying to people to hear if they haven't heard about this already, something called Flu-Rona, basically a combination of flu and coronavirus. What exactly does that mean? How worrisome is that? Is it some type of new variant type of thing? What can we do to protect ourselves against Flu-Rona, which is unfortunately now a thing?
Yeah, it is unfortunate that it is a thing, but it's something that we've seen very early on in the pandemic. In early 2020, people were getting co-infected with influenza and coronavirus. And respiratory viruses can often co-circulate, and you can be infected with 2 at once. It's strange to me that they're talking about this now because this was well documented early on. It may be that people forgot about this, or at least the press forgot about this, and it got this new name, and now it's garnering headlines. But it's not something to really worry about. It's just basically you can get infected with 2 different viruses at once. The best way to prevent that from happening is to be vaccinated against COVID-19 and to be vaccinated against influenza.
It is a catchy title, you have to admit. I get why people are talking about it, but that's great news to hear that it's not something to worry about. Okay, let's talk about an actual new variant, though. France is reporting what's called IHU. I'm sorry to say we're hearing about this new variant. What do we know about it so far, and how worried should we be about that?
So this is another thing that was actually reported way back in November. There was a cluster of about 12 cases in France from someone who had traveled to Cameroon, and it has a lot of mutations, about 4 dozen mutations in it, which caused the WHO to put it under monitoring back in November. What we know is that this has been around since November, and it hasn't really taken off or spread. It's garnering headlines, but I think Omicron has really taken off in that period of time, and this one really has had a lot of time to spread and hasn't been able to do so. So I don't think this is going to end up becoming a variant of concern.
All right, Doctor, thank you so much for joining us and for alleviating some of those fears. Now, many people with COVID are struggling to keep up with shifting health guidelines. The CDC is under fire for changing their guidance on how long Americans need to isolate after testing positive. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard spoke with 3 people who have COVID right now about how they're making sense of all of it while in isolation.
Have you been tracking CDC guidance?
Confusion over isolation timetables as the CDC this week changing its COVID guidance again. This as thousands across the country, including Raphael, Tyler, and Selena, all 3 in isolation with COVID, question their next moves.
So I track it, but I have a hard time feeling comfortable with the new stuff.
After we released our guidance, our recommendations early last week, it became very clear that people were interested in using the rapid tests.
Daily demands like work and school prompting the CDC last week to cut its guidance for how long individuals should isolate after testing positive, from 10 days to 5 days if the person is fever-free for 24 hours. Now, after pushback, the agency writing, if an individual has access to a test and wants a test, the best approach is to use an antigen test towards the end of the 5-day isolation period.
This has nothing to do with the shortage of available tests.
The CDC says that if an individual tests positive after 5 days, you should continue to isolate until day 10.
I still don't know if I'm safe to go back into work or if I'm still contagious or not.
What is clear is the coronavirus is all around us, more than at any other point. Yet our understanding of just how far one should go to stop the spread
is still evolving.
In fact, on Tuesday, the CDC posted explicitly the science is evolving on Omicron and is still pointing to data on previous variants.
Doesn't that data rightfully leave some Americans skeptical of the 5-day guidance from the CDC?
Yes, it should leave Americans skeptical because we probably still have anywhere from 30 to 50% of people who are still infectious even after those 5 days, even with no symptoms whatsoever, which is why I think the best basic guidance is that if you get a positive test or you have symptoms, 10 days.
Tyler Crow on day 7 of isolation, waiting for the CDC's previous marker.
I go with what we've had from them for a while, the 10 days.
Rafael Alvarez, currently on day 3 of his isolation, says he will follow the CDC's new timeline.
My whole game plan is to eventually get tested on the 5th day, because according to the CDC's guidelines, you can go back to work and school after 5 days. I'm personally concerned that this is discouraging people from believing what the CDC has to say.
I understand the skepticism. The difference to me is critical. The CDC is not putting out policy that has no evidence. The problem is the evidence is shifting.
It's all led folks in isolation to go looking for tests in lines like these. New Yorkers Abby and Ray, 15 days after testing positive, deciding to finally go out and look for their tests.
Do you agree with the CDC changing it from 10 days to 5 days?
Scientifically, I'm not sure why did they change that, but I personally would prefer if people stayed in longer.
I'm forced to obviously go into either a urgent care or clinic to get tested by a physician, which is honestly unfortunate because I don't want to be in contact with people out there.
All right, our thanks to Vaughn Hilliard for that report. Now, more than 100,000 customers across Central Virginia are still without power from Monday's storms. Power crews have been working around the clock to get service restored, but say icy roads and downed trees are slowing down those efforts. Officials say the hardest hit areas may not get their lights back on until this weekend. All of this as another monster storm system is expected to hit the Northeast late tonight. For more on that, let's get a check on your Morning News Now weather. Bill Cairns, good morning. I hear we are getting some snow.
Yeah, good morning. Definitely going to have some snow this time tomorrow morning. It'll be a very difficult commute, but this storm is already starting. We've already got difficulties in areas like Memphis, Tennessee, with a mixture of rain and snow. And then just to the north there in Jackson, reporting some pretty moderate snow. So the storm has already begun. The path of the storm will go from Kansas. You can see where the winter weather advisories are, just south of Kansas City through southern Missouri. The roads are a little slick with light snow this morning, but this afternoon, we're really going to see significant snow developing through Tennessee and Kentucky. This will be a decent snowstorm for even Nashville, to areas from Louisville to Lexington, especially down towards the Lexington area, London, Kentucky. The blue on this map shows you the snow, and that moderate snow now in between Memphis and Nashville. So Interstate 40, by far, one of the worst roads to drive on during the day today. So by the time we get through this afternoon, this evening, notice Nashville, you're done pretty quickly. The worst of it for you will be during the middle of today, and then the snow will spread up towards West Virginia. Snowfall totals today, easily 2 to 4 inches. Some areas from Nashville northwards through southern Kentucky could get upwards of 6 inches out of this through West Virginia. And then as far as the roads go, so it's today, I-40, tonight, 64 and 77 will be the worst. And then we'll take the storm Savannah up through the Northeast tonight through the overnight by 8 a.m. Significant snow from New York to Hartford to Boston. So that morning commute will not be fun. Then we'll be done with the storm by about 5 p.m. Friday. So as far as the snow totals go, Savannah, New York City, about 3 to 5 inches. This will be the first significant snow of the year.
Yeah, I feel like we've barely had a dusting. I always wake up and have missed it somehow, even though I get up quite early. All right, Bill, thank you so much.
Yes.
And coming up, a house fire in Philadelphia claims the lives of 12 people, more than half of them children. Details from investigators, including what may have started the fire. Plus, a tennis star turned away by the land down under. Novak Djokovic not playing in the Australian Open after all, and after flying there. The new developments just one day after he said he was allowed to play without getting a COVID vaccine. But first, throughout the show, we'll be honoring heroes of January 6th, really heroes of our country, people who defended the U.S. Capitol, protected our democracy, and showed the best of us on that day. That includes Officer Brian Sicknick. Officer Sicknick died of natural causes the day after the attack, after suffering 2 strokes. The chief medical examiner said the insurrection played a role in his condition. Officer Sicknick was later honored at the very place he defended, in the Capitol Rotunda, and buried at Arlington National Cemetery. We thank Officer Sicknick for his service and sacrifice, and to his family, you are in our prayers, and we thank you for your sacrifice as well. More morning news now after the break.
Michaela Schifrin, with just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. She's climbed the mountain of this sport. Almost time to come down for more gold, Michaela. Better do it fast.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
I'm going to change your life. Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
CNBC premiere episodes of Shark Tank back to back.
Sounds expensive.
Too much?
You're now in the lexicon of the craziest pitches ever on Shark Tank.
Tune in Tuesdays.
Why would you want one shark when you can have two?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. A community is looking for answers this morning after a devastating fire at a home in Philadelphia left at least 12 people dead, including 8 children. Police are investigating whether a Christmas tree may be to blame. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen has the latest.
6:30 a.m. as fire erupted from the 3-story row home converted into apartments in a neighborhood where a lot of families with children live.
I've passed by that house for years now and seen the faces, so it's just sad to, think what might have happened.
Authorities revised the death count, 8 children and 4 adults. 8 occupants escaped.
Please keep all these folks, and especially these children, in your prayers. Losing so many kids is just devastating.
Investigators say smoke detectors that passed inspection last spring failed to work, that the building had just 2 first-floor exits, and that 26 people appeared to be living in the building. Officials say the fire apparently started in a second-floor kitchen and swept up the building's stairwell.
There's nothing slowing that fire down from moving. That fire was moving. It's feeding on contents, it's feeding on oxygen, and it's feeding on fire.
Throughout this community, there is shock and grief as investigators try to figure out how something so unspeakable could happen. Ron Allen, NBC News, Philadelphia.
And President Biden was briefed yesterday about the fire. First Lady Dr. Jill Biden also tweeted saying her heart is with the families and loved ones of the victims. And as you can see now, we're taking a look at what's making news around the world this morning with Matt Bodner joining us from Moscow. Hey, Matt.
Savannah, good morning. Well, we'll start this one off yet again on the Korean Peninsula, where today North Korea is saying that mysterious projectile that they launched out to sea yesterday was, at least in their claim, a successful test of a hypersonic missile. That would be their second claimed successful hypersonic missile test. And if that's true, it would suggest a major jump forward in North Korea's missile program. Hypersonic missiles, of course, very cutting edge, currently under development in the United States, Russia, and China. We move along now to Italy, where the government has approved measures that would require those over the age of 50 to be vaccinated against COVID-19. Italy, like many nations across the world right now, is struggling with near record levels of new cases almost every day. Italy, though, has a very high vaccination rate. It's about 78% of the population, but the Prime Minister says now is the time to get the rest of the population vaccinated. And we end today at the South Pole, where Preet Chandy, a British Army physiotherapist, is believed to have become the first woman of color to complete a solo crossing of Antarctica. Chandy completed her feat on skis, crossing 700 miles in 40 days, 7 hours, and 3 minutes. She actually just barely missed the world record for a woman making the very same trek. But she still completed her expedition about 1 week ahead of her own proposed schedule. Back to you, Savannah.
Wow, that is just incredible. I can't even imagine. Solo, kind of freaky, but amazing. All right, Matt, thank you so much. Now, tennis star Novak Djokovic has been denied entry into Australia after his visa was revoked on arrival in Melbourne. The world #1 headed down under to play in the Australian Open after being granted a medical exemption to compete without a vaccine. He's one of 2 high-profile vaccine skeptics, along with the NBA's Kyrie Irving, bidding to get back on the court. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky has this story for us.
The world's top-ranked men's tennis player caught in the middle of an international COVID incident. Novak Djokovic landed in Melbourne to play in the Australian Open, but his visa has been rejected, according to the country's border officials. He's now in danger of being deported. His coach posted an Instagram of Djokovic saying, "Not the most usual trip down under." According to Reuters, his lawyers are appealing the decision. Australian Open officials had granted the star a COVID-19 medical exemption to compete. Australia's Prime Minister Scott Morrison sending out a sharp warning that all foreigners entering the country need to be vaccinated unless they qualify for an exemption, including Djokovic.
If that evidence is insufficient, then he won't be treated any different to anyone else, and he'll be on the next plane home. So there should be no special rules for Novak Djokovic at all. None whatsoever.
Djokovic has said in the past he's opposed to getting vaccinated while consistently keeping his own status private.
So whether someone wants to get a vaccine or not, that's completely up to them.
Reuters reporting that Djokovic sought a type of visa that does not apply to those granted a medical exemption from the COVID vaccines. The 20-time Grand Slam winner's participation has drawn criticism from even fellow players.
If it was me that wasn't vaccinated, I wouldn't be getting an exemption.
Another superstar athlete and vaccine skeptic is getting set to make a return to his sport. Brooklyn Nets star Kyrie Irving is expected to play his first NBA game tonight since refusing the vaccine. New York City's indoor vaccine mandate has kept the 7-time All-Star from playing in home games all season long. After initially barring Irving from competing as a part-time player, the Nets have now decided to allow him to compete in road games.
Things happen for a reason, and now we're here, and I'm just grateful for this.
All right, our thanks to Morgan Chesky for that report. Now coming up, living through history, Gen Z looking back 1 year after the Capitol riot.
Imagine how it felt for college students in Washington, watching the insurrection just a few blocks away.
So I was actually...
Them told us about what they remember most and how the event has shaped the way they see the country today. This is Morning News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Mikaela Shiffrin. With just 1 more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. She's climbed the mountain of this sport. Almost time to come down for more gold, Mikaela. Better do it fast.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
Welcome back. After a 2-year delay, Coachella is planning to return this April, and sources tell Variety that Billie Eilish and Kanye West are topping the lineup. Both artists released hit albums last summer. Billie Eilish's Happier Than Ever and Kanye's Donda. West first headlined North America's largest music festival back in 2011, but Eilish would be Coachella's youngest headliner ever. The 20-year-old had a breakout performance there back in 2019. Now, despite surging Omicron cases and the delay of other major events, the festival is sold out. Now, more on the anniversary of the insurrection at the Capitol. The FBI is still trying to identify people who stormed the building. It's the largest investigation in its history. We have an exclusive look at that effort this morning. Here's NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams.
A year after the worst attack on the U.S. Capitol since the British torched it 200 years ago, the FBI hasn't stopped working to identify rioters. This exclusive look shows agents and analysts still combing through tens of thousands of photos and videos. Investigators also use facial recognition software and cell phone records that allow them to plot the movement of individual people inside the Capitol, the largest use ever of that technique.
The attacks happened all over the Capitol grounds.
Stephen D'Antuono, the man in charge of the FBI's Washington field office, says a priority now is identifying the rioters who attacked police, like this man using a long probe to administer shocks. It's giving them an electrical jolt?
Correct, yeah.
So that must be painful.
I would imagine it would be, yes. Yeah, it would be like any taser.
Or this video of a man beating a police officer with a long pole.
That officer in particular right there just hit him in the head.
Or this one showing one of the rioters spraying a chemical at officers.
He gets rid of it, throws the can in, and grabs a riot shield and starts beating the officers.
People have sent in hundreds of thousands of tips reacting to photos and videos like these posted on the FBI website. Tips have even come from rideshare drivers and waiters.
We've had restaurant workers turn somebody in because they've overheard them talking about it.
Federal criminal charges have now been filed against more than 700 people, and about 1/4 of them have pleaded guilty. But a big question remains unanswered. Was there actually a plan well in advance to storm the Capitol, or was it a case of seizing the moment?
It does matter in terms of a record of history, to get a sense of what this event was all about. Was it a perfect storm of failure of security, of extremists kind of all coalescing around the Capitol, or was this something greater?
Members of the far-right Proud Boys and Oath Keepers have been charged with conspiracy, but court documents say they were preparing for violence in the streets. And the FBI has yet to figure out who planted 2 pipe bombs last January 5th at Republican and Democratic National Headquarters. No breakthrough so far, despite releasing surveillance video showing the suspected bomber that night on Capitol Hill. Why don't you know yet who placed these bombs the night before the riot?
They're covered from head to toe, right? They have a hoodie on, glasses, a mask, gloves. You know, fully clothed.
The FBI has even compiled this map showing the bombing suspects' movements that night. What do you see in the video of that person? What are they doing?
You know, the person's walking down this road here.
One bomb was placed just outside the Democratic office entrance. Pretty close to that corner?
Yeah, pretty close to that area right around there.
The Attorney General, Merrick Garland, says the Justice Department is committed to holding anyone accountable at any level who was criminally responsible for the riot, whether they were at the Capitol that day or not.
All right, Pete Williams, thank you so much. And now, of course, the impact of January 6th will be with us forever, for generations to come. So what do some of the youngest among us feel about that day? Well, the youngest generation of voters is known as Gen Z. Some have pulled back from politics in disgust. Others say the attack on Capitol Hill got them even more involved. Now Tonight anchor Joshua Johnson spoke with 4 politically active Gen Zers about how January 6th impacted them.
Imagine how it felt for college students in Washington, watching the insurrection just a few blocks away.
So I was actually at my off-campus apartment at school. So I'm seeing everything unfold on my television, and I'm also looking out the window and seeing emergency vehicles, you know, zoom down the street. That made it even more surreal just to experience that really, you know, just like 2 or 3 blocks from the White House.
We all got a tough lesson in government that day, including students who were actually in government class.
I conveniently had an AP US government class when my teacher basically looked at all of us and said, everybody unmute your microphones and wait 1 second. We were like, okay. So we all unmuted our microphones and listened. And then he shared his screen with us, and it was just the news, which none of us had seen yet because we were going through classes for the first half of the day. And we were all stunned.
The kinds of scenes that we have seen in foreign places that would give us a chill, and perhaps leaving a chill, certainly as we watch it take place outside our own capital.
For some Gen Zers, January 6th was a work day.
I had actually just started an internship at the Arizona State Capitol, and January 6th was my second day of work. Security came up and said, hey, we're going to send you guys home. There's people who are coming with guns now.
They told you that there were armed people who were coming to the Arizona State Capitol.
Yeah, they were protesters who were coming with guns, and so they sent the entire building home. And I remember like walking through this entire mob of people with like flags and like different gear on to get to my car. And when I got home, I was sitting on the couch, and that's when I kind of like saw the first pictures of what was happening in DC. That's when it kind of like clicked for me, like, oh, this is a really big thing.
One young man says he heard from his younger cousins in India.
The first thing I heard from abroad was my cousin texting me saying, well, it looks like American democracy is losing. It's no longer an inferiority complex between foreign democracies. It is that people don't view the United States, in my opinion, as the pinnacle that it used to be. That doesn't mean all hope is lost. That means that we have to recognize the seriousness of the problem, but then address it that way.
Generation Z might be the best equipped group to address it, or at least the most optimistic. A recent survey showed strong concern across the board about America's future. However, young adults were the least pessimistic about democracy surviving. Ali Spagnolo is eager to cast her next ballot. Today, she's a member of the College Democrats. Back in 2020, she was too young to vote by 1 week.
What goes through your head? What goes through your heart when you think about voting this fall and in 2024?
If you asked me that question a year ago, I definitely think that I would have told you that I was more than anything intimidated. But at this point now, as we've watched democracy grow and we've seen the setbacks, we've seen all the ugly and all the beautiful, I feel more than anything hopeful to do my part and contribute.
So is Ezra Meyer, an officer with his campus's college Republicans. He says he wants to distance himself from the people who supported the attack.
I think the actions of criminals are being used to paint a picture of everyone who feels conservative in this country, and that's really unfair. And it's really frustrating for a lot of conservatives to be painted as criminals.
January 6th may have turned many Gen Zers off to politics altogether. Jessica Carpenter says politicians might draw them back by focusing on solutions and getting things done.
When they don't see follow through, or they're kind of let down again by political leaders, it just reinstates that thought of why should I participate in this?
Today, Jessica leads marketing for Bridge USA, a nonprofit that promotes bipartisan engagement on college campuses. Manu Meal is its founder and CEO. He says January 6th presented an opportunity, and his peers need to step up.
So if you're going to live in the most ambitious democratic experiment in the history of humanity, and you say, are we going to have challenges? Absolutely. We are the most diverse, most armed, most technologically advanced, most democratic society that the planet has ever seen. Think about it like that. And when that's what we've got to lose, we've got a lot to fight for.
Our thanks to Joshua Johnson for that interesting and important conversation, as those are our youngest voters. And coming up, the future of work becoming the present thanks to the pandemic. We'll look at the ways technology has made it easier to do your job remotely. That's next on Morning News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
What What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove? You've already won more snowboarding golds than anyone else, ever. Maybe you're trying to prove you only get better with age, like a fine cheese or yogurt.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life in primetime and streaming live. It's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. The pandemic led many people to work remotely, some for nearly 2 years now. You may be watching us from home, which is also now your office. NBC News investigative and consumer correspondent Vicky Nguyen shows us how new technology has made it possible for workers to collaborate from anywhere.
After nearly 2 years of working from home and countless remote meetings, including a few blunders.
I'm here live. I'm not a cat.
Which is one reason why multiple Fortune 500 companies are turning to virtual reality.
Equipped with this headset and these controllers, employees from around the world can meet and work together. And the idea is they all feel like they're in the same place at one time. Okay, so I have my headset on and boom, wow, look at this view. We're in what looks like a really sleek design studio. With me now is Guy Messick. He is the Director of Design Intelligence for IA Interior Architects. Okay, Guy, where are we right now, and how does this help the workforce to be in an environment like this?
Well, this is a custom version of our new Atlanta office, and it helps by taking what we liked best about real-world meetings and transforming that into virtual space. So trying to go in a more human way, in a more connected way, no matter where you are in the world.
I actually feel like I'm here in this space with you in a weird way that I wouldn't on a 2D video call.
And do you find yourself forgetting that we're in very different places? Like it just seems natural very quickly.
Okay, Guy, let's take this conversation back into the real world for a sec, okay? Well, well, well. There you are. We're back to reality now.
This is quite a bit different, isn't it?
Do you think this is the future of how we're going to work?
I think it is the now and the near future of how we're going to work.
The virtual space allows for more than just meetings. It provides a sense of connection.
I've got my drink. Cheers.
Cheers.
And check this out. Natural features like blades of grass blowing in the breeze and rippling water in the pool. You can make presentations on whiteboards, stick up a Post-it note, even write messages in midair. Staff can interact in ways they can't in real life, changing the scale of furniture with a wave of the hand.
So you could break it up to life size.
Wow.
Or back down again like that. So a car might be used by an automotive company to have a conversation about a new model with their dealers or stakeholders.
Guy, what's over there on that giant monitor?
Well, this is a representation of a virtual reality of a new project in Dublin we're working on for a client.
From virtual reality to robots.
Check this out. From anywhere in the world with an internet connection, I can log on to this robot and feel like I'm in the office. And look, I can even move my little robot body. Hey, Michelle. Hi, Joe. How you guys doing?
Hey, Vicky.
Does it seem like I'm in the office with you?
Kind of. Yeah, we're having a conversation at least.
This is cool. Let me see how close I can get before it gets weird. Too close? Just a little. The personal space rules still apply with the robot?
Yeah, you're kind of in Michelle's personal space right now.
The Omni robot is being used in healthcare for doctors to talk to patients, in education, connecting teachers with students, even retail, allowing employees to check inventory. From collaborating with colleagues who are in the office to navigating in a virtual one, technology is allowing us to work from home and be in the office at the same time.
Okay, well, that was very cool, and I wish we just had a little robot Vicky here with us now. Thanks, Vicky, for that. Now, 2 people are waking up in a new tax bracket this morning after winning big in last night's Powerball drawing. There were 2 winning tickets sold in the $632 million jackpot. One was sold at this 7-Eleven in Sacramento and another in Wisconsin. It was the 7th largest jackpot in Powerball history. The winning numbers were 6, 14, 25, 33, 46, and the Powerball was 17. So if any of those are your lucky numbers, you should have bought a ticket. Now, the odds of winning the jackpot is 1 in 292 million. Congratulations to those people. All right, coming up, a loaf story of sorts.
We'd gotten reports all day that people around us were starving, that they had little kids that hadn't eaten, pets that hadn't eaten.
Up next, how a hungry couple stuck for hours on an icy interstate found a way to make the situation a little bit better. You're watching Morning News Now.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
We began our Cross America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last move. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Cars have now been cleared off the snowy, icy highways in Virginia, but for drivers who spent up to 20 hours stuck on the roads, they found ways to make the time pass and to help others in need. NBC News correspondent Kevin Tibbles has more.
Talk about rising to the occasion.
After so many hours of being on the road, you don't even know where you are at that point.
Newlyweds Casey Houlihan and Jong Nui were headed to visit family when they, along with thousands of others, were trapped in traffic all night on the now infamous icy I-95 near Washington, D.C.
John, were you getting a little hungry?
We figured it'd probably been 37 hours since we'd eaten last.
We'd gotten reports all day that people around us were starving, that they had little kids that hadn't eaten, pets that hadn't eaten.
That's when they spotted a truck just up ahead, a Schmitz bread truck. Casey dialed the company. Within minutes, she received a call back.
My first thought is, I can imagine if myself or my family was in that same situation, what would I do if I asked the company to open the doors?
The doors opened and people came together, distributing some 600 loaves of bread along 2 miles of interstate.
We personally got a loaf of potato rolls, which were amazing at the time. Couldn't have asked for anything better.
You've never had a better potato roll in your life?
Not at all.
The whole package, the entire package of potato rolls.
Their daily bread, just in the nick of time. Kevin Tibbles, NBC News.
All right, now before we end this hour, we want to take another moment to honor the heroes of January 6th. That includes Congressman Andy Kim. You may remember there's a picture of him after the riot. It was Kim cleaning up debris left behind in the Capitol Rotunda. Representative Kim later told NBC News, quote, "It's a room that I love so much, and it pained me so much to see it in this kind of condition." The images of him on the floor cleaning up that also inspired artists and children all over. There it is. To make art of the moment, and the Smithsonian Institution actually asked Kim to donate the suit he was wearing there. Kim later returned to the House floor that night to certify the election results. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now, but the news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers. Joe has the morning off. Right now on Morning News Now, democracy's darkest day. It's been 365 days since one of America's bleakest moments in recent memory. 365 days since a riot, an insurrection, an attack on the Capitol building by a mob of Trump supporters emboldened by the former president's remarks at a rally earlier that day. President Biden, set to mark this somber anniversary with remarks of his own in about an hour, expected to take aim at his predecessor for his alleged role in the deadly violence, while warning of ongoing threats to American democracy. And just moments ago, Congresswoman Liz Cheney, vice chair of the January 6th committee, speaking with today's Savannah Guthrie on where the investigation stands this morning. School standoff, a crucial booster shot expansion from the CDC as the Omicron variant continues to wreak havoc from coast to coast. The top agency panel now authorizing Pfizer's extra dose in school-aged children, 12 to 15 years old, immediately opening up access to millions of young Americans. The decision comes as the nation's school districts continue to react to Omicron's rapid spread. In Chicago, classes are canceled for yet another day today. Teachers refusing to enter their classrooms as a deadlock continues between administrators and staff. This as confusion mounts over the CDC's ever-evolving COVID guidelines. We'll bring you team coverage of the state of the virus. Also this morning, COVID crunch. Omicron is no doubt forcing some Americans with that new year, new me mentality to maybe kick that workout regimen off from home. But that's got the gym and fitness industry once again sweating, trying to navigate another surge in cases. So what does this latest strain mean for the future of an already battered sector in one of its busiest seasons? And what goes around? Your daily dose of good news on this Thursday morning. A positive deed, paying it forward in something called a kidney donor chain. How one striking billboard in Virginia united a dozen donors and recipients with the virtue of hope close behind. Now, 1 year ago today, the American Capitol was attacked when an angry mob of Trump supporters stormed the People's House in an attempt to overturn the results of the 2020 presidential election. This is a live look now at the nation's capital, where police are bracing for any potential threats. It comes as the congressional probe into the attack builds steam, and the Attorney General vows to hold perpetrators at any level accountable. NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Haake has the latest.
That long and emotional day of remembrance is set to begin shortly with a speech from President Biden in which he's expected to lay responsibility for the attack at the feet of his predecessor, part of a search for accountability for this insurrection that lasted from last January 6th through this one.
This morning, 1 year after the ransack of the U.S. Capitol, President Biden set to address the nation, saying in part, "Are we going to be a nation that accepts political violence as a norm? Are we going to be a nation where we allow partisan election officials to overturn the legally expressed will of the people?" NBC News has learned officials have observed an uptick in calls for unspecified acts of violence in the past 48 hours linked to the anniversary, according to a senior intelligence official. Still, law enforcement is not aware of a specific, credible threat for today.
The next time that we're tested, we will not be making those same mistakes.
The officers who fought on the front lines that day remember the violent mob who tested them and the fury they still feel.
Are you still angry about what happened on the 6th?
Hell yeah, I'm angry. I'm absolutely angry.
Arresting the rioters who attacked police that day is now a top priority for the FBI, conducting one of its farthest-reaching investigations ever, fueled by more than 300,000 tips from across the country.
We've had restaurant workers turn somebody in because they've overheard them talking about it.
So far, according to the Attorney General, the sprawling investigation has led to more than 700 arrests, with about a quarter of those arrested pleading guilty. All while the congressional committee investigating the insurrection has pushed deeper into the former president's inner circle, late Wednesday interviewing former White House press secretary Stephanie Grisham.
But I cooperated fully, and I will continue to do so.
For Officer Dunn, without full accountability, closure on that violent day remains elusive.
Did that day ever really end for you?
I don't feel like you can totally heal or have closure to something until you have accountability, until you know the full picture of what happened.
What that accountability Officer Dunn was talking about means is very much an open question. Yesterday, the Attorney General said the Department of Justice would pursue the perpetrators of this attack at any level.
All right, Garrett Haake, thank you so much. Now, as we continue to look back on January 6th, the House Select Committee investigating the insurrection attempt has forged ahead with its probe into the riots and what caused them. Wyoming Congresswoman Liz Cheney, the vice chair of the committee and one of only 2 Republicans on the panel, spoke with the Today Show just moments ago to discuss the state of the investigation.
How close did we come to the violent overthrow of a valid election?
We came very close. Our institutions held, but they only held because of the people who were willing to stand up against the pressure from former President Trump. President Trump continues to make the same claims that he knows caused violence on January 6th. And it's very important, if you look at what's happening today in my party, in the Republican Party, rather than reject what happened on the 6th, reject the lies about the election, and make clear that a president who engaged in those activities can never be president again. Unfortunately, too many in my own party are embracing that former president, are looking the other way, are minimizing the danger. That's how democracies die, and we simply cannot let that happen.
Big picture first. For those who think maybe this was a protest that got emotional, out of control, how high does it go? Have you been surprised or alarmed by anything you have unearthed so far in the committee?
You know, we have unearthed new things in every single aspect of our investigation. I'm confident that we'll continue to do so. The committee is absolutely determined to ensure that we understand the entire plot, the entire plan to overthrow the election, to really overturn the rule of law. One of the things the committee is very engaged in right now is litigation. The former president is attempting to hide behind executive privilege claims.
Is the former president, President Trump, in a better position today, legally, politically, rhetorically, than he was a year ago to subvert a U.S. election?
We will not allow him to subvert a U.S. election. He is certainly continuing his efforts in that regard. I have tremendous hope, Savannah. There are millions of Americans across this country who understand their responsibility with respect to defending the institutions, defending the Constitution. The American people have the ability to ensure that we protect our Constitution and we protect our institutions with their votes, with their voices, and we certainly are not going to be part on our committee of allowing those institutions to be unraveled.
Our thanks to Savannah Guthrie for that interview. Now to the latest on the COVID front. Millions of parents are sending their kids back to school uncertain about how long in-person learning will last. Several school districts have already gone remote in light of the recent COVID surge. But in Chicago, the standoff continues between Mayor Lightfoot and the teachers union. This all comes as booster shots become available for kids 12 to 15. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk joins us now from New York City with more on the latest CDC recommendations and all that news. Stephanie, good morning.
Savannah, good morning. You know, this news about the booster will be welcome for a lot of parents and students. But, you know, the reality is that vaccination rates amongst school-aged children are much lower than the national average. And there are a whole bunch of teachers in Chicago who think classrooms are unsafe.
In Chicago, school has been canceled for a second day. But this is no snow day. Instead, the teachers union and the city are at odds over how to stay safe from COVID in the classroom.
We are going to fight to get our kids back in-person learning.
Hundreds of thousands of families are impacted.
The kids are kind of caught in the middle, and parents like myself are really scrambling to get coverage.
The main concerns from the teachers union center around testing. There's word of a plan being worked on to go remote next week with a return to the classroom by the 18th.
I want my students to learn, I want my children to learn, but I also want us to stay safe.
Nationwide, teachers and staff are out sick in record numbers, more than 1,600 in Miami-Dade.
Anyone who's available in the building is being asked to watch other classes.
Late Wednesday, the CDC approved Pfizer boosters for 12 to 15-year-olds. Just over half of 12 to 17-year-olds are fully vaccinated. That drops to less than 16% for 5 to 11-year-olds. Healthcare workers are also scrambling to deal with staffing shortages. In New Jersey, hospitals are cutting back on some elective surgeries.
It's a very different patient population in terms of severity, but it's still a lot of numbers.
While others are quickly running out of ICU beds. In LA, more than 1,000 first responders are out sick or in quarantine. This as criticism grows over the CDC's current COVID guidance. The agency stopping short of requiring a negative test for people with COVID to end a 5-day isolation period.
This has nothing to do with the shortage of available tests because you can see in our quarantine guidance that we actually do recommend a test for people to emerge from quarantine.
Some health experts calling the comments concerning and contradictory.
I'm very concerned about the CDC towing the line of whether or not we're basing our guidelines on science.
There's some good news when it comes to the death rate. It's rising, but only minimally, and is really more evidence that the Omicron variant is less severe. But these case numbers are so high that they're affecting really every part of American life, including the music industry, Savannah. They've announced that the Grammys are postponed.
I know. I'm sure a lot of people will not be happy to hear about that, but it makes sense as we're seeing this surge. Stephanie Gosk, thank you so much. Let's now bring in South Miami Children's Clinic Medical Director, Dr. Tina Carroll Scott. Doctor, good morning. Thanks for being here. So let's talk about these booster shots among kids. So we're talking about 12 to 15-year-olds here, which is really only this chunk of kids who are eligible for the vaccine. That's 5 and up. So how much of an impact would booster shots for that age group have on what we're seeing among hospitalizations, school shutdowns in this age group, especially as Omicron spreads?
Yeah, so it's great news for many parents, and it will add one more layer of protection to help keep kids in school during this winter surge with Omicron. And it can be given 5 months after the second dose instead of 6. But truthfully, we really must continue to focus on getting more children their first shot. We still have nearly a third of children in the 12 to 17-year-old age group who are unvaccinated. And the vast majority of the pediatric hospitalizations recently across the U.S. have been with unvaccinated children who were eligible to be vaccinated or those not eligible at this time. And although the severity of illness so far seems to be less than with Delta, the issue is that when you have so many children being infected all at once and presenting to the hospital for care, it overwhelms the hospital system, and it makes it difficult for patients who are coming in for non-COVID related issues to receive care. I also think that many parents have bought into the false narrative that healthy children will not suffer the severe effects from this virus. And that is just not true. During the Delta surge, actually 30% of the hospitalizations in the 5 to 11-year-old age group were healthy children with no underlying health issues. And we're seeing similar trends with Omicron. So it really should take another variant infecting healthy children in greater numbers to get more children vaccinated. You know, we have to stay 10 steps ahead when it comes to this virus and continue to be proactive instead of reactive.
So, Doctor, I think you bring up a really good point about how parents feel about kids, if they should be concerned about the potential severity here or not. So just clear some of this up for us, because from the start of the pandemic, we've been talking about how kids were either not catching COVID or it wasn't being detected or it really wasn't a concern for them. I remember there being lots of conversation about, so I guess kids can still go outside and play with other kids because they're not really catching the virus, things like that. So what is changing now? And tell us exactly what it is that's causing more children to be hospitalized. What does a parent need to know about the potential impact of COVID on their kids at this point in the virus with the way it's mutated and with the way that we're handling it?
So with this particular variant with Omicron, because it is so much more highly contagious, it's basically spreading like wildfire. So I can tell you that over the last 2 weeks with this winter break, almost every single child that has come in with any type of respiratory issues, whether it's cough or runny nose, has tested positive. So I think that's probably the biggest change. And as I stated before, even though the kids for the most part are faring well when it comes to not getting severe disease, even a mild illness, people are still utilizing our healthcare system. And when you have so many people coming in at the same time that are infected, the hospital system is basically stretched to capacity. And so I think that that's the biggest problem. And the other thing I would add is that it's not only COVID. We have other respiratory viruses that are circulating at this time. So including influenza and RSV, which causes bronchiolitis. So we're seeing in hospitalized children where, they're coming in with multiple viruses. And I think, that's the biggest issue right now.
And this new nightmare called Flu-Rona that we talked about in our last hour, which is just not something any of us need. That's a great point about most kids coming in with a cough or runny nose are now testing positive, which is a huge difference. Doctor, quickly, I want to ask you about one new report that suggests that 22 billion more mRNA vaccines are necessary to get rid of the Omicron variant. I mean, are we any closer to this slowing down? What do you make of that report? What do you make about where we're at the virus?
So, I think it's clear from everything that we've seen that the mRNA vaccines confer the best protection against this virus and its mutations. And the booster shots have increased protection significantly, especially with Omicron and the partial immune escape that we've seen with the primary vaccine series. But I think we have to remember that, although this, this is a global pandemic, and vaccinating certain groups of people and not others will not end this without many more lives being lost. And we still have millions of unvaccinated people, not only here in the US, but around the world. So as long as we have so many people who haven't even received the first vaccine dose, we're just going to give this virus so many more opportunities to infect, replicate, and change in a way that may render our current vaccines and therapeutics ineffective. And we're already seeing that to a certain extent. So really, none of us are safe until all of us are safe. And we can't boost our way out of this pandemic. So we have to focus our efforts on vaccinating the rest of the world.
Dr. Tina Carroll Scott, so much good information this morning. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Now, forecasters are warning it could be a messy afternoon commute in parts of the southeast as a second winter storm makes its way through the region. For more on that, let's now bring in Bill Cairns with a check on your Morning News Now weather. Hey, Bill, good morning again.
Good morning, and Savannah, I'm also going to give you your weekend forecast too, so I know you always like that. So I know, right? So let's get into this forecast. I-40 is by far the worst road to be on. Hopefully we're not going to have like stranded vehicles and stuff like that, but it is a possibility because it's snowing hard right now in between Memphis and Jackson and up towards Nashville. And this is going to be a decent snowstorm for this region too. I mean, Jackson 2 to 4 inches, Nashville 4 to 6 inches. Doesn't happen all that often in the South, maybe once or twice a winter. And Kentucky's going to get a good deal of snow. Not so much Cincinnati to Louisville, but Lexington southwards toward London, and then definitely into West Virginia. Then as we slide, this is going to fall tonight and early tomorrow morning. You notice that darker blue, that's 4 inches. The snow forecast is going up just a little bit in areas of the Northeast, especially along I-95. D.C., your snow should end early enough that the plows should have a lot of it cleared by your morning rush hour, but that won't be the case from New York City to Hartford to Boston. Snow will still be coming down pretty good clip at 7 to 8 a.m. from New York to Hartford. Boston, the snow will be the heaviest as we go throughout your morning commute also, so keep that in mind. And also that 6 to 10 inches of snow in Buffalo, it is snowing hard this morning from lake effect snow, so be careful traveling through the Buffalo area on the New York State Thruway. So it's a frigid day. There's a really cold air mass behind this storm system. Look at Minneapolis, a high temperature of -1 today. Chicago only 17. And as far as the weekend goes, Friday we'll watch that snow pushing out of areas of the Northeast. A very frigid morning in the middle of the country on Friday. Then on Saturday, rain develops in the middle of the country. It's kind of a quiet Saturday. But then on Sunday, that eastern storm will move through. It looks warm enough that it will be a rainy mess in areas like Kentucky and then also through West Virginia, a wintry mix in the Northeast. But, if we get this snowstorm, Savannah, and then we get a heavy rain event on top of it on Sunday, we may have some flooding issues to deal with, and especially Tennessee and Kentucky.
Oh, no, that does not sound good. All right, Bill Cairns, thank you so much. Stay warm in this snowstorm. All right, there's much more to come on this hour of Morning News Now. A violent K-9 unit attack caught on camera. Now, the rideshare driver involved is hurling a plethora of lawsuits at one Bay Area police department. We'll tell you about it next. But first, throughout the show, we're honoring the heroes of January 6th, the people who defended the U.S. Capitol and protected our democracy. Washington, D.C. police officer Jeffrey Smith, Capitol police officer Howard Liebengood, D.C. police officer Kyle DeFreytag, and Officer Gunther Hashida. These are 4 officers who protected the Capitol on January 6th, and they all later died by suicide. We thank these officers for their bravery and service 1 year ago today, and we're thinking of their families on this tough day. If you or anyone you know is struggling, please call the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline at 800-273-8255 or text TALK to 741-741. More Morning News Now after the break.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds.
I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
At any moment now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they.
Oh, yeah, this is it.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they.
Oh, yeah, this is it.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This morning, we have new video of a police canine attack in the San Francisco Bay Area. It happened when a driver got pulled over in a car he rented to use as a ride share. NBC News Now correspondent Zincle Esimwa has the latest on this story. And first, we do want to warn you, the video you're about to see is disturbing.
Put your hands out of the window!
Chaotic moments after police pull over a driver.
Out of the window, both hands!
According to a federal lawsuit, Ali Badr was driving a rental car that was wrongfully reported as stolen.
Both hands out of the window! Come out of the car with both your hands in the air!
This police body cam video is from December 2020 in California.
Both hands in the air! Show us your hands right now!
Showing a canine attacking the driver and the moments leading up to the dog's release.
In the air! Put your hands in the air! Do not reach into that car! Walk back towards the sound of our voice! Get on the ground!
Ali Badr's arm was in the dog's bite for what appears to be at least 45 seconds. We've paused the video because of its graphic nature. Now he's suing the city of San Ramon, as well as the police chief and the officers involved. Badr needed surgeries and has not regained full use of his arm, according to the suit. He alleges excessive force and a breach of civil rights, according to the lawsuit.
There is a place for canine use and public safety. The people who are fleeing the scenes, they can, scent them and track them and help locate people.
Carmen is a former police chief and NBC News law enforcement analyst.
There should be a high level of concern before a dog is deployed to bite. And we all know the history of how dogs were used during the civil rights era.
Badr is also suing the two car companies he rented the vehicle from, Hire Car and Car Mommy, to use as a rideshare. The contract he signed said the company could report the vehicle as stolen if the car wasn't returned, according to the contract provided by the attorney. But Badr's attorney says,
"We know this. The car was not stolen. It never should have been reported as stolen."
Did Badr miss any car payments?
We're looking into that, but it looks like he did. He missed a short period of car payments.
Now attention is on the San Ramon Police Department as to why the dog was deployed when Badr was making no attempt to flee, according to the suit.
What are you calling for? Who needs to be held accountable, in your opinion?
Well, primarily the police department. And it just shouldn't have happened. That's who we think should be primarily held responsible.
This case, as activists and groups like the Marshall Project call for more police and canine oversight, as police use of canines is not widely tracked in the U.S.
There's a huge amount of liability if a canine is set upon a subject without reasonable probable cause to make an arrest and to take that person into custody.
How is your client doing? How is Badr doing?
Well, thank you for asking that. He is, as you might imagine, still traumatized by it.
NBC News has not reviewed the police report, and the San Ramon Police Department has not responded to the lawsuit or NBC News' requests for comment. And we reached out to Car Mommy, and a spokesperson responded with this statement. It reads, in part, "Our heartfelt sympathy goes out to Mr. Badr at this time for what he endured with his injury and the extent of his recovery process as a result of his interactions with the San Ramon Police Department." Car Mommy last received a payment from Hire Car for Mr. Badr's rental on December 9th, 2020. After extensive efforts to have the car returned or paid current, Car Mommy filed a missing vehicle report with the San Jose Police Department on December 20th, 2020. It's worth noting that day is the day of the incident. We reached out to Hire Car too, but have not heard back. I spoke with Badr's lawyer Wednesday, and they say they hope this lawsuit will ensure this kind of incident never happens again.
All right, that was Zincle Esimwa reporting. Thanks so much. Let's now look at what's making news around the world this morning. Matt Bodner is back with us from Moscow. Hey, Matt, good morning.
Savannah, good morning. We'll start this hour off in Hong Kong, where all flights from the United States and 7 other countries have been banned amid the continued rapid spread of the Omicron variant. Other nations hit by the ban include the United Kingdom, Canada, and India, among others. The move is part of a wave of measures that amount to Hong Kong's harshest restrictions since the start of the pandemic. We move along now to the Vatican, where Pope Francis today told an audience that people who choose to have pets instead of children are selfish. The Pope argued that motherhood and fatherhood are integral parts of the human experience, and to reject those roles is to take away our humanity. It's actually not the first time he's made comments like this. He made similar ones in 2014. There's also a 2016 comment that some scholars argue is a declaration that all animals go to heaven. But we'll save that for another day. We finish up in Australia for what very well may be the most Australian news story in history, at the very least the most Australian I've heard. A 17-year-old lifeguard at a beach in New South Wales rescued a kangaroo that ended up caught in rough surf and was unable to swim itself back to shore. The lifeguard, Lillian B. Young, was only on her fourth day on the job when she spotted the animal struggling just off the beach. She got on her rescue board, paddled out. In rough conditions, she notes, helped guide the animal back to shore. Savannah?
Oh, wow. How cool is that? Also, Matt, you couldn't hear me, but I let out quite a laugh when you just said, we'll save the animals going to heaven discussion for another day. Thanks so much, Matt.
Lots to follow up on this one.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you've got a lot to follow up on this week for us. Don't forget, okay? See you soon. All right, Novak Djokovic is set to remain quarantined in Melbourne, Australia until Monday after his visa was canceled. The world's #1 tennis player was denied entry on arrival despite first getting a medical exemption to compete in the Australian Open without a vaccine. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobaya is with us now. Kelly, this is one so many people are talking about. Of course, he thought he could play, was already on a plane there when all of this sort of happened. Tell us what the latest is. Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, well, the latest is Novak Djokovic is now facing a deportation order in Australia. He spent 8 hours at the airport pleading his case. Still in Australia, but maybe not for long. Tennis ace Novak Djokovic, seen here at the airport in Melbourne, is now holed up in a quarantine hotel this morning while his lawyers launch an urgent bid to keep him in the country for the Australian Open, less than 2 weeks away. Overnight, the Australian Border Force confirming Djokovic failed to provide appropriate evidence to meet the entry requirements to Australia, and his visa has been subsequently cancelled. The 20-time Grand Slam winner announced on Instagram earlier this week that he had an exemption permission. Australia's leader, Scott Morrison, leaving no doubt where he stands.
Rules are rules. And there are no special cases. Rules are rules.
Fellow tennis star Rafael Nadal wading into the argument, telling reporters,
if he wanted, he will be playing here in Australia without a problem, no?
Fans and supporters have gathered outside Djokovic's hotel.
It's not fair. It's being discriminating against him.
Djokovic's father saying in a statement that he's being held captive by the Australian government, adding his fans will gather on the street and fight. But many Australians who have suffered some of the world's strongest COVID restrictions are not impressed by Djokovic's attempt to enter the country.
I think it's a disgrace. I really don't agree with there being one rule for one and another rule for others.
At stake, a chance to beat Roger Federer and Rafael Nadal's Grand Slam record and take his place as the greatest player in men's tennis history. Djokovic has stumbled recently, trying hard to hide his emotions after losing the U.S. Open last year. He has said in the past that he's opposed to getting vaccinated and has kept his own status private.
So whether someone wants to get a vaccine or not, that's completely up to them.
Djokovic tested positive for COVID back in 2020. But he'll be staying at that quarantine hotel over the weekend, Savannah. His detention hearing has been adjourned until Monday.
All right, Kelly Kobaya, that's a talker. Thank you so much for joining us. Now coming up, continuing coverage of the January 6th insurrection 1 year later, where Stop the Steal now stands in America, and a terrifying firsthand account from one Colorado congressman reliving those harrowing moments from inside the People's Building. Those stories are next.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. Was talking smack part of this? What do you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Welcome back. Now, back at the start of the 2020 lockdown, New Yorkers could find a little joy by taking their favorite cocktails on the road. I can't confirm or deny if I was one of those New Yorkers. Well, Governor Kathy Hochul announced Wednesday she will bring back the beloved to-go drink policy, woohoo, in an effort to help out bars and restaurants. The policy had expired back in June of 2020, cutting off a valuable stream of revenue for restaurants when indoor dining was closed. Now, as Omicron cases surge in New York, reintroducing that policy could pick up some of the slack for places that have suffered due to staffing shortages and fewer customers. So whether you prefer a margarita, a martini, a Moscow Mule, maybe an Aperol Spritz like myself, have your glasses ready. And in the words of Governor Hochul, cheers, New York. Now, as the country marks 1 year since the Capitol riot, we're looking at how the big lie that the election was stolen is still believed by huge numbers of people. Here's NBC News senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson.
After rioters assaulted police, invaded the Speaker's office, and hunted the vice president on January 6th, there was a sense maybe this violent shock would put an end to the lie that drove the insurrection, the lie that the election was stolen.
Count me out. Enough is enough.
But 1 year later, the opposite has happened, with the so-called Stop the Steal movement growing even stronger inside the Republican Party.
The election fraud of 2020 presidential election. Nobody's ever seen anything like it.
The conspiracy theory promoted by former President Trump claims President Biden did not actually win the 2020 election. That's not true. Key swing states rechecked their vote totals. Georgia counted its ballots 3 times to be sure. A Republican-led audit in Arizona affirmed President Biden's win there, and courts rejected dozens of flimsy legal challenges put up by Mr. Trump's allies. And yet, nearly 3/4 of Republicans polled by NBC News now agree with what's known as the big lie.
What are the biggest warning signs that are flashing to you right now?
All of this is no longer about 2020. It's about the next election, when the loser doesn't like the outcome of the results, being able to more easily claim victory.
Colorado's Democratic Secretary of State Jena Griswold points out it's positions like hers, a state's top elections official, that keep the guardrails in place. But this year, about 2/3 of Republican candidates for that position in key swing states have questioned the results of the 2020 election.
The next time a candidate wants to reject the actual results of an election, it will be easier for them to do so. That's what this is all about.
Some of those Secretary of State candidates backed by Mr. Trump, who's endorsed Mark Fincham in Arizona.
By removing the fraud, Donald Trump won.
Election denier Christina Caramo in Michigan.
That makes us feel like they're complicit in stealing the election from the American people.
And Jody Hice in Georgia, a congressman who led an objection to his own state's results.
We have lost election integrity in Georgia. We have lost election confidence in Georgia.
And that Georgia race highlights what's at stake. Hice, who declined our request for an interview, is challenging the current Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, the man who famously resisted Mr. Trump's pressure to overturn Georgia's election results.
I just want to find 11,780 votes.
Raffensperger's refusal protected the legitimate results in Georgia, but he's been out fundraised by Hice.
Is this the GOP that you want to be a part of here?
I think that we need to realize that we have honest and fair elections, particularly in Georgia.
Before November 2020, most Republicans polled by NBC News thought their vote would be fairly counted. Now, fewer than half do, showing why the Stop the Steal movement is so problematic.
It shouldn't be controversial to say, if I cast my ballot for this person, then my ballot should be counted for that person. That should be the least controversial thing in American democracy, but somehow has become horrifyingly partisan.
The big lie, eroding confidence and our democracy. Hallie Jackson, NBC News, Washington.
Now in Washington, the nation will hear testimonials from members of Congress who were inside the House chamber on January 6th. Leading them will be Colorado's Democratic Congressman Jason Crow, who was holed up in the gallery when the mob stormed the Capitol. Today's show's Savannah Guthrie spoke with Crow about his experience and began by asking him what his most vivid memory was of that day.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove? You've already won more snowboarding golds than anyone else, ever. Maybe you're trying to prove you only get better with age, like a fine cheese or yogurt.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Nathan Chen equals power because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Crewses. See? Power.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
All right, welcome back. Now in Washington, the nation will hear testimonials from members of Congress who were inside the House chamber on January 6th. Leading them will be Colorado's Democratic Congressman Jason Crow, who was holed up in the gallery when the mob stormed the Capitol. The Today Show's Savannah Guthrie spoke with Crow about his experience and began by asking him what his most vivid memory is of that day.
I think it was sitting there huddled with my colleagues as we thought, how are we going to get our way out? Just being trapped, knowing we were surrounded by that mob. Many of us had called our families and you know, making that call that nobody ever wants to make, wondering if you'd ever see them again. Just remembering that moment and that about 20 minutes or so where we were trapped in the gallery was something that still sticks with us. And even watching those images and seeing those photos, I think is hard for many of us.
Yeah, you and many of those others that were trapped that day, the gallery group, about 20 of you, you've kept in touch, you've formed a kind of support group. What's it like every day since then? Is it hard to walk into the Capitol on some days? Do you or some of the others there feel that trauma still?
Well, people feel different ways, Savannah. You know, trauma impacts people in a variety of different ways. For me, it's not hard for me to go to the Capitol. I'm actually emboldened to go to the Capitol. I want to go back to that place, and I do that work. For me, it has reaffirmed my love of this country. It's reaffirmed that our democracy is about people. Our democracy is only as strong as the people who are willing to stand up and fight for it. And that's why I think there's an opportunity for us as a nation here as we reflect on this somber day. There's actually an opportunity for us to renew and re-engage with our democracy and to make this a year of democracy in action. And we're actually releasing a toolkit today that's going to give action items for Americans across our country to stand up and start doing that, to advocate, to volunteer and engage.
All right, that was Savannah Guthrie interviewing Jason Crow just moments ago on the Today Show. Now, NFL star Antonio Brown is defending himself for the first time since his surprising departure from Sunday's game that I'm sure you remember when he stripped off his jersey and left the field. Brown's now alleging he didn't quit, but was fired for refusing to play with a painful injury. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky has the latest on this story.
Yeah, we've been watching that moment play out over and over again, trying to figure out why it happened. Well, now wide receiver Antonio Brown is sharing his very different side of the story, saying that he was pressured to play in that Sunday game despite suffering from a badly injured ankle.
This morning, star wide receiver Antonio Brown on defense, sharing for the first time his version of what happened during Sunday's Bucs game against the Jets after his dramatic mid-game exit, stunning players and fans.
Antonio Brown, that's Antonio Brown without his uniform.
Brown says he was injured and in extreme pain, but ordered to play anyway, writing, "I didn't quit. I was cut. I didn't walk away from my brothers. I was thrown out." Adding, "They threw me out like an animal and I refused to wear their brand on my body, so I took my jersey off." Brown says he played as long as he could on a badly injured ankle before taking a seat on the sidelines. And that's when he says Bucs head coach Bruce Arians ordered him back on the field. He didn't call for medical attention. Instead, he shouted at me, "You're done," while he ran his finger across his throat. Brown also accused the team of trying to cover up his injury, writing, "Despite the pain, I suited up. The staff injected me with what I now know was a powerful and sometimes dangerous painkiller that the NFLPA has warned against using, and I gave it my all for the team." During a press conference Monday, Arians painted a different picture, saying the two never discussed an injury on the sideline of Sunday's game.
It was cleared to play last week, played good, cleared to play this week.
In his statement, Brown says an MRI revealed broken bone fragments and a torn ligament, vowing that once he's healthy, he will return to the NFL.
Now, we have reached out to the Bucs organization. They're declining to comment at this time, as well as the NFL. Meanwhile, Brown's still technically a part of the Bucs team because he has not been officially waived. However, it is highly unlikely he'll continue wearing that jersey in the future. We'll send it back to you.
Morgan Chesky, thank you so much. It's now time for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you. Dominic Chu is with us today. Hey, Dom, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Savannah. So we are getting a fresh snapshot of the state of the U.S. economy and the labor market this morning. The number of Americans filing for first-time unemployment benefits actually rose to 207,000. That's more than the economists were expecting. They were looking for 195,000. Also, the number of people filing for multiple weeks of unemployment benefits, or so-called continuing claims also rose to about 1.754 million. That was also higher than forecasts. Warner Media and ViacomCBS are exploring a possible sale of the CW network, which they jointly own. The Wall Street Journal reports one of the suitors is Nexstar Media. That's a large owner of CW local affiliates. The CW's programming caters primarily to teens and young adults. Warner, which produces many of its shows, has generated significant revenues selling those shows to Netflix and other streaming platforms. And get this, I like talking about food, and I know you like hearing about it. Taco Bell is launching a taco subscription service nationwide after testing it at select locations in Arizona. The Taco Lovers Pass is available exclusively through the fast food chain's mobile app. It lets fans choose one of 7 tacos per day for 30 consecutive days. And the cost, Savannah, $10. I will just tell you right now, sign me up. I am getting a taco subscription.
Yeah, okay, a taco subscription is amazing. Also, Dom, you don't know about this, I don't think, because Bertha has been with us the last few days. And Bertha has ended our CNBC Money Minute over the last 2 days with a story about Little Caesars, then Chipotle, then KFC, and now you're hitting Taco Bell. And I am ready to cancel the CNBC Money Minute because you guys make me crave fast food before 9 a.m.
So here's the problem, Savannah. I mean, you and I work morning news. We've already been up for hours at this point. It's lunchtime for us. Yes.
Yeah, but it's not lunchtime for fast food. It's a new year, new me, you know the whole thing. All right,
Somebody
Dom.
says, hey, Savannah, just if you can get me pad thai at 9 in the morning, I would love you for it.
We can figure that out, I'm sure. All right, Dom. Thank you. Good to see you. Now, many people have the same New Year's resolution. Maybe eat healthy, like I just said, or exercise more, of course, and that makes January the busiest time for gyms across the country. But as COVID cases surge, many health and fitness clubs are feeling the burn, with more than 20% of them permanently closing due to the pandemic. That totals more than 9,000 locations. Here's NBC's Vicky Nguyen.
Welcoming a new year can mean ringing in a new you. But with Omicron flexing its might, gyms across the country are feeling the COVID crunch.
Typically in January, this is a busy time of year. People making resolutions. Are people rushing to get back into gyms?
Unfortunately, Vicki, we are not seeing that.
According to the International Health, Racquet and Sports Club Association, in the U.S., 22% of health and fitness clubs have permanently closed during the pandemic, totaling more than 9,000 locations and eliminating 1.5 million jobs.
Before this last variant, our gyms were somewhere between 65 and 70% at capacity, which is really about breaking even. We are really, really struggling.
IHRSA President and CEO Liz Clark says the hard-hit industry hasn't received any federal relief money after losing $30 billion in revenue. Gyms struggling to retain members fed up with changing mask and vaccine rules, as they also face the challenge of implementing new technology to give members remote options, with small businesses taking the biggest hit. But some chains contend they're in good shape after pumping up cleaning protocols, improving ventilation, and following state and local mandates. While Crunch reports a continued growth in membership, Planet Fitness says membership levels have reached 97% of its pre-pandemic all-time peak. Businesses that remained flexible capitalized on the consumer demand for working out at home.
20-minute full body strength coming your way.
Last year, sales of home fitness equipment were up nearly 100% over 2019. And in late 2020, fitness companies like Peloton pedaled their way to major earnings, the stationary bike maker tripling its revenue to $758 million. Victoria Busby, a former boxer and gym rat, ramped up her personal training business by pivoting to live online and recorded classes.
What do you think about the move to working out at home?
The reason why I love personal training is watching people grow, helping people feel confident in themselves. And I think being able to do it at home, it's so much more convenient. It takes so much less time out of your day. Plus, you don't need all those bells and whistles.
Victoria says all you need is a little motivation, some good music, and a place to sweat. She'll take care of the rest.
Let's do it. Let's have a great class.
What do you say to people who are skeptical that you can get a really good workout at home?
Try it.
Well, okay. Time to summon some big win energy.
This is one of my go-to pre-workout stretches.
I'm hearing a lot of snap, crackling, and popping over here.
Cool. And one. Go right back into that down dog.
I mean, have we even been doing this for 5 minutes? My whole body is like burning.
We're nice and loose. Warm up, a little bit of a sweat. We want to try to keep our shoulders here and our abs tight. Let's go, let's go. Ski, ski, ski. 3, 2, and time. My quads are burning. Shake it out, shake it out.
Just to be able to do all that with just my body weight, no special equipment, a small space and corner in my house, that was awesome. Thank you.
You are a rock star.
I'm panting so hard now.
Whether you choose to feel the burn at home or at the gym, fitness industry experts say there are more options than ever to exercise.
All right, yeah, Vicky, kicking off the new year right. And coming up, further proof that no good deed goes unnoticed. How a billboard in Virginia kicked off one very special donor chain. We'll tell you what that is and how it gave hope to a dozen people. That's up next.
We began our Cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin. Here in Nashville, from Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last one. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone.
Golf now. Download the app and go play.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
CNBC premiere episodes of Shark Tank back to back.
Sounds expensive.
Too much?
You're now in the lexicon of the craziest pitches ever on Shark Tank.
Tune in Tuesdays.
Why would you want one shark when you can have two?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What goes around certainly came around in an amazing way for a group of 12 people who created a chain of kidney donors and recipients. NBC News senior national correspondent Kate Snow joins us now with more on this incredible story. Hi, Kate. Good morning. It's great to see you with this good news story.
Hey. I know, right? Some good news finally. I do a lot of bad news, Savannah. This is great. Every year, more than 100,000 people in the U.S. are waiting for a kidney transplant. Only about 17,000 will actually receive one. So it can be hard to find a match, even among families. So in a donor chain, someone who isn't a match for a local patient, maybe a family member, agrees to instead donate to a patient at another hospital. And then that hospital arranges a donor to give to the next hospital, and so on. Each step of the chain helping a stranger until eventually it comes back to the place that it started. This chain of 12 people was one of the fastest ever.
It all started with a visually striking billboard in Virginia, an artist in search of a kidney donor.
I saw it twice, maybe it means something that I saw it a second time.
Innova Health had already found a donor for the woman on the billboard, but 25-year-old Garrett Canning decided to still give a kidney. That started a chain that would pass through 6 states across the eastern U.S. The first recipient, a 32-year-old woman at Vanderbilt in Tennessee. Her friend, a mom of 6, sent her kidney to Jason Gentry in Lansing, Michigan. We gathered most of the participants together on a Zoom.
So because of Garrett seeing that billboard, Jason, you have a kidney now.
I received an awesome gift. Yeah, thank you.
Jason had been struggling to find the energy to go fishing with his son, exhausted after teaching second graders all day. Not anymore.
A friend of mine has referred to my kidney as the Incredible Hulk kidney.
How long had you been on the list waiting?
It would have been 4 years in November. Wow. It's been just amazing how great I feel.
Lisa Klaus had heard about Jason in her church newsletter. When she wasn't a match for him, she had agreed to help form a chain.
Whatever we need to do, let's do this.
So you gave your kidney to Brian at Wake Forest. Have you met Brian yet?
I have not.
Hey, Brian.
Hi,
Brian. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm great. Bless you. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure to meet you.
Absolutely. I'm so happy that so many people were helped out, but I cannot explain what a blessing this has been for me.
I've been waiting to see what my angel looks like, and so it's it was an honor to finally see you.
Brian Holloway's church friend in North Carolina, a father of 3, donated to Kathy Soders in Ohio, her 3rd transplant.
How are you doing?
I'm doing great, actually. Fabulous. I can't believe how great I feel.
A huge change from last year when Kathy's husband had posted a plea for a donor on Facebook.
Jennifer, you saw it on Facebook. Tell me what happened inside you.
It really wasn't even a choice for me. I'm sorry, I'm getting all emotional already. It really wasn't even a choice. I probably didn't even get through half the post and I was already on the phone to my Uncle Matt. I just told Aunt Kathy, I said, whatever we need to do, we'll do it.
Jennifer Abel didn't match her aunt, but she could donate to a man in New Jersey, prompting a New Jersey donor to complete the chain, sending Hung Dao a kidney, a patient at Innova in Virginia, where all of this started.
Never stop waiting and still live positive, and you're gonna get a gift one day real soon like me.
That's beautiful. You're saying never give up hope.
I want to say to all of the donors, because all of you made this happen for each of us. Not just one of you, all of you. This chain would not exist without you. So thank you. And thank you is way too small of a word.
People like Lisa are just awesome because she didn't know who I was. She didn't know who I voted for. She doesn't know what my beliefs are. She just wanted to be able to change somebody's life.
For the donors, it's been life-changing too.
You just get to a point in your life where you realize that you see the bigger picture.
Jason, you said this gives you faith, this chain.
Yeah, it does. You know, it gives me faith in just humankind.
It took less than a month to choreograph all of this. That is really fast, Savannah. The donors say that they bounced back quickly, too. Garrett, who's young, was actually in a wedding just weeks after the surgery. Also worth mentioning that there is financial support available to help donors with travel and expenses. They are really hoping, Savannah, that sharing this story will inspire some other donors.
Oh, my gosh, Kate, a good news story, but holy moly, I'm totally crying. I mean, when he said, I've been waiting, I can barely even say it. I've been waiting to see what my angel looks like. Oh, my goodness. Kate, thank you. Incredible story. Yeah. And that does it for this hour of Morning News Now, but the news continues right now. I'm Savannah Sellers. Joe is off this morning. Right now on Morning News Now, remembering the riot. Today marks 1 year since that dark day in American history when a violent mob protesting the results of the presidential election stormed the U.S. Capitol and clashed with police as Congress attempted to certify Joe Biden's victory. Since the attack, hundreds of arrests have been made. But for prosecutors and lawmakers, the investigation into that deadly day is far from over.
Without addressing the root causes of the violence on January 6th, the insurrection will not be an aberration. It could well
become the norm.
This morning, commemorations planned in Washington and beyond, and authorities on alert for any signs of violence. We have team coverage as the nation remembers. COVID confusion, new CDC guidance fueling frustrations as the winter wave continues. We'll break down the new rules on isolation, plus this flu season posing a twin threat to public health. What we're learning about the so-called flu-rona. Yep, that's a thing, how you can keep yourself and your loved ones safe. Tragedy in Philadelphia, a city in mourning and an investigation underway after a house fire killed at least a dozen people, more than half of them children. What we're learning from witnesses and what authorities say may be to blame. And Saved by the Bread, a story about rising to the occasion, how drivers trapped for hours on an icy interstate in Virginia got some much-needed sustenance thanks to a couple who spotted a bread truck stuck in the traffic jam. Of course, that's really a story about people helping each other while they were stuck out there. It's been 1 year since the U.S. Capitol was stormed, really the symbol of American democracy. It came under attack. Trump supporters stormed the Capitol in an effort to disrupt the transfer of power and overturn the election. Federal prosecutors searched social media for evidence to bring people who committed crimes to justice and found alleged rioters in all 50 states. In the years since the insurrection, more than 700 arrests have been made, with more than 150 guilty pleas and dozens of convictions. As for the former president, as you know, he was impeached, but ultimately acquitted, with 43 Republicans, including Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, voting not to convict him. And while the Capitol has been cleaned up and the physical damage has been repaired, the damage done emotionally to those there, to all of us, and to our democracy runs deep. So how far have we come, and where do we go next? We're joined by a whole team this morning to mark 1 year since the attack on the Capitol. We begin with Capitol Hill correspondent Leanne Caldwell, who was there that day 1 year ago. Leanne, good morning. Thanks for being with us to kick this morning off. So January 6th was, of course, this unprecedented day in American history, and we've been marking the occasion all week here on NBC News. But also, how do Congress and the White House plan to mark the occasion? Tell us what's laid out for today.
Good morning, Savannah. Yeah, it's hard to believe that it's already been a year. But what Congress is doing today, there are going to be very solemn ceremonies today marking that anniversary. There's not going to be any celebration or a lot of outpouring of there's probably going to be a lot of outpouring of emotion, I should say, but it's not going to be high-spirited. Let's just say that. There are going to be a group of senators who make speeches on the Senate floor. President Biden, Vice President Harris is coming to the Capitol this morning to commemorate that day. Speaker Pelosi is going to hold a conversation with historians and people to put that day into perspective. And then the day on the Hill ends with a prayer vigil. But it is worth noting that this commemoration is going to be partisan. It is only Democrats who are going to be participating in the actual official ceremonies today. Republicans are not around. Leader McCarthy is not going to be in Washington, and Leader McConnell is going to be at a funeral for a late senator. So this is going to be a day that is commemorated publicly anyway by Democrats.
Now, Leanne,
This is an NBC News special report. Attack on the Capitol, 1 year later. Here is Savannah Guthrie.
Good morning, everybody, from Washington. As we come on the air from the nation's capital, 1 full year has passed since the attack here. So many questions remain this morning about how things unfolded that day, what it means for our democracy, and who bears responsibility. We've got special coverage this morning of the commemoration events taking place here in Washington, D.C., starting with the president, who will address the nation from Statuary Hall in Congress. He has arrived just a few minutes ago and is expected to speak, as well as the vice president. At noon Eastern, a moment of silence will be held on the House floor, followed by discussions and testimonials from people who were trapped in the violence that day, and a prayer vigil on the steps of the Capitol is planned as well. Before we hear from the president, let's bring in NBC's chief White House correspondent, Peter Alexander. The president is going to take the podium any moment now. Peter, what do you expect him to say? What's the tone he's trying to set today?
Well, he's certainly trying to set the tone for this day, Savannah, by speaking early on this day. And I'm told by White House officials that he'll be both forceful and direct, that he will lay the blame for January 6th at the feet of his predecessor, former President Donald Trump. Though he may not mention him by name, the White House says it will be very clear who he's speaking about over the course of his remarks today, that he will say that he is singularly responsible for the events of that day. And it's notable that the president will be delivering these remarks at the Capitol in Statuary Hall, of course, that very chamber that was overrun by insurrectionists 1 year ago today. The president, as he arrived on the Capitol moments ago, saying to reporters that he prays that we will never see another day like we did on this day a year ago. He says, that's what I am here for. And as you look at those dramatic pictures from a year ago, the president will note that the risk to our democracy is not gone, that the threat has not been erased. It's a real concern for this White House. The president will make some mention of voting rights today, but really will focus on that more broadly next week when he travels to Atlanta in a separate speech. But Savannah, the president will be delivering some of his toughest remarks yet about this, a speech less about the sort of durability of our union, but really the danger of its potential collapse if this threat is allowed to exist.
And we've got our eyes on the podium there. The first person we expect to see is the Vice President Kamala Harris, then followed by President Biden. And I see them walking into the room right now. We should mention also that the January 6th committee, the congressional committee investigating, continues its work, its pace, and also the Department of Justice looking at criminal liability, having already prosecuted hundreds of cases. Let's listen to the Vice President.
Certain dates echo throughout history, including dates that instantly remind all who have lived through them where they were and what they were doing when our democracy came under assault. Dates that occupy not only a place on our calendars, but a place in our collective memory. December 7th, 1941, September 11th, 2001, and January 6th, 2021. On that day, I was not only Vice President-elect, I was also a United States Senator. And I was here at the Capitol that morning at a classified hearing with fellow members of the Senate Intelligence Committee. Hours later, the gates of the Capitol were breached. I had left, but my thoughts immediately turned not only to my colleagues, but to my staff, who had been forced to seek refuge in our office, converting filing cabinets into barricades. What the extremists who roamed these halls targeted was not only the lives of elected leaders. What they sought to degrade and destroy was not only a building, hallowed as it is. What they were assaulting were the institutions, the values, the ideals that generations of Americans have marched, picketed, and shed blood to establish and defend. On January 6th, we all saw what our nation would look like if the forces who seek to dismantle our democracy are successful. The lawlessness, the violence, the chaos. What was at stake then and now is the right to have our future decided the way the Constitution prescribes it, by we, the people, all the people. We cannot let our future be decided by those bent on silencing our voices, overturning our votes, and peddling lies and misinformation by some radical faction that may be newly resurgent, but whose roots run old and deep. When I meet with young people, they often ask about the state of our democracy, about January 6th. And what I tell them is January 6th reflects the dual nature of democracy, its fragility and its strength. You see, the strength of democracy is the rule of law. The strength of democracy is the principle that everyone should be treated equally, that elections should be free and fair, that corruption should be given no quarter. The strength of democracy is that it empowers the people. And the fragility of democracy is this, that if we are not vigilant, if we do not defend it, democracy simply will not stand. It will falter and fail. The violent assault that took place here, the very fact of how close we came to an election overturned, that reflects the fragility of democracy. Yet, the resolve I saw in our elected leaders when I returned to the Senate chamber that night, their resolve not to yield, but to certify the election, their loyalty not to party or person, but to the Constitution of the United States, that reflects its strength. And so, of course, does the heroism of the Capitol Police, the DC Metropolitan Police Department, the National Guard, and other law enforcement officers who answered the call that day, including those who later succumbed to wounds, both visible and invisible. Our thoughts are with all of the families who have lost a loved one. You know, I wonder, how will January 6th come to be remembered in the years ahead? Will it be remembered as a moment that accelerated the unraveling of the oldest, greatest democracy in the world? Or a moment when we decided to secure and strengthen our democracy for generations to come? The American spirit is being tested. The answer to whether we will meet that test resides where it always has resided in our country, with you, the people. And the work ahead will not be easy. Here in this very building, a decision will be made about whether we uphold the right to vote and ensure free and fair elections. Let's be clear, we must pass the voting rights bills that are now before the Senate. And the American people must also do something more. We cannot sit on the sidelines. We must unite in defense of our democracy in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and to our prosperity and posterity. That is the preamble of the Constitution that President Biden and I swore an oath to uphold and defend. And that is the enduring promise of the United States of America. My fellow Americans, it is my honor to introduce a public servant with the character and fortitude to meet this moment, a leader whose life's work has been moving our nation toward that more perfect union, President Joe Biden.
Madam Vice President, my fellow Americans, to state the obvious, 1 year ago today, in this sacred place, democracy was attacked, simply attacked. The will of the people was under assault. The Constitution, our Constitution, faced the gravest of threats. Outnumbered in the face of a brutal attack, the Capitol Police, the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department, the National Guard, and other brave law enforcement officials saved the rule of law. Our democracy held. We, the people, endured. We, the people, prevailed. For the first time in our history, a president had not just lost an election, he tried to prevent the peaceful transfer of power as a violent mob breached the Capitol. But they failed. They failed. And on this day of remembrance, we must make sure that such attack never happens again. I'm speaking to you today from Statuary Hall in the United States Capitol. This is where the House of Representatives met for 50 years in the decades leading up to the Civil War. This is on this floor. It's where young Congressman of Illinois, Abraham Lincoln, sat at desk 191. Above him, above us, over that door leading into the rotunda, is a sculpture depicting Cleo, the muse of history. In her hands, an open book in which she records the events taking place in this chamber below. Cleo stood watch over this hall 1 year ago today, as she has for more than 200 years. She recorded what took place, the real history, the real facts, the real truth, the facts and the truth that Vice President Harris just shared, and that you and I and the whole world saw with our own eyes. The Bible tells us that we shall know the truth, and the truth shall make us free. We shall know the truth. Well, here is the God's truth about January 6, 2021. Close your eyes. Go back to that day. What do you see? Rioters rampaging, waving for the first time inside this Capitol, Confederate flag that symbolized the cause to destroy America, to rip us apart. Even during the Civil War, that never, ever happened. But it happened here in 2021. What else do you see? A mob breaking windows, kicking in doors, breaching the Capitol, American flags on poles being used as weapons, as spears, fire extinguishers being thrown at the heads of police officers. A crowd that professes their love for law enforcement assaulted those police officers, dragged them, sprayed them, stomped on them. Over 140 police officers were injured. We all heard the police officers who were there that day testify to what happened. One officer called it, quote, a medieval battle, and that he was more afraid that day than he was fighting the war in Iraq. They've repeatedly asked since that day, how dare anyone diminish, belittle, or deny the hell they were put through? We saw with our own eyes. Rioters menaced these halls, threatening the life of the Speaker of the House, literally erecting gallows to hang the Vice President of the United States of America. But what did we not see? We didn't see a former president who had just rallied the mob to attack, sitting in the private dining room off the Oval Office in the White House, watching it all on television and doing nothing for hours as police were assaulted, lives at risk, the nation's capital under siege. This wasn't a group of tourists. This was an armed insurrection. They weren't looking to uphold the will of the people. They were looking to deny the will of the people. They weren't looking to uphold a free and fair election. They were looking to overturn one. They weren't looking to save the cause of America. They were looking to subvert the Constitution. This isn't about being bogged down in the past. This is about making sure the past isn't buried. That's the only way forward. That's what great nations do. They don't bury the truth. They face up to it. Sounds like hyperbole, but that's the truth. They face up to it. We are a great nation. My fellow Americans, in life there's truth, and tragically there are lies. Lies conceived and spread for profit and power. We must be absolutely clear about what is true and what is a lie. And here's the truth. The former President of the United States of America has created and spread a web of lies about the 2020 election. He's done so because he values power over principle, because he sees his own interest as more important than his country's interest, than America's interest, and because his bruised ego matters more to him than our democracy or our Constitution. He can't accept he lost, even though that's what 93 United States senators, his own attorney general, his own vice president, governors and state officials in every battleground state have all said he lost. That's what 81 million of you did as you voted for a new way forward. He has done what no president in American history, the history of this country, has ever done. He refused to accept the results of an election and the will of the American people. While some courageous men and women in the Republican Party are standing against it, trying to uphold the principle of that party, too many others are transforming that party into something else. They seem no longer to want to be the party of Lincoln, Eisenhower, Reagan, the Bushes. But whatever my other disagreements are with Republicans who support the rule of law and not the rule of a single man, I will always seek to work together with them to find shared solutions where possible. Because if we have a shared belief in democracy, then anything is possible, anything. And so at this moment, we must decide, what kind of nation are we going to be? Are we going to be a nation that accepts political violence as a norm? Are we going to be a nation where we allow partisan election officials to overturn the legally expressed will of the people? Are we going to be a nation that lives not by the light of the truth, but in the shadow of lies? We cannot allow ourselves to be that kind of nation. The way forward is to recognize the truth and to live by it. The big lie being told by the former president and many Republicans who fear his wrath is that the insurrection in this country actually took place on Election Day, November 3rd, 2020. Think about that. Is that what you thought? Is that what you thought when you voted that day? Taking part in an insurrection? Is that what you thought you were doing? Or did you think you were carrying out your highest duty as a citizen and voting? The former president's supporters are trying to rewrite history. They want you to see Election Day as the day of insurrection. And the riot that took place here on January 6th as a true expression of the will of the people. Can you think of a more twisted way to look at this country, to look at America? I cannot. Here's the truth. The election of 2020 was the greatest demonstration of democracy in the history of this country. More of you voted in that election than have ever voted in all of American history. Over 150 million Americans went to the polls and voted that day. In a pandemic, some at great risk to their lives. They should be applauded, not attacked. Right now, in state after state, new laws are being written, not to protect the vote, but to deny it. Not only to suppress the vote, but to subvert it. Not to strengthen or protect our democracy, but because the former president lost, instead of looking at the election results from 2020 and saying they need new ideas or better ideas to win more votes, the former president and his supporters have decided the only way for them to win is to suppress your vote and subvert our elections. It's wrong. It's undemocratic. And frankly, it's un-American. The second big lie being told by the former president and his supporters is that the results of the election of 2020 can't be trusted. The truth is that no election in American history has been more closely scrutinized or more carefully counted. Every legal challenge questioning the results in every court in this country that could have been made was made and was rejected. Often rejected by Republican-appointed judges, including judges appointed by the former president himself, from state courts to the United States Supreme Court. Recounts were undertaken in state after state. Georgia counted its results 3 times, with 1 recount by hand. Phony partisan audits were undertaken long after the election in several states. None changed the results. And in some of them, the irony is the margin of victory actually grew slightly. So let's speak plainly about what happened in 2020. Even before the first ballot was cast, the former president was preemptively sowing doubt about the election results. He built his lie over months. It wasn't based on any facts. He was just looking for an excuse, a pretext, to cover for the truth. He's not just a former president. He's a defeated former president. Defeated by a margin of over 7 million of your votes in a full and free and fair election. There is simply zero proof the election results were inaccurate. In fact, in every venue where evidence had to be produced, an oath to tell the truth had to be taken, the former president failed to make his case. Just think about this. The former president and his supporters have never been able to explain how they accept as accurate the other election results that took place on November 3rd. The elections for governor, United States Senate, House of Representatives. Elections which they closed the gap in the House. They challenged none of that. President's name was first. Then we went down the line. Governors, senators, House Representatives. Somehow those results are accurate on the same ballot. But the presidential race was flawed. And on the same ballot, the same day, cast by the same voters. The only difference, the former president didn't lose those races. He just lost the one that was his own. Finally, the third big lie being told by a former president and his supporters is that the mob who sought to impose their will through violence are the nation's true patriots. Is that what you thought when you looked at the mob ransacking the Capitol, destroying property, literally defecating in the hallways, rifling through the desks of senators and representatives, hunting down members of Congress? Patriots? Not in my view. To me, the true patriots were the more than 150 Americans who peacefully expressed their vote at the ballot box. The election workers who protected the integrity of the vote, and the heroes who defended this Capitol. You can't love your country only when you win. You can't obey the law only when it's convenient. You can't be patriotic when you embrace and enable lies. Those who stormed this Capitol, and those who instigated and incited, and those who called on them to do so, held a dagger at the throat of America, at American democracy. They didn't come here out of patriotism or principle. They came here in rage, not in service of America, but rather in service of one man. Those who incited the mob, the real plotters who were desperate to deny the certification of this election, defy the will of the voters. But their plot was foiled. Congressmen, Democrats and Republicans stayed. Senators, representatives, staff, they finished their work the Constitution demanded. They honored their oath to defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Look, folks, now it's up to all of us, to we the people, to stand for the rule of law, to preserve the flame of democracy, to keep the promise of America alive. The promise is at risk, targeted by the forces that value brute strength over the sanctity of democracy, fear over hope, personal gain over public good. Make no mistake about it, we're living at an inflection point in history, both at home and abroad. We're engaged anew in a struggle between democracy and autocracy, between the aspirations of the many and the greed of the few, between the people's right of self-determination and the self-seeking autocrat. From China to Russia and beyond, they're betting that democracy's days are numbered. They've actually told me democracy is too slow, too bogged down by division to succeed in today's rapidly changing, complicated world. And they're betting. They're betting America will become more like them and less like us. They're betting that America is a place for the autocrat, the dictator, the strongman. I do not believe that. That is not who we are. That is not who we have ever been. And that is not who we should ever, ever be. Our founding fathers, as imperfect as they were, set in motion an experiment that changed the world, literally changed the world. Here in America, the people would rule. Power would be transferred peacefully, never at the tip of a spear or the barrel of a gun. They committed to paper an idea that they couldn't live up to, but an idea that couldn't be constrained. Yes, in America, all people are created equal. We reject the view that if you succeed, I fail. If you get ahead, I fall behind. If I hold you down, I somehow lift myself up. The former president who lies about this election and the mob that attacked this Capitol could not be further away from the core American values. They want to rule or they will ruin. Ruin what our country fought for at Lexington and Concord, at Gettysburg and Omaha Beach, Seneca Falls, Selma, Alabama. What we were fighting for? The right to vote, the right to govern ourselves, the right to determine our own destiny. With rights come responsibilities. The responsibility to see each other as neighbors, Maybe we disagree with that neighbor, but they're not an adversary. Responsibility to accept defeat. Then get back in the arena and try again the next time to make your case. The responsibility to see that America is an idea. An idea requires vigilant stewardship. As we stand here today, 1 year since January 6, 2021, the lies that drove the anger and madness we saw in this place, they have not abated. So we have to be firm, resolute, and unyielding in our defense of the right to vote and to have that vote counted. Some have already made the ultimate sacrifice in this sacred effort. Jill and I have mourned police officers in this Capitol Rotunda, not once but twice in the wake of January 6th. Once to honor Officer Brian Sicknick, who lost his life the day after the attack, and a second time to honor Officer Billy Evans, who lost his life defending this Capitol as well. We think about the others who lost their lives and were injured, and everyone living with the trauma of that day, from those defending this Capitol to members of Congress in both parties and their staffs, to reporters, cafeteria workers, custodial workers, and their families. Don't kid yourself. The pain and scars from that day run deep. I've said it many times, and it's no more true or real than we think about the events of January 6th. We are in a battle for the soul of America. A battle that by the grace of God and the goodness and greatness of this nation, we will win. Believe me, I know how difficult democracy is, and I'm crystal clear about the threats America faces. But I also know that our darkest days can lead to light and hope. From the death and destruction, as the Vice President referenced in Pearl Harbor, came the triumph over the forces of fascism. From the brutality of Bloody Sunday on the Edmund Pettus Bridge came historic voting rights legislation. So now let's step up, write the next chapter in American history, where January 6th marks not the end of democracy, but the beginning of a renaissance of liberty and fair play. I did not seek this fight brought to this Capitol 1 year ago today, but I will not shrink from it either. I will stand in this breach. I will defend this nation, and I will allow no one to place a dagger at the throat of democracy. We will make sure the will of the people is heard, that the ballot prevails, not violence, that authority in this nation will always be peacefully transferred. I believe the power of the presidency and the purpose is to unite this nation, not divide it, to lift us up, not tear us apart, to be about us, not about me. Deep in the heart of America burns a flame, lit almost 250 years ago, of liberty, freedom, and equality. This is not a land of kings or dictators or autocrats. We're a nation of laws, of order, not chaos, of peace, not violence. Here in America, the people rule through the ballot, and their will prevails. So let us remember, together, we're one nation, under God, indivisible. That today, tomorrow, and forever at our best, we are the United States of America. God bless you all. May God protect our troops. And may God bless those who stand watch over our democracy.
President Biden speaking at Statuary Hall, the site of chaos, mayhem, and bloodshed 1 year ago, January 6, 2021, to mark a somber occasion and remind the country of what is at stake at this very hour. The president saying our democracy held, we the people endured. I want to bring in Chuck Todd, our political director, moderator of Meet the Press. That this speech was also notable that the president really went after, in a damning indictment, the former president for his actions and lack of action that day, and a piece by piece, point by point taking down of the lies that have been told about the 2020 election. Chuck, it was pretty remarkable to see President Biden do that.
It was, because he's really avoided it for the first year that he But in talking with some advisors to him, it was clear they believed this was the right time and the right occasion to use the bully pulpit to do what he did today, point by point, that he went after each one of the lies. I thought, using the common sense one is, how can Republicans have gained House seats on the same ballot that somehow Donald Trump doesn't believe is accurate? So I thought it was an important moment that he did do this. He hadn't done it before. This is important for now, and it's important for the history books here. It's interesting. I've noticed some want to call this that somehow the president's politicizing. I think you only believe this is a politicized speech or a partisan speech if you somehow accept some of former President Trump's beliefs about what happened in this election. If you believe that this was a free and fair election, there wasn't a lot that was partisan in this speech. This was a full-throated defense of the American democracy in a way we've not heard it from this president before, Savannah.
Now, let me turn to Peter Alexander on that, because it didn't used to be a partisan thing, actually, to be in favor of democracy. That was the one thing Republicans and Democrats could agree on. And yet we do see in the public opinion polls in the Republican Party, fully 71% believe that the 2020 election was somehow fraudulent, that Donald Trump is the rightful president, and that Joe Biden is illegitimate. That's a mainstream view in the Republican Party right now.
Yes, Savannah, that's exactly right. But broadly across the country, nearly 4 in 10 Americans still do not believe that President Biden was rightfully elected now more than a year ago. This was a speech that really felt like, as Chuck indicated, something the president has wanted to say for quite a time, though he has been reluctant to do it until now. And he used language that was particularly sharp about his predecessor, Donald Trump, a man who liked to always cast himself as a winner. On that, the president used words like lost, defeated, and failed. But he also raised another issue about the real threat that exists going forward, and that's the threat that exists in the states right now, where a lot of Republican legislatures are trying to change those voter rights in those states, to change the laws in a way that may impact future elections. And that's what is a real concern, not just for this administration, but frankly for this country right now. The belief that the big lie does still exist and that they must continue to pursue that going forward in a way to try to regain power. The president on this day really delivering what I think was one of his most forceful, one of his most direct speeches, and perhaps one of the best he's given to this point.
Let's bring in Pete Williams here, because there is, of course, an investigation, couple of investigations. The Department of Justice has prosecuted more than 700 cases in terms of the rioters who were there that day. You also have the January 6th Congressional Committee, which is looking at those in the White House, those in the inner circle, the conduct, the security failures. Pete, where do those investigations stand?
Well, for the FBI, 700 and counting, very much counting, actively so, looking at least another 350 people, 250 of which were accused of or suspected of assaulting law enforcement officers. And the FBI is still going through photos and videos seeking public tip. And also, Savannah, don't forget that just the night before the rally, somebody, and the rally and the riot at the Capitol, somebody planted pipe bombs at the headquarters of the Democratic and Republican National Committees, and the FBI is trying to figure that out. The Attorney General yesterday said the Justice Department is committed to holding anyone responsible criminally for the acts at the Capitol, whether they were there that day or not, anyone at any level. So a lot of people are reading lots into that speech. But I think it's fair to say that the Justice Department is a long way from having the evidence that would be required to charge White House officials, although they are certainly making the point that nothing is off the table.
The Department of Justice continues to look at those matters, as does this congressional committee chaired by Liz Cheney, the Republican, and Benny Thompson, the Democrat. There are many events to mark this day in the building behind me. They're just getting underway, including a moment of silence at noon. We will have live coverage here on NBC, MSNBC, NBCNews.com, and streaming on NBC News Now. Most of you will now return to the Today Show. I'm Savannah Guthrie in Washington, D.C. This has been an NBC News special report.
Democracy grow, and we've seen the setbacks, we've seen all the ugly and all the beautiful. I feel more than anything hopeful to do my part and contribute.
So is Ezra Meyer, an officer with his campus's college Republicans. He says he wants to distance himself from the people who supported the attack.
I think the actions of criminals are being used to paint a picture of everyone who feels conservative in this country, and that's really unfair. And it's really frustrating for a lot of conservatives to be painted as criminals.
January 6th may have turned many Gen Zers off to politics altogether. Jessica Carpenter says politicians might draw them back by focusing on solutions and getting things done.
When they don't see follow through, or they're kind of let down again by political leaders, it just reinstates that thought of why should I participate in this?
Today, Jessica leads marketing for Bridge USA, a nonprofit that promotes bipartisan engagement on college campuses. Manu Meal is its founder and CEO. He says January 6th presented an opportunity, and his peers need to step up.
So if you're going to live in the most ambitious democratic experiment in the history of humanity, and you say, are we going to have challenges? Absolutely. We're the most diverse, most armed, most technologically advanced, most democratic society that the planet has ever seen. Think about it like that. And when that's what we've got to lose, we've got a lot to fight for.
Our thanks to Joshua Johnson for that interesting and important conversation, as those are our youngest voters. And coming up, the future of work becoming the present thanks to the pandemic. We'll look at the ways technology has made it easier to do your job remotely. That's next on Morning News Now.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Welcome to the Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes, back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. The pandemic led many people to work remotely, some for nearly 2 years now. You may be watching us from home, which is also now your office. NBC News investigative and consumer correspondent Vicky Nguyen shows us how new technology has made it possible for workers to collaborate from anywhere.
After nearly 2 years of working from home and countless remote meetings, including a few blunders.
I'm here live. I'm not a cat.
Which is one reason why multiple Fortune 500 companies are turning to virtual reality.
Equipped with this headset and these controllers, employees from around the world can meet and work together. And the idea is they all feel like they're in the same place at one time. Okay, so I have my headset on and boom, wow, look at this view. We're in what looks like a really sleek design studio. With me now is Guy Messick. He is the Director of Design Intelligence for IA Interior Architects. Okay, Guy, where are we right now, and how does this help the workforce to be in an environment like this?
Well, this is a custom version of our new Atlanta office, and it helps by taking what we liked best about real-world meetings and transforming that into virtual space. So trying to go in a more human way, in a more connected way, no matter where you are in the world.
I actually feel like I'm here in this space with you in a weird way that I wouldn't on a 2D video call.
And you find yourself forgetting that we're in very different places? Like it just seems natural very quickly.
Okay, Guy, let's take this conversation back into the real world for a sec, okay? Well, well, well. There you are. We're back to reality now.
This is quite a bit different, isn't it?
Do you think this is the future of how we're going to work?
I think it is the now and the near future of how we're going to work.
The virtual space allows for more than just meetings. It provides a sense of connection.
I've got my drink. Cheers.
Cheers.
And check this out, natural features like blades of grass blowing in the breeze and rippling water in the pool. You can make presentations on whiteboards, stick up a Post-it note, even write messages in midair. Staff can interact in ways they can't in real life, changing the scale of furniture with a wave of the hand.
So you could bring it up to life size.
Wow.
Or back down again like that. So a car might be used by an automotive company to have a conversation about a new model with their dealers or stakeholders.
Guy, what's over there on that giant monitor?
Well, this is a representation of a virtual reality of a new project in Dublin we're working on for a client.
From virtual reality to robots.
Check this out. From anywhere in the world with an internet connection, I can log on to this robot and feel like I'm in the office. And look, I can even move my little robot body. Hey, Michelle. Hi, Joe. How you guys doing?
Hey, Vicky.
Does it seem like I'm in the office with you?
Kind of. We're having a conversation at least.
This is cool. Let me see how close I can get before it gets weird. Too close? Just a little. The personal space rules still apply with the robot?
Yeah, you're kind of in Michelle's personal space right now.
The Omni robot is being used in healthcare for doctors to talk to patients, in education, connecting teachers with students, even retail, allowing employees to check inventory.
From collaborating with colleagues who are in the office
to navigating in a virtual one, technology is allowing us to work from home and be in the office at the same time.
Okay, well, that was very cool, and I wish we just had a little robot Vicky here with us now. Thanks, Vicky, for that. Now, 2 people are waking up in a new tax bracket this morning after winning big in last night's Powerball drawing. There were 2 winning tickets sold in the $632 million jackpot. One was sold at this 7-Eleven in Sacramento and another in Wisconsin. It was the 7th largest jackpot in Powerball history. The winning numbers were 6, 14, 25, 33, 46, and the Powerball was 17. So if any of those are your lucky numbers, you should have bought a ticket. Now, the odds of winning the jackpot is 1 in 292 million. Congratulations to those people. All right, coming up, a loaf story of sorts.
We'd gotten reports all day that people around us were starving, that they had little kids that hadn't eaten, pets that hadn't eaten.
Up next, how a hungry couple stuck for hours on an icy interstate found a way to make the situation a little bit better. You're watching Morning News Now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts. We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Our week-long journey across America. From Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
CNBC premiere episodes of Shark Tank back to back.
Sounds expensive.
Too much?
You're now in the lexicon of the craziest pitches ever on Shark Tank.
Tune in Tuesdays.
Why would you want one shark when you can have two?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Cars have now been cleared off the snowy, icy highways in Virginia, but for drivers who spent up to 20 hours stuck on the roads, they found ways to make the time pass and to help others in need. NBC News correspondent Kevin Tibbles has more.
Talk about rising to the occasion.
After so many hours to be on the road, you don't even know where you are at that point.
Newlyweds Casey Houlihan and Jong Nui were headed to visit family when they, along with thousands of others, were trapped in traffic all night on the now infamous icy I-95 near Washington, D.C.
John, were you getting a little hungry?
We figured it'd probably been 37 hours since we'd eaten last.
We'd gotten reports all day that people around us were starving, that they had little kids that hadn't eaten, pets that hadn't eaten.
That's when they spotted a truck just up ahead, a Schmidt's bread truck. Casey dialed the company. Within minutes, she received a call back.
My first thought is, I can imagine if myself or my family was in that same situation, what would I do if I asked the company to open the doors?
The doors opened and people came together, distributing some 600 loaves of bread along 2 miles of interstate.
We personally got a loaf of potato rolls, which were amazing at the time. Couldn't have asked for anything better.
You've never had a better potato roll in your life?
Not at all.
The whole package, the entire package of potato rolls.
Their daily bread, just in the nick of time. Kevin Tibbles, NBC News.
Now, before we end this hour, we want to take another moment to honor the heroes of January 6th. That includes Congressman Andy Kim. You may remember this picture after the riot of Kim cleaning up debris left behind in the Capitol Rotunda. Representative Kim later told NBC News, quote, "It's a room that I love so much, and it pained me so much to see it in this kind of condition." That image by AP photographer Andrew Harnick inspired artists and children all over to make art of that moment, and the Smithsonian Institution actually asked him to donate the suit he's wearing there. Kim later returned to the House floor that night to certify the election results. And that does it for this hour of Morning News Now, but the news continues right now. Good morning. I'm Savannah Sellers. Joe has the morning off. Right now on Morning News Now, democracy's darkest day. It's been 365 days since one of America's bleakest moments in recent memory. 365 days since a riot, an insurrection, an attack on the Capitol building by a mob of Trump supporters emboldened by the former president's remarks at a rally earlier that day. President Biden set to mark this somber anniversary with remarks of his own in about an hour, expected to take aim at his predecessor for his alleged role in the deadly violence, while warning of ongoing threats to American democracy. And just moments ago, Congresswoman Liz Cheney, vice chair of the January 6th committee, speaking with today's Savannah Guthrie on where the investigation stands this morning. School standoff, a crucial booster shot expansion from the CDC as the Omicron variant continues to wreak havoc from coast to coast. The top agency panel now authorizing Pfizer's extra dose in school-aged children, 12 to 15 years old, immediately opening up access to millions of young Americans. The decision comes as the nation's school districts continue to react to Omicron's rapid spread. In Chicago, classes are canceled for yet another day today. Teachers refusing to enter their classrooms as a deadlock continues between administrators and staff. This as confusion mounts over the CDC's ever-evolving COVID guidelines. We'll bring you team coverage of the state of the virus. Also this morning, COVID crunch. Omicron is no doubt forcing some Americans with that new year, new me mentality to maybe kick that workout regimen off from home. But that's got the gym and fitness industry once again sweating, trying to navigate another surge in cases. So what does this latest strain mean for the future of an already battered sector in one of its busiest seasons? And what goes around? Your daily dose of good news on this Thursday morning. A positive deed, paying it forward in something called a kidney donor chain. How one striking billboard in Virginia united a dozen donors and recipients with the virtue of hope close behind. Now, 1 year ago today, the American Capitol was attacked when an angry mob of Trump supporters stormed the People's House in an attempt to overturn the results of the 2020 presidential election. This is a live look now at the nation's capital, where police are bracing for any potential threats. It comes as the congressional probe into the attack builds steam, and the Attorney General vows to hold perpetrators at any level accountable. NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Haake has the latest.
That long and emotional day of remembrance is set to begin shortly with a speech from President Biden in which he's expected to lay responsibility for the attack at the feet of his predecessor, part of a search for accountability for this insurrection that lasted from last January 6th through this one.
This morning, 1 year after the ransack of the U.S. Capitol, President Biden set to address the nation, saying in part, "Are we going to be a nation that accepts political violence as a norm? Are we going to be a nation where we allow partisan election officials to overturn the legally expressed will of the people?" NBC News has learned officials have observed an uptick in calls for unspecified acts of violence in the past 48 hours linked to the anniversary, according to a senior intelligence official. Still, law enforcement is not aware of a specific, credible threat for today.
The next time that we're tested, we will not be making those same mistakes.
The officers who fought on the front lines that day remember the violent mob who tested them and the fury they still feel.
Are you still angry about what happened on the 6th?
Hell yeah, I'm angry. I'm absolutely angry.
Arresting the rioters who attacked police that day is now a top priority for the FBI, conducting one of its farthest-reaching investigations ever, fueled by more than 300,000 tips from across the country.
We've had restaurant workers turn somebody in because they've overheard them talking about it.
So far, according to the Attorney General, the sprawling investigation has led to more than 700 arrests, with about a quarter of those arrested pleading guilty. All while the congressional committee investigating the insurrection has pushed deeper into the former president's inner circle, late Wednesday interviewing former White House press secretary Stephanie Grisham.
But I cooperated fully, and I will continue to do so.
For Officer Dunn, without full accountability, closure on that violent day remains elusive.
Did that day ever really end for you?
I don't feel like you can totally heal or have closure to something until you have accountability, until you know the full picture of what happened.
What that accountability Officer Dunn was talking about means is very much an open question. Yesterday, the Attorney General said the Department of Justice would pursue the perpetrators of this attack at any level.
All right, Garrett Haake, thank you so much. Now, as we continue to look back on January 6th, the House Select Committee investigating the insurrection attempt has forged ahead with its probe into the riots and what caused them. Wyoming Congresswoman Liz Cheney, the vice chair of the committee and one of only 2 Republicans on the panel, spoke with the Today Show just moments ago to discuss the state of the investigation.
How close did we come to the violent overthrow of a valid election?
We came very close. Our institutions held, but they only held because of the people who were willing to stand up against the pressure from former President Trump. President Trump continues to make the same claims that he knows caused violence on January 6th. And it's very important, if you look at what's happening today in my party and the Republican Party, rather than reject what happened on the 6th, reject the lies about the election, and make clear that a president who engaged in those activities can never be president again. Unfortunately, too many in my own party are embracing that former president, are looking the other way, are minimizing the danger. That's how democracies die, and we simply cannot let that happen.
Big picture first. For those who think maybe this was a protest that got emotional, out of control, how high does it go? Have you been surprised or alarmed by anything you have unearthed so far in the committee?
You know, we have unearthed new things in every single aspect of our investigation. I'm confident that we'll continue to do so. The committee is absolutely determined to ensure that we understand the entire plot, the entire plan to overthrow the election, to really overturn the rule of law. One of the things the committee is very engaged in right now is litigation. The former president is attempting to hide behind executive privilege claims.
Is the former president, President Trump, in a better position today, legally, politically, rhetorically, than he was a year ago to subvert a U.S. election?
We will not allow him to subvert a U.S. election. He is certainly continuing his efforts in that regard. I have tremendous hope, Savannah. There are millions of Americans across this country who understand their responsibility with respect to defending the institutions, defending the Constitution. The American people have the ability to ensure that we protect our Constitution, we protect our institutions with their votes, with their voices, and we certainly are not going to be part on our committee of allowing those institutions to be unraveled.
Our thanks to Savannah Guthrie for that interview. Now to the latest on the COVID front. Millions of parents are sending their kids back to school uncertain about how long in-person learning will last. Several school districts have already gone remote in light of the recent COVID surge. But in Chicago, the standoff continues between Mayor Lightfoot and the teachers union. This all comes as booster shots become available for kids 12 to 15. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk joins us now from New York City with more on the latest CDC recommendations and all that news. Stephanie, good morning.
Savannah, good morning. You know, this news about the booster will be welcome for a lot of parents and students. But, you know, the reality is that vaccination rates amongst school-aged children are much lower than the national average. And there are a whole bunch of teachers in Chicago who think classrooms are unsafe.
In Chicago, school has been canceled for a second day. But this is no snow day. Instead, the teachers union and the city are at odds over how to stay safe from COVID in the classroom.
We are going to fight to get our kids back in-person learning.
Hundreds of thousands of families are impacted.
The kids are kind of caught in the middle, and parents like myself are really scrambling to get coverage.
The main concerns from the teachers union center around testing. There's word of a plan being worked on to go remote next week with a return to the classroom by the 18th.
I want my students to learn, I want my children to learn, but I also want us to stay safe.
Nationwide, teachers and staff are out sick in record numbers, more than 1,600 in Miami-Dade.
Anyone who's available in the building is being asked to watch other classes.
Late Wednesday, the CDC approved Pfizer boosters for 12 to 15-year-olds. Just over half of 12 to 17-year-olds are fully vaccinated. That drops to less than 16% for 5 to 11-year-olds. Healthcare workers are also scrambling to deal with staffing shortages. In New Jersey, hospitals are cutting back on some elective surgeries.
It's a very different patient population in terms of severity, but it's still a lot of numbers.
While others are quickly running out of ICU beds. In LA, more than 1,000 first responders are out sick or in quarantine. This as criticism grows over the CDC's current COVID guidance. The agency stopping short of requiring a negative test for people with COVID to end a 5-day isolation period.
This has nothing to do with the shortage of available tests because you can see in our quarantine guidance that we actually do recommend a test for people to emerge from quarantine.
Some health experts calling the comments concerning and contradictory.
I'm very concerned about the CDC towing the line of whether or not we're basing our guidelines on science.
There's some good news when it comes to the death rate. It's rising, but only minimally, and is really more evidence that the Omicron variant is less severe. But these case numbers are so high that they're affecting really every part of American life, including the music industry, Savannah. They've announced that the Grammys are postponed.
I know. I'm sure a lot of people will not be happy to hear about that, but it makes sense as we're seeing this surge. Stephanie Goss, thank you so much. Let's now bring in South Miami Children's Clinic Medical Director, Dr. Tina Carroll Scott. Doctor, good morning. Thanks for being here. So let's talk about these booster shots among kids. So we're talking about 12 to 15-year-olds here, which is really only this chunk of kids who are eligible for the vaccine. That's 5 and up. So how much of an impact would booster shots for that age group have on what we're seeing among hospitalizations, school shutdowns in this age group, especially as Omicron spreads?
Yeah, so it's great news for many parents, and it will add one more layer of protection to help keep kids in school during this winter surge with Omicron. And it can be given 5 months after the second dose instead of 6. But truthfully, we really must continue to focus on getting more children their first shot. We still have nearly a third of children in the 12 to 17-year-old age group who are unvaccinated. And the vast majority of the pediatric hospitalizations recently across the U.S. have been with unvaccinated children who were eligible to be vaccinated or those not eligible at this time. And although the severity of illness so far seems to be less than with Delta, the issue is that when you have so many children being infected all at once and presenting to the hospital for care, it overwhelms the hospital system and it makes it difficult for patients who are coming in for non-COVID related issues to receive care. I also think that many parents have bought into the false narrative that healthy children will not suffer the severe effects from this virus. And that is just not true. During the Delta surge, actually 30% of the hospitalizations in the 5 to 11-year-old age group were healthy children with no underlying health issues. And we're seeing similar trends with Omicron. So it really should take another variant infecting healthy children in greater numbers to get more children vaccinated. You know, we have to stay 10 steps ahead when it comes to this virus and continue to be proactive instead of reactive.
So, Doctor, I think you bring up a really good point about how parents feel about kids, if they should be concerned about the potential severity here or not. So just clear some of this up for us, because from the start of the pandemic, we've been talking about how kids were either not catching COVID or it wasn't being detected or it really wasn't a concern for them. I remember there being lots of conversation about, so I guess kids can still go outside and play with other kids because they're not really catching the virus, things like that. So what is changing now? And tell us exactly what it is that's causing more children to be hospitalized. What does a parent need to know about the potential impact of COVID on their kids at this point in the virus with the way it's mutated and with the way that we're handling it?
So with this particular variant with Omicron, because it is so much more highly contagious, it's basically spreading like wildfire. So I can tell you that over the last 2 weeks with this winter break, almost every single child that has come in with any type of respiratory issues, whether it's cough or runny nose, has tested positive. So I think that's probably the biggest change. And as I stated before, even though the kids for the most part are faring well when it comes to not getting severe disease, even a mild illness, people are still utilizing our healthcare system. And when you have so many people coming in at the same time that are infected, the hospital system is basically stretched to capacity. And so I think that that's the biggest problem. And the other thing I would add is that it's not only COVID. We have other respiratory viruses that are circulating at this time. So including influenza and RSV, which causes bronchiolitis. So we're seeing in hospitalized children where, they're coming in with multiple viruses. And I think, that's the biggest issue right now.
And this new nightmare called Flu-Rona that we talked about in our last hour, which is just not something any of us need. That's a great point about most kids coming in with a cough or runny nose are now testing positive, which is a huge difference. Doctor, quickly, I want to ask you about one new report that suggests that 22 billion more mRNA vaccines are necessary to get rid of the Omicron variant. I mean, are we any closer to this slowing down? What do you make of that report? What do you make about where we're at the virus?
So, I think it's clear from everything that we've seen that the mRNA vaccines confer the best protection against this virus and its mutations. And the booster shots have increased protection significantly, especially with Omicron and the partial immune escape that we've seen with the primary vaccine series. But I think we have to remember that, although this, this is a global pandemic, and vaccinating certain groups of people and not others will not end this without many more lives being lost. And we still have millions of unvaccinated people, not only here in the US, but around the world. So as long as we have so many people who haven't even received the first vaccine dose, we're just going to give this virus so many more opportunities to infect, replicate, and change in a way that may render our current vaccines and therapeutics ineffective. And we're already seeing that to a certain extent. So really, none of us are safe until all of us are safe. And we can't boost our way out of this pandemic. So we have to focus our efforts on vaccinating the rest of the world.
Dr. Tina Carroll Scott, so much good information this morning. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Now, forecasters are warning it could be a messy afternoon commute in parts of the southeast as a second winter storm makes its way through the region. For more on that, let's now bring in Bill Cairns with a check on your Morning News Now weather. Hey, Bill, good morning again.
Good morning, and Savannah, I'm also going to give you your weekend forecast, too, so I know you always like that. So yeah, I know, right? So let's get into this forecast. I-40 is by far the worst road to be on. Hopefully we're not going to have like stranded vehicles and stuff like that, but it is a possibility because it's snowing hard right now in between Memphis and Jackson and up towards Nashville. And this is going to be a decent snowstorm for this region too. I mean, Jackson 2 to 4 inches, Nashville 4 to 6 inches. Doesn't happen all that often in the South, maybe once or twice a winter. And Kentucky is going to get a good deal of snow. Not so much Cincinnati to Louisville, but Lexington southwards toward London and then definitely into West Virginia. Then as we slide, this is going to fall tonight and early tomorrow morning. You notice the darker blue, that's 4 inches. The snow forecast is going up just a little bit in areas of the Northeast, especially along I-95. D.C., your snow should end early enough that the plows should have a lot of it cleared by your morning rush hour, but that won't be the case from New York City to Hartford to Boston. Snow will still be coming down pretty good clip at 7 to 8 a.m. from New York to Hartford. Boston, the snow will be the heaviest as we go throughout your morning commute also, so keep that in mind. And also that 6 to 10 inches of snow in Buffalo, it is snowing hard this morning from lake effect snow, so be careful traveling through the Buffalo area on the New York State Thruway. So it's a frigid day. There's a really cold air mass behind this storm system. Look at Minneapolis, a high temperature of -1 today. Chicago only 17. And as far as the weekend goes, Friday, we'll watch that snow pushing out of areas of the Northeast. A very frigid morning in the middle of the country on Friday. Then on Saturday, rain develops in the middle of the country. It's kind of a quiet Saturday. But then on Sunday, that eastern storm will move through. It looks warm enough that it will be a rainy mess in areas like Kentucky and then also through West Virginia, a wintry mix in the Northeast. But, if we get this snowstorm, Savannah, and then we get a heavy rain event on top of it on Sunday, we may have some flooding issues to deal with, especially Tennessee and Kentucky.
Oh, no, that does not sound good. All right, Bill Cairns, thank you so much. Stay warm in this snowstorm. All right, there's much more to come on this hour of Morning News Now. A violent K-9 unit attack caught on camera. Now, the rideshare driver involved is hurling a plethora of lawsuits at one Bay Area police department. We'll tell you about it next. But first, throughout the show, we're honoring the heroes of January 6th, the people who defended the U.S. Capitol and protected our democracy. Washington, D.C. police officer Jeffrey Smith, Capitol police officer Howard Liebengood, D.C. police officer Kyle DeFreytag, and Officer Gunther Hashida. These are 4 officers who protected the Capitol on January 6th, and they all later died by suicide. We thank these officers for their bravery and service 1 year ago today, and we're thinking of their families on this tough day. If you or anyone you know is struggling, please call the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline at 800-273-8255 or text TALK to 741-741. More Morning News Now after the break.
frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove? You've already won more snowboarding golds than anyone else, ever. Maybe you're trying to prove you only get better with age, like a fine cheese or yogurt.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the GolfNow app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. GolfNow. Download the app and go play.
Michaela Schifrin, with just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. She's climbed the mountain of this sport. Almost time to come down for more gold, Michaela. Better do it fast.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. GolfNow. Download the app and go play.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
This morning, we have new video of a police canine attack in the San Francisco Bay Area. It happened when a driver got pulled over in a car he rented to use as a ride share. NBC News Now correspondent Zincle Esimwa has the latest on this story. And first, we do want to warn you, the video you're about to see is disturbing.
Put your hands out of the window!
Chaotic moments after police pull over a driver.
Out of the window, both hands!
According to a federal lawsuit, Ali Badr was driving a rental car that was wrongfully reported as stolen.
Both hands out of the window! Come out of the car with both your hands in the air!
This police body cam video is from December 2020 in California.
Both hands in the air! Show us your hands right now!
Showing a canine attacking the driver and the moments leading up to the dog's release.
In the air! Put your hands in the air! Do not reach into that car! Walk back towards the sound of our voice! Get on the ground!
Ali Badr's arm was in the dog's bite for what appears to be at least 45 seconds. We've paused the video because of its graphic nature. Now he's suing the city of San Ramon, as well as the police chief and the officers involved. Badr needed surgeries and has not regained full use of his arm, according to the suit. He alleges excessive force and a breach of civil rights, according to the lawsuit.
There is a place for canine use and public safety. The people who are fleeing the scenes, they can, scent them and track them and help locate people.
Carmen is a former police chief and NBC News law enforcement analyst.
There should be a high level of concern before a dog is deployed to bite. And we all know the history of how dogs were used during the civil rights era.
Badr is also suing the two car companies he rented the vehicle from, Hire Car and Car Mommy, to use as a rideshare. The contract he signed said the company could report the vehicle as stolen if the car wasn't returned, according to the contract provided by the attorney. But Badr's attorney says,
we know this.
The car was not stolen. It never should have been reported as stolen.
Did Bader miss any car payments?
We're looking into that, but it looks like he did. He missed a short period of car payments.
Now, attention is on the San Ramon Police Department as to why the dog was deployed when Bader was making no attempt to flee, according to the suit.
What are you calling for? Who needs to be held accountable, in your opinion?
Well, I mean, primarily the police department. And it just shouldn't have happened. I mean, that's who we think should be primarily held responsible.
This case, as activists and groups like the Marshall Project call for more police and canine oversight, as police use of canines is not widely tracked in the U.S.
There's a huge amount of liability if a canine is set upon a subject without reasonable probable cause to make an arrest and to take that person into custody.
How is your client doing? How is Bader doing?
Well, thank you for asking that. He is, as you might imagine, still traumatized by it.
NBC News has not reviewed the police report, and the San Ramon Police Department has not responded to the lawsuit or NBC News' requests for comment.
And we reached out to Car Mommy, and a spokesperson responded with this statement. It reads, in part, our heartfelt sympathy goes out to Mr. Bader at this time for what he endured with his injury and the extent of his recovery process as a result of his interactions with the San Ramon Police Department. Car Mommy last received a payment from Hire Car for Mr. Bader's rental on December 9th, 2020. After extensive efforts to have the car returned or paid current, Car Mommy filed a missing vehicle report with the San Jose Police Department on December 20th, 2020. It's worth noting that day is the day of the incident. We reached out to Hire Car too, but have not heard back. I spoke with Bader's lawyer Wednesday, and they say they hope this lawsuit will ensure this kind of incident never happens again.
All right, that was Zincle Asamoah reporting. Thanks so much. Let's now look at what's making news around the world this morning. Matt Bodner is back with us from Moscow. Hey, Matt, good morning.
Savannah, good morning. We'll start this hour off in Hong Kong, where all flights from the United States and 7 other countries have been banned amid the continued rapid spread of the Omicron variant. Other nations hit by the ban include the United Kingdom, Canada, and India, among others. The move is part of a wave of measures that amount to Hong Kong's harshest restrictions since the start of the pandemic. We move along now to the Vatican, where Pope Francis today told an audience that people who choose to have pets instead of children are selfish. The Pope argued that motherhood and fatherhood are integral parts of the human experience, and to reject those roles is to take away our humanity. It's actually not the first time he's made comments like this. He made similar ones in 2014. There's also a 2016 comment that some scholars argue is a declaration that all animals go to heaven. But we'll save that for another day. We finish up in Australia for what very well may be the most Australian news story in history, at very least the most Australian I've heard. A 17-year-old lifeguard at a beach in New South Wales rescued a kangaroo that ended up caught in rough surf and was unable to swim itself back to shore. The lifeguard, Lillian B. Young, was only on her fourth day on the job when she spotted the animal struggling just off the beach. She got on her rescue board, paddled out. In rough conditions, she notes, helped guide the animal back to shore. Savannah?
Oh, wow. How cool is that? Also, Matt, you couldn't hear me, but I let out quite a laugh when you just said, we'll save the animals going to heaven discussion for another day. Thanks so much, Matt.
Lots of follow up on this one.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you've got a lot to follow up on this week for us. Don't forget, okay? See you soon. All right, Novak Djokovic is set to remain quarantined in Melbourne, Australia until Monday after his visa was canceled. The world's #1 tennis player was denied entry on arrival despite first getting a medical exemption to compete in the Australian Open without a vaccine. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobaya is with us now. Kelly, this is one so many people are talking about. Of course, he thought he could play, was already on a plane there when all of this sort of happened. Tell us what the latest is. Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, well, the latest is Novak Djokovic is now facing a deportation order in Australia. He spent 8 hours at the airport pleading his case. Still in Australia, but maybe not for long. Tennis ace Novak Djokovic, seen here at the airport in Melbourne, is now holed up in a quarantine hotel this morning, while his lawyers launch an urgent bid to keep him in the country for the Australian Open, less than 2 weeks away. Overnight, the Australian Border Force confirming Djokovic failed to provide appropriate evidence to meet the entry requirements to Australia, and his visa has been subsequently cancelled. The 20-time Grand Slam winner announced on Instagram earlier this week that he had an exemption permission. Australia's leader, Scott Morrison, leaving no doubt where he stands.
Rules are rules, and there are no special cases. Rules are rules.
Fellow tennis star Rafael Nadal wading into the argument, telling reporters,
if he wanted, he will be playing here in Australia without a problem, no?
Fans and supporters have gathered outside Djokovic's hotel.
It's not fair. It's being discriminating against him.
Djokovic's father saying in a statement that he's being held captive by the Australian government, adding his fans will gather on the street and fight. But many Australians who have suffered some of the world's strongest COVID restrictions are not impressed by Djokovic's attempt to enter the country.
I think it's a disgrace.
I really don't agree with there being one rule for one and another rule for others.
At stake, a chance to beat Roger Federer and Rafael Nadal's Grand Slam record and take his place as the greatest player in men's tennis history. Djokovic has stumbled recently, trying hard to hide his emotions after losing the U.S. Open last year. He has said in the past that he's opposed to getting vaccinated and has kept his own status private.
So whether someone wants to get a vaccine or not, that's completely up to them.
Djokovic tested positive for COVID back in 2020. But he'll be staying at that quarantine hotel over the weekend, Savannah. His detention hearing has been adjourned until Monday.
All right, Kelly Kobaya, that's a talker. Thank you so much for joining us. Now coming up, continuing coverage of the January 6th insurrection 1 year later, where Stop the Steal now stands in America, and a terrifying firsthand account from one Colorado congressman reliving those harrowing moments from inside the People's Building. Those stories are next.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Nathan Chen equals power because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Cruzes. See? Power.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Now, back at the start of the 2020 lockdown, New Yorkers could find a little joy by taking their favorite cocktails on the road. I can't confirm or deny if I was one of those New Yorkers. Well, Governor Kathy Hochul announced Wednesday she will bring back the beloved to-go drink policy, woohoo, in an effort to help out bars and restaurants. The policy had expired back in June of 2020, cutting off a valuable stream of revenue for restaurants when indoor dining was closed. Now, as Omicron cases surge in New York, Reintroducing that policy could pick up some of the slack for places that have suffered due to staffing shortages and fewer customers. So whether you prefer a margarita, a martini, a Moscow Mule, maybe an Aperol Spritz like myself, have your glasses ready. And in the words of Governor Hochul, cheers, New York. Now, as the country marks 1 year since the Capitol riot, we're looking at how the big lie that the election was stolen is still believed by huge numbers of people. Here's NBC News senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson.
After rioters assaulted police, invaded the Speaker's office, and hunted the vice president on January 6th, there was a sense maybe this violent shock would put an end to the lie that drove the insurrection, the lie that the election was stolen.
Count me out. Enough is enough.
But 1 year later, the opposite has happened, with the so-called Stop the Steal movement growing even stronger inside the Republican Party.
The election fraud of 2020 presidential election. Nobody's ever seen anything like it.
The conspiracy theory promoted by former President Trump claims President Biden did not actually win the 2020 election. That's not true. Key swing states rechecked their vote totals. Georgia counted its ballots 3 times to be sure. A Republican-led audit in Arizona affirmed President Biden's win there, and courts rejected dozens of flimsy legal challenges put up by Mr. Trump's allies. And yet, nearly 3/4 of Republicans polled by NBC News now agree with what's known as the big lie.
What are the biggest warning signs that are flashing to you right now?
All of this is no longer about 2020. It's about the next election, when the loser doesn't like the outcome of the results, being able to more easily claim victory.
Colorado's Democratic Secretary of State Jena Griswold points out it's positions like hers, a state's top elections official, that keep the guardrails in place. But this year, about 2/3 of Republican candidates for that position in key swing states have questioned the results of the 2020 election.
The next time a candidate wants to reject the actual results of an election, it will be easier for them to do so. That's what this is all about.
Some of those Secretary of State candidates backed by Mr. Trump, who's endorsed Mark Fincham in Arizona.
By removing the fraud, Donald Trump won.
Election denier Christina Caramo in Michigan.
That makes us feel like they're complicit in stealing the election from the American people.
And Jody Hice in Georgia, a congressman who led an objection to his own state's results.
We have lost election integrity in Georgia. We have lost election confidence in Georgia.
And that Georgia race highlights what's at stake. Hice, who declined our request for an interview, is challenging the current Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, the man who famously resisted Mr. Trump's pressure to overturn Georgia's election results.
I just want to find 11,780 votes.
Raffensperger's refusal protected the legitimate results in Georgia, but he's been out fundraised by Hice.
Is this the GOP that you want to be a part of here?
I think that we need to realize that we have honest and fair elections, particularly in Georgia.
Before November 2020, most Republicans polled by NBC News thought their vote would be fairly counted. Now, fewer than half do, showing why the Stop the Steal movement is so problematic.
It shouldn't be controversial to say, if I cast my ballot for this person, then my ballot should be counted for that person. That should be the least controversial thing in American democracy, but somehow has become horrifyingly partisan.
The big lie, eroding confidence and our democracy. Hallie Jackson, NBC News, Washington.
And coming up, a COVID crunch is once again making America's gyms sweat. How Omicron's surge is slamming an already battered industry in one of its busiest seasons. That's up next.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app. and go play.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right? We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes, back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Mikaela Shiffrin. With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. She's climbed the mountain of this sport. Almost time to come down for more gold, Mikaela. Better do it fast. I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove? You've already won more snowboarding golds than anyone else, ever. Maybe you're trying to prove you only get better with age, like a fried cheese or yogurt. Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
All right, welcome back. Now in Washington, the nation will hear testimonials from members of Congress who were inside the House chamber on January 6th. Leading them will be Colorado's Democratic Congressman Jason Crow, who was holed up in the gallery when the mob stormed the Capitol. The Today Show's Savannah Guthrie spoke with Crow about his experience and began by asking him what his most vivid memory is of that day.
I think it was sitting there huddled with my colleagues as we thought, how are we going to get our way out? Just being trapped, knowing we were surrounded by that mob. Many of us had called our families and you know, making that call that nobody ever wants to make, wondering if you'd ever see them again. Just remembering that moment and that about 20 minutes or so where we were trapped in the gallery was something that still sticks with us. And even watching those images and seeing those photos, I think is hard for many of us.
Yeah, you and many of those others that were trapped that day, the gallery group, about 20 of you, you've kept in touch, you've formed a kind of support group. What's it like every day since then? Is it hard to walk into the Capitol on some days? Do you or some of the others there feel that trauma still?
Well, people feel different ways, Savannah. You know, trauma impacts people in a variety of different ways. For me, it's not hard for me to go to the Capitol. I'm actually emboldened to go to the Capitol. I want to go back to that place, and I do that work. For me, it has reaffirmed my love of this country. It's reaffirmed that our democracy is about people. Our democracy is only as strong as the people who are willing to stand up and fight for it. And that's why I think there's an opportunity for us as a nation here as we reflect on this somber day. There's actually an opportunity for us to renew and re-engage with our democracy and to make this a year of democracy in action. And we're actually releasing a toolkit today that's going to give action items for Americans across our country to stand up and start doing that, to advocate, to volunteer and engage.
All right, that was Savannah Guthrie interviewing Jason Crow just moments ago on the Today Show. Now, NFL star Antonio Brown is defending himself for the first time since his surprising departure from Sunday's game that I'm sure you remember when he stripped off his jersey and left the field. Brown's now alleging he didn't quit, but was fired for refusing to play with a painful injury. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky has the latest on this story.
Yeah, we've been watching that moment play out over and over again, trying to figure out why it happened. Well, now wide receiver Antonio Brown is sharing his very different side of the story, saying that he was pressured to play in that Sunday game despite suffering from a badly injured ankle.
This morning, star wide receiver Antonio Brown on defense, sharing for the first time his version of what happened during Sunday's Bucs game against the Jets after his dramatic mid-game exit, stunning players and fans.
Antonio Brown
That's Antonio Brown without his uniform.
Brown says he was injured and in extreme pain, but ordered to play anyway, writing, "I didn't quit. I was cut. I didn't walk away from my brothers. I was thrown out." Adding, "They threw me out like an animal and I refused to wear their brand on my body, so I took my jersey off." Brown says he played as long as he could on a badly injured ankle before taking a seat on the sidelines. And that's when he says Bucs head coach Bruce Arians ordered him back on the field. He didn't call for medical attention. Instead, he shouted at me, "You're done," while he ran his finger across his throat. Brown also accused the team of trying to cover up his injury, writing, "Despite the pain, I suited up. The staff injected me with what I now know was a powerful and sometimes dangerous painkiller that the NFLPA has warned against using, and I gave it my all for the team." During a press conference Monday, Arians painted a different picture, saying the two never discussed an injury on the sideline of Sunday's game.
It was cleared to play last week, played good, cleared to play this week.
In his statement, Brown says an MRI revealed broken bone fragments and a torn ligament, vowing that once he's healthy, he will return to the NFL. Now, we have reached out to the Bucs organization. They're declining to comment at this time, as well as the NFL. Meanwhile, Brown's still technically a part of the Bucs team because he has not been officially waived. However, it is highly unlikely he'll continue wearing that jersey in the future. We'll send it back to you.
Morgan Chesky, thank you so much. It's now time for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you. Dominic Chu is with us today. Hey, Dom, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Savannah. So we are getting a fresh snapshot of the state of the U.S. economy and the labor market this morning. The number of Americans filing for first-time unemployment benefits actually rose to 207,000. That's more than the economists were expecting. They were looking for 195,000. Also, the number of people filing for multiple weeks of unemployment benefits, or so-called continuing claims, also rose to about 1.754 million. That was also higher than forecasts. Warner Media and ViacomCBS are exploring a possible sale of the CW network, which they jointly own. The Wall Street Journal reports one of the suitors is Nexstar Media. That's a large owner of CW local affiliates. The CW's programming caters primarily to teens and young adults. Warner, which produces many of its shows, has generated significant revenues selling those shows to Netflix and other streaming platforms. And get this, I like talking about food, and I know you like hearing about it. Taco Bell is launching a taco subscription service nationwide after testing it at select locations in Arizona. The Taco Lovers Pass is available exclusively through the fast food chain's mobile app. It lets fans choose one of 7 tacos per day for 30 consecutive days. And the cost, Savannah, $10. I will just tell you right now, sign me up. I am getting a taco subscription.
Yeah, okay, a taco subscription is amazing. Also, Dom, you don't know about this, I don't think, because Bertha has been with us the last few days. And Bertha has ended our CNBC Money Minute over the last 2 days with a story about Little Caesars, then Chipotle, then KFC, and now you're hitting Taco Bell. And I am ready to cancel the CNBC Money Minute because you guys make me crave fast food before 9 a.m.
So here's the problem, Savannah. I mean, you and I work morning news. We've already been up for hours at this point. It's lunchtime for us, yes.
Yeah, but it's not lunchtime for fast food. It's a new year, new me, you know the whole thing. All right, Dom.
Hey, Savannah, just if you can get me pad thai at 9 in the morning, I would love you for it.
We can figure that out, I'm sure. All right, Dom, thank you. Good to see you. Now, many people have the same New Year's resolution. Maybe eat healthy, like I just said, or exercise more, of course, and that makes January the busiest time for gyms across the country. But as COVID cases surge, many health and fitness clubs are feeling the burn, with more than 20% of them permanently closing due to the pandemic. That totals more than 9,000 locations. Here's NBC's Vicki Nguyen.
Welcoming a new year can mean ringing in a new you. But with Omicron flexing its might, gyms across the country are feeling the COVID crunch.
Typically in January, this is a busy time of year. People making resolutions. Are people rushing to get back into gyms?
Unfortunately, Vicki, we are not seeing that.
According to the International Health, Racquet and Sports Club Association, in the U.S., 22% of health and fitness clubs have permanently closed during the pandemic, totaling more than 9,000 locations and eliminating 1.5 million jobs.
Before this last variant, our gyms were somewhere between 65 and 70% at capacity, which is really about breaking even. We are really, really struggling.
IHRSA president and CEO Liz Clark says the hard-hit industry hasn't received any federal relief money after losing $30 billion in revenue. Gyms struggling to retain members fed up with changing mask and vaccine rules, as they also face the challenge of implementing new technology to give members remote options, with small businesses taking the biggest hit. But some chains contend they're in good shape after pumping up cleaning protocols, improving ventilation, and following state and local mandates. While Crunch reports a continued growth in membership, Planet Fitness says membership levels have reached 97% of its pre-pandemic all-time peak. Businesses that remained flexible capitalized on the consumer demand for working out at home.
20-minute full body strength coming your way.
Last year, sales of home fitness equipment were up nearly 100% over 2019. And in late 2020, fitness companies like Peloton pedaled their way to major earnings, the stationary bike maker tripling its revenue to $758 million. Victoria Busby, a former boxer and gym rat, ramped up her personal training business by pivoting to live online and recorded classes.
What do you think about the move to working out at home?
The reason why I love personal training is watching people grow, helping people feel confident in themselves. And I think being able to do it at home, it's so much more convenient. It takes so much less time out of your day. Plus, you don't need all those bells and whistles.
Victoria says all you need is a little motivation, some good music, and a place to sweat. She'll take care of the rest.
Let's do it. Let's have a great class.
What do you say to people who are skeptical that you can get a really good workout at home?
Try it.
Well, okay. Time to summon some big win energy.
This is one of my go-to pre-workout stretches.
I'm hearing a lot of snap, crackling, and popping over here.
Cool. And one. Go right back into that down dog.
I mean, have we even been doing this for 5 minutes? My whole body is like burning.
We're nice and loose. Warm up, a little bit of a sweat. We want to try to keep our shoulders here and our abs tight. Let's go, let's go. Ski, ski, ski. 3, 2, and time.
My quads are burning.
Shake it out, shake it out.
Just to be able to do all that with just my body weight, no special equipment, a small space and corner in my house. That was awesome. Thank you.
You are a rock star.
I'm panting so hard now.
Whether you choose to feel the burn at home or at the gym, fitness industry experts say there are more options than ever to exercise.
All right, yeah, Vicky, kicking off the new year right. And coming up, further proof that no good deed goes unnoticed. How a billboard in Virginia kicked off one very special donor chain. We'll tell you what that is and how it gave hope to a dozen people. That's up next.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the GolfNow app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. GolfNow. Download the app and go play.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
What goes around certainly came around in an amazing way for a group of 12 people who created a chain of kidney donors and recipients. NBC News senior national correspondent Kate Snow joins us now with more on this incredible story. Hi, Kate. Good morning. It's great to see you with this good news story.
Hey. I know, right? Some good news finally. I do a lot of bad news, Savannah. This is great. Every year, more than 100,000 people in the U.S. are waiting for a kidney transplant. Only about 17,000 will actually receive one. So it can be hard to find a match, even among families. So in a donor chain, someone who isn't a match for a local patient, maybe a family member, agrees to instead donate to a patient at another hospital. And then that hospital arranges a donor to give to the next hospital and so on. Each step of the chain helping a stranger until eventually it comes back to the place that it started. This chain of 12 people was one of the fastest ever.
It all started with a visually striking billboard in Virginia, an artist in search of a kidney donor.
I saw it twice, maybe it means something that I saw it a second time.
Innova Health had already found a donor for the woman on the billboard, but 25-year-old Garrett Canning decided to still give a kidney. That started a chain that would pass through 6 states across the eastern U.S. The first recipient, a 32-year-old woman at Vanderbilt in Tennessee. Her friend, a mom of 6, sent her kidney to Jason Gentry in Lansing, Michigan. We gathered most of the participants together on a Zoom.
So because of Garrett seeing that billboard, Jason, you have a kidney now.
I received an awesome gift. Yeah, thank you.
Jason had been struggling to find the energy to go fishing with his son, exhausted after teaching second graders all day. Not anymore.
A friend of mine has referred to my kidney as the Incredible Hulk kidney.
How long had you been on the list waiting?
It would have been 4 years in November. Wow. It's been just amazing how great I feel.
Lisa Klaus had heard about Jason in her church newsletter. When she wasn't a match for him, she had agreed to help form a chain.
Whatever we need to do, let's do this.
So you gave your kidney to Brian at Wake Forest. Have you met Brian yet?
I have not.
Hey, Brian.
Hi,
Brian. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm great. Bless you. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure to meet you.
Absolutely. I'm so happy that so many people were helped out, but I cannot explain what a blessing this has been for me.
I've been waiting to see what my angel looks like, and so it is an honor to finally see you.
Brian Holloway's church friend in North Carolina, a father of 3, donated to Kathy Soders in Ohio, her 3rd transplant.
How are you doing?
I'm doing great, actually. Fabulous. I can't believe how great I feel.
A huge change from last year when Kathy's husband had posted a plea for a donor on Facebook.
Jennifer, you saw it on Facebook. Tell me what happened inside you.
It really wasn't even a choice for me. I'm sorry, I'm getting all emotional already. It really wasn't even a choice. I probably didn't even get through half the post and I was already on the phone to my Uncle Matt. I just told Aunt Kathy, I said, whatever we need to do, we'll do it.
Jennifer Abel didn't match her aunt, but she could donate to a man in New Jersey, prompting a New Jersey donor to complete the chain, sending Hung Dao a kidney, a patient at Innova in Virginia, where all of this started.
Never stop waiting and still live positive, and you're gonna get a gift one day real soon like me.
That's beautiful. You're saying never give up hope.
I want to say to all of the donors, because all of you made this happen for each of us. Not just one of you, all of you. This chain would not exist without you. So thank you. And thank you is way too small of a word.
People like Lisa are just awesome because she didn't know who I was. She didn't know who I voted for. She doesn't know what my beliefs are. She just wanted to be able to change somebody's life.
For the donors, it's been life-changing too.
You just get to a point in your life where you realize that you see the bigger picture.
Jason, you said this gives you faith, this chain.
Yeah, it does. It gives me faith in just humankind.
It took less than a month to choreograph all of this. That is really fast, Savannah. The donors say that they bounced back quickly, too. Garrett, who's young, was actually in a wedding just weeks after the surgery. Also worth mentioning that there is financial support available to help donors with travel and expenses. They are really hoping, Savannah, that sharing this story will inspire some other donors.
Oh my gosh, Kate, a good news story, but holy moly, I'm totally crying. I mean, when he said, I've been waiting, I can barely even say it. I've been waiting to see what my angel looks like. Oh my goodness, Kate, thank you. Incredible story. Yeah. And that does it for this hour of Morning News Now, but the news continues right now.
On NBC News Now, 1 year later, America marking the solemn anniversary of an attack on the Capitol of the United States, January 6th, 2021, a day the nation will never forget. Today, amid the grief and the anger, a warning that American democracy remains precious and fragile.
We came very close. Our institutions held, but they only held because of the people who were willing to stand up against the pressure from former President Trump.
Today, a look back at how it unfolded, the investigation into how it happened, and the prosecutions of those alleged to have done it. Also this hour, a dose of protection for kids. The CDC now authorizing the Pfizer booster for children as young as 12. The rush to get more young people vaccinated as the national surge in COVID cases rages on. And good Thursday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. Morgan is taking some time off. We begin with one of the darkest days in American politics 1 year later. On January 6th, 2021, thousands of rioters stormed the U.S. Capitol. The images that unfolded inside there simply unforgettable. Inside the building, lawmakers were working to count electoral college ballots that officially made Joe Biden president. Outside, rage over the election results. Today, the Capitol is mostly quiet. Washington pausing to remember the lives lost, with still so many more questions than answers. This morning, President Biden speaking directly to the American people about that notorious day.
Those who stormed this Capitol, and those who instigated and incited, and those who called on them to do so, held a dagger at the throat of America.
We have a team of correspondents leading us off this hour. Let's begin with NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor at the Capitol. Sahil, talk to us about the overall mood and the feeling around the Capitol complex today and how members of Congress are marking this anniversary.
It's a somber mood, no doubt, Aaron. There's a day-long agenda of commemorations 1 year later about what happened on that day. That includes Speaker Nancy Pelosi expected to talk on the House floor around midday and then hold a moment of silence. There's Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, who just moments ago started speaking on the Senate floor. He will be followed by a number of his colleagues who are also going to give their testimonials. That's going to be followed later this afternoon by Schumer and Pelosi taking part in a panel discussion with historians John Meacham and Doris Kearns Goodwin about the significance of that day. It'll also include testimonials from members of the House later on, led by the Colorado Democratic Congressman Jason Crow. And finally, there'll be a prayer vigil at the end of the day. There's a somber mood here, Aaron, but there's also quite a bit of anger. Anger directed particularly at former President Donald Trump and his allies who fed the conspiracy theories and lies that led those people to storm this Capitol 1 year ago today.
And Sahil, you have some new reporting today about what's being done to prevent something like what we saw on January 6th from happening again. Tell us about that.
Yes, there's growing talk in Congress about new laws to prevent future attempts to steal elections. That centers heavily around an 1887 law called the Electoral Count Act. And let's put on the screen the recommendations that they are considering, the new proposals that they're considering. They're talking about changes to the role of the vice president, making clear that he or she does not have the power to unilaterally disregard electoral votes. They want to make clear that the role of Congress is not to play investigator or fact finder or judge in a situation like this, but simply to count votes, legitimate electoral electoral votes sent by states. There are other proposals such as raising the threshold for objecting to electoral votes from more than what it currently is, which is just one member of the House and one member of the Senate. Of course, these are all preliminary. This is all in its early stage, but there is some glimmer of hope in the fact that Senate Republicans who would need to provide some support to clear a filibuster sounded interested in this yesterday, including Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell said it's a discussion worth having. Aaron?
Sahil Kapoor for us on Capitol Hill today. Sahil, thank you. Let's head outside now with MSNBC anchor Yasmin Vousoughian. She's at the west front of the building, facing the National Mall there, the same place she was a year ago as we mark this anniversary. Yasmin, what's the security like in Washington right now?
I got to tell you, Aaron, I'm exactly in the spot that I was at this time last year when we started to see people breaching the Capitol building. It is incredibly surreal to be here this morning 1 year later, and the security that is in place here is nothing that I would have expected as I drove up earlier today. I have been at the Capitol many times over the last year covering various events, and there has been a lot of security, speaking specifically of the Justice for J6 rally a few months ago, where there were barricades lined up, there was fencing that was put into place. There were trucks lined up along Constitution Avenue to create barricades in case things had gotten a little hairy, and of course they did not. But none of that is here today. Walk with me a little bit, Jim, as I show folks kind of what I'm seeing. You see the barricade at the top of the steps here on the west front of the Capitol. That's not there for security. That's actually there for construction. They're actually in the middle of a construction project they're in the middle of. Besides that, you just have these barriers right here that I can't get past. There were obviously, as we well know now from those images on January 6th, people breaching the Capitol building. There were folks hanging from the rafters there in that archway, breaking through those windows on that day. But today, not a lot of security in place. That doesn't mean, though, there aren't things happening behind the scenes. We know DHS, we know FBI, we know Capitol Police, we know Metro Police, all working in tandem to make sure that they have proper security in place, preparing for the anniversary of January 6th today. There are 4+ cameras throughout the Capitol grounds that they brought from Afghanistan, military-grade cameras watching folks as well. And we know they have up security in the area in preparation for this day and beyond for what may be to come because of the mistakes that were made, Aaron, on January 6th.
And we can hope it stays quiet like it is right now there at the Capitol. Yasmin Vousoughian for us on the ground. Yasmin, thank you. Well, as we noted, today President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris spoke about the 1-year anniversary of the Capitol riot.
Of the truth, but in the shadow of lies. We cannot allow ourselves to be that kind of nation.
Let's turn to NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba now. Monica, the president really used his speech to talk about, without saying the name of, the former president, Donald Trump. What specifically stood out to you in what he had to say today?
It was one of his most forceful speeches to date, Aaron. Certainly the most forceful we've seen as president, talking about his predecessor. And you're right, he chose specifically not to reference Donald Trump by name, instead called him the former president, and several other occasions referred to the fact that he lost the 2020 election. He called him the defeated former president, and all of that was very intentional. I'm told by White House officials the president wanted to make clear where he feels the responsibility is of what took place on that dark day a year ago. Take a listen to a little bit more about how he framed this and what's at stake for American democracy.
Here's the truth. The former president of the United States of America has created and spread a web of lies about the 2020 election. He's done so because he values power over principle, because he sees his own interest as more important than his country's interest, than America's interest. And because his bruised ego matters more to him than our democracy or our Constitution. He can't accept he lost.
This was a notable decision, Aaron, because oftentimes in the last few months, whenever we ask the president to weigh in on things about his predecessor, he says, oh, I don't spend much time thinking about him. Sometimes he refers to him as the former guy. Today was obviously a very different direction, one that the president wanted to be clear to take on, to not just talk about the dangers of what he feels took place a year ago, but really what lies ahead.
All right, Monica Alba for us in Washington today. Monica, thank you. Congresswoman Liz Cheney has been one of the most outspoken Republican critics in the aftermath of the insurrection at the Capitol. Cheney became the vice chair of the House committee that's investigating the riot. That's a move that some Republicans viewed as turning against her own party. Today, she reflected on last year's events and what's next for the investigation and the GOP.
We came very close. Our institutions held, but they only held because of the people who were willing to stand up against the pressure from former President Trump. People at his own Department of Justice who stood up to him, elected officials at the state level who stood up to him, and the law enforcement officers here at the Capitol. You just had Harry Dunn on, people like Harry, Mike Fanone, 140 law enforcement officers who fought at the tunnel to prevent thousands more from breaching the Capitol that day. We came very close, and we need to recognize how important it is that the system depends upon individuals, and that we make sure that it never happens again. I do. The threat continues. Former President Trump continues to make the same claims that he knows caused violence on January 6th. And it's very important, if you look at what's happening today in my party and the Republican Party, rather than reject what happened on the 6th, reject the lies about the election, and make clear that a president who engaged in those activities can never be president again. Unfortunately, too many in my own party are embracing that former president, are looking the other way, are minimizing the danger. That's how democracies die, and we simply cannot let that happen. You know, we have unearthed new things in every single aspect of our investigation. I'm confident that we'll continue to do so. We've had tremendous cooperation from many, many people, including people in the president's inner circle, people who were in the West Wing that day, people who have come forward to us with information about what they saw and what they know. And I'm confident that cooperation will continue. The committee is absolutely determined to ensure that we understand the entire plot, the entire plan to overthrow the election. To really overturn the rule of law. You know, we had over 60 courts in this country that ruled against the claims the former president was making, and yet he rejected those rulings and attempted to overturn the will of the people. That simply cannot happen in the United States.
Have you seen conduct have you heard about conduct from witnesses or otherwise that suggests that there is a potential criminal case against the president?
Certainly, we will be looking at that. There are important questions in front of the committee, such as whether or not, through his action or inaction, President Trump attempted to obstruct an official proceeding of Congress, attempted to delay the count of electoral votes. Those are questions the committee is looking at. We also know, certainly, that it was a supreme dereliction of duty when the President of the United States refuses to take action to stop a violent assault on the Congress, to stop a violent assault on any of the co-equal branches of government. That's clearly a dereliction of duty. And we will, I'm sure, be getting more information. You know, former Vice President Pence was a hero on January 6th. He refused the pressure of the former president. He did his duty, and the nation should be very grateful for the actions that he took that day.
Congresswoman Cheney is in for a tough re-election battle now. Former President Donald Trump has endorsed Harriet Hageman in her bid to unseat Cheney in this year's midterms. He called Cheney a, quote, disloyal Republican. Now, Trump won nearly 70% of the vote in Wyoming last year in the election, with Cheney in the election at the end of 2019, Cheney trailing just 2 points behind then. Now we turn to the pandemic and a major step forward in the effort to vaccinate children. The CDC now recommending kids ages 12 to 15 get booster shots 5 months after their second shot. The news comes at a time when the country is seeing an alarming rise in COVID infections among children. Meanwhile, every state in the nation except Maine is seeing an increase in COVID cases, much of which is being driven by the Omicron variant. Another sobering milestone, the nation nearing 58 million confirmed cases of COVID since the start of the pandemic. We have it all covered for you today. Dr. John Torres is standing by. Let's begin, though, with NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk.
There's welcome news for a lot of parents and students out there. The CDC is signing off on the FDA's authorization of the Pfizer booster for kids ages 12 to 15. But the reality is that vaccination rates for school-age kids around the country are much lower than the experts say they should be. And there are a lot of teachers in Chicago who say classrooms are unsafe.
In Chicago, school has been canceled for a second day. But this is no snow day. Instead, the teachers union and the city are at odds over how to stay safe from COVID in the classroom.
We are going to fight to get our kids back in-person learning.
Hundreds of thousands of families are impacted.
The kids are kind of caught in the middle, and parents like myself are really scrambling to get coverage.
The main concerns from the teachers union center around testing. There's word of a plan being worked on to go remote next week with a return to the classroom by the 18th.
I want my students to learn, I want my children to learn, but I also want us to stay safe.
Nationwide, teachers and staff are out sick in record numbers, more than 1,600 in Miami-Dade.
Anyone who's available in the building is being asked to watch other classes.
Late Wednesday, the CDC approved Pfizer boosters for 12 to 15-year-olds. Just over half of 12 to 17-year-olds are fully vaccinated. That drops to less than 16% for 5 to 11-year-olds. Healthcare workers are also scrambling to deal with staffing shortages. In New Jersey, hospitals are cutting back on some elective surgeries.
It's a very different patient population in terms of severity, but it's still a lot of numbers.
While others are quickly running out of ICU beds. In LA, more than 1,000 first responders are out sick or in quarantine. This as criticism grows over the CDC's current COVID guidance. The agency stopping short of requiring a negative test for people with COVID to end a 5-day isolation period.
This has nothing to do with the shortage of available tests because you can see in our quarantine guidance that we actually do recommend a test for people to emerge from quarantine.
Some health experts calling the comments concerning and contradictory.
I'm very concerned about the CDC towing the line of whether or not we're basing our guidelines on science.
There's good news about the death rate as well. It is only rising marginally. The problem is really with case numbers and hospitalizations. And right now, every aspect of American life is being affected, the music industry included. They've had to postpone the Grammys. Back to you.
All right, let's bring in NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres now. Dr. John, I want to talk a little bit about the booster shots that we know kids can now get. Most children haven't received the vaccine at all at this point because they're either too young or their parents don't want them to have the shots yet. Should the focus be on getting the kids that first shot or the first 2 shots or focus on boosting the kids who have already been vaccinated?
And Aaron, the focus needs to be on both because we need to make sure that we get those protected that don't have any of that protection. They get vaccinated. At the same time, we need to make sure that those that are vaccinated, that protection continues by getting the booster shots. We have the resources. We have the ability to do both. We just need to make sure that message gets out about how safe and effective these vaccines and these boosters are, Aaron.
So let me ask you about masks, too, while we have you here. It seems like more people are wearing the N95s, the KN95s. I just bought a bunch of the KF94 masks that I'm wearing now coming to work. Instead of those surgical masks, the blue ones that we saw, or even the cloth masks that I bought so many of in the last 2 years. This is all since Omicron started, right? Should we be wearing the N95s or something similar now? And what do you do if you can't find one?
And Aaron, the bottom line is any mask is better than no mask, but there are degrees of protection. On the low end, a cloth mask. It gives you a little bit of protection, but not that much against Omicron, so we want to be careful. The next level of protection, these surgical masks. But when you put them on, you realize they don't fit all that well. A lot of space, so if you put a cloth mask over the top of it, you get that extra level of protection, you get a better fit. It works overall a lot better. And then the ultimate degree of protection for us anyway, in the general public, are these N95 or KN95 masks that are out there. Not always the most comfortable, don't always fit that well. So at least make sure you're protecting yourself by using something like a double mask technique, which can go a long way to protecting you and others from getting COVID, Aaron.
All right, Dr. John Torres, we appreciate the good advice. Thank you.
You bet.
We want to turn to the weather now, and blizzard-like conditions across parts of the Midwest today. Some areas in western Michigan are expecting up to a foot of snow. The Great Lakes isn't the only area with snow in the forecast, though millions of Americans from coast to coast really are in the path of several winter storms. Let's bring in NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns now. Bill, people really want to know, when is the snow going to start and how much am I going to get?
Yeah, the timing, right? You don't want to get caught on the roads or traveling. And I just saw 2 seconds ago, the Boston, preemptively, they've canceled school tomorrow for the kids. So even while they're in school today, they know that they have tomorrow off in anticipation of this storm. And that could be happening in other areas, too, throughout the Northeast. But today, it is a snow day in the South. Once again, it has been snowing hard this morning in Tennessee and also through Kentucky. I was just looking at the highways around the Nashville area, and they're all red. The travel map's all red. All the roads have serious delays in them. It's a day to stay off the road. So that's where we have winter storm warnings in that pinkish type color. 60 million people impacted by this latest round. The blue is the snow on our winter weather map here. Inside of the blue where you see the white, that's moderate to heavy snow. So that's been on Interstate 40 all morning long from Memphis through Jackson, Tennessee to Nashville, and now it's beginning to push through Kentucky. So that's by far the two worst states to be traveling in right now. It's really north of Chattanooga and heading up towards London, Kentucky. So here's how the timing of all this is going to play out. As we go throughout this afternoon, we watch that snow beginning to break out through all of West Virginia. By tonight, it starts in areas of Pennsylvania and all through western Virginia. And then overnight, it's going to be in areas of the mid-Atlantic. So the first round of snow is today. In additional accumulations, Nashville already has 2 to 3 inches. You'll probably get like another 2 for a storm total around 5 or so. And then some of those roads to avoid, 64. Obviously, I mentioned 40 already, but also 77 there through West Virginia and areas of Virginia. And then as far as the Northeast goes, most of the snow will fall overnight in D.C., Baltimore, Philadelphia, and New York. Notice by 8 a.m. the snow is ending in New York. So maybe school delays are likely in those areas, but it will still be snowing very hard early in the morning from Hartford to Providence to Boston, and then the storm will be completely gone by about Friday afternoon. So snowfall amounts in the Northeast, right on I-95, right around 2 to 4 inches of snow. The heavier totals, though, around Boston, Providence, and Cape Cod, Aaron. That's where we could see a half a foot, maybe a little bit more. So a very difficult morning commute on I-95 tomorrow is guaranteed pretty much from D.C. to Boston.
All right, thanks for the heads up, Bill Cairns. Thank you. In Mexico, some mothers are willing to dig up graves in search of answers. Coming up, the desperate hunt for their missing children and what they're begging from cartel leaders.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock. Nathan Chen equals power because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Cruises. See? Power. Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
A Mexican mother is pleading to her cartel leader to stop the threats and to let her continue searching for her children. Her two sons are among tens of thousands of victims of so-called forced disappearances in Mexico. It's led desperate mothers to take matters into their own hands. Here's NBC News Now correspondent Isa Gutierrez.
It's a heartbreaking reality for thousands of mothers in Mexico. Many of them haven't seen their child or their children in years, victims of forced disappearances. But for some of these mothers, the search for clues can come with risks.
Por favor, te lo pedimos, te lo suplico.
A fearless plea from a desperate mother in Mexico.
Necesitamos traerlos de vuelta a casa.
In this video posted to social media, Ceci Flores addressing cartel leaders by name, who she says are keeping her from searching for her missing sons.
Líderes del cártel, que no nos maten, que no nos desaparezcan, que no nos amenacen, que nos dejen seguir buscando a nuestros hijos.
She clutches the photos of her dear Alejandro Guadalupe and Marco Antonio, who she says disappeared in 2015 and 2019.
Yo tengo necesidad de seguir buscando a mis hijos.
Her sons, just two of the nearly 100,000 people who are missing in Mexico, many of them falling victims to the country's ongoing violence, often rooted in organized crime.
Disappearances are not new in Mexico. There is a history of disappearances that comes from the Dirty War, which was a period between the 60s and the 80s, but it has grown to be at an extreme level that I think nobody expected.
More than 95,000 people have disappeared, according to the country's National Search Commission, and most of those disappearances occurred since 2006, when the government began its war against organized crime.
Even human rights organizations have been hesitant to recognize these cases as enforced disappearances, but the evidence from Mexico is really overwhelming in that in many of the cases, it is clear that in some way or another, state authorities have been involved.
In the majority of cases, no one has been held accountable, leaving groups of mothers with no other option but to pick up a shovel and search for their loved ones. Women like Ceci finding solace in search groups popping up across the country.
Aún los seguimos buscando y los seguiremos buscando hasta encontrarlos.
These groups of women often behind grim discoveries, their searches leading to hundreds of clandestine shallow graves and human remains located across the country. In November, the UN Committee of Enforced Disappearances urged Mexican authorities to quickly locate the tens of thousands missing, identify the deceased, and investigate all enforced disappearances. Ceci says it was the authorities' inaction on her son's disappearances that led her to search for them herself. She told Noticias Telemundo she had to flee her home and has been living in hiding for months after being threatened by cartels and following the murder of another member in her group of searching mothers in July.
La verdad, lo hice aún sabiendo las consecuencias que puedo tener.
What is the threat to mothers and family members who are searching for their loved ones themselves?
I think the crime of disappearance is one of the crimes that creates the worst psychological toll for families. People who are searching for their loved ones don't stop, and their entire lives just crumble in the face of their efforts.
Now, more than anything, Ceci just wants to get back home to keep searching for her boys.
Tengo más miedo no volver a ver a mis hijos. Yo siempre digo que aunque sean un puño de huesos, ya los quiero encontrar.
I also want to mention the physical threat that people like Ceci face when searching for their loved ones. There have been many reports of family members who've either disappeared or even been killed in that process. Dr. Duran Martinez told me that the reason for this oftentimes is that these family members are facing some of the same violence and corruption that might have led to the disappearance of those loved ones that they're searching for.
Isa Gutierrez reporting there. 1 year after the insurrection, the FBI is still working to identify the rioters who stormed the Capitol. Still ahead, Pete Williams with an exclusive look at the largest investigation in that agency's history.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
in.
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes, back to back.
Amazing.
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go.
CNBC, get yours.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Making news right now, we're learning new details about Wednesday's devastating fire in Philadelphia. Investigators now say 12 people, including 8 children, were killed when flames tore through a 3-story row house. 2 others remain in critical condition. The fire department says it took about 50 minutes to control the flames. The Boston Marathon bomber has failed to make payments to his victims. However, $20,000 has been deposited into a trust fund belonging to Dzhokhar Tsarnaev. Prosecutors are now asking to have that money used to pay his outstanding fines. Dozens of people deposited money into an account set up for Tsarnaev. He is allowed to put some of that toward basic needs. And we're learning now more about plans for funerals for Hollywood icon Betty White. The tributes to the star will be private. White's longtime publicist told People magazine she, quote, never wanted people to make a fuss over her. Details on the funeral arrangements have not been released. White died on New Year's Eve. She was 99 years old. One year ago today, the U.S. Capitol was a virtual war zone as rioters tried to disrupt the presidential vote count. The FBI is still working to identify people who stormed the building. It is the largest investigation in the Bureau's history. NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams joins us now with an exclusive look at that effort. Hi, Pete.
Well, the surprising thing about this is that more than 700 people, 705 is the count as of today, have been charged in federal court with the riot at the Capitol. But the FBI has a lot of work yet to do with hundreds of other people still to be charged.
A year after the worst attack on the U.S. Capitol since the British torched it 200 years ago, the FBI hasn't stopped working to identify rioters. This exclusive look shows agents and analysts still combing through tens of thousands of photos and videos. Investigators also use facial recognition software and cell phone records that allow them to plot the movement of individual people inside the Capitol, the largest use ever of that technique.
The attacks happened all over the Capitol grounds.
Stephen D'Antuono, the man in charge of the FBI's Washington field office, says a priority now is identifying the rioters who attacked police, like this man using a long probe to administer shocks.
It's giving them an electrical jolt?
Correct, yeah.
So that must be painful.
I would imagine it would be, yes. Yeah, it would be like any taser.
Or this video of a man beating a police officer with a long pole.
That officer in particular right there just hit him in the head.
Or this one showing one of the rioters spraying a chemical at officers.
He gets rid of it, throws the can in and grabs a riot shield and starts beating the officers.
People have sent in hundreds of thousands of tips reacting to photos and videos like these posted on the FBI website. Tips have even come from rideshare drivers and waiters.
We've had restaurant workers turn somebody in because they've overheard them talking about it.
Federal criminal charges have now been filed against more than 700 people, and about 1/4 of them have pleaded guilty. But a big question remains unanswered. Was there actually a plan well in advance to storm the Capitol, or was it a case of seizing the moment?
It does matter in terms of a record of history, to get a sense of what this event was all about.
Was it a perfect storm of failure of security, of extremists kind of all coalescing around the Capitol, or was this something greater?
Members of the far-right Proud Boys and Oath Keepers have been charged with conspiracy, but court documents say they were preparing for violence in the streets. And the FBI has yet to figure out who planted 2 pipe bombs last January 5th at Republican and Democratic National Headquarters. No breakthrough so far, despite releasing surveillance video showing the suspected bomber that night on Capitol Hill.
Why don't you know yet who placed these bombs the night before the riot?
They're covered from head to toe, right? They have a hoodie on, glasses, a mask, gloves. You know, fully clothed.
The FBI has even compiled this map showing the bombing suspects' movements that night.
What do you see in the video of that person? What are they doing?
You know, the person's walking down this road here.
One bomb was placed just outside the Democratic office entrance.
Pretty close to that corner?
Yeah, pretty close to that area right around there.
And Pete, I know the Attorney General, Merrick Garland, spoke at length about the investigation yesterday. What was at the core of his message?
I think the core of his message was twofold, thanking all the people at the Justice Department for the work they've done and will be doing, but secondly to say that the Justice Department's work is a long way from over, that the government intends to hold anyone accountable who was a perpetrator of the riot on January 6th at any level of government, whether they were at the Capitol or not. That was his message.
All right, Pete Williams in our Washington Bureau today. Pete, thank you.
You bet.
More than 100 vigils or ceremonies are expected across the country today, and that has federal law enforcement and intelligence officials on alert. They say there's been an uptick in calls for unspecified acts of violence in the past 24 hours, though no credible plots at this point. NBC News national security correspondent Ken Dilanian joining us now. Ken, fill us in on what you're hearing from officials about all this. What is the overall threat landscape today?
Hey, Aaron. Well, my sources tell me the good news is what you just said at the end there, which is that there are no credible and specific plots that federal law enforcement and intelligence officials are aware of. But that's about the only good news, because the people I talk to are really, really disturbed with the climate and the volatility in this country right now, the extent of misinformation and disinformation. You have a recent poll that showed that 30% of Americans believe that violence against the government is appropriate. While many of us were celebrating the holidays, a California man was arrested on his way to Washington, D.C., police say, with an assault rifle and ammunition and a hit list of people, including Dr. Anthony Fauci. So what my sources are telling me is it's a really dangerous climate, and the risk is that disturbed individuals seize on a lot of these conspiracy theories and misinformation out there and do something terrible, Aaron.
You know, Ken, you've worked in Washington for a long time now. Do you see January 6th as a turning point in terms of how the Capitol is secured? Could it ever go back to the way it was?
I think it's a turning point in terms of securing the Capitol, because I don't think the Capitol could ever be attacked that way again, just because the lessons of that particular physical assault have been learned. And it may be a turning point in how the FBI and the Department of Homeland Security view the threat from domestic extremism. But my sources tell me there's a long way to go in terms of turning the aircraft carrier of government into a place where it can actually understand these so-called aspirational threats on social media, where it's not enough for the FBI to go out and arrest somebody, but it's a signal that there is something dangerous afoot and that maybe there needs to be more security around a particular target, Aaron.
That's a great metaphor there. Aircraft carrier of government. Ken Dilanian for us in Washington. Ken, thank you.
You bet. Thanks.
Now, as the nation marks the one-year anniversary of the Capitol riot, Congress is now weighing new laws to prevent future attempts to subvert democracy. In particular, they're looking at revising an obscure 1887 law that governs the process of counting electoral votes. Among its supporters, Republican leader Mitch McConnell. NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray is joining us now. Mark, first, can you help us understand what this 1887 law says and what kind of changes are being discussed now?
Yeah, Aaron, this is the Electoral Count Act, and it was put in place after the disputed 1876 presidential election, which was a whole lot closer in 1876 than we ended up seeing in 2020. And when you actually look at the act actually kind of governs the process that we all saw on January 6th, and that is that you end up having people end up reading the state-by-state electoral college count. If there are any objections, that's put up for a vote. The Senate actually weighs parties in. The actual legislation, though, is pretty murky, and there are people who believe that it doesn't necessarily actually spell out what the vice president should do, who's in presiding of the Senate. And it has people like Senator Susan Collins, the Republican senator from Maine, saying, hey, let's take a look at this to completely make sure that the vice president's roles are completely spelled out. Take a listen.
Fortunately, on January 6th, we had a Vice President, Mike Pence, who was strong and did not give in to pressure from President Trump. But what if he had, or what if a future vice president decided to play political games with the Electoral Count Act? So we need to make it very clear.
Yeah, and so, Aaron, the efforts to kind of reform this 1887 law are due to basically absolutely spell out what the law does in case there are any types of disputes.
So, Mark, we mentioned Mitch McConnell being on board with some of this. Are Democrats on board, too? What's their response?
Their response is that that's not the legislation that they want. There are two fundamental debates happening right now, Aaron, when it comes to election integrity and democracy. One is actually how you cast the ballots, and Democrats are trying to seek legislative remedies to go after states like Georgia and Texas that have made it much harder for people to vote after the 2020 election. This measure, however, and some other people who are worried about the aftermath of January 6th happens to do, how do you actually end up counting the ballots and counting the votes for president? And this gets at that secondary thing to kind of get away from any kind of subversion, that once the ballots have all been counted or have they been cast, how do you actually count them and do them in a fair way?
All right, Mark Murray for us, our senior political editor. Mark, thank you. Election officials in Arizona's largest county have found nearly every conclusion of last year's partisan audit to be misleading or false. The Maricopa County Elections Office just released a 93-page report to address claims made by allies of former President Donald Trump. NBC News deputy political editor Ben Camisar is looking into this new report for us today. Ben, walk us through what Maricopa County found in this report that we're hearing about today.
Yeah, basically, they found that this Republican-backed audit was largely a lot of nothing, a whole bunch of largely misleading or false claims, difficulties understanding the difficult and complex electoral system. Just sort of, the accusations that were disproven kind of, ran the gamut. But just to pick one out, the audit raised some flags about 53,000 ballots in a state that was decided by fewer votes than that. But when the Maricopa County went in and looked in, they found just 37 instances worthy of referring to the state attorney. That's obviously worth looking into, but that's a rounding error overall.
So, Ben, is this likely to sort of change anything, change any minds, or even the narrative over the outcome of the election in Arizona?
Unfortunately, at this point, everything's basically baked in. Things have been debunked repeatedly, and yet polling shows that Republicans are still far less likely to believe that their vote will be counted accurately. Republicans are still, just 1 in 5 Republicans believe that Biden was elected legitimately, despite independents and Democrats completely, a vast majority of them believing he was elected legitimately. So I think it's going to take a lot more than yet another debunking by election officials to change the narrative here.
All right, NBC News deputy political editor Ben Camisar. Ben, thank you. Now, there is growing confusion over the CDC's quarantine guidance. Up next, how people who have COVID right now are handling that while they're in isolation.
I'm going to change your life. Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
CNBC premiere episodes of Shark Tank back to back.
Sounds expensive.
Too much?
You're now in the lexicon of the craziest pitches ever on Shark Tank.
Tune in Tuesdays.
Why would you want one shark when you can have two?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Welcome to the Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. I don't want to be a Lego.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
So what should you do if you test positive for COVID-19? Well, the CDC's shifting guidelines for how long to isolate or quarantine has a lot of people scratching their heads about that very question. The American Medical Association has called the CDC's messaging on this confusing and counterproductive. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard spoke to people who are currently isolating. Vaughn, I know I have some friends who are sort of, have laughed off the CDC guidance in effect, and they're sort of figuring out their own thing to do. What did the folks you talked to tell you?
Yeah, they're figuring out what to do because for so many people, even just getting a test to confirm that you're no longer testing positive is so hard. And with the CDC going from 10 days to 5 days last week, and adding this week that perhaps if you like, you should go get a test, that is where it's leaving a lot of folks with questions up in the air. Have you been tracking CDC guidance?
Confusion over isolation timetables as the CDC this week changing its COVID guidance again. This as thousands across the country, including Raphael, Tyler, and Selena, all three in isolation with COVID, question their next moves.
So I track it, but I have a hard time feeling comfortable with the new stuff.
After we released our guidance, our recommendations early last week, it became very clear that people were interested in using the rapid tests.
Daily demands like work and school prompting the CDC last week to cut its guidance for how long individuals should isolate after testing positive, from 10 days to 5 days if the person is fever-free for 24 hours. Now, after pushback, the agency writing, if an individual has access to a test and wants a test, the best approach is to use an antigen test towards the end of the 5-day isolation period.
This has nothing to do with the shortage of available tests.
The CDC says that if an individual tests positive after 5 days, you should continue to isolate until day 10.
I still don't know if I'm safe to go back into work or if I'm still contagious or not.
What is clear is the coronavirus is all around us, more than at any other point. Yet our understanding of just how far one should go to stop the spread is still evolving.
In fact, on Tuesday, the CDC posted explicitly the science is evolving on Omicron and is still pointing to data on previous variants.
Doesn't that data rightfully leave some Americans skeptical of the 5-day guidance from the CDC?
Yes, it should leave Americans skeptical because we probably still have anywhere from 30 to 50% of people who are still infectious even after those 5 days, even with no symptoms whatsoever, which is why I think the best basic guidance is that if you get a positive test or you have symptoms, 10 days.
Tyler Crow on day 7 of isolation, waiting for the CDC's previous marker.
I go with what we've had from them for a while, the 10 days.
Rafael Alvarez, currently on day 3 of his isolation, says he will follow the CDC's new timeline.
My whole game plan is to eventually get tested on the 5th day, because according to the CDC's guidelines, you can go back to work and school after 5 days. I'm personally concerned that this is discouraging people from believing what the CDC has to say.
I understand the skepticism. The difference to me is critical. The CDC is not putting out policy that has no evidence. The problem is the evidence is shifting.
It's all led folks in isolation to go looking for tests in lines like these. New Yorkers Abby and Ray, 15 days after testing positive, deciding to finally go out and look for their tests.
Do you agree with the CDC changing it from 10 days to 5 days?
Scientifically, I'm not sure why did they change that, but I personally would prefer if people stayed in longer.
I'm forced to obviously go into either a urgent care or clinic to get tested by a physician, which is honestly unfortunate because I don't want to be in contact with people out there.
Vaughn, did the country's labor shortage, the issues we've been seeing around that, have anything to do with the CDC revising those guidelines around isolating and quarantining?
Right. It was the Delta CEO who just the week before that change in CDC guidance urged the Biden administration to take the number of days of isolation from 10 days to 5 days. And that's what they did, citing just how many people are trying to get back to the workplace. You know, it doesn't take much to find a local coffee shop or a restaurant that is not open because of the number of staff that are out. At the same time, I think it's important that we note, Aaron, that Walensky and others say just because you may get one of those rapid antigen tests back that is negative doesn't necessarily mean that you are no longer infectious. Just because there may not be enough virus left in you to trigger a positive test result for yourself, that doesn't mean that there is not enough virus in which you still may be infecting others. That is why the CDC has been clear that they still urge folks to wear a mask for at least the 10 days following that first infection, Aaron.
At least 10 days. All right, let's hope that's some good advice. Vaughn Hilliard for us today. Vaughn, thank you.
Thanks, Aaron.
Now, the start of the new year is usually the busiest time for gyms in this country as more people resolve, at least, to get active. But with the spread of the Omicron variant, a lot of Americans are having second thoughts about hitting the gym. And the fitness industry is feeling the burn. NBC's Vicky Nguyen takes a look.
Hi there. Yeah, from soaring sales of at-home fitness equipment to the rise in workout apps and virtual classes, the pandemic sparked an explosion of ways to stay fit without stepping foot inside a gym. And now COVID once again has the health and fitness industry sweating it as the Omicron surge prompts many to stay at home with their New Year's resolutions.
Welcoming a new year can mean ringing in a new you. But with Omicron flexing its might, gyms across the country are feeling the COVID crunch.
Typically in January, this is a busy time of year. People making resolutions. Are people rushing to get back into gyms?
Unfortunately, Vicki, we are not seeing that.
According to the International Health, Racquet and Sports Club Association, in the U.S., 22% of health and fitness clubs have permanently closed during the pandemic, totaling more than 9,000 locations and eliminating 1.5 million jobs.
Before this last variant, our gyms were somewhere between 65 and 70% at capacity, which is really about breaking even. We are really, really struggling.
IHRSA President and CEO Liz Clark says the hard-hit industry hasn't received any federal relief money after losing $30 billion in revenue. Gyms struggling to retain members fed up with changing mask and vaccine rules, as they also face the challenge of implementing new technology to give members remote options, with small businesses taking the biggest hit. But some chains contend they're in good shape after pumping up cleaning protocols, improving ventilation, and following state and local mandates. While Crunch reports a continued growth in membership, Planet Fitness says membership levels have reached 97% of its pre-pandemic all-time peak. Businesses that remained flexible capitalized on the consumer demand for working out at home.
20-minute full body strength coming your way.
Last year, sales of home fitness equipment were up nearly 100% over 2019. And in late 2020, fitness companies like Peloton pedaled their way to major earnings, the stationary bike maker tripling its revenue to $758 million. Victoria Busby, a former boxer and gym rat, ramped up her personal training business by pivoting to live online and recorded classes.
What do you think about the move to working out at home?
The reason why I love personal training is watching people grow, helping people feel confident in themselves. And I think being able to do it at home, it's so much more convenient. It takes so much less time out of your day. Plus, you don't need all those bells and whistles.
Victoria says all you need is a little motivation, some good music, and a place to sweat. She'll take care of the rest.
Let's do it. Let's have a great class.
What do you say to people who are skeptical that you can get a really good workout at home?
Try it.
Well, okay. Time to summon some big win energy.
This is one of my go-to pre-workout stretches.
I'm hearing a lot of snap, crackling, and popping over here.
And one. Go right back into that down dog.
I mean, have we even been doing this for 5 minutes? My whole body is like burning.
We're nice and loose. A little bit of a sweat. We want to try to keep our shoulders here and our abs tight. Let's go, let's go. Ski, ski, ski. 3, 2, and time. My quads are burning. Shake it out, shake it out.
Just to be able to do all that with just my body weight, no special equipment, a small space and corner in my house. That was awesome. Thank you.
You are a rock star.
I'm panting so hard now.
Whether you choose to feel the burn at home or at the gym, fitness industry experts say there are more options than ever to exercise.
And look, there are certainly benefits to working out in person as well, including that hands-on training. This month, you might not see as many deals for free fitness as you would in a typical January, but many gyms are open for working out in person. So just remember, if you are going to go, remember to wash your hands, follow the local ordinances when it comes to mask wearing when you are inside. Try to keep your distance from others and opt for outdoor classes or see if you can open windows whenever possible. Back to you.
The world's #1 tennis player, Novak Djokovic, held at Australia's border overnight and now facing deportation. After the break, the new twist in the vaccine skeptics' battle to defend his Open title and the legal challenge that could decide his fate.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
We began our Across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last one. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Tennis star Novak Djokovic is now facing deportation from Australia. The #1 ranked tennis player in the world failed to provide proof of his vaccination status to authorities when he landed there. Now his visa is canceled ahead of the Australian Open. Kelly Kobiella has the story.
Well, tennis star Novak Djokovic is now facing a deportation order in Australia after spending 8 hours at the airport pleading his case.
Still in Australia, but maybe not for long.
Tennis ace Novak Djokovic, seen here at the airport, is now holed up in a quarantine hotel this morning in Melbourne, while his lawyers launch an urgent bid to keep him in the country for the Australian Open, less than 2 weeks away. Overnight, the Australian Border Force confirming Djokovic failed to provide appropriate evidence to meet the entry requirements to Australia, and his visa has been subsequently cancelled. The 20-time Grand Slam winner announced on Instagram earlier this week he had an exemption permission. Australia's leader Scott Morrison leaving no doubt where he stands.
Rules are rules, and there are no special cases. Rules are rules.
Fellow tennis star Rafael Nadal wading into the argument, telling reporters
if he wanted, he will be playing here in Australia without a problem, no?
Fans and supporters have gathered outside Djokovic's hotel.
It's not fair. It's being discriminating against him.
Djokovic's father saying in a statement that he's being held captive by the Australian government, adding his fans will gather on the street and fight. But many Australians who have suffered some of the world's strongest COVID restrictions are not impressed by Djokovic's attempt to get an exemption.
I think it's a disgrace. I really don't agree with there being one rule for one and another rule for others.
At stake, a chance to beat Roger Federer and Rafael Nadal's Grand Slam record and take his place as the greatest player in men's tennis history. Djokovic has stumbled recently, trying hard to hide his emotions after losing the U.S. Open last year. He's said in the past that he's opposed to getting vaccinated and has kept his own status private.
So whether someone wants to get a vaccine or not, that's completely up to them.
Djokovic tested positive for COVID back in 2020. It now looks like Djokovic will spend the weekend at that quarantine hotel in Australia. His detention hearing has been adjourned until Monday.
On NBC News now, coast-to-coast surge. Coronavirus cases skyrocketing across America. The crush hospital workers are facing once again as they're left overwhelmed with patients. Also this hour, the attack on the Capitol. America pauses to reflect exactly 1 year after the January 6th insurrection.
These people showed up with the intent to do something, and to me it's impossible to deny that.
The images of violence still haunting, the cultural impact still being felt, and the investigation still going.
If members of Congress are not willing to model the behavior that we know the country needs, which is simply to respect one another, then there's less and less of a way forward, I'm afraid.
Today, the reflections and the calls to action, reminding all Americans of how the future of democracy was put at risk.
This is an NBC News special report. Attack on the Capitol, 1 year later. Here is Tom Llamas.
Hey, good day. We are coming on the air as Congress marks 1 year since the deadly attack on the Capitol. Just minutes from now, a ceremony that includes a prayer and a moment of silence on the House floor. The scene inside the House chamber right now, as you can see, solemn and hushed. Much different than the chaotic and violent afternoon 1 year ago today. Let's listen in as the invocation starts.
Incline your ear to us and hear our prayers for our Congress, for our nation, for its people. As compatriots, we are too often separated by politics and perspectives, individual certainties and intractable opinions. On this anniversary of national discord and despair, send your healing spirit among us and tend to the dispiritedness and disagreement here within and around the people's house. This day, into your hands we commend our spirits of fear, anger, and uncertainty, and ask that you would revive in us our shared commitment to this country's highest ideals, its strength in its diversity, its power in its defense of the common good. On these virtues was our country founded, and for them countless heroes have sacrificed. Remind us, inspire us, the aggrieved, the skeptical, the disenfranchised, all of us, to hold true and remain worthy of this noble heritage. We offer the words of Abraham Lincoln, that once again we would emerge from our national turmoil with malice toward none and charity for all, with firmness in the right as you give us to see the right, to finish the work we are in, to bind up the nation's wounds, to do all which may achieve and cherish a just and lasting peace among ourselves. Merciful God, restore to us this sacred obligation of unity and moral purpose. Inspire us to live lives which serve as a witness to your restoration and reconciliation. We pray your peace over your people. In your sovereign name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Catherine. Pursuant to Section 11A of Resolution 188, the Journal of the Last Day's Proceedings is approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Pursuant to Section 4A of House Resolution 829, no organizational or legislative business will be conducted on this day. The chair will address the chamber. Today, 1 year ago, the Capitol and those who work within it were targeted in a violent insurrection that sought to undermine democracy. As we acknowledge the horror of that day, we honor the heroism of so many, particularly U.S. Capitol Police, institutional staff, floor leadership, committee, and member staff. We had a session this morning where we could say thank you to many of them. Unfortunately, COVID did not enable us to have the full House. We will have another time when the attending physician allows. But as we acknowledge the horror of that day, in the face of extreme danger, they all risked their safety for our democracy by protecting the Capitol complex, members, staff, press, etc., press within, safeguarding the ballots in those mahogany boxes to validate the election, and ensuring that Congress could accomplish our purpose and honor our duty to the Constitution and to our country. That day and in the days after, they were the defenders of our democracy, and their courage and patriotism remain an inspiration. Because of them, Congress was able to defeat the insurrection, to return to the Capitol that same night to ensure that the peaceful transfer of power took place. Because of them and our members, the insurrection failed. 1 year later, this sacred space where members legislate, children learn, visitors are welcomed, was defiled and damaged. We know that. As we reflect on that darkest day, we remember that the insurrection sought not only to attack the building, but to undermine democracy itself. When the violent assault was made on the Capitol, its purpose was to thwart Congress's constitutional duty to validate the electoral count and to ensure the peaceful transfer of power. But the assault did not deter us from our duty, I say again. In this Capitol, a symbol of democracy to the world, that evening, the Congress, because of the courage of all of you, rose to honor our oath and protect our democracy. We did so honoring the words of President Lincoln during the Civil War. Fellow citizens, he said, we cannot escape history. We will be remembered in spite of ourselves. No personal significance or insignificance can spare us one or another. We hold the power, therefore we bear the responsibility, Lincoln said. Today, we accept responsibility as daunting and demanding as any that previous generations of leadership have faced. Since the January 6th insurrection, there have been continued assaults on our democracy, undermining the sanctity of the vote and the integrity of our elections, which are the basis of our democracy. Let us be true to the vision of our founders, who brilliantly established our democracy and made it a model for the world. Let us honor the sacrifice of our men and women in uniform who protect that freedom with their lives. And let us remember the words of another president, our patriarch, President George Washington, when he delivered the Constitution to the Congress, he said this. He said, "This Constitution represents the creation of a government which would allow for the continuation of rigorous debate, but relies upon the common sense and good faith of the American people to find the better angels of our nature." As we proceed, let us find our common ground, reach our nation's heights with liberty and justice for all, remembering the words of our great patriarch, and in the spirit that our chaplain referenced of President Lincoln, with malice toward none, with charity toward all. Let us acknowledge today, as I conclude, I want to acknowledge our fallen heroes of that day. U.S. Capitol Police Officer Brian Sicknick, U.S. Capitol Police Officer Howard Livingood, Metropolitan Officer Jeffrey Smith, U.S. Capitol Police Officer Billy Evans of a later assault. Now I ask all members to rise for a moment of silence in their memory. Thank you. Pursuant to Section 11B of House Resolution 188, the House stands adjourned until 6:30 p.m. on Monday, January 10th, 2022.
We've just been listening to House Speaker Nancy Pelosi addressing a special session of the House 1 year to the date that rioters stormed the Capitol as they were trying to certify the electoral victory of President Joe Biden. Garrett Haake was there 1 year ago. He's our senior congressional correspondent. He was in the Russell Rotunda, where he is today, as he joins us live for this special coverage. And Garrett, I'm just wondering your thoughts. You know, the Capitol is not only the beacon of democracy for our country, it's also where you go to work every day. And I wonder if there's been a day you haven't thought about what happened on January 6th.
Not a single one. I mean, this is a community, and the difference between then and now is that a year ago, every member of this community experienced that attack in roughly the same way. We lived it. We were here. It happened to people we know. It happened to friends and family and loved ones, and it was a kind of uniting experience in those 24 hours. In the 365 days since, the attack has become a divisive experience. You look at the chamber floor just now, you saw 30 or 40 Democrats on one side of the chamber. The House is not in session today. This is the only business they were conducting. On the Republican side of the chamber, only Liz Cheney as an active member. She's also joined by her father, the former Vice President, Dick Cheney, who hasn't served in the House in more than 30 years. That speaks to just how divisive and divided the Congress has become over this issue. And it really boils down to this. Democrats are willing to place responsibility for this attack at the feet of the former president. Republicans are not. We heard that from President Biden today in his remarks this morning. Listen.
The former president of the United States of America has created and spread a web of lies about the 2020 election. He's done so because he values power over principle, because he sees his own interest as more important than his country's interest, than America's interest.
Tom, just sampling of the president's speech here this morning, I think the bottom line for history is how will we view the January 6th? Will it be the same united way we looked at it in the immediate aftermath of that day a year ago, or will we remain as divided in the future as we are about it right now?
Yeah, it's the big question, and Speaker Pelosi asking that we all try to find common ground. And we can't forget what happened to Speaker Pelosi on that day. She had to be ushered to a secure location. Her own staff hunkered down in a conference room, and of course, those rioters rioters once they stormed the Capitol, calling on her name, looking for her, even breaking into her office. This is the moment right here with their feet, at least one rioter with his feet up on their desk. We know that Speaker Pelosi still has a door that was broken into, a mirror that was broken on that day as well. As all of this was happening, one of NBC's reporters, Ellison Barber, and her team were on the Capitol Hill steps as all of this was playing out. She had a microphone in her hand, and she was live on both NBC News and MSNBC. Ellison, what do you remember about those moments?
Hey, Tom, you know, we'd come to the Capitol, this side of the Capitol, by about 8 a.m. that morning. We'd come for what we thought would be a small protest taking place in the day. I was standing almost in this exact spot in the afternoon as we saw those rioters come through and burst through bicycle racks just like these, almost in this exact same place, and then make their way up the Capitol steps. As you look around today, what we have noticed is a heavier presence, at least on foot, of Capitol police officers. We've seen more of them on bikes as well. Even before January 6th, the United States Capitol Police, they say they had staffing issues, but they have lost about 200 officers for various reasons since January 6th, and they say staffing remains an issue today. At the same time, some of what has been pointed out as the biggest failures of that day were tied to intelligence, and Capitol Police are adamant they've made dramatic changes in that regard. They say now leadership as well as officers are receiving intelligence briefings every single day, that they're working better with external law enforcement partners to share intelligence, and that they are in the final stages of getting a new intelligence director. Thousands of people flocked to the Capitol this day. Over 725 people have been arrested in the year since they arrived on this on the Capitol steps on that fateful day. More than 225 people have been charged with assaulting, resisting, or impeding officers or employees. 640 people charged with entering or remaining in a restricted federal building or grounds. 70 people have been sentenced so far, again, all for activities related to what took place here on January 6th. The new Capitol Police Chief, the Speaker of the House, they have said that there is no doubt in their mind that the Capitol is safer today than it was a year ago. But from spending the entire day here a year ago, talking to the people in that crowd, the rage that we saw, the beliefs, the mindsets that they had, the arguments we heard about things that were simply not true. What happened on January 6th was more than just a failure of security or mistakes made by the United States Capitol Police. And we still hear today elected officials, the former president, pushing the very lies that led people up those Capitol steps on January 6th.
Yeah, Ellison, you know, as we see the video of when this riot took place, we are all reminded that the Capitol turned into a crime scene that day. You saw it, you heard it, you personally felt it. And on that last point you were mentioning, there are people out there who would like to sort of revisit this and add some revisionist history. There's no way to describe this. There was nothing peaceful about these moments right here.
Right. I mean, I've heard people, and people have said to me before, that it was outside agitators, left-wing groups like Antifa. I was here all day speaking with people starting at 8 a.m. I was here talking to people as they came down the steps and then told us that they had made their way inside and made it to Nancy Pelosi's office. The idea that this was agitators, left-wing plotters, none of that is true. The idea that this was a peaceful protest and just a few people got a little out of hand, that is not true. We watched as the Proud Boys extremist groups marched around, chanting around the United States Capitol. And then we saw some of the things left on the ground, Tom, of bear spray, debris that people had thrown and used to attack law enforcement to make their way up those stairs. What happened here, it was not peaceful. Tom?
Ellison, thank you. We're also joined by NBC News political director and moderator of Meet the Press, Chuck Todd. Chuck, you know, the president earlier today had a line that sort of struck me. He said, today is not about being bogged down in the past. This is so the past isn't buried, right? He wants to make sure we don't forget. And as we remember, I want to ask you, what have we learned?
Well, I don't. What we've learned is I think our democracy is more fragile than we realize. What we learned is how broken our information ecosystem is. I mean, Tom, a year ago at this moment when this was happening and I was anchoring on the air at the time, I, along with many others, and I think inside the Republican Party as well, thought, all right, this is it. Trump's gone too far. This will break it. This is how the Republican Party finally is able to rid itself of this Trump virus that has sort of hijacked the party. Here we are a year later. It is just the opposite. Trump has more control. He is of this party. Those that want to speak out and have spoken out are very few. We've obviously Liz Cheney, Adam Kinzinger are among the most prominent. Those that know better but want to stay in their jobs have decided to appease this and go along with it. And I really think it comes back to this, Tom. We have a broken information ecosystem. There is a large, loud minority, but it's a large minority who believe the former president's series of lies here. And no amount of truth-telling is probably going to penetrate these minds. This is why the real lesson here is how weak the elected Republicans have turned out to be. Whether it's Mitch McConnell, who I think thought somehow he didn't need to impeach it. He didn't want. You have a lot of Republicans that want to get rid of Trump, but they don't want the fingerprints. Let somebody else do it. I think for me the lesson here, Trump is not going to be out of our politics unless members of the Republican Party kick him out. And they so far have chosen not to do that.
Chuck, on that point, and going back to the Speaker's speech just moments ago about trying to find common ground, were you surprised by the tone that the president struck earlier today? Because it was no doubt a prosecution of the former president 1 year later.
I think it was something that he had been avoiding. What was remarkable to me about it is that it's gone. We went a year without him responding to this. You know, he wanted to stay above this. And a lot of people thought this. If you ignore some of the craziest rantings of the former president, maybe he'll fade away. Maybe this will wear itself out. 1 year later, that's not the case. That's why this president of the United States, Joe Biden, had to do what he did. He had to do it for history's sake, but he had to do it, I think, for those that are on the side of the democracy here and want to know, is he going to be a bulwark for it? And I think this is why a lot of people have described it. I think this was probably easily the most important speech he's given as president, and I think it's his best. And I'll tell you this, if you think that speech was partisan, then you believe the former president's lies. It's only a partisan speech if you think there's somehow a truthful dispute here. If you're pro-democracy and pro-America, it is hard to look at that speech and say, oh, it's politically skewed. And to see today some elected Republicans try to have it both ways, condemning what happened on January 6th, but then trying to memory hole how we got to January 6th, and instead try to play politics with it, I think it just shows you, unfortunately, how powerful the former president's hold is on approximately 30 to 40% of the American people.
1 year later, we are learning something, and we are still growing as a country. And that speech from the president and Speaker Pelosi also teaching us new things as well. Chuck Todd, Ellison Barber, Garrett Haake, we thank you for all of your reporting. That concludes our coverage of today's Moment of Silence on the House floor. Lester Holt will be back with you here again at 5:30 p.m. Eastern for the House and Senate prayer vigil set to be held on the Capitol steps. He'll also have a portion of his exclusive and very candid interview with House Speaker Nancy Pelosi today, discussing her memories of that day and its lasting impact on democracy. I'm Tom Llamas. For all of us here at NBC News, thank you for joining us.
This hour, we are also marking the first anniversary of the attack on the Capitol. It is a very different scene here than it was 1 year ago. On this day in 2021, thousands of rioters stormed a place that stands as a symbol of democracy. Now, a year later, those responsible are still in the process of being held accountable. This morning, Vice President Kamala Harris took a look back while also talking about the future.
What was at stake then and now is the right to have our future decided the way the Constitution prescribes it. By we, the people.
We have team coverage again this hour. Let's begin at the Capitol with NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Haake. Garrett, the president and vice president spoke today. Obviously, there are other events being held led by Democrats. We've only really had statements, though, from Republicans at this point. Can you sort of break down how both political parties are looking at today?
Well, ironically, Aaron, because we all experienced this together and members of both parties were in equal amounts of danger on that day, now a year later, they look at this event wholly separately. Today you have Republicans largely absent from the Capitol. On the House floor just a moment ago, the only Republicans on the floor for the moment of silence were Liz Cheney and her father, the former Vice President Dick Cheney, of course a former member of Congress himself. The Senate is in session today, but most Republicans are at the funeral of former Republican Senator Johnny Isakson down in Georgia. Paper statements and tweets taking the place of their physical presence. And for most Republicans, they say Democrats have overly politicized this day, and they accuse Democrats of trying to use the events of January 6th to pass what they consider to be partisan agenda items like the Democratic voting rights package. So an event that was at first something that united this Congress has now split it, much as it has much of the country.
You know, Garrett, I know you've been talking to members of the Capitol Police Force there who were on the ground on January 6th last year. What have they been saying to you about how they view this attack a year later?
They're still angry, Aaron, in almost every case, still angry that this was foisted upon them. I had one officer tell me that he always thought as a police officer he might someday be involved in the kind of violence that we saw, but never against American citizens, never in the U.S. Capitol. The shock of that day has given way to anger among many of the Capitol Police officers. There's also a sense of frustration and exhaustion. The Capitol Police are largely understaffed at this moment. Their chief wants to hire 400 additional officers. Everyone who is still on the force is working a ton of overtime, and they shared some of those frustrations with me when we spoke on the record on camera earlier this week. Listen.
These people showed up armed. They showed up wearing body armor and with helmets on. This is not normal tourist attire. These people showed up with the intent to do something, and to me it's impossible to deny that.
Did that day ever really end for you?
I don't feel like you can totally heal or have closure to something until you have accountability, until you know the full picture of what happened.
And Aaron, that's really the third piece of this, at least from the officer's perspective. That accountability means something. It means not forgetting what happened that day, not letting it be whitewashed. For some, like Officer Dunn there's a sense of the political accountability. How high does this go? But also simply to see those people who were there and attacked these officers locked up. The FBI says they're still looking for perhaps as many as 300 individuals who assaulted police officers on that day a year ago.
All right, Garrett Haake for us on Capitol Hill today. Garrett, thank you. Now, President Biden had some very pointed comments on this anniversary of the riot. NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba is joining us now with more on that. Monica, what was at the center of the president's message this morning?
The president very clearly went after his predecessor, Aaron, and that was by design. And this is someone who, over the last few months, when he's asked about Donald Trump and the administration before his, he sometimes dismisses it and says he doesn't spend a lot of time thinking about, quote, the former guy. That was not at all the tone of the president's speech today in a venue where presidents rarely speak. And of course, he made an incredibly impassioned plea for people to realize what's at stake for American democracy, while calling out his predecessor repeatedly, though never using his name. Take a listen.
They weren't looking to hold a free and fair election. They were looking to overturn one. They weren't looking to save the cause of America. They were looking to subvert the Constitution. This isn't about being bogged down in the past. This is about making sure the past isn't buried. Those who stormed this Capitol, and those who instigated and incited, and those who called on them to do so, held a dagger at the throat of America.
The president spoke repeatedly of the web of lies that Mr. Trump has really been sowing, not just since he was in office, but in the days since, talking about the last year being so dangerous in terms of Republican lawmakers who still will not acknowledge what happened a year ago, and also at the state level. And that is why the president raised the issue of voting rights briefly to say that more needs to be done on that front, but he's going to really be saying a lot more on that topic next week with a big speech in Atlanta, Aaron.
Monica, I want to ask you about reaction, too. I mean, the president had a fiery tone, and there are very clear demarcations in the tones of his speeches. In this case, was there any reaction to the tone of the president's speech today?
Well, from Democrats in particular, many had been calling for the president to go this far, to really talk about this in the starkest of terms, which is not something that President Biden had always done. So in terms of those who work closely with him, they were very laudatory. They felt this was the correct tone. And then, of course, you have Republicans on the flip side who argue that this is a politicization of a day that was a dark day and a difficult day. But, of course, that runs the spectrum from some Republicans who have called out the actions of that pro-Trump riot, and to others who, of course, have been more casual in their language. Remember, there were even some Republicans who said it was simply just a tourist gathering and that it wasn't at all deadly or as violent as, of course, we all know it was and what we saw with our own eyes that day. So the president's speech really delivering for parts of his party that have wanted him to do this, but, of course, animating Republicans and, of course, the one who was watching just as closely, former President Trump. He released a statement afterwards completely blasting President Biden's speech. And what was notable, Aaron, is that originally former President Trump was going to hold a news conference today down at his Mar-a-Lago club in Florida, but he canceled that, instead saying he'll have a lot more to say at an upcoming rally.
NBC's Monica Alba for us in Washington today. Monica, thank you. Now, the Capitol is on high alert right now. In the last 48 hours, federal law enforcement and intelligence officials have seen an uptick in, quote, unspecified acts of violence associated with today's anniversary. That's according to a senior U.S. intelligence official. MSNBC anchor Yasmin Vossoughian joins us now from the Capitol. Yasmin, what more are you hearing about these threats?
So there have been a lot more threats, not only leading up to today, but throughout the last year since the January 6th insurrection. However, it's important to note that they are not necessarily credible threats. And I want to read for you a statement from the Department of Homeland Security that we got over the last 24 hours or so. The Department of Homeland Security does not have information indicating any specific or credible threats related to the anniversary of the attack on the Capitol on January 6th. Since the violent events 1 year ago, DHS has enhanced its ability to detect, analyze, and respond to threats. The men and women of our department remain vigilant in their national security mission, and we will continue to review the threat environment and share information with the public and our partners as well. And just so we are clear here, the Department of Homeland Security, the FBI, Secret Service, Metro Police, Capitol Police as well, all working in tandem, especially on a day like today when they have a high alert, we should say, on this 1 year anniversary of the January 6th insurrection to make sure that the Capitol building is in a secure state. And as of now, there are not a lot of security measures that we can necessarily see with the naked eye in place. There are cameras that have been brought back from war zones in Afghanistan placed throughout the Capitol grounds. Obviously, that 8-foot fencing that was put in place after the January 6th insurrection is no longer here. There are just these barricades here. But nonetheless, I mean, I'm in exactly the same spot I was at this time 1 year ago, and I could almost walk up to the steps of the front of the west side of the Capitol here.
All right, Yasmin Vossoughian for us at the Capitol today in Washington. Again, Yasmin, thank you. We appreciate it. We want to turn to some breaking news at this hour. Attorneys for Ghislaine Maxwell say they will ask for a new trial. And that's because 2 jurors revealed during deliberations that they were sexually abused. Maxwell, a longtime confidant of Jeffrey Epstein, was convicted last week of sex trafficking charges. Joining us now, NBC News correspondent for investigations Tom Winter and NBC News legal analyst Danny Cevallos. Let's start with you on this, Tom, if we can. The judge overseeing this case wants to hear from both the defense and the prosecution. What can you tell us about that?
Right. So this all started to bubble up yesterday morning when a series of interviews were posted with one of the jurors in the Maxwell trial who discussed his own personal experiences as a victim of sexual abuse and says that that discussion came up in the course of juror deliberations. He says that some of the jurors had some doubts or maybe had some questions about some of the stories and some of the things that were testified to by some of the victims in the Maxwell case. And he stated that he was a victim of sexual abuse and talked about his own personal recollections and memories, and that played a role in the course of coming to the verdict that we eventually had, which is a guilty verdict on 5 of 6 counts. What makes this significant is jurors are told, jurors are asked, and jurors agree to leave behind any personal experiences that they may have by the judge in the course of their being selected to be put on the jury. They're asked to put aside those personal feelings and experiences and to judge the evidence and only the evidence at trial in an impartial manner to determine whether or not somebody is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. That appears perhaps not to have happened here. On top of that, the juror questionnaire was very specific and asked if anybody had any experiences as a victim of sexual abuse or any family members that may have been a victim of sexual abuse. This juror apparently told several news organizations that he kind of breezed through or just rushed through that questionnaire and doesn't remember how he answered it. Now, it's conceivable that either party here may have decided to strike that juror for cause if they were aware of it. And so basically what prosecutors asked, they were the first ones to file. They said, look, we think an inquiry should be done by the judge to figure out exactly what this person answered, what they said, and let's get to the bottom and let's get some answers. And then the defense came in and said, look, based on this, we think we should be able to file for a new trial. We think we should be able to get a new trial here, Aaron.
So, Danny, given everything that Tom just laid out there, what are the chances that Ghislaine Maxwell gets a mistrial here?
If you're just playing the odds, it almost never happens. And it wouldn't technically be a mistrial. It's a request for a new trial based on that juror misconduct. And it's happened so rarely that it could scarcely be said to even happen at all, especially in this jurisdiction. What the defendant has to show is, number one, that a juror answered a question dishonestly, not necessarily a good faith mistaken answer or an oops, I thought I was answering that correctly, that they were being dishonest. But even if Maxwell's team shows that, that's not enough under the test. They have to show that that answer, if the attorneys had known the real answer, it would have sustained what's called a for-cause challenge to that juror. In other words, at the outset during voir dire, the attorneys could have said, hey, this juror shouldn't be excused for cause. In other words, it's clear they can't be impartial because of some past life experience. So a very steep hill to climb for Maxwell's team.
All right, we'll see how it goes. Tom Winter, Danny Cevallos, gentlemen, thank you both.
Thank you.
4 tons of space debris have re-entered the Earth's atmosphere. What we know about the out-of-control rocket stage and where it crash-landed back on Earth. That's next.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes, back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
On the money this hour, new jobless numbers are out, and they are worse than expected. More than 200,000 people filed for unemployment last week. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu is tracking that story and more today. Dom, what's driving these numbers higher?
So, Aaron, it is. It's over 200,000. It's 207,000 people in particular. That's more than the 195,000 consensus forecast from economists for those number of people who are filing for first-time unemployment benefits. The number of people also filing for multiple weeks of unemployment benefits, or those so-called continuing jobless claims, also rose to about 1.754 million people, also higher than forecast. But to put things in context, Aaron, we are still hovering near the lowest counts for unemployment since before the pandemic lows back in 2020. What's driving it is a little bit of the unevenness around the economy right now, the pandemic slowdowns and shutdowns in certain areas, hiring difficulties. It's basically showing that there could be shorter-term bumps in the road in a job market, Aaron, that's still trying to really normalize in some way, given the effects of the virus pandemic on the economy.
I also want to ask you about Bitcoin, Dom. It's been on a bit of a run for a while now, but that's taking a hit. What's going on?
So it's cryptocurrencies across the board, to your point here, not just Bitcoin taking those bigger hits, but Bitcoin and Ethereum are both near multi-month lows right now. And those are the two cryptos in particular that the industry cares the most about because they are the two biggest by far in that industry. Now, a good chunk of that selling pressure is being attributed to the Federal Reserve and news that we got yesterday that America's central bank could be looking to increase interest rates and remove cash from our financial system in a more aggressive fashion than previously thought. So the thinking is that will help fight some of the inflationary pressures in consumer goods that we've been reporting on, and of course the market. But some crypto investors, Aaron, have been using Bitcoin as a hedge. They buy it against inflation. So if inflation may not be as big of a threat, you take away some of the demand for owning things like Bitcoin and Ethereum as well.
There's also some reporting about a big lawsuit between two of the biggest names in apparel. What do we know about that?
Yeah, I mean, Aaron, this is big. One of the biggest athletic apparel companies out there. We're talking about Nike. It's filed a lawsuit against yoga and fitness wear maker Lululemon. Nike is alleging that Lulu's Mirror home fitness device infringes on its patents. It claims that many of the features on that Mirror product violate patents it has on things like ways to determine runner's pace or time elapsed, calories used, that sort of thing, as well as other patents that it owns. Now, Lululemon, Aaron, has issued a statement saying that it believes the patents that Nike has in question are overly broad and invalid. That's their words, and they look forward to defending that position in court, Aaron.
All right, CNBC's Dom Chu for us today. Dom, thank you.
Sure.
Humanity and planet Earth are fortunately still intact. That's after a failed Russian rocket came crashing down on Wednesday. It made landfall in the South Pacific Ocean. If you've recently seen the Netflix movie Don't Look Up, don't worry. This was nothing like that. NBC News reporter Denise Chow has been following this story closely for us. Denise, so where did this piece of rocket debris come from exactly?
Yeah, so this was the upper stage of a Russian rocket called the Angara A5. Russia has spent years, well, decades really, developing a new fleet of heavy lift rockets. And so this particular one was launched on December 27th on a test flight. Shortly after launch, there was an engine malfunction on the upper stage, and it never reached its intended target and got instead stranded in a much lower orbit. And so since after launch, Russia is not able to control the rocket anymore. There's nothing keeping it in space. What goes up must eventually come down.
Right. So a couple of things here. First, how often does something like this happen? And was there ever really a danger on this? Did we really dodge a bullet?
Well, Aaron, it happens more than you probably think. There's estimates that a couple hundred tons of space debris actually tumbles back to Earth uncontrolled every year. Not all of it is as big as this instance, but there are examples of much larger objects, defunct space stations, old and decommissioned satellites. Last year, there was a 20-ton section of a Chinese rocket that tumbled back to Earth uncontrolled. So it does happen, but most of this debris, if it does survive the trip through the atmosphere, ends up in the ocean. And that's just because if you look at the world map, there's far more water than there is land, which is not to say that it can't happen or hasn't happened before. And Aaron, there's only one known instance of a person being struck by space debris. This was a rather famous, albeit quite rare example. It's a woman named Lottie Williams in Tulsa, Oklahoma. She was out for a walk in 1997, and she was actually struck in the shoulder by a small piece of a rocket fuel tank, but she was otherwise unscathed and lived to tell the tale.
Yeah, with all that ocean, she has the worst possible luck, I guess it seems, in this case. All right, Denise Chow, we appreciate it. Thank you. The group of people who believe the lie that President Joe Biden lost the election has grown over the last year. Still ahead, a look at the misinformation that drove so many to the Capitol riot.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove? You've already won more snowboarding golds than anyone else, ever. Maybe you're trying to prove you only get better with age, like a fine cheese or yogurt.
As the congressional investigation into the Capitol riot intensifies, NBC News has an exclusive look at the committee's look into intelligence and security failures that day. NBC News national security correspondent Ken Dilanian joins us now with more on his exclusive reporting. Ken, in your latest report, you write that the January 6th attack was the biggest domestic security failure since 9/11. What did you learn about how this happened and what unanswered questions the committee is looking into here?
Aaron, I spoke this week to investigators on the January 6th committee, and the fundamental question they are trying to answer is why the FBI and the Department of Homeland Security didn't do more to sound the alarm about the huge volume of threats of violence we were all seeing on social media, including direct threats to attack the Capitol. Now, the FBI says the threats were not specific enough, so there wasn't much they could have done. But I spoke to Donnell Harvin, who is the Homeland Security and Intelligence Chief for Washington, D.C. at the time. He's been interviewed twice by the January 6th committee. Here's what he had to say.
When you hear federal law enforcement or Capitol Police leadership make open statements about there not being any credible or specific information, they're absolutely right. There wasn't a lot of credible or specific information. What there was a lot of not credible, not specific information that should have prompted a response, not necessarily knocking on someone's door or getting a subpoena, but it should have prompted a response at the federal level.
And there was not a joint intelligence bulletin by the FBI and DHS before this event, and that's one of the questions the committee's trying to answer, Aaron.
So, Ken, I'm curious, how are federal agencies responding to the criticism, then, about an intelligence failure or a failure to act on intelligence?
So DHS, which is now run by different people, are acknowledging that they fell short at the time. But the FBI, which is run by the same people who were in charge on January 6th, is defending its record. In a statement to me, the FBI said it was, quote, actively engaged in gathering intelligence, disrupting travel, and sharing information with our partners, and that the FBI specifically warned state, local, and federal partners about the potential for violence at the January 6th events, Aaron.
All right, Ken Dilanian for us in our Washington bureau today. Ken, thank you.
You bet.
Now, after the attack on the Capitol, there was a sense that the violence of that day would put an end to the Stop the Steal movement. Instead, the opposite happened. Belief in the lies about the 2020 election have grown stronger in the years since the riot. NBC News Now anchor Hallie Jackson joins us now with a closer look at that part of this story. Hey, Hallie.
Hey, Aaron, it's great to be with you. And listen, it is so important, I think, to look at the roots of this Stop the Steal movement, but even more important to look at it where it is 1 year later. Watch.
After rioters assaulted police, invaded the Speaker's office, and hunted the vice president on January 6th, there was a sense maybe this violent shock would put an end to the lie that drove the insurrection, the lie that the election was stolen.
Count me out. Enough is enough.
But 1 year later, the opposite has happened, with the so-called Stop the Steal movement growing even stronger inside the Republican Party.
The election fraud of 2020 presidential election. Nobody's ever seen anything like it.
The conspiracy theory promoted by former President Trump claims President Biden did not actually win the 2020 election. That's not true. Key swing states rechecked their vote totals. Georgia counted its ballots 3 times to be sure. A Republican-led audit in Arizona affirmed President Biden's win there, and courts rejected dozens of flimsy legal challenges put up by Mr. Trump's allies. And yet, nearly 3/4 of Republicans polled by NBC News now agree with what's known as the big lie.
What are the biggest warning signs that are flashing to you right now?
All of this is no longer about 2020. It's about the next election, when the loser doesn't like the outcome of the results, being able to more easily claim victory.
Colorado's Democratic Secretary of State Jenna Griswold points out it's positions like hers, a state's top elections official, that keep the guardrails in place. But this year, about 2/3 of Republican candidates for that position in key swing states have questioned the results of the 2020 election.
The next time a candidate wants to reject the actual results of an election, it will be easier for them to do so. That's what this is all about.
Some of those Secretary of State candidates backed by Mr. Trump, who's endorsed Mark Fincham in Arizona.
By removing the fraud, Donald Trump won.
Election denier Christina Caramo in Michigan.
That makes us feel like they're complicit in stealing the election from the American people.
And Jody Hice in Georgia, a congressman who led an objection to his own state's results.
We have lost election integrity in Georgia. We have lost election confidence in Georgia.
And that Georgia race highlights what's at stake. Hice, who declined our request for an interview, is challenging the current Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, the man who famously resisted Mr. Trump's pressure to overturn Georgia's election results.
I just want to find 11,780 votes.
Raffensperger's refusal protected the legitimate results in Georgia, but he's been out fundraised by Hice.
Is this the GOP that you want to be a part of here?
I think that we need to realize that we have honest and fair elections, particularly in Georgia.
Before November 2020, most Republicans polled by NBC News thought their vote would be fairly counted. Now, fewer than half do, showing why the Stop the Steal movement is so problematic.
It shouldn't be controversial to say, if I cast my ballot for this person, then my ballot should be counted for that person. That should be the least controversial thing in American democracy, but somehow has become horrifyingly partisan.
The big lie, eroding confidence and our democracy.
And I just want to make sure, because listen, there are a lot of statistics, Aaron, in that piece, but I think one of the ones that really tells the story here, there's really two when it comes to the Republican Party, that nearly 3/4 of Republicans polled by NBC do believe that there were questions about the 2020 election, that there may have been fraud. Again, that did not happen, right? It's been proven that didn't happen. And that is what is eroding the confidence in the ballot counting. And I think Jessica Huseman, who I think you probably recognize there, who's reported on voting rights and election rights for years now, makes the point. We have to trust that when we cast the ballot, that ballot is counted. And if these, lower level, state level, local level elections officials are replaced by people who are questioning that, right, and who might take action for that, that is what could be so problematic here, Aaron.
Yeah, the whole foundation crumbles after that. Hallie Jackson with us today. Hallie, thank you. We'll see you at 5 p.m. Eastern on Hallie Jackson Now.
Thank you, Aaron.
The House subcommittee investigating the Capitol insurrection has interviewed more than 350 witnesses, yet one key witness has managed to elude Congress, former President Donald Trump. Congressman Adam Kinzinger, one of 2 Republicans on the House panel, now says Trump's testimony may not be needed after all. NBC LX national political editor Noah Pransky spoke to Congressman Kinzinger. He joins us now. Noah, what did Kinzinger say about why the panel doesn't actually need testimony from the former president to finish their investigation?
Well, he said he would love to hear from the former president, as I'm sure a lot of political aficionados would love to hear that. However, he says it's probably not necessary because they've talked to so many people who were with the president on January 6th in the days leading up to it that it's just not their biggest priority right now.
The president can claim executive privilege. We can put the pieces together without him. We're confident. But if it does come down to, a head-to-head with trying to speak to Donald Trump, I know that we'll move heaven and earth to get there.
So he says they are moving in the direction of a potential subpoena, but that the added fallout that comes with that kind of thing, the political fallout, when they've worked so hard to be an apolitical committee, and they frankly feel like they already have the goods, might not ultimately be worth it.
And Noah, what did Kinzinger have to say about the committee's progress at this point in bringing more information to the public?
He's really confident in how much they've been able to get. He says for every item that you see in the public, they have 3 to 4 times more that they're holding back, aware that a drip, drip, drip of information can sometimes reduce the impact of an important report. So they're planning to drop it all at once, but they're also aware that if this drags on to the midterms in the fall, the GOP could ultimately put an end to it. So they're trying to make sure that happens before November.
But the big concern is we know that what is likely is the Republicans will take the majority and they will shut down this committee if the work's not done. So we do have a clock on us.
He didn't want to commit to a specific timeline, but it is safe to say it will probably happen spring or summer.
And Noah, there is a side of this that is actually political. Is Kinzinger worried at all about how Republican voters are responding, how they're responding to the events of January 6th?
Yeah, I brought up to him a fact that a recent poll only found 48% of Americans believed that his committee was going to give a genuine effort to uncover truth. That's not 48% of Republicans, that's of all Americans. He was not happy to hear that. He says he's confident in the work they've done, but frankly, he's a little bit saddened in the direction that America has gone in the last year or so.
A lot of disappointment that we're not any further along, not committee perspective, but just as Americans, particularly, when I look at Republicans, in recognizing and admitting the truth and recognizing the threat to democracy. I'm blown away that we're, a year out now. It feels like yesterday. But I think it's a lot of disappointment and concern.
When I called the committee bipartisan, he corrected me, said it was a nonpartisan with staffers coming from all sorts of the spectrum. He also said this wasn't just about Trump. It was also making sure that this kind of thing on January 6th would never happen again.
All right, NBC LX national political editor Noah Pransky. Noah, we appreciate it. Thanks. We may feel the impact of January 6th for generations. Our youngest voters from Generation Z say they're pulling back from politics in disgust. But others say it got them more involved. So what does this mean for the future of American democracy? NBC News Now anchor Joshua Johnson spoke to 4 politically active Gen Zers to help answer that question.
Imagine how it felt for college students in Washington, watching the insurrection just a few blocks away.
So I was actually at my off-campus apartment at school. So I'm seeing everything unfold on my television. And I'm also looking out the window and seeing emergency vehicles, zoom down the street. That made it even more surreal just to experience that really, just like 2 or 3 blocks from the White House.
We all got a tough lesson in government that day, including students who were actually in government class.
I conveniently had an AP US government class when my teacher basically looked at all of us and said, everybody unmute your microphones and wait 1 second. We were like, okay. So we all unmuted our microphones and listened. And then he shared his screen with us, and it was just the news. And we were all stunned.
The kinds of scenes that we have seen in foreign places that would give us a chill, and perhaps leaving a chill, certainly as we watch it take place outside our own capital.
For some Gen Zers, January 6th was a work day.
I had actually just started an internship at the Arizona State Capitol, and January 6th was my second day of work. Security came up and said, hey, we're going to send you guys home. There's people who are coming with guns now.
They told you that there were armed people who were coming to the Arizona State Capitol.
Yeah, there were protesters who were coming with guns, and so they sent the entire building home. And I remember walking through this entire mob of people with flags and different gear on to get to my car. And when I got home, I was sitting on the couch, and that's when I kind of saw the first pictures of what was happening in DC. That's when it kind of clicked for me, oh, this is a really big thing.
One young man says he heard from his younger cousins in India.
The first thing I heard from abroad was my cousin texting me saying, well, it looks like American democracy is losing. It's no longer an inferiority complex between foreign democracies. It is that people don't view the United States, in my opinion, as the pinnacle that it used to be. that doesn't mean all hope is lost. That means that we have to recognize the seriousness of the problem, but then address it that way.
Generation Z might be the best equipped group to address it, or at least the most optimistic. A recent survey showed strong concern across the board about America's future. However, young adults were the least pessimistic about democracy surviving. Ali Spagnolo is eager to cast her next ballot. Today, she's a member of the College Democrats. Back in 2020, she was too young to vote by 1 week.
What goes through your head? What goes through your heart when you think about voting this fall and in 2024?
If you asked me that question a year ago, I definitely think that I would have told you that I was more than anything intimidated. But at this point now, as we've watched democracy grow and we've seen the setbacks, we've seen all the ugly and all the beautiful, I feel more than anything hopeful to do my part and contribute.
So is Ezra Meyer, an officer with his campus's college Republicans. He says he wants to distance himself from the people who supported the attack.
I think the actions of criminals are being used to paint a picture of everyone who feels conservative in this country, and that's really unfair. And it's really frustrating for a lot of conservatives to be painted as criminals.
January 6th may have turned many Gen Zers off to politics altogether. Jessica Carpenter says politicians might draw them back by focusing on solutions and getting things done.
When they don't see follow through or they're kind of let down again by political leaders, it just reinstates that thought of what am I even, why should I participate in this?
Today, Jessica leads marketing for Bridge USA, a nonprofit that promotes bipartisan engagement on college campuses. Manu Meal is its founder and CEO. He says January 6th presented an opportunity, and his peers need to step up.
So if you're going to live in the most ambitious democratic experiment in the history of humanity, and you say, are we going to have challenges? Absolutely. We are the most diverse, most armed, most technologically advanced, most democratic society that the planet has ever seen. Think about it like that. And when that's what we've got to lose, we've got a lot to fight for.
We have a lot to fight for. Joshua joins us now. Joshua, these young voters may be turned off to partisan politics right now, which is, it's easy to understand why. But where do they stand on some of the issues, things like climate change and health care? What do they have to say about that?
Aaron, they stand across the spectrum. I mean, the four young people we spoke to identify differently politically. Mm-hmm. The young man that we ended with, Manu, describes himself as liberal, but not necessarily a Democrat. Ali is a Democrat. Ezra is a Republican who describes himself as conservative. Jessica was a Republican, left the party after January 6th, and now describes herself as libertarian. So they're all over the spectrum, but they reflect something that I have frankly heard from young people, Gen Zers and millennials, in years of interviewing them, which is a very intense pragmatism. They want to see things get done. Yeah. And they are as annoyed with the intractability of our political system as they are with the potential of political violence to prevent things from getting done in this country. They just want to see things move. The direction in which that should move, that varies depending on their politics.
All right, we will leave it there for now. Joshua Johnson with us. Take care, my friend. We'll see you. And thank you for being with us this hour. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. The news continues right now. On NBC News now, 1 year later, America marking the solemn anniversary of an attack on the Capitol of the United States. January 6th, 2021, a day the nation will never forget. Today, amid the grief and the anger, a warning that American democracy remains precious and fragile.
We came very close. Our institutions held, but they only held because of the people who were willing to stand up against the pressure from former President Trump.
Today, a look back at how it unfolded, the investigation into how it happened, and the prosecutions of those alleged to have done it. Also this hour, a dose of protection for kids. The CDC now authorizing the Pfizer booster for children as young as 12. The rush to get more young people vaccinated as the national surge in COVID cases rages on. And good Thursday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. Morgan is taking some time off. We begin with one of the darkest days in American politics 1 year later. On January 6th, 2021, thousands of rioters stormed the U.S. Capitol. The images that unfolded inside there simply unforgettable. Inside the building, lawmakers were working to count electoral college ballots that officially made Joe Biden president. Outside, rage over the election results. Today, the Capitol is mostly quiet. Washington pausing to remember the lives lost, with still so many more questions than answers. This morning, President Biden speaking directly to the American people about that notorious day.
Those who stormed this Capitol, and those who instigated and incited, and those who called on them to do so, held a dagger at the throat of America.
We have a team of correspondents leading us off this hour. Let's begin with NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor at the Capitol. Sahil, talk to us about the overall mood and the feeling around the Capitol complex today and how members of Congress are marking this anniversary.
It's a somber mood, no doubt, Aaron. There's a day-long agenda of commemorations 1 year later about what happened on that day. That includes Speaker Nancy Pelosi expected to talk on the House floor around midday and then hold a moment of silence. There's Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, who just moments ago started speaking on the Senate floor. He will be followed by a number of his colleagues who are also going to give their testimonials. That's going to be followed later this afternoon by Schumer and Pelosi taking part in a panel discussion with historians John Meacham and Doris Kearns Goodwin about the significance of that day. It'll also include testimonials from members of the House later on, led by the Colorado Democratic Congressman Jason Crow. And finally, there'll be a prayer vigil at the end of the day. There's a somber mood here, Aaron, but there's also quite a bit of anger. Anger directed particularly at former President Donald Trump and his allies who fed the conspiracy theories and lies that led those people to storm this Capitol 1 year ago today.
And Sahil, you have some new reporting today about what's being done to prevent something like what we saw on January 6th from happening again. Tell us about that.
Yes, there's growing talk in Congress about new laws to prevent future attempts to steal elections. That centers heavily around an 1887 law called the Electoral Count Act. And let's put on the screen the recommendations that they are considering, the new proposals that they're considering. They're talking about changes to the role of the vice president, making clear that he or she does not have the power to unilaterally disregard electoral votes. They want to make clear that the role of Congress is not to play investigator or fact finder or judge in a situation like this, but simply to count votes, legitimate electoral votes sent by states. There are other proposals such as raising the threshold for objecting to electoral votes from more than what it currently is, which is just one member of the House and one member of the Senate. Of course, these are all preliminary. This is all in its early stage, but there is some glimmer of hope in the fact that Senate Republicans who would need to provide some support to clear a filibuster sounded interested in this yesterday, including Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell said it's a discussion worth having. Aaron.
Sahil Kapoor for us on Capitol Hill today. Sahil, thank you. Let's head outside now with MSNBC anchor Yasmin Vossoughian. She's at the west front of the building, facing the National Mall there, the same place she was a year ago as we mark this anniversary. Yasmin, what's the security like in Washington right now?
I got to tell you, Aaron, I'm exactly in the spot that I was at this time last year when we started to see people breaching the Capitol building. It is incredibly surreal to be here this morning 1 year later, and the security that is in place here is nothing that I would have expected as I drove up earlier today. I have been at the Capitol many times over the last year covering various events, and there has been a lot of security, speaking specifically of the Justice for J6 rally a few months ago, where there were barricades lined up, there was fencing that was put into place. There were trucks lined up along Constitution Avenue to create barricades in case things had gotten a little hairy, and of course they did not. But none of that is here today. Walk with me a little bit, Jim, as I show folks kind of what I'm seeing. You see the barricade at the top of the steps here on the west front of the Capitol. That's not there for security. That's actually there for construction. They're actually in the middle of a construction project they're in the middle of. Besides that, you just have these barriers right here that I can't get past. There were obviously, as we well know now from those images on January 6th, people breaching the Capitol building. There were folks hanging from the rafters there in that archway, breaking through those windows on that day. But today, not a lot of security in place. That doesn't mean, though, there aren't things happening behind the scenes. We know DHS, we know FBI, we know Capitol Police, we know Metro Police, all working in tandem to make sure that they have proper security in place, preparing for the anniversary of January 6th today. There are 4+ cameras throughout the Capitol grounds that they brought from Afghanistan, military-grade cameras watching folks as well. And we know they have up security in the area in preparation for this day and beyond for what may be to come because of the mistakes that were made, Aaron, on January 6th.
And we can hope it stays quiet like it is right now there at the Capitol. Yasmin Wasougian for us on the ground. Yasmin, thank you. Well, as we noted, today President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris spoke about the one-year anniversary of the Capitol riot.
Of the truth, but in the shadow of lies. We cannot allow ourselves to be that kind of nation.
Let's turn to NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba now. Monica, the president really used his speech to talk about, without saying the name of, the former president, Donald Trump. What specifically stood out to you in what he had to say today?
It was one of his most forceful speeches to date, Aaron. Certainly the most forceful we've seen as president, talking about his predecessor. And you're right, he chose specifically not to reference Donald Trump by name, instead called him the former president, and several other occasions referred to the fact that he lost the 2020 election. He called him the defeated former president, and all of that was very intentional. I'm told by White House officials the president wanted to make clear where he feels the responsibility is of what took place on that dark day a year ago. Take a listen to a little bit more about how he framed this and what's at stake for American democracy.
Here's the truth. The former president of the United States of America has created and spread a web of lies about the 2020 election. He's done so because he values power over principle, because he sees his own interest as more important than his country's interest, than America's interest. And because his bruised ego matters more to him than our democracy or our Constitution. He can't accept he lost.
This was a notable decision, Aaron, because oftentimes in the last few months, whenever we ask the president to weigh in on things about his predecessor, he says, oh, I don't spend much time thinking about him. Sometimes he refers to him as the former guy. Today was obviously a very different direction, one that the president wanted to be clear to take on, to not just talk about the dangers of what he feels took place a year ago, but really what lies ahead.
All right, Monica Alba for us in Washington today. Monica, thank you. Congresswoman Liz Cheney has been one of the most outspoken Republican critics in the aftermath of the insurrection at the Capitol. Cheney became the vice chair of the House committee that's investigating the riot. That's a move that some Republicans viewed as turning against her own party. Today, she reflected on last year's events and what's next for the investigation and the GOP.
We came very close. Our institutions held, but they only held because of the people who were willing to stand up against the pressure from former President Trump. People at his own Department of Justice who stood up to him, elected officials at the state level who stood up to him, and the law enforcement officers here at the Capitol. You just had Harry Dunn on, people like Harry, Mike Fanone, 140 law enforcement officers who fought at the tunnel to prevent thousands more from breaching the Capitol that day. We came very close, and we need to recognize how important it is that the system depends upon individuals, and that we make sure that it never happens again. I do. The threat continues. Former President Trump continues to make the same claims that he knows caused violence on January 6th. And it's very important, if you look at what's happening today in my party and the Republican Party, rather than reject what happened on the 6th, reject the lies about the election, and make clear that a president who engaged in those activities can never be president again. Unfortunately, too many in my own party are embracing that former president, are looking the other way, are minimizing the danger. That's how democracies die, and we simply cannot let that happen. You know, we have unearthed new things in every single aspect of our investigation. I'm confident that we'll continue to do so. We've had tremendous cooperation from many, many people, including people in the president's inner circle, people who were in the West Wing that day, people who have come forward to us with information about what they saw and what they know. And I'm confident that cooperation will continue. The committee is absolutely determined to ensure that we understand the entire plot, the entire plan to overthrow the election. To really overturn the rule of law. You know, we had over 60 courts in this country that ruled against the claims the former president was making, and yet he rejected those rulings and attempted to overturn the will of the people. That simply cannot happen in the United States.
Have you seen conduct have you heard about conduct from witnesses or otherwise that suggests that there is a potential criminal case against the president?
Certainly, we will be looking at that. There are important questions in front of the committee, such as whether or not, through his action or inaction, President Trump attempted to obstruct an official proceeding of Congress, attempted to delay the count of electoral votes. Those are questions the committee is looking at. We also know, certainly, that it was a supreme dereliction of duty when the President of the United States refuses to take action to stop a violent assault on the Congress, to stop a violent assault on any of the co-equal branches of government. That's clearly a dereliction of duty. And we will, I'm sure, be getting more information. You know, former Vice President Pence was a hero on January 6th. He refused the pressure of the former president. He did his duty, and the nation should be very grateful for the actions that he took that day.
Congresswoman Cheney is in for a tough re-election battle. Former President Donald Trump has endorsed Harriet Hageman in her bid to unseat Cheney in this year's midterms. Now, he called Cheney a, quote, disloyal Republican. Trump won nearly 70% of the vote in Wyoming in the 2019 election there, with Cheney trailing just 2 points behind. Now we turn to the pandemic and a major step forward in the effort to vaccinate children. The CDC now recommending kids ages 12 to 15 get booster shots 5 months after their second shot. The news comes at a time when the country is seeing an alarming rise in COVID infections among children. Meanwhile, every state in the nation except Maine is seeing an increase in COVID cases, much of which is being driven by the Omicron variant. Another sobering milestone, the nation nearing 58 million confirmed cases of COVID since the start of the pandemic. We have it all covered for you today. Dr. John Torres is standing by. Let's begin, though, with NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk.
There's welcome news for a lot of parents and students out there. The CDC is signing off on the FDA's authorization of the Pfizer booster for kids ages 12 to 15. But the reality is that vaccination rates for school-age kids around the country are much lower than the experts say they should be. And there are a lot of teachers in Chicago who say classrooms are unsafe.
In Chicago, school has been canceled for a second day. But this is no snow day. Instead, the teachers union and the city are at odds over how to stay safe from COVID in the classroom.
We are going to fight to get our kids back in-person learning.
Hundreds of thousands of families are impacted.
The kids are kind of caught in the middle, and parents like myself are really scrambling to get coverage.
The main concerns from the teachers union center around testing. There's word of a plan being worked on to go remote next week with a return to the classroom by the 18th.
I want my students to learn, I want my children to learn, but I also want us to stay safe.
Nationwide, teachers and staff are out sick in record numbers, more than 1,600 in Miami-Dade.
Anyone who's available in the building is being asked to watch other classes.
Late Wednesday, the CDC approved Pfizer boosters for 12 to 15-year-olds. Just over half of 12 to 17-year-olds are fully vaccinated. That drops to less than 16% for 5 to 11-year-olds. Healthcare workers are also scrambling to deal with staffing shortages. In New Jersey, hospitals are cutting back on some elective surgeries.
It's a very different patient population in terms of severity, but it's still a lot of numbers.
while others are quickly running out of ICU beds. In LA, more than 1,000 first responders are out sick or in quarantine. This as criticism grows over the CDC's current COVID guidance. The agency stopping short of requiring a negative test for people with COVID to end a 5-day isolation period.
This has nothing to do with the shortage of available tests because you can see in our quarantine guidance that we actually do recommend a test for people to emerge from quarantine.
Some health experts calling the comments concerning and contradictory.
I'm very concerned about the CDC towing the line of whether or not we're basing our guidelines on science.
There's good news about the death rate as well. It is only rising marginally. The problem is really with case numbers and hospitalizations. And right now, every aspect of American life is being affected, the music industry included. They've had to postpone the Grammys. Back to you.
All right, let's bring in NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres now. Dr. John, I want to talk a little bit about the booster shots that we know kids can now get. Most children haven't received the vaccine at all at this point because they're either too young or their parents don't want them to have the shots yet. Should the focus be on getting the kids that first shot or the first 2 shots or focus on boosting the kids who have already been vaccinated?
And Aaron, the focus needs to be on both because we need to make sure that we get those protected that don't have any of that protection. They get vaccinated. At the same time, we need to make sure that those that are vaccinated, that protection continues by getting the booster shots. We have the resources. We have the ability to do both. We just need to make sure that message gets out about how safe and effective these vaccines and these boosters are, Aaron.
So let me ask you about masks, too, while we have you here. It seems like more people are wearing the N95s, the KN95s. I just bought a bunch of the KF94 masks that I'm wearing now coming to work. Instead of those surgical masks, the blue ones that we saw, or even the cloth masks that I bought so many of in the last 2 years. This is all since Omicron started, right? Should we be wearing the N95s or something similar now? And what do you do if you can't find one?
And Aaron, the bottom line is any mask is better than no mask, but there are degrees of protection. On the low end, a cloth mask. It gives you a little bit of protection, but not that much against Omicron, so we want to be careful. The next level of protection, these surgical masks. But when you put them on, you realize they don't fit all that well. A lot of space, so if you put a cloth mask over the top of it, you get that extra level of protection, you get a better fit, it works overall a lot better. And then the ultimate degree of protection for us anyway, in the general public, are these N95 or KN95 masks that are out there. Not always the most comfortable, don't always fit that well. So at least make sure you're protecting yourself by using something like a double mask technique, which can go a long way to protecting you and others from getting COVID, Aaron.
All right, Dr. John Torres, we appreciate the good advice. Thank you.
You bet.
We want to turn to the weather now, and blizzard-like conditions across parts of the Midwest today. Some areas in western Michigan are expecting up to a foot of snow. The Great Lakes isn't the only area with snow in the forecast, though. Millions of Americans from coast to coast, really, are in the path of several winter storms. Let's bring in NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns now. Bill, people really want to know, when is the snow going to start and how much am I going to get?
Yeah, the timing, right? You don't want to get caught on the roads or traveling. And I just saw 2 seconds ago, the Boston, preemptively, they've canceled school tomorrow for the kids. So even while they're in school today, they know that they have tomorrow off in anticipation of this storm. And that could be happening in other areas, too, throughout the Northeast. But today, it is a snow day in the South. Once again, it has been snowing hard this morning in Tennessee and also through Kentucky. I was just looking at the highways around the Nashville area, and they're all red. The travel map's all red. All the roads have serious delays in them. It's a day to stay off the road. So that's where we have winter storm warnings in that pinkish type color. 60 million people impacted by this latest round. The blue is the snow on our winter weather map here. Inside of the blue where you see the white, that's moderate to heavy snow. So that's been on Interstate 40 all morning long from Memphis through Jackson, Tennessee to Nashville. And now it's beginning to push through Kentucky. So that's by far the 2 worst states to be traveling in right now. It's really north of Chattanooga and heading up towards London, Kentucky. So here's how the timing of all this is going to play out. As we go throughout this afternoon, we watch that snow beginning to break out through all of West Virginia. By tonight, it starts in areas of Pennsylvania and all through western Virginia. And then overnight, it's going to be in areas of the mid-Atlantic. So the first round of snow is today. In additional accumulations, Nashville already has 2 to 3 inches. You'll probably get like another 2 for a storm total around 5 or so. And then some of those roads to avoid, 64. Obviously, I mentioned 40 already, but also 77 there through West Virginia and areas of Virginia. And then as far as the Northeast goes, most of the snow will fall overnight in D.C., Baltimore, Philadelphia, and New York. Notice by 8 a.m. the snow is ending in New York, so maybe school delays are likely in those areas, but it will still be snowing very hard early in the morning from Hartford to Providence to Boston, and then the storm will be completely gone by about Friday afternoon. So snowfall amounts in the Northeast, right on I-95, right around 2 to 4 inches of snow. The heavier totals, though, around Boston, Providence, and Cape Cod, Aaron. That's where we could see a half a foot, maybe a little bit more. So a very difficult morning commute on I-95 tomorrow is guaranteed pretty much from D.C. to Boston.
All right. Thanks for the heads up, Bill Cairns. Thank you. In Mexico, some mothers are willing to dig up graves in search of answers. Coming up, the desperate hunt for their missing children and what they're begging from cartel leaders.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes, back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
CNBC premiere episodes of Shark Tank, back to back.
Sounds expensive.
Too much?
You're now in the lexicon of the craziest pitches ever on Shark Tank.
Tune in Tuesdays.
Why would you want one shark when you can have 2?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes, back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
A Mexican mother is pleading to her cartel leader to stop the threats and to let her continue searching for her children. Her 2 sons are among tens of thousands of victims of so-called forced disappearances in Mexico. It's led desperate mothers to take matters into their own hands. Here's NBC News Now correspondent Isa Gutierrez.
It's a heartbreaking reality for thousands of mothers in Mexico. Many of them haven't seen their child or their children in years, victims of forced disappearances. But for some of these mothers, the search for clues can come with risks.
Por favor, te lo pedimos, te lo suplico.
A fearless plea from a desperate mother in Mexico.
Necesitamos traerlos de vuelta a casa.
In this video posted to social media, Ceci Flores addressing cartel leaders by name, who she says are keeping her from searching for her missing sons.
Líderes del cártel, que no nos maten, que no nos desaparezcan, que no nos amenacen, que nos dejen seguir buscando a nuestros hijos.
She clutches the photos of her dear Alejandro Guadalupe and Marco Antonio, who she says disappeared in 2015 and 2019.
Yo tengo necesidad de seguir buscando a mis hijos.
Her sons, just two of the nearly 100,000 people who are missing in Mexico, many of them falling victims to the country's ongoing violence, often rooted in organized crime.
Disappearances are not new in Mexico. There is a history of disappearances that comes from the Dirty War, which was a period between the 60s and the 80s, but it has grown to be at an extreme level that I think nobody expected.
More than 95,000 people have disappeared, according to the country's National Search Commission, and most of those disappearances occurred since 2006, when the government began its war against organized crime.
Even human rights organizations have been hesitant to recognize these cases as enforced disappearances, but the evidence from Mexico is really overwhelming in that in many of the cases, it is clear that in some way or another, state authorities have been involved.
In the majority of cases, no one has been held accountable, leaving groups of mothers with no other option but to pick up a shovel and search for their loved ones. Women like Ceci finding solace in search groups popping up across the country.
Aún los seguimos buscando y los seguiremos buscando hasta encontrarlos.
These groups of women often behind grim discoveries, their searches leading to hundreds of clandestine shallow graves and human remains located across the country. In November, the UN Committee of Enforced Disappearances urged Mexican authorities to quickly locate the tens of thousands missing, identify the deceased, and investigate all enforced disappearances. Ceci says it was the authorities' inaction on her son's disappearances that led her to search for them herself. She told Noticias Telemundo she had to flee her home and has been living in hiding for months after being threatened by cartels and following the murder of another member in her group of searching mothers in July.
La verdad, lo hice aún sabiendo las consecuencias que puedo tener.
What is the threat to mothers and family members who are searching for their loved ones themselves?
I think the crime of disappearance is one of the crimes that creates the worst psychological toll for families. People who are searching for their loved ones don't stop, and their entire lives just crumble in the face of their efforts.
Now, more than anything, Ceci just wants to get back home to keep searching for her boys.
Tengo más miedo no volver a ver a mis hijos. Yo siempre digo que aunque sean un puño de huesos, ya los quiero encontrar.
I also want to mention the physical threat that people like Ceci face when searching for their loved ones. There have been many reports of family members who've either disappeared or even been killed in that process. Dr. Duran Martinez told me that the reason for this oftentimes is that these family members are facing some of the same violence and corruption that might have led to the disappearance of those loved ones that they're searching for.
Lisa Gutierrez reporting there. 1 year after the insurrection, the FBI still working to identify the rioters who stormed the Capitol. Still ahead, Pete Williams with an exclusive look at the largest investigation in that agency's history.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove? You've already won more snowboarding golds than anyone else, ever. Maybe you're trying to prove you only get better with age, like a fine cheese or yogurt.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are. It's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Making news right now, we're learning new details about Wednesday's devastating fire in Philadelphia. Investigators now say 12 people, including 8 children, were killed when flames tore through a 3-story row house. 2 others remain in critical condition. The fire department says it took about 50 minutes to control the flames. The Boston Marathon bomber has failed to make payments to his victims. However, $20,000 has been deposited into a trust fund belonging to Dzhokhar Tsarnaev. Prosecutors are now asking to have that money used to pay his outstanding fines. Dozens of people deposited money into an account set up for Tsarnaev. He is allowed to put some of that toward basic needs. And we're learning now more about plans for funerals for Hollywood icon Betty White. The tributes to the star will be private. White's longtime publicist told People magazine she, quote, never wanted people to make a fuss over her. Details on the funeral arrangements have not been released. White died on New Year's Eve. She was 99 years old. One year ago today, the U.S. Capitol was a virtual war zone as rioters tried to disrupt the presidential vote count. The FBI is still working to identify people who stormed the building. It is the largest investigation in the Bureau's history. NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams joins us now with an exclusive look at that effort. Hi, Pete.
Well, the surprising thing about this is that more than 700 people, 705 is the count as of today, have been charged in federal court with the riot at the Capitol. But the FBI has a lot of work yet to do with hundreds of other people still to be charged. A year after the worst attack on the U.S. Capitol since the British torched it 200 years ago, the FBI hasn't stopped working to identify rioters. This exclusive look shows agents and analysts still combing through tens of thousands of photos and videos. Investigators also use facial recognition software and cell phone records that allow them to plot the movement of individual people inside the Capitol, the largest use ever of that technique.
The attacks happened all over the Capitol grounds.
Stephen D'Antuono, the man in charge of the FBI's Washington field office, says a priority now is identifying the rioters who attacked police, like this man using a long probe to administer shocks.
It's giving them an electrical jolt? Correct, yeah.
So that must be painful.
I would imagine it would be, yes. Yeah, it would be like any taser.
Or this video of a man beating a police officer with a long pole.
That officer in particular right there just hit him in the head.
Or this one showing one of the rioters spraying a chemical at officers.
He gets rid of it, throws the can in, and grabs a riot shield and starts beating the officers.
People have sent in hundreds of thousands of tips reacting to photos and videos like these posted on the FBI website. Tips have even come from rideshare drivers and waiters.
We've had restaurant workers turn somebody in because they've overheard them talking about it.
Federal criminal charges have now been filed against more than 700 people, and about 1/4 of them have pleaded guilty. But a big question remains unanswered. Was there actually a plan well in advance to storm the Capitol, or was it a case of seizing the moment?
It does matter in terms of a record of history, to get a sense of what this event was all about. Was it a perfect storm of failure of security, of extremists kind of all coalescing around the Capitol, or was this something greater?
Members of the far-right Proud Boys and Oath Keepers have been charged with conspiracy, but court documents say they were preparing for violence in the streets. And the FBI has yet to figure out who planted 2 pipe bombs last January 5th at Republican and Democratic National Headquarters. No breakthrough so far, despite releasing surveillance video showing the suspected bomber that night on Capitol Hill. Why don't you know yet who placed these bombs the night before the riot?
They're covered from head to toe, right? They have a hoodie on, glasses, a mask, gloves. You know, fully clothed.
The FBI has even compiled this map showing the bombing suspects' movements that night. What do you see in the video of that person? What are they doing?
You know, the person's walking down this road here.
One bomb was placed just outside the Democratic office entrance. Pretty close to that corner?
Yeah, pretty close to that area right around there.
And Pete, I know the Attorney General, Merrick Garland, spoke at length about the investigation yesterday. What was at the core of his message?
I think the core of his message was twofold, thanking all the people of the Justice Department for the work they've done and will be doing, but secondly to say that the Justice Department's work is a long way from over, that the government intends to hold anyone accountable who was a perpetrator of the riot on January 6th at any level of government, whether they were at the Capitol or not. That was his message.
All right, Pete Williams in our Washington Bureau today. Pete, thank you.
You bet.
More than 100 vigils or ceremonies are expected across the country today, and that has federal law enforcement and intelligence officials on alert. They say there's been an uptick in calls for unspecified acts of violence in the past 24 hours, though no credible plots at this point. NBC News national security correspondent Ken Dilanian joining us now. Ken, fill us in on what you're hearing from officials about all this. What is the overall threat landscape today?
Hey, Aaron. Well, my sources tell me the good news is what you just said at the end there, which is that there are no credible and specific plots that federal law enforcement and intelligence officials are aware of. But that's about the only good news, because the people I talk to are really, really disturbed with the climate and the volatility in this country right now, the extent of misinformation and disinformation. You have a recent poll that showed that 30% of Americans believe that violence against the government is appropriate. While many of us were celebrating the holidays, a California man was arrested on his way to Washington, D.C., police say, with an assault rifle and ammunition and a hit list of people, including Dr. Anthony Fauci. So what my sources are telling me is it's a really dangerous climate, and the risk is that disturbed individuals seize on a lot of these conspiracy theories and misinformation out there and do something terrible, Aaron.
You know, Ken, you've worked in Washington for a long time now. Do you see January 6th as a turning point in terms of how the Capitol is secured? Could it ever go back to the way it was?
I think it's a turning point in terms of securing the Capitol, because I don't think the Capitol could ever be attacked that way again, just because the lessons of that particular physical assault have been learned. And it may be a turning point in how the FBI and the Department of Homeland Security view the threat from domestic extremism. But my sources tell me there's a long way to go in terms of turning the aircraft carrier of government into a place where it can actually understand these so-called aspirational threats on social media, where it's not enough for the FBI to go out and arrest somebody, but it's a signal that there is something dangerous afoot and that maybe there needs to be more security around a particular target, Aaron.
That's a great metaphor there. Aircraft carrier of government. Ken Dilanian for us in Washington. Ken, thank you.
You bet.
Now, as the nation marks the one-year anniversary of the Capitol riot, Congress is now weighing new laws to prevent future attempts to subvert democracy. In particular, they're looking at revising an obscure 1887 law that governs the process of counting electoral votes. Among its supporters, Republican leader Mitch McConnell. NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray is joining us now. Mark, first, can you help us understand what this 1887 law says and what kind of changes are being discussed now?
Yeah, Aaron, this is the Electoral Count Act, and it was put in place after the disputed 1876 presidential election, which was a whole lot closer in 1876 than we ended up seeing in 2020. And when you actually look at the act actually kind of governs the process that we all saw on January 6th, and that is that you end up having people end up reading the state-by-state electoral college count. If there are any objections, that's put up for a vote. The Senate actually weighs in. The actual legislation, though, is pretty murky, and there are people who believe that it doesn't necessarily actually spell out what the vice president should do, who's in presiding of the Senate. And it has people like Senator Susan Collins, the Republican senator from Maine, saying, hey, let's take a look at this to completely make sure that the vice president's roles are completely spelled out. Take a listen.
Fortunately, on January 6th, we had a Vice President, Mike Pence, who was strong and did not give in to pressure from President Trump. But what if he had, or what if a future vice president decided to play political games with the Electoral Count Act? So we need to make it very clear.
Yeah, and so, Aaron, the efforts to kind of reform this 1887 law are due to basically absolutely spell out what the law does in case there are any types of disputes.
So, Mark, we mentioned Mitch McConnell being on board with some of this. Are Democrats on board, too? What's their response?
Their response is that that's not the legislation that they want. There are two fundamental debates happening right now, Aaron, when it comes to election integrity and democracy. One is actually how you cast ballots, and Democrats are trying to seek legislative remedies to go after states like Georgia and Texas that have made it much harder for people to vote after the 2020 election. This measure, however, and some other people who are worried about the aftermath of January 6th happens to do, how do you actually end up counting the ballots and counting the votes for president? And this gets to that secondary thing to kind of get away from any kind of subversion, that once the ballots have all been counted or have they been cast, how do you actually count them and do them in a fair way?
All right, Mark Murray for us, our senior political editor. Mark, thank you. Election officials in Arizona's largest county have found nearly every conclusion of last year's partisan audit to be misleading or false. The Maricopa County Elections Office just released a 93-page report to address claims made by allies of former President Donald Trump. NBC News deputy political editor Ben Camisar is looking into this new report for us today. Ben, walk us through what Maricopa County found in this report that we're hearing about today.
Yeah, basically, they found that this Republican-backed audit was largely a lot of nothing, a whole bunch of largely misleading or false claims, difficulties understanding the difficult and complex electoral system. Just sort of, the accusations that were disproven kind of, ran the gamut. But just to pick one out, the audit raised some flags about 53,000 ballots in a state that was decided by fewer votes than that. But when the Maricopa County went in and looked in, they found just 37 instances worthy of referring to the state attorney. That's obviously worth looking into, but it's a rounding error overall.
So, Ben, is this likely to sort of change anything, change any minds, or even the narrative over the outcome of the election in Arizona?
Now, unfortunately, at this point, everything's basically baked in. Things have been debunked repeatedly, and yet polling shows that Republicans are still far less likely to believe that their vote will be counted accurately. Republicans are still, just 1 in 5 Republicans believe that Biden was elected legitimately, despite independents and Democrats completely, a vast majority of them believing he was elected legitimately. So I think it's going to take a lot more than yet another debunking by election officials to change the narrative here.
All right, NBC News deputy political editor Ben Camisar. Ben, thank you. Now, there is growing confusion over the CDC's quarantine guidance. Up next, how people who have COVID right now are handling that while they're in isolation.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead, this is it.
frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect.
The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove? You've already won more snowboarding golds than anyone else, ever. Maybe you're trying to prove you only get better with age, like a fine cheese or yogurt.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Nathan Chen equals power because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Crewses. See? Power.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
So what should you do if you test positive for COVID-19? Well, the CDC's shifting guidelines for how long to isolate or quarantine has a lot of people scratching their heads about that very question. The American Medical Association has called the CDC's messaging on this confusing and counterproductive. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard spoke to people who are currently isolating. Vaughn, I know I have some friends who are sort of, have laughed off the CDC guidance in effect, and they're sort of figuring out their own thing to do. What did the folks you talked to tell you?
Yeah, they're figuring out what to do because for so many people, even just getting a test to confirm that you're no longer testing positive is so hard. And with the CDC going from 10 days to 5 days last week, and adding this week that perhaps if you like, you should go get a test, that is where it's leaving a lot of folks with questions up in the air. Have you been tracking CDC guidance?
Confusion over isolation timetables as the CDC this week changing its COVID guidance again. This as thousands across the country, including Raphael, Tyler, and Selena, all 3 in isolation with COVID, question their next moves.
So I track it, but I have a hard time feeling comfortable with the new stuff.
After we released our guidance, our recommendations early last week, it became very clear that people were interested in using the rapid test.
Daily demands like work and school prompting the CDC last week to cut its guidance for how long individuals should isolate after testing positive, from 10 days to 5 days if the person is fever-free for 24 hours. Now, after pushback, the agency writing, if an individual has access to a test and wants a test, the best approach is to use an antigen test towards the end of the 5-day isolation period.
This has nothing to do with the shortage of available tests.
The CDC says that if an individual tests positive after 5 days, you should continue to isolate until day 10.
I still don't know if I'm safe to go back into work or if I'm still contagious or not.
What is clear is the coronavirus is all around us, more than at any other point. Yet our understanding of just how far one should go to stop the spread is still evolving.
In fact, on Tuesday, the CDC posted explicitly the science is evolving on Omicron and is still pointing to data on previous variants.
Doesn't that data rightfully leave some Americans skeptical of the 5-day guidance from the CDC?
Yes, it should leave Americans skeptical because we probably still have anywhere from 30 to 50% of people who are still infectious even after those 5 days, even with no symptoms whatsoever, which is why I think the best basic guidance is that if you get a positive test or you have symptoms, 10 days.
Tyler Crow on day 7 of isolation, waiting for the CDC's previous marker.
I go with what we've had from them for a while, the 10 days.
Rafael Alvarez, currently on day 3 of his isolation, says he will follow the CDC's new timeline.
My whole game plan is to eventually get tested on the 5th day, because according to the CDC's guidelines, you can go back to work and school after 5 days. I'm personally concerned that this is discouraging people from believing what the CDC has to say.
I understand the skepticism. The difference difference to me is critical. The CDC is not putting out policy that has no evidence. The problem is the evidence is shifting.
It's all led folks in isolation to go looking for tests in lines like these. New Yorkers Abby and Ray, 15 days after testing positive, deciding to finally go out and look for their test.
Do you agree with the CDC changing it from 10 days to 5 days?
Scientifically, I'm not sure why did they change that, but I personally would prefer if people stayed in longer.
I'm forced to obviously go into either a urgent care or clinic to get tested by a physician, which is honestly unfortunate because I don't want to be in contact with people out there.
Vaughn, did the country's labor shortage, the issues we've been seeing around that, have anything to do with the CDC revising those guidelines around isolating and quarantining?
Right. It was the Delta CEO who just the week before that change in CDC guidance urged the Biden administration to take the number of days of isolation from 10 days to 5 days. And that's what they did, citing just how many people are trying to get back to the workplace. You know, it doesn't take much to find a local coffee shop or a restaurant that is not open because of the number of staff that are out. At the same time, I think it's important that we note, Aaron, that Walensky and others say just because you may get one of those rapid antigen tests back that is negative doesn't necessarily mean that you are no longer infectious. Just because there may not be enough virus left in you to trigger a positive test result for yourself, that doesn't mean that there is not enough virus in which you still may be infecting others. That is why the CDC has been clear that they still urge folks to wear a mask for at least the 10 days following that first infection, Aaron.
At least 10 days. All right, let's hope that's some good advice. Vaughn Hilliard for us today. Vaughn, thank you.
Thanks, Aaron.
Now, the start of the new year is usually the busiest time for gyms in this country as more people resolve, at least, to get active. But with the spread of the Omicron variant, a lot of Americans are having second thoughts about hitting the gym. And the fitness industry is feeling the burn. NBC's Vicky Nguyen takes a look.
Hi there. Yeah, from soaring sales of at-home fitness equipment to the rise in workout apps and virtual classes, the pandemic sparked an explosion of ways to stay fit without stepping foot inside a gym. And now COVID once again has the health and fitness industry sweating it as the Omicron surge prompts many to stay at home with their New Year's resolutions.
Welcoming a new year can mean ringing in a new you. But with Omicron flexing its might, gyms across the country are feeling the COVID crunch.
Typically in January, this is a busy time of year. People making resolutions. Are people rushing to get back into gyms?
Unfortunately, Vicky, we are not seeing that.
According to the International Health, Racquet and Sports Club Association, in the U.S., 22% of health and fitness clubs have permanently closed during the pandemic, totaling more than 9,000 locations and eliminating 1.5 million jobs.
Before this last variant, our gyms were somewhere between 65 and 70% at capacity, which is really about breaking even. We are really, really struggling.
IHRSA President and CEO Liz Clark says the hard-hit industry hasn't received any federal relief money after losing $30 billion in revenue. Gyms struggling to retain members fed up with changing mask and vaccine rules, as they also face the challenge of implementing new technology to give members remote options, with small businesses taking the biggest hit. But some chains contend they're in good shape after pumping up cleaning protocols, improving ventilation, and following state and local mandates. While Crunch reports a continued growth in membership, Planet Fitness says membership levels have reached 97% of its pre-pandemic all-time peak. Businesses that remained flexible capitalized on the consumer demand for working out at home.
20-minute full body strength coming your way.
Last year, sales of home fitness equipment were up nearly 100% over 2019. And in late 2020, fitness companies like Peloton pedaled their way to major earnings, the stationary bike maker tripling its revenue to $758 million. Victoria Busby, a former boxer and gym rat, ramped up her personal training business by pivoting to live online and recorded classes.
What do you think about the move to working out at home?
The reason why I love personal training is watching people grow, helping people feel confident in themselves. And I think being able to do it at home, it's so much more convenient. It takes so much less time out of your day. Plus, you don't need all those bells and whistles.
Victoria says all you need is a little motivation, some good music, and a place to sweat. She'll take care of the rest.
Let's do it. Let's have a great class.
What do you say to people who are skeptical that you can get a really good workout at home?
Try it.
Well, okay. Time to summon some big win energy.
This is one of my go-to pre-workout stretches.
I'm hearing a lot of snap, crackling, and popping over here.
Cool. And one. Go ahead back into that down dog.
I mean, have we even been doing this for 5 minutes? My whole body is like burning.
We're nice and loose. Warm up, a little bit of a sweat. We want to try to keep our shoulders here and our abs tight. Let's go, let's go. Ski, ski, ski. 3, 2, and time.
My quads are burning.
Shake it out, shake it out.
Just to be able to do all that with just my body weight, no special equipment, a small space and corner in my house. That was awesome. Thank you.
You are a rock star.
I'm panting so hard now.
Whether you choose to feel the burn at home or at the gym, fitness industry experts say there are more options than ever to exercise.
And look, there are certainly benefits to working out in person as well, including that hands-on training. This month, you might not see as many deals for free fitness as you would in a typical January, but many gyms are open for working out in person. So just remember, if you are going to go, remember to wash your hands, follow the local ordinances when it comes to mask wearing when you are inside. Try to keep your distance from others and opt for outdoor classes or see if you can open windows whenever possible. Back to you.
The world's #1 tennis player, Novak Djokovic, held at Australia's border overnight and now facing deportation. After the break, the new twist in the vaccine skeptics' battle to defend his Open title and the legal challenge that could decide his fate.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
CNBC premiere episodes of Shark Tank, back to back.
Sounds expensive.
Too much?
You're now in the lexicon of the craziest pitches ever on Shark Tank.
Tune in Tuesdays.
Why would you want 1 shark when you can have 2?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes, back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
Michaela Schifrin, with just 1 more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. She's climbed the mountain of this sport. Almost time to come down for more gold, Michaela. Better do it fast.
Tennis star Novak Djokovic is now facing deportation from Australia. The #1 ranked tennis player in the world failed to provide proof of his vaccination status to authorities when he landed there. Now his visa is canceled ahead of the Australian Open. Kelly Kobiella has the story.
Well, tennis star Novak Djokovic is now facing a deportation order in Australia after spending 8 hours at the airport pleading his case.
Still in Australia, but maybe not for long. Tennis ace Novak Djokovic, seen here at the airport, is now holed up in a quarantine hotel this morning in Melbourne, while his lawyers launch an urgent bid to keep him in the country for the Australian Open, less than 2 weeks away. Overnight, the Australian Border Force confirming Djokovic failed to provide appropriate evidence to meet the entry requirements to Australia, and his visa has been subsequently cancelled. The 20-time Grand Slam winner announced on Instagram earlier this week he had an exemption permission. Australia's leader Scott Morrison leaving no doubt where he stands.
Rules are rules, and there are no special cases. Rules are rules.
Fellow tennis star Rafael Nadal wading into the argument, telling reporters
if he wanted, he will be playing here in Australia without a problem. No.
Fans and supporters have gathered outside Djokovic's hotel.
It's not fair. It's being discriminating against him.
Djokovic's father saying in a statement that he's being held captive by the Australian government, adding his fans will gather on the street and fight. But many Australians who have suffered some of the world's strongest COVID restrictions are not impressed by Djokovic's attempt to get an exemption.
I think it's a disgrace.
I really don't agree with there being one rule for one and another rule for others.
At stake, a chance to beat Roger Federer and Rafael Nadal's Grand Slam record and take his place as the greatest player in men's tennis history. Djokovic has stumbled recently, trying hard to hide his emotions after losing the U.S. Open last year. He's said in the past that he's opposed to getting vaccinated and has kept his own status private.
So whether someone wants to get a vaccine or not, that's completely up to them.
Djokovic tested positive for COVID back in 2020.
It now looks like Djokovic will spend the weekend at that quarantine hotel in Australia. His detention hearing has been adjourned until Monday.
On NBC News now, coast-to-coast surge. Coronavirus cases skyrocketing across America. The crushed hospital workers are facing once again as they're left overwhelmed with patients. Also this hour, the attack on the Capitol. America pauses to reflect exactly 1 year after the January 6th insurrection.
These people showed up with the intent to do something, and to me it's impossible to deny that.
The images of violence still haunting, the cultural impact still being felt, and the investigation still going.
If members of Congress are not willing to model the behavior that we know the country needs, which is simply to respect one another, then there's less and less of a way forward, I'm afraid.
Today, the reflections and the calls to action, reminding all Americans of how the future of democracy was put at risk. And good Thursday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. Morgan is taking some time off. We begin this hour with the coronavirus pandemic. All but one state in the nation seeing a rise in COVID cases, and that surge is forcing cancellations of some major events. The Grammy Awards, for example, have been postponed. That ceremony was supposed to happen at the end of the month in California. Royal Caribbean and Norwegian cruise lines have canceled trips as well. One trip set to depart today was canceled after 9 passengers tested positive on a ship on January 2nd. COVID may be hitting hardest in Texas right now. 1 in 3 people is testing positive for the virus in the Lone Star State, and now hospitals are bracing for an influx of patients yet again. We'll get expert analysis from our doctor in just a moment. Let's begin with NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky, though. He is in Dallas today, where hospitals are opening new COVID wards to try to deal with the rising cases they're seeing. Morgan, here we go again. How drastic of a step is this for hospitals to be taking right now?
It's pretty drastic, Aaron. The numbers are rising quickly in just the last few weeks, and we have a couple snapshots to put that in perspective. I'm here at Parkland Hospital in Dallas. 2 weeks ago, 30 COVID patients inside. Today, that number just shy of 200. They've had to open 2 additional COVID units here. To the south in Houston at Texas Children's Hospital, they have had pediatric COVID patients double, and that is just this week alone. So that's the kind of rate they're seeing rise. And Aaron, unfortunately, they're not seeing those numbers taper off.
You know, Morgan, we knew that hospital workers were exhausted before Omicron became an issue. What kind of toll is this now taking on the staffs at these hospitals?
It's a little bit different feeling now, Aaron. Back when we had that first, second wave, we were learning more about COVID-19. We did not have a vaccine. Now we do. And that's one of the reasons that it's a little bit different reception here from both doctors and nurses at the hospital. They tell me of those nearly 200 patients they have here in Parkland, 80 to 90% of them are unvaccinated. And here's how Dr. Chang, the head of medicine here, summed up the sentiment on that. Take a listen.
How tired are you? How tired are your friends of hearing about, talking about, living through COVID for all of this time?
And yet you're seeing it.
Just imagine if you were the ones that was coming here every single day, holding the hands of family, holding the hands of patients every day, dealing with this thing. The fatigue of my folks right now is off the charts.
And the doctors say that they acknowledge this latest wave with the Omicron variant is milder, but they say, why risk it? You never know if you're the one who's going to have a severe case. They have people in intensive care as we speak here, Aaron, suffering those telltale severe COVID symptoms, difficulty breathing, permanent lung damage in some cases that they say could have been avoidable with the vaccine. Aaron?
What about government, Morgan? What are the governments doing to respond to this surge that we're dealing with?
Yeah, as you mentioned, the numbers in Texas are up. At least here in Dallas, they have opened 2 mega testing sites within just the last 2 days to try to keep up with the demand as people wanting to know whether or not they have it. Lines at other testing sites, even in my own neighborhood, are stretching down the street, blocking traffic in some cases simply because there are that many people trying to have some sort of peace of mind whether or not they are contagious. And that's one of the big needs right now, is trying to get those folks answers as this latest wave only continues to go up. Aaron?
All right, Morgan Chesky in Dallas for us today. Morgan, thank you. I want to bring in Dr. Anand Swaminathan now. He is an assistant professor of emergency medicine at St. Joseph's Regional Medical Center. Doc, you know, we just heard Morgan talk about the dire situation in Texas. 90% of the patients there in one hospital system are unvaccinated. Are we at a point now where it's time to just sort of write off the people who don't want to get vaccinated, or is there a message that you think can get through to them and get them vaccinated?
Well, I think we have to continue to engage. We can't write off anybody, because the better that we do with that public health communication, the more people we can get vaccinated. And we have to understand that there are still some people who are unvaccinated who are lacking access. They still have a lot of questions. They don't have access to the information they need. And so we need to reach out to that group. We need to help to support them with time off, transportation, all of the things that are necessary to get them vaccinated. And then for those that are reluctant to get vaccinated for other reasons, that they have believed the misinformation that is put out there, we need to continue to give good information, but we may have moved past the point of continuing to give carrots to get vaccinated. And instead, we need to move to mandates. We need real mandates. And we see time and time again that when we put mandates in place, people will get vaccinated. They will get vaccinated to protect their way of living, to get out and do the things that they want to do. I think we need to support more robust vaccine mandates, whether that is for travel, whether it is for work. That's how we can get more people vaccinated.
You know, I want to ask you very quickly about masks, too. More and more people are wearing the N95 masks or something similar, like I have the KN95 or KF94. Should we all be transitioning now away from cloth to masks like these?
Absolutely. I think at this point, we have enough PPE to go around. Early in the pandemic, we were trying to save those masks for the highest risk people in hospitals, et cetera. Now we have enough of these masks. Go out, get yourself a good KN95 or an N95 equivalent mask to protect yourself in public. And Aaron, we also need to see a reinstitution of public masking mandates everywhere as this continues to surge. Those are the kind of things that we can really do to help protect each other and to keep the numbers down in hospitals.
All right, Dr. Anand Swaminathan, we appreciate your time today. Thank you. This hour, we are also marking the first anniversary of the attack on the Capitol. It is a very different scene here than it was 1 year ago. On this day in 2021, thousands of rioters stormed a place that stands as a symbol of democracy. Now, a year later, those responsible are still in the process of being held accountable. This morning, Vice President Kamala Harris took a look back while also talking about the future.
What was at stake then
and now is the right to have our future decided the way the Constitution prescribes it, by we, the people.
We have team coverage again this hour. Let's begin at the Capitol with NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Haake. Garrett, the president and vice president spoke today. Obviously, there are other events being held led by Democrats. We've only really had statements, though, from Republicans at this point. Can you sort of break down how both political parties are looking at today?
Well, ironically, Aaron, because we all experienced this together and members of both parties were in equal amounts of danger on that day, now a year later, they look at this event wholly separately. Today you have Republicans largely absent from the Capitol. On the House floor just a moment ago, the only Republicans on the floor for the moment of silence were Liz Cheney and her father, the former Vice President Dick Cheney, of course a former member of Congress himself. The Senate is in session today, but most Republicans are at the funeral of former Republican Senator Johnny Isakson down in Georgia. Paper statements and tweets taking the place of their physical presence. And for most Republicans, they say Democrats have overly politicized this day, and they accuse Democrats of trying to use the events of January 6th to pass what they consider to be partisan agenda items like the Democratic voting rights package. So an event that was at first something that united this Congress has now split it, much as it has much of the country.
You know, Garrett, I know you've been talking to members of the Capitol Police Force there who were on the ground on January 6th last year. What have they been saying to you about how they view this attack a year later?
They're still angry, Aaron, in almost every case, still angry that this was foisted upon them. I had one officer tell me that he always thought as a police officer he might someday be involved in the kind of violence that we saw, but never against American citizens, never in the U.S. Capitol. The shock of that day has given way to anger among many of the Capitol Police officers. There's also a sense of frustration and exhaustion. The Capitol Police are largely understaffed at this moment. Their chief wants to hire 400 additional officers. Everyone who is still on the force is working a ton of overtime, and they shared some of those frustrations with me when we spoke on the record on camera earlier this week. Listen.
These people showed up armed. They showed up wearing body armor and with helmets on. This is not normal tourist attire. These people showed up with the intent to do something, and to me it's impossible to deny that.
Did that day ever really end for you?
I don't feel like you can totally heal or have closure to something until you have accountability, until you know the full picture of what happened.
And Aaron, that's really the third piece of this, at least from the officer's perspective. That accountability means something. It means not forgetting what happened that day, not letting it be whitewashed. For some, like Officer Dunn there's a sense of the political accountability. How high does this go? But also simply to see those people who were there and attacked these officers locked up. The FBI says they're still looking for perhaps as many as 300 individuals who assaulted police officers on that day a year ago.
All right, Garrett Haake for us on Capitol Hill today. Garrett, thank you. Now, President Biden had some very pointed comments on this anniversary of the riot. NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba is joining us now with more on that. Monica, what was at the center of the president's message this morning?
The president very clearly went after his predecessor, Aaron, and that was by design. And this is someone who, over the last few months, when he's asked about Donald Trump and the administration before his, he sometimes dismisses it and says he doesn't spend a lot of time thinking about, quote, the former guy. That was not at all the tone of the president's speech today in a venue where presidents rarely speak. And of course, he made an incredibly impassioned plea for people to realize what's at stake for American democracy, while calling out his predecessor repeatedly, though never using his name. Take a listen.
They weren't looking to hold a free and fair election. They were looking to overturn one. They weren't looking to save the cause of America. They were looking to subvert the Constitution. This isn't about being bogged down in the past. It's about making sure the past isn't buried. Those who stormed this Capitol, and those who instigated and incited, and those who called on them to do so, held a dagger at the throat of America.
The president spoke repeatedly of the web of lies that Mr. Trump has really been sowing, not just since he was in office, but in the days since, talking about the last year being so dangerous in terms of Republican lawmakers who still will not acknowledge what happened a year ago, and also at the state level. And that is why the president raised the issue of voting rights briefly to say that more needs to be done on that front, but he's going to really be saying a lot more on that topic next week with a big speech in Atlanta, Aaron.
Monica, I want to ask you about reaction, too. I mean, the president had a fiery tone, and there are very clear demarcations in the tones of his speeches. In this case, was there any reaction to the tone of the president's speech today?
Well, from Democrats in particular, many had been calling for the president to go this far, to really talk about this in the starkest of terms, which is not something that President Biden had always done. So in terms of those who work closely with him, they were very laudatory. They felt this was the correct tone. And then, of course, you have Republicans on the flip side who argue that this is a politicization of a day that was a dark day and a difficult day. But, of course, that runs the spectrum from some Republicans who have called out the actions of that pro-Trump riot, and to others who, of course, have been more casual in their language. Remember, there were even some Republicans who said it was simply just a tourist gathering and that it wasn't at all deadly or as violent as, of course, we all know it was and what we saw with our own eyes that day. So the president's speech really delivering for parts of his party that have wanted him to do this, but, of course, animating Republicans and, of course, the one who was watching just as closely, former President Trump. He released a statement afterwards completely blasting President Biden's speech. And what was notable, Aaron, is that originally former President Trump was going to hold a news conference today down at his Mar-a-Lago club in Florida, but he canceled that, instead saying he'll have a lot more to say at an upcoming rally.
NBC's Monica Alba for us in Washington today. Monica, thank you. Now, the Capitol is on high alert right now. In the last 48 hours, federal law enforcement and intelligence officials have seen an uptick in, quote, unspecified acts of violence associated with today's anniversary. That's according to a senior U.S. intelligence official. MSNBC anchor Yasmin Vousoughian joins us now from the Capitol. Yasmin, what more are you hearing about these threats?
So there have been a lot more threats, not only leading up to today, but throughout the last year since the January 6th insurrection. However, it's important to note that they are not necessarily credible threats. And I want to read for you a statement from the Department of Homeland Security that we got over the last 24 hours or so. The Department of Homeland Security does not have information indicating any specific or credible threats related to the anniversary of the attack on the Capitol on January 6th. Since the violent events 1 year ago, DHS has enhanced its ability to detect, analyze, and respond to threats. The men and women of our department remain vigilant in their national security mission, and we will continue to review the threat environment and share information with the public and our partners as well. And just so we are clear here, the Department of Homeland Security, the FBI, Secret Service, Metro Police, Capitol Police as well, all working in tandem, especially on a day like today when they have a high alert, we should say, on this 1 year anniversary of the January 6th insurrection to make sure that the Capitol building is in a secure state. And as of now, there are not a lot of security measures that we can necessarily see with the naked eye in place. There are cameras that have been brought back from war zones in Afghanistan placed throughout the Capitol grounds. Obviously, that 8-foot fencing that was put in place after the January 6th insurrection is no longer here. There are just these barricades here. But nonetheless, I mean, I'm in exactly the same spot I was at this time 1 year ago, and I could almost walk up to the steps of the front of the west side of the Capitol here.
All right, Yasmin Vousoughian for us at the Capitol today in Washington. Again, Yasmin, thank you. We appreciate it. We want to turn to some breaking news at this hour. Attorneys for Ghislaine Maxwell say they will ask for a new trial. And that's because 2 jurors revealed during deliberations that they were sexually abused. Maxwell, a longtime confidant of Jeffrey Epstein, was convicted last week of sex trafficking charges. Joining us now, NBC News correspondent for investigations Tom Winter and NBC News legal analyst Danny Cevallos. Let's start with you on this, Tom, if we can. The judge overseeing this case wants to hear from both the defense and the prosecution. What can you tell us about that?
Right. So this all started to bubble up yesterday morning when a series of interviews were posted with one of the jurors in the Maxwell trial who discussed his own personal experiences as a victim of sexual abuse and says that that discussion came up in the course of juror deliberations. He says that some of the jurors had some doubts or maybe had some questions about some of the stories and some of the things that were testified to by some of the victims in the Maxwell case. And he stated that he was a victim of sexual abuse and talked about his own personal recollections and memories, and that played a role in the course of coming to the verdict that we eventually had, which is a guilty verdict on 5 of 6 counts. What makes this significant is jurors are told, jurors are asked, and jurors agree to leave behind any personal experiences that they may have by the judge in the course of their being selected to be put on the jury. They're asked to put aside those personal feelings and experiences and to judge the evidence and only the evidence at trial in an impartial manner to determine whether or not somebody is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. That appears perhaps not to have happened here. On top of that, the juror questionnaire was very specific and asked if anybody had any experiences as a victim of sexual abuse or any family members that may have been a victim of sexual abuse. This juror apparently told several news organizations that he kind of breezed through or just rushed through that questionnaire and doesn't remember how he answered it. Now, it's conceivable that either party here may have decided to strike that juror for cause if they were aware of it. And so basically what prosecutors asked, they were the first ones to file. They said, look, we think an inquiry should be done by the judge to figure out exactly what this person answered, what they said, and let's get to the bottom and let's get some answers. And then the defense came in and said, look, based on this, we think we should be able to file for a new trial. We think we should be able to get a new trial here, Aaron.
So, Danny, given everything that Tom just laid out there, what are the chances that Ghislaine Maxwell gets a mistrial here?
If you're just playing the odds, it almost never happens. And it wouldn't technically be a mistrial. It's a request for a new trial based on that juror misconduct. And it's happened so rarely that it could scarcely be said to even happen at all, especially in this jurisdiction. What the defendant has to show is, number one, that a juror answered a question dishonestly, not necessarily a good faith mistaken answer or an oops, I thought I was answering that correctly, that they were being dishonest. But even if Maxwell's team shows that, that's not enough under the test. They have to show that that answer, if the attorneys had known the real answer, it would have sustained what's called a for-cause challenge to that juror. In other words, at the outset during voir dire, the attorneys could have said, hey, this juror shouldn't be excused for cause. In other words, it's clear they can't be impartial because of some past life experience. So a very steep hill to climb for Maxwell's team.
All right, we'll see how it goes. Tom Winter, Danny Cevallos, gentlemen, thank you both.
Thank you.
4 tons of space debris have re-entered the Earth's atmosphere. What we know about the out-of-control rocket stage and where it crash-landed back on Earth. That's next.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove? You've already won more snowboarding golds than anyone else, ever. Maybe you're trying to prove you only get better with age, like a fine cheese or yogurt.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Mikaela Shiffrin, with just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. She's climbed the mountain of this sport. Almost time to come down for more gold, Mikaela. Better do it fast.
I'm gonna change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants
win.
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes, back to back.
Amazing.
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go.
CNBC, get yours.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock. I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove? You've already won more snowboarding golds than anyone else, ever. Maybe you're trying to prove you only get better with age, like a fine cheese or yogurt.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last one. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
On the money this hour, new jobless numbers are out, and they are worse than expected. More than 200,000 people filed for unemployment last week. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu is tracking that story and more today. Dom, what's driving these numbers higher?
So, Aaron, it's over 200,000. It's 207,000 people in particular. That's more than the 195,000 consensus forecast from economists for those number of people who are filing for first-time unemployment benefits. The number of people also filing for multiple weeks of unemployment benefits, or those so-called continuing jobless claims, also rose to about 1.754 million people, also higher than forecast. But to put things in context, Aaron, we are still hovering near the lowest counts for unemployment since before the pandemic lows back in 2020. What's driving is a little bit of the unevenness around the economy right now, the pandemic slowdowns and shutdowns in certain areas, hiring difficulties. It's basically showing that there could be shorter-term bumps in the road in a job market, Aaron, that's still trying to really normalize in some way, given the effects of the virus pandemic on the economy.
I also want to ask you about Bitcoin, Dom. It's been on a bit of a run for a while now, but that's taking a hit. What's going on?
So it's cryptocurrencies across the board, to your point here, not just Bitcoin taking those bigger hits, but Bitcoin and Ethereum are both near multi-month lows right now. And those are the 2 cryptos in particular that the industry cares the most about because they are the 2 biggest by far in that industry. Now, a good chunk of that selling pressure is being attributed to the Federal Reserve, and news that we got yesterday that America's central bank could be looking to increase interest rates and remove cash from our financial system in a more aggressive fashion than previously thought. So the thinking is that will help fight some of the inflationary pressures in consumer goods that we've been reporting on, and of course the market. But some crypto investors, Aaron, have been using Bitcoin as a hedge. They buy it against inflation. So if inflation may not be as big of a threat, you take away some of the demand for owning things like Bitcoin and Ethereum as well.
There's also some reporting about a big lawsuit between 2 of the biggest names in apparel. What do we know about that?
Yeah, I mean, Aaron, this is big. One of the biggest athletic apparel companies out there. We're talking about Nike. It's filed a lawsuit against yoga and fitness wear maker Lululemon. Nike is alleging that Lulu's Mirror home fitness device infringes on its patents. It claims that many of the features on that Mirror product violate patents it has on things like ways to determine runner's pace or time elapsed, calories used, that sort of thing, as well as other patents that it owns. Now, Lululemon, Aaron, has issued a statement saying that it believes the patents that Nike has in question are overly broad and invalid. That's their words, and they look forward to defending that position in court, Aaron.
All right, CNBC's Dom Chu for us today. Dom, thank you.
Sure.
Humanity and planet Earth are fortunately still intact. That's after a failed Russian rocket came crashing down on Wednesday. It made landfall in the South Pacific Ocean. If you've recently seen the Netflix movie Don't Look Up, don't worry. This was nothing like that. NBC News reporter Denise Chow has been following this story closely for us. Denise, so where did this piece of rocket debris come from exactly?
Yeah, so this was the upper stage of a Russian rocket called the Angara A5. Russia has spent years, well, decades really, developing a new fleet of heavy lift rockets. And so this particular one was launched on December 27th on a test flight. Shortly after launch, there was an engine malfunction on the upper stage, and it never reached its intended target and got instead stranded in a much lower orbit. And so since after launch, Russia is not able to control the rocket anymore. There's nothing keeping it in space. What goes up must eventually come down.
Right. So a couple of things here. First, how often does something like this happen? And was there ever really a danger on this? Did we really dodge a bullet?
Well, Aaron, it happens more than you probably think. There's estimates that a couple hundred tons of space debris actually tumbles back to Earth uncontrolled every year. Not all of it is as big as this instance, but there are examples of much larger objects, defunct space stations, old and decommissioned satellites. Last year, there was a 20-ton section of a Chinese rocket that tumbled back to Earth uncontrolled. So it does happen, but most of this debris, if it does survive the trip through the atmosphere, ends up in the ocean. And that's just because if you look at the world map, there's far more water than there is land, which is not to say that it can't happen or hasn't happened before. And Aaron, there's only one known instance of a person being struck by space debris. This was a rather famous, albeit quite rare example. It's a woman named Lottie Williams in Tulsa, Oklahoma. She was out for a walk in 1997, and she was actually struck in the shoulder by a small piece of a rocket fuel tank, but she was otherwise unscathed and lived to tell the tale.
Yeah, with all that ocean, she has the worst possible luck, I guess it seems, in this case. All right, Denise Chow, we appreciate it. Thank you. The group of people who believe the lie that President Joe Biden lost the election has grown over the last year. Still ahead, a look at the misinformation that drove so many to the Capitol riot.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes, back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth quickly.
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
CNBC premiere episodes of Shark Tank, back to back.
Sounds expensive.
Too much?
You're now in the lexicon of the craziest pitches ever on Shark Tank.
Tune in Tuesdays.
Why would you want one shark when you can have 2?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes, back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In prime time and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
As the congressional investigation into the Capitol riot intensifies, NBC News has an exclusive look at the committee's look into intelligence and security failures that day. NBC News national security correspondent Ken Dilanian joins us now with more on his exclusive reporting. Ken, in your latest report, you write that the January 6th attack was the biggest domestic security failure since 9/11. What did you learn about how this happened and what unanswered questions the committee is looking into here?
Aaron, I spoke this week to investigators on the January 6th committee, and the fundamental question they are trying to answer is why the FBI and the Department of Homeland Security didn't do more to sound the alarm about the huge volume of threats of violence we were all seeing on social media, including direct threats to attack the Capitol. Now, the FBI says the threats were not specific enough, so there wasn't much they could have done. But I spoke to Donnell Harvin, who is the Homeland Security and Intelligence Chief for Washington, D.C. at the time. He's been interviewed twice by the January 6th committee. Here's what he had to say.
When you hear federal law enforcement or Capitol Police leadership make open statements about there not being any credible or specific information, they're absolutely right. There wasn't a lot of credible or specific information. What there was a lot of not credible, not specific information that should have prompted a response, not necessarily knocking on someone's door or getting a subpoena, but it should have prompted a response at the federal level.
And there was not a joint intelligence bulletin by the FBI and DHS before this event, and that's one of the questions the committee's trying to answer, Aaron.
So, Ken, I'm curious, how are federal agencies responding to the criticism, then, about an intelligence failure or failure to act on intelligence?
So DHS, which is now run by different people, are acknowledging that they fell short at the time. But the FBI, which is run by the same people who were in charge on January 6th, is defending its record. In a statement to me, the FBI said it was, quote, actively engaged in gathering intelligence, disrupting travel, and sharing information with our partners, and that the FBI specifically warned state, local, and federal partners about the potential for violence at the January 6th events, Aaron.
All right, Ken Dilanian for us in our Washington bureau today. Ken, thank you.
You bet.
Now, after the attack on the Capitol, there was a sense that the violence of that day would put an end to the Stop the Steal movement. Instead, the opposite happened. Belief in the lies about the 2020 election have grown stronger in the years since the riot. NBC News Now anchor Hallie Jackson joins us now with a closer look at that part of this story. Hey, Hallie.
Hey, Aaron, it's great to be with you. And listen, it is so important, I think, to look at the roots of this Stop the Steal movement, but even more important to look at it where it is 1 year later. Watch.
After rioters assaulted police, invaded the Speaker's office, and hunted the vice president on January 6th, there was a sense maybe this violent shock would put an end to the lie that drove the insurrection, the lie that the election was stolen.
Count me out. Enough is enough.
But 1 year later, the opposite has happened, with the so-called Stop the Steal movement growing even stronger inside the Republican Party.
The election fraud of 2020 presidential election. Nobody's ever seen anything like it.
The conspiracy theory promoted by former President Trump claims President Biden did not actually win the 2020 election. That's not true. Key swing states rechecked their vote totals. Georgia counted its ballots 3 times to be sure. A Republican-led audit in Arizona affirmed President Biden's win there, and courts rejected dozens of flimsy legal challenges put up by Mr. Trump's allies. And yet, nearly 3/4 of Republicans polled by NBC News now agree with what's known as the big lie. What are the biggest warning signs that are flashing to you right now?
All of this is no longer about 2020. It's about the next election, when the loser doesn't like the outcome of the results, being able to more easily claim victory.
Colorado's Democratic Secretary of State Jena Griswold points out it's positions like hers, a state's top elections official, that keep the guardrails in place. But this year, about 2/3 of Republican candidates for that position in key swing states have questioned the results of the 2020 election.
The next time a candidate wants to reject the actual results of an election, it will be easier for them to do so. That's what this is all about.
Some of those Secretary of State candidates backed by Mr. Trump, who's endorsed Mark Fincham in Arizona.
By removing the fraud, Donald Trump won.
Election denier Christina Caramo in Michigan.
That makes us feel like they're complicit in stealing the election from the American people.
And Jody Hice in Georgia, a congressman who led an objection to his own state's results.
We have lost election integrity in Georgia. We have lost election confidence in Georgia.
And that Georgia race highlights what's at stake. Hice, who declined our request for an interview, is challenging the current Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, the man who famously resisted Mr. Trump's pressure to overturn Georgia's election results.
I just want to find 11,780 votes.
Raffensperger's refusal protected the legitimate results in Georgia, but he's been out fundraised by Hice. Is this the GOP that you want to be a part of here?
I think that we need to realize that we have honest and fair elections, particularly in Georgia.
Before November 2020, most Republicans polled by NBC News thought their vote would be fairly counted. Now, fewer than half do, showing why the Stop the Steal movement is so problematic.
It shouldn't be controversial to say, if I cast my ballot for this person, then my ballot should be counted for that person. That should be the least controversial thing in American democracy, but somehow has become horrifyingly partisan.
The big lie, eroding confidence and our democracy. And I just want to make sure, because listen, there are a lot of statistics, Aaron, in that piece, but I think one of the ones that really tells the story here, there's really two when it comes to the Republican Party, that nearly 3/4 of Republicans polled by NBC do believe that there were questions about the 2020 election, that there may have been fraud. Again, that did not happen, right? It's been proven that didn't happen. And that is what is eroding the confidence in the ballot counting. And I think Jessica Huseman, who I think you probably recognize there, who's reported on voting rights and election rights for years now, makes the point. We have to trust that when we cast the ballot, that ballot is counted. And if these, lower level, state level, local level elections officials are replaced by people who are questioning that, right, and who might take action for that, that is what could be so problematic here, Aaron.
Yeah, the whole foundation crumbles after that. Hallie Jackson with us today. Hallie, thank you. We'll see you at 5 p.m. Eastern on Hallie Jackson Now.
Thank you, Aaron.
The House subcommittee investigating the Capitol insurrection has interviewed more than 350 witnesses, yet one key witness has managed to elude Congress, former President Donald Trump. Congressman Adam Kinzinger, one of 2 Republicans on the House panel, now says Trump's testimony may not be needed after all. NBC LX national political editor Noah Pransky spoke to Congressman Kinzinger. He joins us now. Noah, what did Kinzinger say about why the panel doesn't actually need testimony from the former president to finish their investigation?
Well, he said he would love to hear from the former president, as I'm sure a lot of political aficionados would love to hear that. However, he says it's probably not necessary because they've talked to so many people who were with the president on January 6th in the days leading up to it that it's just not their biggest priority right now.
The president can claim executive privilege. We can put the pieces together without him. We're confident. But if it does come down to, a head-to-head with trying to speak to Donald Trump, I know that we'll move heaven and earth to get there.
So he says they are moving in the direction of a potential subpoena, but that the added fallout that comes with that kind of thing, the political fallout, when they've worked so hard to be an apolitical committee, and they frankly feel like they already have the goods, might not ultimately be worth it.
And Noah, what did Kinzinger have to say about the committee's progress at this point in bringing more information to the public?
He's really confident in how much they've been able to get. He says for every item that you see in the public, they have 3 to 4 times more that they're holding back, aware that a drip, drip, drip of information can sometimes reduce the impact of an important report. So they're planning to drop it all at once, but they're also aware that if this drags on to the midterms in the fall, the GOP could ultimately put an end to it. So they're trying to make sure that happens before November.
But the big concern is we know that what is likely is the Republicans will take the majority and they will shut down this committee if the work's not done. So we do have a clock on us.
He didn't want to commit to a specific timeline, but it is safe to say it will probably happen spring or summer.
And Noah, there is a side of this that is actually political. Is Kinzinger worried at all about how Republican voters are responding, how they're responding to the events of January 6th?
Yeah, I brought up to him a fact that a recent poll only found 48% of Americans believed that his committee was going to give a genuine effort to uncover truth. That's not 48% of Republicans, that's of all Americans. He was not happy to hear that. He says he's confident in the work they've done, but frankly, he's a little bit saddened in the direction that America has gone in the last year or so.
A lot of disappointment that we're not any further along, not committee perspective, but just as Americans, particularly, when I look at Republicans, in recognizing and admitting the truth and recognizing the threat to democracy. I'm blown away that we're, a year out now. It feels like yesterday. But I think it's a lot of disappointment and concern.
When I called the committee bipartisan, he corrected me, said it was a nonpartisan with staffers coming from all sorts of the spectrum. He also said this wasn't just about Trump. It was also making sure that this kind of thing on January 6th would never happen again.
All right, NBC LX national political editor Noah Pransky. Noah, we appreciate it. Thanks. We may feel the impact of January 6th for generations. Our youngest voters from Generation Z say they're pulling back from politics in disgust. But others say it got them more involved. So what does this mean for the future of American democracy? NBC News Now anchor Joshua Johnson spoke to 4 politically active Gen Zers to help answer that question.
Imagine how it felt for college students in Washington, watching the insurrection just a few blocks away.
So I was actually at my off-campus apartment at school. So I'm seeing everything unfold on my television. And I'm also looking out the window and seeing emergency vehicles, zoom down the street. That made it even more surreal just to experience that really, just like 2 or 3 blocks from the White House.
We all got a tough lesson in government that day, including students who were actually in government class.
I conveniently had an AP US government class when my teacher basically looked at all of us and said, everybody unmute your microphones and wait 1 second. We were like, okay. So we all unmuted our microphones and listened. And then he shared his screen with us, and it was just the news. And we were all stunned.
The kinds of scenes that we have seen in foreign places that would give us a chill, and perhaps leaving a chill, certainly as we watch it take place outside our own capital.
For some Gen Zers, January 6th was a work day.
I had actually just started an internship at the Arizona State Capitol, and January 6th was my second day of work. Security came up and said, hey, we're going to send you guys home. There's people who are coming with guns now.
They told you that there were armed people who were coming to the Arizona State Capitol.
Yeah, they were protesters who were coming with guns, and so they sent the entire building home. And I remember walking through this entire mob of people with flags and different gear on to get to my car. And when I got home, I was sitting on the couch, and that's when I kind of saw the first pictures of what was happening in DC. That's when it kind of clicked for me, oh, this is a really big thing.
One young man says he heard from his younger cousins in India.
The first thing I heard from abroad was my cousin texting me saying, well, it looks like American democracy is losing. It's no longer an inferiority complex between foreign democracies. It is that people don't view the United States, in my opinion, as the pinnacle that it used to be. That doesn't mean all hope is lost. That means that we have to recognize the seriousness of the problem, but then address it that way.
Generation Z might be the best equipped group to address it, or at least the most optimistic. A recent survey showed strong concern across the board about America's future. However, young adults were the least pessimistic about democracy surviving. Ali Spagnolo is eager to cast her next ballot. Today, she's a member of the College Democrats. Back in 2020, she was too young to vote by 1 week.
What goes through your head? What goes through your heart when you think about voting this fall and in 2024?
If you asked me that question a year ago, I definitely think that I would have told you that I was more than anything intimidated. But at this point now, as we've watched democracy grow and we've seen the setbacks, we've seen all the ugly and all the beautiful, I feel more than anything hopeful to do my part and contribute.
So is Ezra Meyer, an officer with his campus's college Republicans. He says he wants to distance himself from the people who supported the attack.
I think the actions of criminals are being used to paint a picture of everyone who feels conservative in this country, and that's really unfair. And it's really frustrating for a lot of conservatives to be painted as criminals.
January 6th may have turned many Gen Zers off to politics altogether. Jessica Carpenter says politicians might draw them back by focusing on solutions and getting things done.
When they don't see follow through or they're kind of let down again by political leaders, it just reinstates that thought of why should I participate in this?
Today, Jessica leads marketing for Bridge USA, a nonprofit that promotes bipartisan engagement on college campuses. Manu Meal is its founder and CEO. He says January 6th presented an opportunity, and his peers need to step up.
So if you're going to live in the most ambitious democratic experiment in the history of humanity, and you say, are we going to have challenges? Absolutely. We're the most diverse, most armed, most technologically advanced, most democratic society that the planet has ever seen. Think about it like that. And when that's what we've got to lose, we've got a lot to fight for.
We have a lot to fight for. Joshua joins us now. Joshua, these young voters may be turned off to partisan politics right now, which is, it's easy to understand why. But where do they stand on some of the issues, things like climate change and health care? What do they have to say about that?
Aaron, they stand across the spectrum. I mean, the four young people we spoke to identify differently politically. The young man that we ended with, Manu, describes himself as liberal, but not necessarily a Democrat. Ali is a Democrat. Ezra is a Republican who describes himself as conservative. Jessica was a Republican, left the party after January 6th, and now describes herself as libertarian. So they're all over the spectrum, but they reflect something that I have frankly heard from young people, Gen Zers and millennials, in years of interviewing them, which is a very intense pragmatism. They want to see things get done. Yeah. And they are as annoyed with the intractability of our political system as they are with the potential of political violence to prevent things from getting done in this country. They just want to see things move. The direction in which that should move, that varies depending on their politics.
All right, we will leave it there for now. Joshua Johnson with us. Take care, my friend. We'll see you.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove? You've already won more snowboarding golds than anyone else, ever. Maybe you're trying to prove you only get better with age, like a fine cheese or yogurt.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last one. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Nathan Chen equals power, because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Crewses. See? Power. I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove? You've already won more snowboarding golds than anyone else, ever. Maybe you're trying to prove you only get better with age, like a fine cheese or yogurt. Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Now to a story about what happens when people pay something forward over and over until that first good deed comes all the way back around. It happened recently with a chain of 12 kidney donors and recipients. NBC News senior national correspondent Kate Snow has their inspiring story.
Every year, more than 100,000 people are waiting for a kidney transplant, and only about 17,000 will actually get a kidney. Sometimes it's hard to find a match locally, even among family. And so what happens in a kidney donor chain is that someone who doesn't match locally decides to instead donate their kidney to a hospital far away. And then that hospital finds another person to do the same and donate to the next hospital, and so on until the chain goes all the way around and comes back to the place that it started. In this case, it involved 12 people, and it was one of the fastest chains ever.
It all started with a visually striking billboard in Virginia, an artist in search of a kidney donor.
I saw it twice, maybe it means something that I saw it a second time.
Innova Health had already found a donor for the woman on the billboard, but 25-year-old Garrett Canning decided to still give a kidney. That started a chain that would pass through 6 states across the eastern U.S. The first recipient, a 32-year-old woman at Vanderbilt in Tennessee. Her friend, a mom of 6, sent her kidney to Jason Gentry in Lansing, Michigan. We gathered most of the participants together on a Zoom.
So because of Garrett seeing that billboard, Jason, you have a kidney now.
I received an awesome gift. Yeah, thank you.
Jason had been struggling to find the energy to go fishing with his son, exhausted after teaching second graders all day. Not anymore.
A friend of mine has referred to my kidney as the Incredible Hulk kidney.
How long had you been on the list waiting?
It would have been 4 years in November. Wow. It's been just amazing how great I feel.
Lisa Klaus had heard about Jason in her church newsletter. When she wasn't a match for him, she had agreed to help form a chain.
Whatever we need to do, let's do this.
So you gave your kidney to Brian at Wake Forest. Have you met Brian yet?
I have not.
Hey, Brian.
Hi,
Brian. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm great. Bless you. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure to meet you.
Absolutely. I'm so happy that so many people were helped out, but I cannot explain what a blessing this has been for me.
I've been waiting to see what my angel looks like, and so it's it was an honor to finally see you.
Brian Holloway's church friend in North Carolina, a father of 3, donated to Kathy Soders in Ohio, her 3rd transplant.
How are you doing?
I'm doing great, actually. Fabulous. I can't believe how great I feel.
A huge change from last year when Kathy's husband had posted a plea for a donor on Facebook.
Jennifer You saw it on Facebook. Tell me what happened inside you.
It really wasn't even a choice for me. I'm sorry, I'm getting all emotional already. It really wasn't even a choice. I probably didn't even get through half the post and I was already on the phone to my Uncle Matt. I just told Aunt Kathy, I said, whatever we need to do, we'll do it.
Jennifer Abel didn't match her aunt, but she could donate to a man in New Jersey, prompting a New Jersey donor to complete the chain, sending Hung Dao a kidney, a patient at Inova in Virginia, where all of this started.
Never stop waiting and still live positive, and you're gonna get a gift one day real soon like me.
That's beautiful. You're saying never give up hope.
I want to say to all of the donors, because all of you made this happen for each of us, not just one of you, all of you. This chain would not exist without you. So thank you. And thank you is way too small of a word.
People like Lisa are just awesome because she didn't know who I was. She didn't know who I voted for. She doesn't know what my beliefs are. She just wanted to be able to change somebody's life.
For the donors, it's been life-changing too.
You just get to a point in your life where you realize that you see the bigger picture.
Jason, you said this gives you faith, this chain.
Yeah, it does. You know, it gives me faith in just humankind.
It took less than a month for this all to be choreographed. That is incredibly fast. And the donors said that a lot of them bounced back very quickly. Garrett, who was the first donor, actually went to a wedding just weeks later. They also wanted me to mention that there is financial aid available for the expense of travel and expenses around being a donor. They're hoping by sharing their story that other people out there might be inspired to donate. Back to you.
And thank you for being with us this hour. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. The news continues right now.
Hey everyone, I'm Allison Morris. You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening. 1 year later, Congress remembering the January 6th attack on the Capitol. We've got team coverage of today's events in Washington, D.C. Do-over. Ghislaine Maxwell's attorneys want a new trial after a jury says he was a victim of sexual abuse. How prosecutors are responding to that revelation. And the Tampa Bay Buccaneers done with Antonio Brown, but he's not done with them. The messy split between the wide receiver and his former team.
Haunting shrieks of the police that day, the officer pinned between the doors at the end of rioters. There were people that stood up for our republic, and there were people that attacked our republic.
That disgraceful day led to the deaths and injuries of brave people in uniform, creating lasting scars for countless members of our community, and further opened the door to undermine our trusted democratic process for generations to come.
When I turned on that screen, the very first thing I saw was the Confederate flag. And it all came rushing to my heart. And I felt an ache and a hurt. My heart was broken.
January 6th for me will forever be a day to remember how the light of acts of courage, small and large, defeated darkness. Heroes, staffers, custodians, police. I will remember those who quite literally gave their lives.
It is said that truth dies when people stop speaking it. Well, it will not die on our watch.
We have team coverage on the Hill. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Leanne Caldwell is inside the U.S. Capitol, and MSNBC anchor Yasmin Vasugian is on the Capitol's West Lawn. Leanne, first, I want to ask you about President Biden's speech today. He did something that he rarely does. He referenced former President Donald Trump, but he never actually said his name. Let's talk about the significance of what the president said this morning and how he said it.
Yeah, Allison. So that is exactly what happened today. This was the strongest rebuke of the former president that we have heard from President Biden, even though he never uttered the word Trump in his entire speech. What President Biden also was doing is he spent much of his speech talking about the legitimacy of the last election. We know that the former president tries to delegitimize that falsely. And so he had to make a case. He said factual things, ticked through factual things of why all those lies about the election being stolen are in fact not true. But let's listen to how Biden himself put it in his own words.
We must be absolutely clear about what is true and what is a lie. And here's the truth. The former President of the United States of America has created and spread a web of lies about the 2020 election. He's done so because he values power over principle, because he sees his own interest as more important than his country's interest, than America's interest.
So it was a very strong rebuke against not only the former president, but also the lies that the former president is telling, Allison.
So let's go outside the Capitol now to Yasmin. Actually, rather, we're going to stick with Leanne for one more moment. Yasmin, then we're going to come over to you. Sorry, we're having a little bit of technical difficulties here, so I thank you for bearing with me as we try to work our way through this. Leanne, we're going to stick with you. We heard from the president there. We heard from several House and Senate Democrats. But how about the Republicans? What are they saying today?
Yeah, well, it depends on what Republican you ask. There's one Republican who's participating today in person. That's Representative Liz Cheney. Adam Kinzinger, a Republican from Illinois, is remote. But the Cheneys were in the chamber today. Liz Cheney and her father, who served in the House, but was also vice president, as we all know. And Liz Cheney said that this is an extremely important day to commemorate and never to forget. Let's listen to what she told Savannah Guthrie on the Today Show.
There are millions of Americans across this country who understand their responsibility with respect to defending the institutions, defending the Constitution, and all of those people that you just played, all of my colleagues, anyone who attempts to minimize what happens, anyone who denies the truth of what happened, they ought to be ashamed of themselves. And history is watching, and history will judge them.
So there are other Republicans who are not commemorating, not noticing this day at all. Others are saying that it was a difficult day, a scar on American history. But people like GOP leader McCarthy, who didn't put out a statement today but did on Sunday, talked solely in the concept that it's a problem with securing the actual building. He didn't talk about the larger issue of why the attack actually happened. And then you have Senator Lindsey Graham, someone who said that he was done with the former president later that night on January 6th after they came back into the chamber. Well, today he is blaming Democrats for politicizing this event. In a tweet thread, he in part says President Biden and Vice President Harris's speeches today were an effort to resurrect a failed presidency more than marking the anniversary of a dark day in American history. And so the fact that it's only Democrats who are here in the building today, other than Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger remotely, commemorating this day is a sign of how political January 6th has become across the country, Allison.
Yeah, sure has. All right, let's go outside the Capitol now to Yasmin. Yasmin, there was a fence around that complex for months, but there isn't one today. Are authorities confident it's safe, and how are they trying to secure the Capitol today?
They are confident. We heard from the Capitol Hill police chief yesterday, briefing folks on the updates that have been made to the security systems here on Capitol grounds, and they're incredibly confident the Capitol grounds are safe. They're working in tandem, of course, with the FBI, with the Secret Service, the Metro Police, the Capitol Police as well, to make sure the grounds are secure. There's about 4+ cameras around Capitol grounds surveying the area that were brought from Afghanistan. There are war zone cameras that are now working to keep the site secure here. And I'll talk to you about those 8-foot fences that were once up, Allison, because, Jim, walk with me this way. I mean, all you see now really are just these kind of small barricades, right? These are barricades
that could easily come down. These were the barricades that were in place on January 6th that obviously didn't do the job that they were supposed to do. Instead, those 8-foot fences, Jim, swing around this way, 180, were erected down at the bottom of that area, and those are no longer here. And I have to say, I was pretty shocked, surprised to not see them. Every single event, watch your step, Jim, that I have covered since January 6th at the Capitol, I believe, had those 8-foot fences in place. The Justice for J6 rally coming to mind. There were also cement barricades everywhere to make sure if anything actually happened, the area would remain safe and secure. But that's not here, although, as we have heard from many officials, especially the Capitol Hill chief of police, saying that, in fact, they are working behind the scenes and they have really upped the ante when it comes to security on the premises.
You were both at the Capitol a year ago. If you would, walk us through your experiences, your memories of that day. Yasmin, to you first.
It's surreal. And I'm going to ask Jim to switch around one more time. He's got to do a little bit of a dance today with me. It's surreal to be here today, I have to say, right? Because I'm in the exact place, Allison, that I was at this time on January 6th last year. And it's a much different scene today than it was at that point. There were thousands of people, obviously, on the grounds of the Capitol, breaching the Capitol building, going through that archway, hanging on the windows on the Capitol building. And obviously today it is almost empty. There are people out for runs. We've seen a couple of stragglers here. I actually spoke to the mother of Ashley Babbitt a couple of hours ago. She was one of the women that lost her lives that was trying to storm the Capitol. She was shot by a Capitol police officer because she was trying to break through one of the doorways. And I asked her, do you regret that your daughter showed up on January 6th? And she said no. And I said, do you still believe that the election was stolen? And she said yes. And so while we have all of these security measures in place here on the Capitol, there is still something going on in this country. It's a conversation we've been having throughout the day, which is whether or not our democracy is in peril, and how millions of Americans still believe that this election was stolen and that the violence that took place on the grounds of the Capitol were in fact justified. And it's really startling for me to hear, and I think for a lot of folks here, especially that experienced it firsthand, up close and personal on these Capitol grounds, Allison.
Yeah, absolutely. Leanne, to you, you were there at the Capitol that day. Share, if you would, your memories, your experiences, or even how you're feeling today 1 year later.
Yeah, Allison, it's kind of hard to put into words. I mean, last year I was one of the first people evacuated because of the location where I was doing TV, and there was bomb threats. And so I experienced a lot through our producers, the eyes and ears, who were in the chamber that day. Haley Talbot was in the House chamber. Frank Thorpe was in the Senate chamber when people were breaching the Capitol and coming into those places. And it was just a moment, once everything was over and those people were finally out of the building, walking around the Capitol was just, it's heartbreaking. It was surreal. You didn't think that anything like that would ever happen in one of the most secure places with hundreds of police officers and Secret Service, because Vice President Mike Pence was here. You never thought that was going to happen. Now, 1 year later, what we are often talking about amongst our team and sometimes in our coverage is how Congress has changed. Congress is not the same. Republicans and Democrats have lost a lot of trust for each other, and that is evident not only in their daily interactions with each other, but in legislation as well. And so this is having a very deep impact, and it's going to be very difficult to recover because they have not been able to do it yet, Allison.
Leanne, you spoke with Congressman Dean Phillips, who was on the House floor that day, about where our democracy stands 1 year later. What did he tell you?
Yeah, I spoke with him last night, and I actually pulled up a text message that he sent to me that night on January 6th when he was in the safe room with Republicans and Democrats, and I asked him what was happening in that room and how he was doing. And that night of January 6th, he said, there's hope. There's a lot of fear, a lot of tears. He said he had a hug with one Republican, and they vowed to repair the country and to make things better. Well, 1 year later, I asked him about that text message and asked him to respond, and this is what he said.
But to have retreated to the safe room with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, to have felt for the very first and very fleeting time in this brief career of mine here a moment of unity, of intention and resolve, not just to get back in the chamber and fulfill our duty, but to hold those accountable who had inspired the events of the day. I had, for the first time here, some hopefulness that is hard to come by. To see that dissipate and erode over the course of the last months is sad, and more than sad, it's horrifying.
Horrifying. He said it dissipated. He said that moment was fleeting. And I asked him why it was fleeting. And he said because his colleagues on the other side of the aisle, they're more interested in self-preservation than saving the country. They know that the political winds are too tough for them to stand up to. And that's why they are not facing reality at this point. And that is a big reason why Congress is still suffering today, Allison.
A sad day today on Capitol Hill, no doubt. Leanne, thanks to you. Yasmin, thanks to you. And also thanks to Jim, your videographer. I know he was hustling there. We really appreciate it. An uptick in unspecified threats over the past 48 hours connected to today's anniversary at the Capitol. That's according to a senior U.S. intel official with direct knowledge of the matter. NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delaney is in Washington, D.C. Ken, so far the feds say they're not aware of a specific credible plot, but that senior intelligence official says some of these threats are directed at lawmakers who voted to certify the 2020 presidential election. What else can you tell us about the threats?
Hey, Allison. Yeah, intelligence officials were expecting more than 100 vigils today in support of the people who have been charged so far in the Capitol riot. And they saw an uptick in conspiracy theory talk on websites that the riot was a false flag operation by the FBI, and they saw foreign governments amplifying these narratives. The good news, as you said, is that so far we are not aware of any violence today.
Ken, you also have an exclusive report out today that says the January 6th committee is examining FBI and DHS documents for answers on intel failures. You write they are quietly examining thousands of internal documents for what officials did and didn't know before the riot. What have they found out so far?
Yeah, I spoke this week to investigators on the January 6th committee, and the fundamental question they're trying to answer is why the FBI and the Department of Homeland Security didn't do more to sound the alarm about the huge volume of threats we were all seeing on social media, including direct threats to attack the Capitol. Now, the FBI says the threats were not specific enough, so there wasn't much they could have done. They also say they shared intelligence with local authorities, but the committee's trying to understand why they didn't produce a joint intelligence bulletin and whether the FBI treated domestic terrorism threats less seriously than international terrorism threats, Allison.
All right, Ken Delaney in D.C., thank you so much.
You bet.
It is the FBI's largest investigation ever. Their search to identify and charge everyone who stormed the Capitol. NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams has an exclusive look at the latest technology they're using.
A year after the worst attack on the U.S. Capitol since the British torched it 200 years ago, the FBI hasn't stopped working to identify rioters. This exclusive look shows agents and analysts still combing through tens of thousands of photos and videos. Investigators also use facial recognition software and cell phone records that allow them to plot the movement of individual people inside the Capitol, the largest use ever of that technique.
The attacks happened all over the Capitol grounds.
Stephen D'Antuono, the man in charge of the FBI's Washington field office, says a priority now is identifying the rioters who attacked police, like this man using a long probe to administer shocks.
It's giving them an electrical jolt?
Correct,
yeah.
So that must be painful.
I would imagine it would be, yes. Yeah, it would be like any taser.
Or this video of a man beating a police officer with a long pole.
That officer in particular right there just hit him in the head.
Or this one showing one of the rioters spraying a chemical at officers.
He gets rid of it, throws the can in, and grabs a riot shield and starts beating the officers.
People have sent in hundreds of thousands of tips reacting to photos and videos like these posted on the FBI website. Tips have even come from rideshare drivers and waiters.
We've had restaurant workers turn somebody in because they've overheard them talking about it.
Federal criminal charges have now been filed against more than 700 people, and about 1/4 of them have pleaded guilty. But a big question remains unanswered. Was there actually a plan well in advance to storm the Capitol, or was it a case of seizing the moment?
It does matter in terms of a record of history, to get a sense of what this event was all about. Was it a perfect storm of failure of security, of extremists kind of all coalescing around the Capitol, or was this something greater?
Members of the far-right Proud Boys and Oath Keepers have been charged with conspiracy, but court documents say they were preparing for violence in the streets. And the FBI has yet to figure out who planted 2 pipe bombs last January 5th at Republican and Democratic National Headquarters. No breakthrough so far, despite releasing surveillance video showing the suspected bomber that night on Capitol Hill. Why don't you know yet who placed these bombs the night before the riot?
They're covered from head to toe, right? They have a hoodie on, glasses, a mask, gloves. You know, fully clothed.
The FBI has even compiled this map showing the bombing suspects' movements that night. What do you see in the video of that person? What are they doing?
You know, the person's walking down this road here.
One bomb was placed just outside the Democratic office entrance. Pretty close to that corner?
Yeah, pretty close to that area right around there.
Pete joins me now. So, Pete, the FBI is still trying to identify more than 250 people seen in photos and videos assaulting police officers both inside and outside the building. What are some of the other challenges they're up against here?
Well, there is the difficulty of knowing who those people are. They can see the pictures. They can clearly see what they look like. They just don't know who they are. Now, in some cases, they're able to look at distinctive things on their clothing or patches that they're wearing on their hats or their watches, the facial features. But when that fails, they basically have to ask for public help. And the public help has been really overwhelming in this case. I think the Attorney General yesterday said the government has received 300,000 tips. And of course, Allison, one of the unusual things about this investigation is all the amateur sleuths that are on the internet looking at these FBI postings and phoning in their own tips, sometimes very valuably able to identify people that the FBI or the public tips can't figure out who they are.
It is an overwhelming amount of information to get through. Pete, thank you so much for your reporting today. Appreciate it.
You bet.
Coming up, the Bucs stop here. Tampa Bay officially cutting Antonio Brown, but he's not going quietly. What's next for the troubled wide receiver?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts. We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock. Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans, late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove? You've already won more snowboarding golds than anyone else, ever. Maybe you're trying to prove you only get better with age, like a fine cheese or yogurt.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes, back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
Let's go to NBC News digital reporter Maya Eglin. She's got the latest headlines from NBCnews.com. Hey, Maya.
Hey, Allison, we start in Colorado, where officials found partial human remains after last week's massive wildfire. There are currently ongoing investigations for 2 missing people, and officials are working to identify the remains. The federal prisons director is stepping down. His resignation comes after an AP investigation uncovered abuse, misconduct, and corruption. A spokesperson says the director will stay in his role until a new one is appointed. The St. Louis couple who waved guns at racial injustice protesters back in 2020 is trying to get those weapons back. The guns were seized from them months ago, but the city of St. Louis has not destroyed them yet. North Korea is claiming to have conducted a second successful hypersonic missile test flight. The launch reportedly happened Wednesday, days after Kim Jong-un promised to boost the country's military. And Powerball confirming 2 winning tickets for the $632 million jackpot. Those tickets were sold in California and Wisconsin. The winners will have to split the prize. Allison, back to you.
All right, Maya, thank you so much. Lawyers for Ghislaine Maxwell looking to toss out her conviction. Her attorneys requesting a new trial after at least one jury said his personal sexual assault story helped convince the jury of her guilt. Maxwell convicted last week on 5 counts related to helping Jeffrey Epstein sexually abuse teenage girls. NBC News correspondent for investigations Tom Winter joins me now. Tom, the juror at the center of this story now has a lawyer. What can you tell us about that jury, and what exactly did he tell reporters?
Right. So the juror talked to a couple of publications, Allison, and essentially said that they had been a victim of sexual abuse in the past, and that topic of conversation came up in the middle of deliberations. Not surprising, right? This was a trial all about sexual abuse, and said that when jurors started to question the memories of some of the victims in this case, the Maxwell case, that he interjected with his own stories and said, look, you know, I remember a lot of the key details of it, not everything about it, but I remember some of the key details. And he says he believes that helped sway other jurors to coming around to the idea that the victims were credible and obviously convicting Maxwell on 5 of 6 counts. The potential problem with that is that what is his response to the jury questionnaire. So all the jurors had to fill out a questionnaire prior to trial. And one of the questions specifically on page 24 is whether or not somebody or a family member or a friend had been a victim of sexual abuse. And he said he kind of breezed through that questionnaire. So the judge could possibly here ask him questions and conduct an inquiry. Can't ask about what happened in the deliberations, but can ask potentially whether or not he answered that question truthfully, whether or not he knew he was answering and was paying attention to that question when he was filling out the form, Allison.
Tom, the New York Times reporting a second juror also shared a personal experience of sexual abuse during the deliberations. What do you know about that?
So, you know, this is kind of a tricky thing, right? So we have a jury of our peers, so we can all bring our personal knowledge and our personal experiences in life to apply them against the evidence and the testimony that we hear and eventually decide whether or not a fellow citizen of ours, in this case Ghislaine Maxwell, whether or not she's guilty beyond a reasonable doubt or whether she should be acquitted of the charges. So people can bring in their own personal kind of experiences and feelings. The question is whether or not somebody did not tell the truth on that questionnaire. And I think that's a big question about this second juror that you referenced, Allison. How did they fill out that form? Were they explicit about it? And did that then give the defense or the prosecution the opportunity to be fully aware of that person's past and whether or not they should have been able to strike that person for cause?
Tom, the trial judge says she wants to hear from the prosecution in addition to the defense on this. What's the prosecution saying at this point?
Well, they were the first ones to come forward and flag this issue for the judge, although Judge Allison Nathan was undoubtedly aware, at least paying attention to what occurred in her trial and what was out there. I think the prosecutors essentially say, look, you may want to conduct an inquiry here, Your Honor, and figure out if this person intentionally misled us in the course of the questionnaire. The defense has gone further, saying, look, based on these statements and also some redacted sections of their filing, they believe they absolutely have grounds for a new trial. What's going to happen here is there's a series of dates that each party is going to file their own motions and briefs on this. The judge is going to look at that, weigh them. As you pointed out before, this juror has their own attorney who will represent them potentially. If there is an inquiry, the judge hasn't determined conclusively that there will be an inquiry of this juror. And they're really limited by a couple of different factors here as far as what Judge Nathan could do. It is possible that a new trial could be given. It is possible that we won't even get an inquiry. Time will tell. It just depends on how each side pleads and what the case precedent and what the judge determines here, Allison.
All right, Tom Winter, thank you so much for your reporting today.
Sure thing. You got it.
All right, let's bring in criminal defense lawyer and NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalas to analyze this one a little more. So, Danny, Ghislaine Maxwell's attorney is accusing this juror of failing to disclose his own personal abuse in a written questionnaire during jury selection. If this is true, what are the chances of a retrial here?
Motion probably denied. And that's not even based on the merits of Maxwell's motion for a new trial. It's just statistically, these motions are almost never granted, and particularly in this jurisdiction, in the Southern District of New York and up in the Second Circuit. But here's what they have to show, and you'll see what a heavy burden it is. They have to show, first, essentially, that the juror was dishonest. Not that he misunderstood the questionnaire, not that he gave some good faith answer, but basically that he deliberately concealed some information. But that's not enough. You can imagine concealing something that has nothing at all to do with the case. For example, if the juror lied about being a member of NRA, this is not a firearms case, so being an NRA member probably doesn't matter that much. So now you move on to step two. If there was deliberate concealment, the next question is, if everyone had known the truth, would that have been the basis for a for-cause challenge? And a for-cause challenge, as opposed to, say, a peremptory challenge, is an unlimited challenge that you have during voir dire that basically says, you know, this person is biased. It may be the spouse of a police officer, or they are someone who always believes police officers, for example. Somebody who's biased simply doesn't allow them to be impartial in a jury trial. So they have to show that two-step process. It is not easy to do, and it very rarely happens.
So, Danny, how about what goes on during deliberations? I mean, can a juror talk about their personal experience to explain why they find someone guilty or not guilty? What are the parameters there?
Yeah, absolutely. Jurors don't have to be a complete blank slate. They're not looking for androids. They're not looking for people who live under a rock. Obviously, in the cases that we cover, particularly high-profile, newsworthy cases, it's unrealistic to think a juror hasn't ever heard of someone like Ghislaine Maxwell, although, you know, you'd be amazed what jurors have not heard of. Some jurors appear to not even have access to the internet or the world around them. But the bottom line is, it's okay if they've heard of her. The question is, and this is almost verbatim from what they were probably asked, is, given your experience or given what you know about this defendant or given your personal experience, can you still be fair and impartial? And that's the key question. So the court's going to want to know what exactly was on the questionnaire, what was the answer, what was the intent in giving that answer, and if the juror was dishonest, the next question is whether or not that would have made the difference in a for-cause challenge.
Danny, Maxwell's defense team has already seen the prosecution's case because we've been through this trial already. Let's just say there was a retrial. What kind of advantage could this give them? I mean, would the prosecution have to go with a totally different tack?
It's true that Maxwell has now seen the entire hand of the prosecution. Yeah, but at the same time, what do you think's happened to Maxwell's wallet during this entire trial? That's the problem with mistrials for defendants in high-profile cases is, yeah, the government has infinite money to come back and retry the case. The defendant never has infinite money. The defendant always has to go back into their pocket and pay their attorneys for another trial. So from an evidentiary standpoint, you do get the benefit of having heard everybody testify and all the case in chief already. But again, so the government has also heard the defense theory. But the downside of that is that defendants have limited resources. Even if you're a major corporation, they have limited resources compared to the federal government. And so a mistrial, or a retrial, I should say more accurately, is not always a win for a defendant.
All right, it also sounds like from what you've said, Danny, that it's not very likely, but we'll see what happens in this case. Always great to see you, Danny Svelis. Thank you. All right, to the NFL now. Antonio Brown, officially a former Tampa Bay Buccaneer. The Bucs released the wide receiver after he left mid-game against the Jets on Sunday. Now, Brown claims the team tried to force him to play through an ankle injury, saying in a statement provided by his attorneys to NBC News, "Coach was telling me that if I didn't play hurt, then I was done with the Bucs. I didn't quit. I was cut. I didn't walk away from my brothers. I was thrown out." The team released this statement this afternoon. While Antonio did receive treatment on his ankle and was listed on the injury report the week leading up to last Sunday's game, he was cleared to play by our medical team prior to the start of the game, and at no point during the game did he indicate to our medical personnel that he could not play. Joining me now, USA Today sports reporter Chris Bumbaca. Chris, great to see you. We heard from Coach Arians after practice this afternoon. Here's what he told reporters about what happened before Brown left the field on Sunday. Take a listen.
We called for the personnel group that he had played in the entire game. He refused to go in the game. That's when I looked back and saw him basically wave off the coach. I then went back, approached him about what was going on. I ain't playing. What's going on? I ain't getting the ball. That's when I said, "You're done. Get the F out of here." And that's the end of it.
All right, so you've been following the controversy surrounding Antonio Brown throughout his career. I am a Steelers fan. I have been too. How did we get to this point? And do you have any sense of what the reality is here? Because what Arians is saying in that soundbite is what we first heard come out on Sunday, and now Antonio Brown has a very different story.
Yeah, it's definitely two competing versions there between what the Buccaneers and Bruce Arians are presenting and what Antonio Brown feels happened to him. I think it really comes down to the fact that we have seen this before from Antonio Brown in his previous three departures. You mentioned the Pittsburgh Steelers. It happened with the then Oakland Raiders, and it also happened with the New England Patriots after only 2 weeks. None of his exits have been smooth. So this was bound to happen after what we saw Sunday at MetLife Stadium for sure.
So I think the big question now is what's going to happen going forward. I mean, could Brown file a grievance against the Bucs? Could the NFL Players Association get involved here? I mean, let's also not forget everybody else involved except for Antonio Brown has the playoffs coming up and games to worry about next week. So I imagine they would like to not have to deal with this in the days ahead.
Right. Yeah. The Buccaneers are going to be playing a playoff game in some 10, 11 days here. So, yes, the NFL Players Association, the Players Union will open an investigation, they said Thursday, into this whole situation because Brown is a union member. So, they have to protect their own here. And that's what's going to happen as far as the Players Association getting involved. And I know that Roger Goodell and Park Avenue are definitely going to keep a close eye on this because Brown is going to have a following here in this case. No matter what happens, people are going to want to know what happens to Antonio Brown.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. So Chris, I have to ask, I mean, you mentioned this, but Brown's now been traded or released by 4 teams: the Steelers, the Raiders, the Patriots, the Bucs. Do you see another team taking a chance on him, or is his NFL career likely over?
I was asked this question probably about more than a year ago, and I was pretty adamant that his NFL career was not done. And obviously the Buccaneers signed him. He was a contributor on a Super Bowl winning team, and even before last week, he had 10 catches in a game. So there's no denying that what he does on the field is special, and it has been for a decade now. Is this the final straw? A lot of people think it is. I think this public of an outburst, this final burning of the bridge, I really have a hard time seeing another team taking a chance on him. I think that his time is actually done now.
Yeah, I mean, I have to ask, right, if a player has 9 lives, is Tom Brady giving you another chance, the last one? I mean, I just, as a football fan, have a hard time imagining who's going to step up next.
And that's where this whole thing really comes in. It's been Brady the entire time, and his obsession with winning, and his belief that football brings out the best in people. And it's a noble cause. And Brady says that we need to emphasize empathy and compassion when it comes to Antonio Brown, and there's certainly an element to that. But Tom did get a little burned here, I think, as far as Brown and really sticking his neck out for him. And now this is how Brown repaid him.
Chris, I will say, though, the one thing, the reason why we keep watching sports, the one thing I love about it is that you just never know what's going to happen. Who knows? He may pop up somewhere else, but I understand the chances are looking pretty slim right now.
And if he does, lots of people will be watching. And I will say never say never, especially when it comes to Antonio Brown.
Chris, thanks so much for being with us today. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Allison.
Coming up, pulling back from politics or getting even more involved, how our country's youngest voters, Generation Z, are feeling 1 year after the attack on the Capitol.
Michaela Schifrin. With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. She's climbed the mountain of this sport. Almost time to come down for more gold, Michaela. Better do it fast.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Nathan Chen equals power because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Cruzes. See? Power.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove? You've already won more snowboarding golds than anyone else, ever. Maybe you're trying to prove you only get better with age, like a fine cheese or yogurt.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Michaela Schifrin. With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. She's climbed the mountain of this sport. Almost time to come down for more gold, Michaela. Better do it fast.
It's the big lie that drove so many people to the Capitol riot last January 6th, and 1 year later, it's only grown stronger. NBC News senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson takes us inside the Stop the Steal misinformation campaign.
After rioters assaulted police, invaded the Speaker's office, and hunted the vice president on January 6th, there was a sense maybe this violent shock would put an end to the lie that drove the insurrection, the lie that the election was stolen.
Count me out. Enough is enough.
But 1 year later, the opposite has happened, with the so-called Stop the Steal movement growing even stronger inside the Republican Party.
The election fraud of 2020 presidential election. Nobody's ever seen anything like it.
The conspiracy theory promoted by former President Trump claims President Biden did not actually win the 2020 election. That's not true. Key swing states rechecked their vote totals. Georgia counted its ballots 3 times to be sure. A Republican-led audit in Arizona affirmed President President Biden's win there, and courts rejected dozens of flimsy legal challenges put up by Mr. Trump's allies. And yet, nearly 3/4 of Republicans polled by NBC News now agree with what's known as the big lie.
What are the biggest warning signs that are flashing to you right now?
All of this is no longer about 2020. It's about the next election, when the loser doesn't like the outcome of the results, being able to more easily claim victory.
Colorado's Democratic Secretary of State Jena Griswold points out it's positions like hers, a state's top elections official, that keep the guardrails in place. But this year, about 2/3 of Republican candidates for that position in key swing states have questioned the results of the 2020 election.
The next time a candidate wants to reject the actual results of an election, it will be easier for them to do so. That's what this is all about.
Some of those Secretary of State candidates backed by Mr. Trump, who's endorsed Mark Fincham in Arizona.
By removing the fraud, Donald Trump won.
Election denier Christina Caramo in Michigan.
That makes us feel like they're complicit in stealing the election from the American people.
And Jody Hice in Georgia, a congressman who led an objection to his own state's results.
We have lost election integrity in Georgia. We have lost election confidence in Georgia.
And that Georgia race highlights what's at stake. Hice, who declined our request for an interview, is challenging the current Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, the man who famously resisted Mr. Trump's pressure to overturn Georgia's election results.
I just want to find 11,780 votes.
Raffensperger's refusal protected the legitimate results in Georgia, but he's been out fundraised by Hice.
Is this the GOP that you want to be a part of here?
I think that we need to realize that we have honest and fair elections, particularly in Georgia.
Before November 2020, most Republicans polled by NBC News thought their vote would be fairly counted. Now, fewer than half do, showing why the Stop the Steal movement is so problematic.
It shouldn't be controversial to say, if I cast my ballot for this person, then my ballot should be counted for that person. That should be the least controversial thing in American democracy, but somehow has become horrifyingly partisan.
The big lie, eroding confidence and our democracy.
So what do young Americans think about our politics today? Now Tonight anchor Joshua Johnson asked 4 Gen Zers about the January 6th riot and how they're feeling 1 year later. Take a look.
Imagine how it felt for college students in Washington, watching the insurrection just a few blocks away.
So I was actually at my off-campus apartment at school. So I'm seeing everything unfold on my television, and I'm also looking out the window and seeing emergency vehicles, zoom down the street. That made it even more surreal just to experience that really, just like 2 or 3 blocks from the White House.
We all got a tough lesson in government that day, including students who were actually in government class.
I conveniently had an AP US government class when my teacher basically looked at all of us and said, everybody unmute your microphones and wait 1 second. We were like, okay. So we all unmuted our microphones and listened. And then he shared his screen with us, and it was just the news, and we were all stunned.
The kinds of scenes that we have seen in foreign places that would give us a chill, and perhaps leaving a chill, certainly as we watch it take place outside our own capital.
For some Gen Zers, January 6th was a work day.
I had actually just started an internship at the Arizona State Capitol. And January 6th was my second day of work. Security came up and said, hey, we're going to send you guys home. There's people who are coming with guns now.
They told you that there were armed people who were coming to the Arizona State Capitol.
Yeah, they were protesters who were coming with guns, and so they sent the entire building home. And I remember walking through this entire mob of people with flags and different gear on to get to my car. And when I got home, I was sitting on the couch, and that's when I kind of saw the first pictures of what was happening in DC. That's when it kind of clicked for me, oh, this is a really big thing.
One young man says he heard from his younger cousins in India.
The first thing I heard from abroad was my cousin texting me saying, well, it looks like American democracy is losing. It's no longer an inferiority complex between foreign democracies. It is that people don't view the United States, in my opinion, as the pinnacle that it used to be. That doesn't mean all hope is lost. That means that we have to recognize the seriousness of the problem, but then address it that way.
Generation Z might be the best equipped group to address it, or at least the most optimistic. A recent survey showed strong concern across the board about America's future. However, young adults were the least pessimistic about democracy surviving. Ali Spagnolo is eager to cast her next ballot. Today, she's a member of the College Democrats. Back in 2020, she was too young to vote by 1 week.
What goes through your head? What goes through your heart when you think about voting this fall and in 2024?
If you asked me that question a year ago, I definitely think that I would have told you that I was more than anything intimidated. But at this point now, as we've watched democracy grow and we've seen the setbacks, we've seen all the ugly and all the beautiful, I feel more than anything hopeful to do my part and contribute.
So is Ezra Meyer, an officer with his campus's college Republicans. He says he wants to distance himself from the people who supported the attack.
I think the actions of criminals are being used to paint a picture of everyone who feels conservative in this country, and that's really unfair. And it's really frustrating for a lot of conservatives to be painted as criminals.
January 6th may have turned many Gen Zers off to politics altogether. Jessica Carpenter says politicians might draw them back by focusing on solutions and getting things done.
When they don't see follow through or they're kind of let down again by political leaders, it just reinstates that thought of why should I participate in this?
Today, Jessica leads marketing for Bridge USA, a nonprofit that promotes bipartisan engagement on college campuses. Manu Meal is its founder and CEO. He says January 6th presented an opportunity, and his peers need to step up.
So if you're going to live in the most ambitious democratic experiment in the history of humanity, and you say, are we going to have challenges? Absolutely. We're the most diverse, most armed, most technologically advanced, most democratic society that the planet has ever seen. Think about it like that. And when that's what we've got to lose, we've got a lot to fight for.
Coming up, thousands of mothers in Mexico searching for their missing kids. They say the government won't help, so they're banding together and going out on their own. Their story next.
Nathan Chen equals power because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Cruises. See? Power.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Missing in Mexico, a group of moms searching for their kids, disappearances that are often linked to cartels and rarely solved. NBC News Now correspondent Isa Gutierrez talked to one of those moms. Here's her story.
Por favor, te lo pedimos, te lo suplico.
A fearless plea from a desperate mother in Mexico.
Necesitamos traerlos de vuelta a casa.
In this video posted to social media, Ceci Flores addressing cartel leaders by name, who she says are keeping her from searching for her missing sons.
Líderes del cártel, que no nos maten, que no nos desaparezcan, que no nos amenacen, que nos dejen seguir buscando a nuestros hijos.
She clutches the photos of her dear Alejandro Guadalupe and Marco Antonio, who she says disappeared in 2015 and 2019.
Yo tengo necesidad de seguir buscando a mis hijos.
Her sons, just two of the nearly 100,000 people who are missing in Mexico, many of them falling victims to the country's ongoing violence, often rooted in organized crime.
Disappearances are not new in Mexico. There is a history of disappearances that comes from the Dirty War, which was a period between the 60s and the 80s, but it has grown to be at an extreme level that I think nobody expected.
More than 95,000 people have disappeared, according to the country's National Search Commission, and most of those disappearances occurred since 2006, when the government began its war against organized crime.
Even human rights organizations have been hesitant to recognize these cases as enforced disappearances. But the evidence from Mexico is really overwhelming in that in many of the cases, it is clear that in some way or another, state authorities have been involved.
In the majority of cases, no one has been held accountable, leaving groups of mothers with no other option but to pick up a shovel and search for their loved ones. Women like Ceci finding solace in search groups popping up across the country.
Aún los seguimos buscando y los seguiremos buscando hasta encontrarlos.
These groups of women often behind grim discoveries, their searches leading to hundreds of clandestine shallow graves and human remains located across the country. In November, the UN Committee of Enforced Disappearances urged Mexican authorities to quickly locate the tens of thousands missing, identify the deceased, and investigate all enforced disappearances. Ceci says it was the authorities' inaction on her son's disappearances that led her to search for them herself. She told Noticias Telemundo she had to flee her home and has been living in hiding for months after being threatened by cartels and following the murder of another member in her group of searching mothers in July.
La verdad, lo hice aún sabiendo las consecuencias que puedo tener.
What is the threat to mothers and family members who are searching for their loved ones themselves?
I think the crime of disappearance is one of the crimes that creates the worst psychological toll for families. People who are searching for their loved ones don't stop, and their entire lives just crumble in the face of their efforts.
Now, more than anything, Ceci just wants to get back home to keep searching for her boys.
Tengo más miedo no volver a ver a mis hijos. Yo siempre digo que aunque sean un puño de huesos, ya los quiero encontrar.
Coming up, a couple stranded in that insane I-95 snowstorm traffic jam, taking a long shot and asking a bread truck for help. Wait till you see how the bakery responded next.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Nathan Chen equals power because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Cruises. See? Power.
City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
They were cold and hungry and stuck on I-95 in Virginia for hours this week when a bread truck saved the day. NBC News correspondent Kevin Tibble shows us what happened when a couple and a bakery put their minds together.
Talk about rising to the occasion.
After so many hours to be on the road, you don't even know where you are at that point.
Newlyweds Casey Houlihan and Jong Nui were headed to visit family when they, along with thousands of others, were trapped in traffic all night on the now infamous icy I-95 near Washington, D.C.
John, were you getting a little hungry?
We figured it'd probably been 37 hours since we'd eaten last.
We'd gotten reports all day that people around us were starving, that they had little kids that hadn't eaten, pets that hadn't eaten.
That's when they spotted a truck just up ahead, a Schmitz bread truck. Casey dialed the company. Within minutes, she received a call back.
My first thought is, I can imagine if myself or my family was in that same situation, what would I do if I asked the company to open the doors?
The doors opened and people came together, distributing some 600 loaves of bread along 2 miles of interstate.
We personally got a loaf of potato rolls, which were amazing at the time. Couldn't have asked for anything better.
You've never had a better potato roll in your life?
Not at all.
The whole package, the entire package of potato rolls.
Their daily bread, just in the nick of time.
All right, you are taking a look at the closing bell on the New York Stock Exchange. Wall Street is done for the day, down about 173 points. It has not been a great first week to start off the year. We'll get into that and talk about today's big business stories and how they affect you coming up in the next hour. Hey everyone, I'm Allison Morris. You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening. 30 days, that's all it took for Omicron to become the dominant variant in Texas, how it's impacting hospitals in the state. A year after the riot at the Capitol, the January 6th committee's work isn't done, what they're still investigating and just how much it'll cost American taxpayers. And another winter storm moving up the East Coast, snow already coming down. We've got your forecast coming up. We start in Texas, where an estimated 1 in 3 Central Texans are now testing positive for COVID. I want to bring in NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky. He's outside Parkland Hospital in Dallas. Morgan, Texas seeing a 300% increase in COVID cases over the last 2 weeks. How's Parkland Hospital managing all that?
It's tough, Allison. It really is. And that number has spiked dramatically in the past 2 weeks. The hospital here, one of the most well-resourced in the North Texas area, has had to open 2 additional COVID units in order to handle the influx of patients with this current COVID wave. I had a chance to speak to doctors and nurses who have been here who say that they thought that they wouldn't be here with the arrival of the vaccine, this year. And yet here we are, and it's only adding to the frustration. Take a listen.
We have gone from 30 patients in-house 2 weeks ago to 220 today. I mean, just think about that rise. We have now reached the highest number of patients in the hospital that we reached at the peak of Delta. And we are just now going up. It's brutal.
Most of the patients that are coming into the hospital
that are requiring ICU level of care, that are requiring a breathing tube, that are requiring ECMO, have and continue to be those patients that are unvaccinated.
And while doctors and nurses acknowledge the fact that this latest wave, particularly the Omicron variant, does appear to impact patients on a milder level than past strains, as you just heard that nurse say, for those who do develop severe cases, we are still seeing those significant breathing issues, sometimes permanent lung damage. And it's for that reason they say that vaccination is the best policy right now in order to avoid this altogether. Or if you do contract COVID, have a much more milder case. Allison.
So, Morgan, let's talk about the kids. Almost 3,800 children admitted to hospitals every day over the last 2 weeks, according to our NBC News data. What are pediatricians in Dallas telling you? Are they seeing that uptick too?
The uptick is across the state, particularly at Houston Children's. That's in to the south of us. They have had their pediatric COVID patients there double in just the last week, Allison. And there's a couple different thoughts behind this. Number one, we have vaccines now for everyone ages 12 and up. Those that are very at risk now have been, in some cases, received their first shot, second shot, even a booster at this point. Those younger children are still those that are unvaccinated. And so that's why they're seeing some of these pediatric numbers rise. They want to warn parents that you may think that because this is a milder strain that your child may be able to handle it just fine. But they point to the fact that there are pediatric cases in ICUs as we speak. And so it's for that reason they say that if your child is too young to be vaccinated, practice those tried and true methods of just, making sure as an adult that you're staying away from potential super spreader events, and then also keeping your child safe. Allison?
All right, Morgan Chesky in Texas, thank you so much. New CDC data shows COVID cases are up 98% in just 1 week, prompting more schools to cancel in-person classes. In Chicago, the hot debate over sending students home is heating up even more. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk has more on the potential plans for public schools there.
In Chicago, school has been canceled for a second day. But this is no snow day. Instead, the teachers union and the city are at odds over how to stay safe from COVID in the classroom.
We are going to fight to get our kids back in-person learning.
Hundreds of thousands of families are impacted.
The kids are kind of caught in the middle, and parents like myself are really scrambling to get coverage.
The main concerns from the teachers union center around testing. There's word of a plan being worked on to go remote next week with a return to the classroom by the 18th.
I want my students to learn, I want my children to learn, but I also want us to stay safe.
Nationwide, teachers and staff are out sick in record numbers, more than 1,600 in Miami-Dade.
Anyone who's available in the building is being asked to watch other classes.
Late Wednesday, the CDC approved Pfizer boosters for 12 to 15-year-olds. Just over half of 12 to 17-year-olds are fully vaccinated. That drops to less than 16% for 5 to 11-year-olds. Healthcare workers are also scrambling to deal with staffing shortages. In New Jersey, hospitals are cutting back on some elective surgeries.
It's a very different patient population in terms of severity, but it's still a lot of numbers.
While others are quickly running out of ICU beds. In LA, more than 1,000 first responders are out sick or in quarantine. This as criticism grows over the CDC's current COVID guidance. The agency stopping short of requiring a negative test for people with COVID to end a 5-day isolation period.
This has nothing to do with the shortage of available tests because you can see in our quarantine guidance that we actually do recommend a test for people to emerge from quarantine.
Some health experts calling the comments concerning and contradictory.
I'm very concerned about the CDC towing the line of whether or not we are basing our guidelines on science.
Tennis star Novak Djokovic could be deported from Australia. His visa canceled because he's not vaccinated against COVID. Djokovic's lawyers scrambling ahead of a hearing this Monday, trying to get him in the country in time for the Australian Open, which is now just 11 days away. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiea reports.
In Australia, but maybe not for long. Tennis ace Novak Djokovic, seen here at the airport, is now holed up in a quarantine hotel in Melbourne, while his lawyers launch an urgent bid to keep him in the country for the Australian Open, less than 2 weeks away. Overnight, the Australian Border Force confirming Djokovic failed to provide appropriate evidence to meet the entry requirements to Australia, and his visa has been subsequently cancelled. The 20-time Grand Slam winner announced on Instagram earlier this week he had an exemption permission. Australia's leader Scott Morrison leaving no doubt where he stands.
Rules are rules, and there are no special cases. Rules are rules.
Fellow tennis star Rafael Nadal wading into the argument, telling reporters
if he wanted, he will be playing here in Australia without a problem. No.
Fans and supporters have gathered outside Djokovic's hotel.
It's not fair. It's being discriminating against him.
Djokovic's father saying in a statement that he's being held captive by the Australian government, adding his fans will gather on the street and fight. But many Australians who have suffered some of the world's strongest COVID restrictions are not impressed by Djokovic's attempt to get an exemption.
I think it's a disgrace. I really don't agree with there being one rule for one and another rule for others.
At stake, a chance to beat Roger Federer and Rafael Nadal's Grand Slam record and take his place as the greatest player in men's tennis history. Djokovic has stumbled recently, trying hard to hide his emotions after losing the U.S. Open last year. He's said in the past that he's opposed to getting vaccinated and has kept his own status private.
So whether someone wants to get a vaccine or not, that's completely up to them.
Djokovic tested positive for COVID back in 2020.
Let's bring in NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres. Dr. John, Omicron's been spreading at a record pace across the U.S. Have we peaked yet, or is this variant just gaining speed? What's your sense?
I think it's kind of middle of the road between the two. I don't think we've peaked yet, and I think the numbers are showing that. And if you remember, a year ago this time, we were talking about 300,000 cases and how many cases those were and how we thought we were, more cases than we'd ever seen before. Now we're above 500,000 cases, and the trajectory, if you look at it, is just continuing to climb. It hasn't dropped down yet. At the same time, what we've seen in other countries is this tends to be a 2 to 4 week type situation, and then it starts plateauing and dropping down. So we might be coming to that point, but we won't know for the next few days, possibly week or so, what direction it's going to take, which means we all need to protect ourselves right now and protect ourselves going forward, Allison.
About 5 million children are now eligible for the COVID booster shot, according to a CDC official. Health experts saying Americans should not become complacent, even if Omicron's less severe than the Delta variant. How important is it to get boosted as soon as you're eligible?
It's extremely important, Allison, and for a few reasons. If you look at the data, particularly what the ACIP, the advisory committee, looked at and the information they presented, are a couple of them. Number one, we know that after some time period that the amount of resistance you get or the amount of effectiveness you get from the vaccine drops off, and that's what Israel showed. At a certain point, around the 5-month point, people, especially older, the 12 to 15-year-olds, when they got to that point, they were as likely to get infected as the unvaccinated, and once they got their booster shot, it pushed them much, much higher than those that were even fully vaccinated. So it's important to understand that that can happen. On top of that, there's a reason they dropped it from 6 to 5 months, because getting it at that point means that that's when things start wearing off, and that's when you need to get that boost. And so you really don't want to wait much longer. You don't want your children to wait much longer. You want them to get boosted at that 5-month point when they're eligible, because that's when protection wanes. That's when you need to make sure we give them that boost of extra protection.
Dr. John, a small study out this week by the COVID-19 Sports and Society Working Group is suggesting that 2 popular at-home rapid tests may not detect some Omicron infections, even when people are carrying high levels of it. We're talking about, as you can see on your screen there, the Quidel QuickVue at-home test and the Abbott Binax Now at-home test, as we mentioned, pretty popular ones. How can we be sure we're not getting false negative results and spreading Omicron when we're testing at home?
A couple things to realize, Allison. Number one, this was a small study. And so the study is showing what some experts have started to think, okay, are these tests not as accurate as we'd like them to be, and particularly not as accurate as PCR tests? And we've known they're not as accurate as PCR tests, but they still have a utility. Abbott actually looked into this at the end of December, and they came out with a statement saying that they saw no differences between Omicron and Delta variant in their testing, and they heard nothing from the consumers that were saying there was anything to be concerned about. At the same time, you have to realize that these at-home tests are trading speed for accuracy. So you're getting that speed. Accuracy might be delayed a little bit or dropped down a little bit, particularly against Omicron. So that means If you test positive, believe it, you're positive. If you test negative, if you have symptoms, don't believe it, stay home anyway. And if you were exposed and you think you might have it, you need to get multiple tests over multiple days in order to be assured that you're not spreading it. That's where these tests come in handy. That's where these tests are most accurate, and that's where these tests can help out, Allison.
All right, Dr. John Torres, always great to see you. We've got continuing questions. This pandemic just not going away, and you're always there for us. Appreciate it.
You bet.
After the break, a web of lies. President Biden slamming the former president during his speech at the Capitol. We've got team coverage of the anniversary of the January 6th attack next.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove? You've already won more snowboarding golds than anyone else, ever. Maybe you're trying to prove you only get better with age, like a fine cheese or yogurt. Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
It's that time again to check in with NBC News digital reporter Maya Eaglin. She has the latest headlines from NBCnews.com. Maya, what's up?
Hey, Allison, we start in New Hampshire where a second arrest has been made in connection to the 2019 disappearance of 7-year-old Harmony Montgomery. Kayla Montgomery, the wife of Harmony's father, was arrested and charged with welfare fraud. The oldest World War II veteran in the United States has died at the age of 112. Lawrence Brooks was born in 1909 and died yesterday in New Orleans. He was also believed to be the oldest man in the country. In Kazakhstan, dozens of protesters and 12 police have been killed during violent unrest. Authorities say government buildings have been stormed and set on fire, challenging the country's authoritarian leadership. New brain scans show dogs can recognize different languages. The study of 18 dogs showed their brains lit up differently when they heard words from a familiar language compared to a new one. And fast food giant Taco Bell is launching a taco a day subscription. Customers can pay about $10 a month to get a taco lover's pass, allowing them to order one taco a day for 30 days straight. Allison, back to you.
Sign me up. Huge Taco Bell fan right here. Me and my mom can't get enough. Thank you, Maya. Hundreds of witnesses, dozens of subpoenas, thousands of documents. The January 6th Select Committee investigating the insurrection 1 year ago, and they are just getting warmed up. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale looks at the committee's work by the numbers.
We've seen shocking images of chaos, rioters rushing past barricades and police
breaching what's supposed to be the highly secure Senate floor.
Several people injured, offices vandalized.
We do not see or hear from the President of the United States.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is stepping in, announcing yesterday that she intends to form a House Select Committee to investigate what happened on January 6th.
They've worked for the last year mostly behind closed doors.
How we address January 6th is the moral test of our generation.
The January 6th Select Committee in fact-finding mode for much of the last year.
Right now, the January 6th panel is the only comprehensive investigation in Washington.
Tasked with both ensuring a tragic day like the 6th never happens again.
We had a situation where government itself came close to being overturned on January 6th. We need to make our best recommendations to keep that from happening again.
While also determined to settle still unanswered questions, including about former President Donald Trump. The committee's chairman, Benny Thompson, telling the Washington Post the committee is focused on Trump's actions that day, especially on what he was doing in those critical hours that the Capitol was under attack. 2022 promises a more public phase, including hearings, as well as reports that pull together the committee's work, informed by interviews with more than 300 witnesses in total so far. Some done right here in Washington, in a corporate-looking building just off the Hill. Others done across the country or on Zoom. Those witnesses giving the committee over 35,000 pages of records, as hundreds of substantive tips have also rolled in.
Well, we have a number of people who are calling us on a daily basis, offering information. Some we didn't have. We have a tip line.
But the roadblocks have been many.
If you're making excuses to avoid cooperating with our investigation, you're making excuses to hide the truth from the American people about what happened on January 6th. We will pursue those questions, and we won't let the facts be buried by a cover-up.
When faced with witnesses who refuse to cooperate, the committee has moved swiftly, voting to refer 2.5 criminal contempt referrals to the Department of Justice. First, for longtime Trump ally Steve Bannon.
We're going to go on the offense. We're tired of playing defense. We're going to go on the offense on this and stand by.
And then for Mark Meadows, Trump's chief of staff and a former congressman himself. The committee also voted to refer former DOJ official Jeffrey Clark, but held the referral from being voted on by the full House after Clark reversed course and agreed to testify. Those were just 3 of 52 total subpoenas sent by the committee this year, with more expected in 2022. So far, none of those subpoenas have gone to sitting lawmakers, but that's not to say they won't. The committee closed out 2021 by requesting information and cooperation from 2 sitting Republican lawmakers, Congressman Scott Perry of Pennsylvania and Jim Jordan of Ohio, both Trump allies and both not likely to cooperate. All told, the committee's work, which began in 2021, has cost more than $400,000 so far. Most of that money going to paying staff, and the second largest amount going towards equipment, according to a statement of disbursements that spans July through September. All in the name of ensuring accountability and that another insurrection can never happen again.
A moment of silence in both the Senate and the House today in remembrance of January 6th, 2021. And in just over an hour, there'll be a prayer vigil on the Capitol steps. NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor is inside the Capitol. Sahil, how else are Democrats remembering the Capitol attack?
It's been a day of testimonials, Allison. There's been sorrow, there's been anguish. Just moments ago, I spoke to one congressman, John Yarmuth, who is in tears trying to grapple with the memories of that day. He told me that democracy and our way of life is hanging by a thin thread, and anybody who doesn't see that is not paying attention. Some of them are determined not to forget. One congressman is keeping shards of broken glass from that day as a souvenir. But beyond that, one of the things that has stood out to me is a sense of dread among Democrats that the events of January 6th 6th. The day itself is in the past, but the sentiments that led to it are very much in the present. Let's have a listen to what Chuck Schumer, the Senate Majority Leader, had to say.
The poisonous mob mentality lives on today in the threats against election workers, poll workers, even other public servants like school board members and health workers. This is what erodes a democracy. And Donald Trump today continues to spread his poisonous vial about the big lie.
Still, Democrats, some of them at least, are choosing to stay hopeful. One congresswoman dubbed January 6th Democracy Day in the hope that the United States will ultimately overcome these authoritarian strains. And there is a growing desire, at least hopefulness, that the January 6th committee will produce recommendations that Congress can enact to try to prevent something like this from happening again in the future.
So, Salah, how about the GOP? What's their message today?
Well, it depends on who you talk to. The most powerful Republican in Congress, Mitch McConnell, was far from Washington today at a funeral of the late Georgia Senator Johnny Isakson. He did put out a statement, though, and let's put that on the screen. He mentioned that the Senate held together on the day of January 6th after that riot, stood strong, gavelled back in, and did our job, unquote. He's, of course, talking about the fact that Congress did ultimately count the electoral votes and certify President-elect Joe Biden's legitimate victory in the 2020 election. But other Republicans, two of them were spotted here, both of them named Cheney, Liz Cheney and her father Dick Cheney, with the elder Cheney telling our colleague Frank Thorpe that the current leadership of the Republican Party is not something he recognizes from his time serving here many years ago. There were two other Republicans in this area, far-right lawmakers, Matt Gaetz and Marjorie Taylor Greene, allies of former President Trump, who spread conspiracy theories about the 2020 election result. Allison?
All right, let's bring in NBC News correspondent Allison Barber. She's just outside the east entrance of the Capitol. Allison, you're in the same spot you were a year ago. Walk us through that day and what's different a year later.
Hey, Allison. Yeah, I mean, I remember that entire day, like so many people who were here do, very vividly. And we'd gotten here, myself along with my producer, Dan Gallo, at about 8 a.m. that morning because we were covering what we expected to be a small protest that was happening outside of the president's speech down at the Ellipses. What we saw happen by afternoon was the crowd grow and then quickly change from an angry but relatively stationary and, for all intents and purposes, peaceful crowd to an aggressive mob that then broke through the bicycle barricades here, started attacking law enforcement officials, and made their way up the Capitol steps on the east front of the Capitol. What we later saw, too, was the extent of the damage, the attacks that were taking place on the other side of the Capitol building. In terms of what has changed here today, there was noticeably a little more patrolling, a little more foot patrol from the United States Capitol Police. Remember, they were heavily criticized for their posture that day and for what many people thought was a lack of appropriate preparation for the crowds that were gathered. I'd been here on this side of the Capitol many times before covering protests, Black Lives Matter protests in the summer, and had seen a much bigger law enforcement presence. And I remember emailing the United States Capitol Police press department as I listened to President Trump's speech when he encouraged people to head towards the Capitol, asking them if they had any plans to ramp up the number of law enforcement, because to me, having been here before, it looked so much smaller than we expected. Today, law enforcement, they say they've done a lot to change how things are and how the United States Capitol Police operate. They still say they are short-staffed. They've lost about 200 officers since January 6th for various reasons. And prior to January 6th of last year, they say they were understaffed. That remains a problem today. But some of the largest criticisms they faced after January 6th were issues and failings as it relates to intelligence. They say they have made big changes on that front, from working with other external law enforcement agencies to share intelligence information, and also to ensure that officers, as well as leadership at Capitol Police, they all have daily intelligence briefings. They're in the final stages of looking for an intelligence director. The chief of Capitol Police, as well as the Speaker of the House, they've said that they do believe the United States Capitol is a lot safer today than it was a year ago. Allison.
Allison, we've talked so much about Congress, about lawmakers who work at the Capitol complex, but there are a lot of people who work there who are not politicians. What are they telling you about how safe they feel there now?
You know, I think most people will tell you that they do feel comfortable being here. But one thing that always stands out to me about that day is how quickly it went from a relatively normal feeling day to something much different. This is D.C., right? I lived here for 8 years of my life. I've worked here for quite a while. I know tons of people that live in this community. People in D.C. are used to seeing protests. They're used to seeing big crowds. But what happened that day happened so very fast. I was on air. There's a moment where you see me flailing my arms about because I'm trying to tell someone, hey, look, they've broken through the bicycle rack, because I was so surprised at what happened and how quickly it happened that I think for a lot of people here, the memory of that day and how fast things turned and how scary it became, I think that's something that people think about kind of randomly, and it's something that impacts you because it was so unexpected, so out of the norm, and so much happened in such a short period of time. Allison.
All right, Ellison, Sahil, thank you both so very much. Tonight, in a broadcast exclusive, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi talks with Lester Holt. It's part of NBC News' week-long series on the state of extremism.
We all remember the image, and frankly, an unsettling image of you being quickly escorted off the podium. I've heard you talk about it before. You didn't want to go.
No.
Do you think now, though, knowing what you know, do you think about what would have happened had you stayed?
Well, the security was very definite. And when they pulled me down from the podium, I said, don't worry about it. They said, no, you must go. You must go. And they have, as far as the speaker is concerned, there's a good deal of security, not just because I'm Speaker of the House, but because of succession.
Of course.
And so you don't even have a conversation. You want to do your job, they have to do their job. So out we went. The visuals of what was happening outside the Capitol, now inside the Capitol, it breaks your heart. It breaks your heart. It's as if somebody in the White House dropped a bomb on the Congress of the United States. That these people, and you know, they believe the President of the United States. I have great respect for that office.
You can watch Lester's full interview with House Speaker Pelosi tonight on NBC Nightly News. President Biden and Vice President Harris on Capitol Hill this morning addressing January 6th. President Biden never mentioned former President Trump by name, but clearly put the blame on his shoulders for this attack.
Time in our history, a president had not just lost an election, he tried to prevent the peaceful transfer of power as a violent mob breached the Capitol. But they failed.
NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee joins me now from Washington, D.C. Carol, it is so fantastic to see you. Happy New Year.
Thank
President
you. It's
Biden
so nice
said,
to see you.
It's great to have you back. President Biden said that Trump and his supporters held a dagger at the throat of democracy. What else did the president say about the big lie?
Well, Allison, he kind of broke it down into what he described as three big lies. The first, he said, is this idea that November 3rd, 2020 was actually the real insurrection, Election Day. That's one of the big lies. The second, he said, is that somehow the notion that the results of the November 3rd, 2020 election are false, that they can't be trusted. And the third lie that he said was needed to be debunked was, in his words, that the mob that attacked the Capitol were somehow patriots. He said there was nothing patriotic about that. In fact, it was the opposite. And he really, as you said, put the burden and the blame squarely on President Trump. And this is the most that we've heard from President Biden about his predecessor. He doesn't really talk about him. He didn't actually say the word Trump, as you note, but he made no mistake about who he was actually talking about. Take a listen.
Here's the truth. The former President of the United States of America has created and spread a web of lies about the 2020 election. He's done so because he values power over principle, because he sees his own interest as more important than his country's interest and America's interest, and because his bruised ego matters more to him than our democracy or our Constitution. He can't accept he lost. He's not just a former president. He's a defeated former president.
So there you heard some really sharp words from President Biden. He doesn't normally speak that way about former President Trump. In fact, he doesn't really speak about him at all. And one of the questions that the White House was facing today after that speech was, why now? Why is he just now doing this? If he feels so strongly about this, why haven't we heard him say this over the past year? And White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki's response to that is, look, everyone knows where President Biden stands when it comes to President Trump. He ran a campaign saying that President Trump was a threat to the country, and he decided to lay that out today because this is the anniversary of that attack on the Capitol. The question, I think, going forward is whether President Biden changed any minds, whether the people that he was speaking to were people who already believe what he's saying, or if he managed to reach some people who may be on the fence or not sure, or because we see all these poll numbers that are not trending in the direction that President Biden would like them to be trending, and that there are more and more people who have doubts about the 2020 election. So there's still a real question about whether he's managed to reach anybody. But from his perspective and the White House's perspective, the fact that he doesn't talk about this a lot, he doesn't go after former President Trump a lot, should make his words even more powerful than they already are.
Carol, President Biden briefly touched on voting rights today, but he's giving a more detailed speech on that next Tuesday in Atlanta. Can you give us a little preview?
Sure. The White House has said that he's going to deliver this speech in Atlanta, so in Georgia, a state that's passed a voting law that Democrats say are way too restrictive. It's one of the Georgia and Texas are two of the states that they point to as the reason why they need federal legislation about voting rights. And so the President Biden didn't really talk about voting rights today, even though some Democrats were trying to link January 6th and this voting rights legislation on this anniversary. He's chosen to talk about it separately next week, and he's going to say, according to the White House, make a very passionate plea to lawmakers to pass this. It's stuck in the Senate because Republicans are using the filibuster. He's going to talk about that as well and the need to get things moving in the Senate. So it'll be very interesting to see what he says, particularly about the filibuster, because that's been something that, while he said he doesn't want to change that process, he actually is open to doing something in that space when it comes to voting rights. And so now we're at that pressure point with the Senate Majority Leader saying that this is something that he's going to bring to the floor in the next couple of weeks. And we'll hear from the president about where he stands on that. And he's going to lay out why he thinks these voting rights laws are so important.
All right, Carol Lee, thank you so much. Terrific to have you back.
Thank you.
Far-right forums are still thriving, but their members are stumbling over the legacies of Trump and the riot. NBC News senior reporter Ben Collins writing, a new report finds that while explicit calls for violence are no longer as rife, violent rhetoric, misinformation, and conspiracy theories are still common. Ben joins me now. Ben, this report comes from the nonprofit group Advance Democracy. What did they find?
They found that all of the forums from January 6th, they're still up and running. You know, they may have changed names, but the people are still there. You know, the Donald, which was one of the major forums for January 6th, pushing specific maps and things to do on January 6th, what weapons to bring, and people posting pictures of their ammo. They just changed names. They are the same. They're called Patriots.win now, but that place is the same, just as violent. The difference is there is no one unifying figure. Donald Trump has sort of disappeared from their radar, and specific events have disappeared from their radar. So you see these calls to violence, but you don't see this one big event sort of rallying these people all together.
Ben, you talk about some of the top posts in these forums that have been critical of Trump in recent weeks, writing that disappointment only grew after Trump on Tuesday canceled his planned January 6th news conference at Mar-a-Lago. One post on Patriots.win said that Trump has a whole army, but he just won't use it. What else are you seeing on those forums?
Yeah, that's the big thing. You know, in the last month, these people have been pretty upset at Donald Trump. They have viewed his, admission, I guess that's the way you'd put it, that he got a booster, pretty tacit admission that he got a booster, as a real disappointment. These people assumed that he was not boosted in his initial vaccination thing, that he would come back on it, and he didn't. These groups largely assume things that Donald Trump would believe in because they believe generally in the opposite of whatever the advice is from the government or authorities. So they were upset with him, and they were looking forward to one big speech to sort of clear the air here. And on January 6th, he was probably going to give a speech that these people would have liked. In this world, they view people who were in jail for January 6th as what they call J6 prisoners or detainees. They have a whole different verbiage for the people on that day. They think that they have been conned by the FBI, or they think they're patriots who stormed the Capitol. They thought that Donald Trump was going to stand up for them that day, and then he canceled that press conference.
Ben, I want to remind our viewers about a story you wrote with Brandy Zadrozny on January 5th, 2021. The headline, Violent Threats Ripple Through Far-Right Internet Forums Ahead of Protest. What do you think about when you look back on that story and everything that's happened since?
I think about that story a lot because it could have been stopped. I think everybody I knew that was going to the Capitol that day was very worried. Both Congress people, law enforcement, people were very spooked. I look at horrible websites on the internet all the time. I talk to terrible people all the time who make threats that are baseless. These were not baseless threats. These were specific people giving specific directions for a specific day, at a specific time, at a specific place. And nobody took it seriously. And I understand there was some fatigue with this because people were making baseless threats for years during the Trump administration about Democratic officials. But this was not the same thing. Law enforcement was just inundated, and they didn't know what to do with it. And they largely shirked that responsibility in the days beforehand. There are a lot of answers that we still don't have for why more action wasn't taken that day and why it wasn't better prepared that day. And that's what I think about when I think back to that piece.
All right, Ben Collins, thanks so much for your reporting then and now. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Coming up, new year, new you or not? What the latest COVID surge could cost the gym industry. Next.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
We began our Across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last one. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove? You've already won more snowboarding golds than anyone else, ever. Maybe you're trying to prove you only get better with age, like a fine cheese or yogurt. Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock. I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove? You've already won more snowboarding golds than anyone else, ever. Maybe you're trying to prove you only get better with age, like a fine cheese or yogurt.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes, back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
It's time for The Bottom Line, our daily look at what's going on in the business world and beyond. Cryptocurrency crime at an all-time high. CNBC technology reporter Mackenzie Sigalos reporting crypto scammers took a record $14 billion in 2021. Losses from crypto-related crime up 79% compared to 2022. Mackenzie joins me now. Mackenzie, blockchain analytics firm Chainalysis says decentralized finance or DeFi platforms are a big part of this. Could you explain what DeFi is to our viewers and what role it played here?
Hey, Allison. So DeFi is a rapidly growing sector of the crypto market that aims to cut out middlemen like banks from traditional financial transactions such as securing a loan. And theoretically, this makes financial services faster, cheaper, and easier. But as you said, it's played a massive role in the uptick in crime that we saw last year. Of all the crypto that was stolen in 2021, 72% of that total was taken from DeFi platforms. Now, Chainalysis says that's partly because many developers just haven't put into place enough security, so bad actors are exploiting weaknesses in the code to steal money. There are also a lot of scams happening. Nearly $3 billion came from one kind of scheme known as a rug pull, where developers abandon a project, leaving with investor funds. So definitely a lot happening in the world of DeFi. Allison?
So even with crypto-related crime at an all-time high, Chainalysis is reporting it was just 0.15% of the overall crypto transaction volumes last year. I mean, comparatively, that's virtually nothing. So how concerned should cryptocurrency users be here?
Right, so that's a great point. Crime is definitely becoming a smaller and smaller part of the cryptocurrency ecosystem, and researchers partly credit that slowing growth to the evolving cyber toolkit of law enforcement. You know, lately authorities have been enormously successful in leveraging the transparency of blockchains to investigate and shut down illicit activity, and sometimes retrieve those stolen funds. But you still can't ignore the fact that there is currently $10 billion sitting in the crypto wallets of bad actors right now. So still a major problem.
All right, Mackenzie, thanks for being with us today.
Thanks.
Gyms across the country typically jam-packed in January with people who resolve to exercise more in the new year. But with COVID cases surging, are people ready to sweat it out together in person? NBC News investigative and consumer correspondent Vicky Nguyen shows us how all kinds of fitness centers are feeling the COVID crunch.
Welcoming a new year can mean ringing in a new you. But with Omicron flexing its might, gyms across the country are feeling the COVID crunch.
Typically in January, this is a busy time of year. People making resolutions. Are people rushing to get back into gyms?
Unfortunately, Vicki, we are not seeing that.
According to the International Health, Racquet and Sports Club Association, in the U.S., 22% of health and fitness clubs have permanently closed during the pandemic, totaling more than 9,000 locations and eliminating 1.5 million jobs.
Before this last variant, our gyms were somewhere between 65 and 70% at capacity, which is really about breaking even. We are really, really struggling.
IHRSA president and CEO Liz Clark says the hard-hit industry hasn't received any federal relief money after losing $30 billion in revenue. Gyms struggling to retain members fed up with changing mask and vaccine rules, as they also face the challenge of implementing new technology to give members remote options, with small businesses taking the biggest hit. But some chains contend they're in good shape after pumping up cleaning protocols, improving ventilation, and following state and local mandates. While Crunch reports a continued growth in membership, Planet Fitness says membership levels have reached 97% of its pre-pandemic all-time peak. Businesses that remained flexible capitalized on the consumer demand for working out at home.
20-minute full body strength coming your way.
Last year, sales of home fitness equipment were up nearly 100% over 2019. And in late 2020, fitness companies like Peloton pedaled their way to major earnings, the stationary bike maker tripling its revenue to $758 million. Victoria Busby, a former boxer and gym rat, ramped up her personal training business by pivoting to live online and recorded classes.
What do you think about the move to working out at home?
The reason why I love personal training is watching people grow, helping people feel confident in themselves. And I think being able to do it at home, it's so much more convenient. It takes so much less time out of your day. Plus, you don't need all those bells and whistles.
Victoria says all you need is a little motivation, some good music, and a place to sweat. She'll take care of the rest.
Let's do it. Let's have a great class.
What do you say to people who are skeptical that you can get a really good workout at home?
Try it.
Well, okay. Time to summon some big win energy.
This is one of my go-to pre-workout stretches.
I'm hearing a lot of snap, crackling, and popping over here.
And one. Go ahead back into that down dog.
I mean, have we even been doing this for 5 minutes? My whole body is like burning.
We're nice and loose, warm, but a little bit of a sweat. We want to try to keep our shoulders here and our abs tight. Let's go, let's go. Ski, ski, ski. 3, 2, and time.
My quads are burning.
Shake it out, shake it out.
Just to be able to do all that with just my body weight, no special equipment, a small space and corner in my house. That was awesome. Thank you.
You are a rock star.
I'm panting so hard now.
Whether you choose to feel the burn at home or at the gym, fitness industry experts say there are more options than ever to exercise.
A big night for U.S. figure skating, an American taking on traditional gender roles, hoping to become the first openly non-binary Winter Olympian. Next.
This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the GolfNow app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. GolfNow. Download the app and go play.
Nathan Chen equals power because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Cruises. See? Power. Michaela Schifrin, with just 1 more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. She's climbed the mountain of this sport. Almost time to come down for more gold, Michaela. Better do it fast.
Next month, the first out non-binary Winter Olympian could take part in the Games in Beijing. Today, American figure skater Timothy LeDuc and their partner Ashley Cain-Gribble are competing in the U.S. Figure Skating Championships, hoping to excuse me, hoping to secure a spot, there it is, on Team USA and challenge figure skating's traditional gender stereotypes in the process. NBC News Out reporter Joe Yerkeba here with me now. Joe, LeDuc is the first openly gay athlete to win gold in a U.S. pairs event in 2019, but they say they haven't always felt welcome in their sport. How has the figure skating world reacted to LeDuc?
Hi, Allison. Yeah, so LeDuc has faced a lot of hostility throughout their career. They actually recently appeared on NBCLX's podcast, My New Favorite Olympian, to talk about that experience. Let's take a listen to that.
I couldn't hide my queerness. You know, I had a tryout with a girl once, and she decided not to skate with me because she thought me being gay was going to be a liability. Well, to her, it was just it was not an option for her. In an otherwise great partnership that girl and I could have had, she didn't want to skate with me because I was a queer person.
So LeDuc has really fought for the acceptance they now have, but they've said it's a continual battle because figure skating is a sport, you know, that's really based a lot on traditional gender stereotypes.
All right, so let's talk about their personal journey. LeDuc came out to their parents at 18. How did they describe that experience?
They said it was really difficult at first because their family at the time was attending a traditional evangelical church. So they said that their family's reaction was kind of, we love you, but we need to change you. And they said that they had a family member and other members of their church who even tried to perform a sort of exorcism on them to help with what they called their same-sex attraction. And their father said during the podcast that there was very much a culture of pray the gay away at that church. Luckily, their family is now supportive and was really proud of them when they came out as non-binary at 28.
So how did LeDuc end up with their current partner, and how are they adapting their routine to fit each other? I have to say, Joe, I love their skating. I don't know if you officially call them a costume or a uniform, whatever they go by, but they're so cool. I love seeing the pants, especially on the women, too. You don't see a whole lot of that in figure skating.
Yeah, definitely. That's been one of the big comments, is that people watch their routines and they're like, oh my gosh, Ashley is wearing pants. This is amazing. So LeDuc actually found their current partner in 2016, and they both really embraced this non-traditional routine. And they said that Kane Gribble, you know, understands this struggle they have for authenticity because she's 5'6", which is about 6 inches taller than most of her competitors. And she was told for a long time that her body wasn't right for the sport, which is sort of, you know, how Timothy was told that, you know, their gender identity didn't fit like traditional masculinity. So they both have sort of bucked this usual figure skating narrative where the man is strong and saves the meek woman, or the love story narrative. And their routines are really more powerful and really balanced. And I think that really resonates with a lot of people.
Here for all of it. The best of luck to them. Would be amazing to see them in the Olympics. And Joe, thanks so much for bringing us their story. It's great.
Thank you.
Meteorologists forecasting the first bomb cyclone of 2022 on the East Coast. Great. After the break, Michelle Grossman shows us how much snow's coming in the next 24 hours.
Nathan Chen equals power, because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Cruzes. See? Power.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead, this is it, right? week-long journey across America. From Washington, D.C., a side of our nation's capital you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint. We began our Across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the side of our nation's capital you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Snow, high winds, near zero temperatures heading for the east coast tonight. NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman here. Michelle, how bad does this forecast look and who is in its way?
Hi there, Allison. Well, it kind of depends on where you are. We've already seen 5 inches in parts of Kentucky, also Tennessee. And then if you're in D.C., you already had that big storm just a few days ago. So we're going to add some totals there. If you're in the big cities like Philadelphia, New York City, anywhere from 2 to 4 inches. It's really all about the timing here. So it's going to impact the morning commute. Overnight, we're going to see the peak of the snow. And then it's out of here by 7 or 8 o'clock. But those roads are going to be so cold. So we're going to have a tough morning commute for many along the I-95 corridor. All right, let's get into it. We're looking at radar right now. You can see blue. That's where the snow is falling. So places like Kentucky, Tennessee, it's sort of leaving you now. It's into West Virginia, parts of the Ohio Valley, and sort of getting into the state of Pennsylvania right now. Now, in that part, we're looking at some very dry air in place. So it's going to take a little while before it gets to the ground. On the trailing end, you can see some warm air. So we have some rain through Atlanta, even some heavy rain. That's going to move off to the east. But this is going to move into the mid-Atlantic as we head throughout the overnight hours. So this is what's going to happen here. We have an area of low pressure that's bringing the snow right now. That's going to move up to the north and east. It's going to transfer the energy, almost like a relay handoff. It's going to move that energy to a coastal low, and that's why we're expecting some higher amounts along the coast here. So winter alerts in place. We have 40 million impacted. You can see all up and down the coast from Bangor, Portland, Boston, Nantucket even, Montauk down to Philadelphia. Where you see the pink, that's your winter storm warning, and that's where that handoff is going to take place in terms of energy. It's going to pull that moisture off the ocean too, so that's going to add to those higher amounts. Inland, we're looking at a winter weather advisory, so generally 1 to 3 inches, but I'll show you snowfall totals in just a minute. So this is a setup here. We have that area of low pressure that's moving through now, and then there's that handoff with that low off the coast. So by tonight, we're going to start to see that ramping up into the mid-Atlantic. The overnight hours, we'll see it peaking right around 4 or 5 o'clock. That's where we could see the heaviest snow. And we could see a thump of snow in some spots. So that's going to be the question of where that sort of thump is going to set up. And then as we head towards tomorrow morning, you can see some leftover snow in parts of New England, even New York City at 7 a.m. as it races quickly off to the northeast, but still that snow falling through the morning hours into New England. It's going to make for a tricky travel along the I-95 corridor. Even though it's out of here, we're going to have some really cold roadways. So when that snow falls, it's going to stick to the roadways. And it's also going to be really cold, and it's going to be really, really windy tomorrow. That's going to be the bigger story as we head throughout the afternoon hours, with winds gusting 20 to 30 miles per hour. And it's going to feel like 20 to 25 in some spots. And then it's out of here. We sort of clean up, but this is your snowfall forecast. We've already seen over 5 inches in parts of Tennessee. You can see where the pink, Charleston, West Virginia, even up to 8 inches in some spots. But generally for the big cities, Philadelphia, 2 to 3. 3 to 6 once again in D.C. We hate to see that. 2 to 4 in New York, and then Boston, we're looking at 3 to 6. And then Allison, after that, it's all about the wind chills and the wind, the cold air in place. We're going to see wind chills as cold as 55 below zero in the northern plains.
All right, Michelle, I know this may not be a popular opinion, but I'm kind of into a little bit of snow. We didn't get any earlier in the week here in New York. Me too. Ready for it. Thank you.
Yep. Same.
All right, that does it for us. Hallie Jackson starts right now.
remember where you were a year ago when you found out rioters had stormed the Capitol, tried to hunt down the vice president, assaulted police officers? I remember where I was. I bet you do too, at a moment when it seemed like, okay, this historic violence incited by the big lie had to mean it's the beginning of the end of that whole conspiracy theory, right? 1 year later, we know it was only the end of the beginning, as that lie has taken root and spawned new questions about where our democracy is now, how we remember that day, and the fallout, the obvious and the invisible. We've got all the angles covered tonight, starting with how one side of Washington is honoring those who fought back. Plus, in 30 minutes right here, you're going to see it live, a vigil to mark the day with House Speaker Pelosi and others. That's going to happen on this show. We're also going to get the backstory from Leanne Caldwell and Ellison Barber, two of our own who both reported on the attack from the Capitol. They'll tell us how the insurrection has changed how they cover Congress and America's voters. And there's some other news today, too, including down in Texas, where COVID hospitalizations are through the roof because of Omicron, with state leaders now basically begging the federal government for help. Hey, I'm Hallie. And 365 days after those rioters stormed the Capitol building, just steps from where I'm standing right now to try to stop the legitimate election results from being certified for President Biden, some things have changed. A lot of things have not. And the partisan divides that right after the attack, people thought might start to fall away a little, not disappear, but maybe start to crumble, be a little less raw. No, they are on stark display tonight, with only a handful of Republicans showing up in D.C. for the commemorations of the attack. President Biden was there. He was on the Hill today. And without ever saying Donald Trump's name, he pinned responsibility on the former president in some of the toughest language we've ever heard him use about Mr. Trump. Watch.
The former president of the United States of America has created and spread a web of lies about the 2020 election. He's done so because he values power over principle, because he sees his own interest as more important than his country's interest, than America's interest, and because his bruised ego matters more to him than our democracy or our Constitution.
We saw the mob at the doors. As we were exiting the House floor, I saw the glass breaking. I saw the officers staying behind with their guns drawn.
I replay how I made plans to use my gas mask and my cane, newly at my side from a 5-week-old knee replacement surgery, to fight back if attacked.
Suddenly, a Capitol police officer shouted, "Run, run, 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 run." We scrambled across the entire length of the gallery, crouching down, ducking down, under the railings, terrified by the pounding on the door and the shouting outside the chamber.
That was not just President Biden, but other Democratic members of Congress sharing their, sometimes, as you heard, chilling memories of that day. Many of us also checked in on Capitol police officers who tried to fight back, who tried to protect the Capitol. People like, you remember, Officer Eugene Goodman, who steered the mob away from the doors of the Senate chamber and led members of Congress to safety. I also, that's that shot right there. I know you remember that video from the day. It was everywhere. I also had a chance to speak not too long ago with Officer Harry Dunn, who explained what he's doing now to process the trauma. We're going to share more from that conversation in just a minute. But I want to bring in now from the Capitol Sahil Kapoor and Carol Lee, who's joining us from here in Washington, covering all things White House. Sahil, let me start with you. Listen, here we are. You know, it's evening time in D.C. We have spent the day here in Washington reflecting on and remembering what happened on January 6th. We heard from members of Congress. What is it like where you are, right? Because this is not a time when, Congress is in session. You have many members of the Senate who are gone, who didn't, were not here in Washington today because they were at a funeral to remember the life and the legacy of another one of their colleagues. What's it been like?
Hallie, it's been an overwhelming day for members of Congress here, and talking to many of them, the prevailing sentiments I hear are two in particular: somber and hopefulness. Somber because many of them have vivid memories of that day. They see it as an attack on the American way of life, on American democracy, and many Democrats in particular are clear-eyed about the fact that the events of January 6th may be in the past, but the sentiments that led to them are very much alive in large part because former President President Trump has continued his falsehoods and conspiracy theories that were on the minds of the people who violently attacked this place to begin with. There is hopefulness because many lawmakers are choosing to stay optimistic about the fact that the United States can overcome this strain of authoritarianism that's creeping underneath the surface that led to the events of 1 year ago, that the January 6th Select Committee investigating this attack will ultimately come to the truth, that they will put out their reports and inspire Congress to take some action to try to prevent something like this from happening in the future. There are some who also feel dread. One member I spoke to, Congressman Andy Kim, a New Jersey Democrat, said he fears that the United States is more divided today than it was a year ago, and that it's an even more dangerous place. But even he said he chooses to stay hopeful, otherwise he wouldn't be doing this job anymore.
You know, that's interesting, Sahil, because he says he fears that this nation is more divided. When you look at the numbers, when you look at the polling of where we are, the numbers seem to bear that out, right? When you look at, for example, the share of Republicans who believe their vote will be fairly counted, fewer than half do right now as compared to a year ago when, of course, the majority did. Carol, this is the America that President Biden is delivering this speech to, right? This is the audience. And while this was really one of the toughest speeches we've ever heard him give against former President Trump, I also have to ask and have to wonder, to what audience, right? And how persuasive is that? I get that that wasn't necessarily the point, right? It felt like the president was trying to put a stake in the ground and put a marker in the ground on this day. But listen, you cover this president. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, you're right. This was a president who very clearly had a lot on his mind for the past year that he wanted to get off his chest, and it was all in this speech because to your point, he has not talked about former President Trump to any real extent since he took office. And that's by design. He doesn't want to talk about him. He doesn't want to talk about January 6th all of the time in the way that some of the members of his own party want to do. And what you heard from him today was this attempt to try to point by point dismantle the big lie. In fact, he broke it down into what he called 3 big lies. One, that November 3rd, 2020 was the real insurrection. 2, that the results of the 2020 election can't be trusted. And 3, that the mob that stormed the Capitol were patriots, that all of those things weren't true. And the goal was, from the president's perspective, to not allow history to be rewritten about this moment a year ago. To your point, though, the question is, who's his audience? The president and the White House hope that because he hasn't talked about former President Trump so much and leaned into this issue as much as he did today, that when he does speak of it, it's all the more powerful and that people will sit up and listen. But did people who listened, was it the same people who already believe what he's saying and who don't need their minds changed, or did he manage to change some minds? Because over the year where he wasn't really talking about this issue, as you noted, things have gotten worse in terms of the way people feel about the integrity of our elections.
And it's that point that came up in the conversation with Lester Holt and House Speaker Nancy Pelosi in that exclusive interview. We're going to see more from it coming up later tonight on Nightly, but I want to play a little bit of a clip here. Here it is.
We all remember the image, and frankly, an unsettling image of you being quickly escorted off the podium. I've heard you talk about it before. You didn't want to go.
No.
Do you think now, though, knowing what you know, do you think about what would have happened had you stayed?
Well, the security was very definite. And when they pulled me down from the podium, I said, don't worry about it. They said, no, you must go. You must go. And they have, as far as the speaker is concerned, there's a good deal of security, not just because I'm Speaker of the House, but because of succession.
Of course.
And so you don't even have a conversation. You want to do your job, they have to do their job. So out we went. The visuals of what was happening outside the Capitol, now inside the Capitol, it breaks your heart.
I mean, you can see her remembering that day. And we've been playing some of the images from January 6th. You can't forget them, right, when you've seen them, no matter who you are in this country. And in those days after, Sahil, I know you remember this. We heard a lot of people coming together to say, this is not good. Like, this is not acceptable. This cannot happen again. Yet here we are a year later, right? And we're at a place now where that any kind of bipartisanship sense has fizzled out. I'm talking with Democrats who are furious, right? Who are legitimately angry on a very personal and intense level at, for example, Republicans for going along with all of this.
Right, Hallie. The needle has certainly moved a lot in the last year. I certainly remember in the hours after the attack when they'd cleared the rioters out of here, the Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell gave a scorching speech on the floor of the chamber calling this a failed insurrection by an unhinged crowd, vowing that they failed and that they will not be allowed to upend American democracy. In the weeks after that, he held then President Trump personally accountable morally and practically for the insurrection itself. But since then, he's gone quiet. He doesn't want to talk about that day much anymore. He certainly doesn't want to talk about the former president anymore. And that reflects the shifting politics in the Republican Party, where lawmakers are wary of crossing their base, which has been told by Donald Trump that the election was fraudulent, that many of them believe it. And that's the world that they're living in today. Hallie?
Sahil and Carol, I appreciate you doing this and being with us tonight on what I know has been a very long and in some ways difficult day for everybody in Washington. Thank you both very much. When you talk about security, we didn't see much as far as activity outside the Capitol today. And that's actually a good thing, right, from a security perspective. 1 year after that attack on the Capitol showed just what kind of vulnerabilities there actually were. Capitol police officers were overwhelmed with just horrific and gut-wrenching video like this, captured on phone cams. You can't forget it. I talked with one of the officers who's been outspoken about that day, Officer Harry Dunn, who was caught up in this, saying his fists were swollen, covered in blood as he defended himself against the crowd. He told me not too long ago that he still does not have closure from that day, but he's proud to be a Capitol police officer, and he hopes the force will keep learning from the past. Watch.
The men and women who lived it and went through it don't really have closure for it, so it's not really, like I said, the anniversary of January 6th will be the day that closure is had, accountability is served, and the full truth is known. So that's when my anniversary will be, Is
there anything, I want to end on this, though, in this note, rather, is there anything, Officer Dunn, that gives you hope about where we're going?
Good question. I haven't heard that one before. I'm encouraged that the committee is focused on finding out the truth and just the facts. Facts are very important. Don't let people start giving their opinions and people take that as gospel. But once the facts are indisputable, and I like every other American that has an interest in it, I just want to know the facts of that day.
Yasmin Vossoughian is outside the Capitol, actually not far from where she was this time last year. Yasmin, it's really good to see you. We've heard from some of the officers who were there that day. There is new leadership now, right? The new Capitol Police Chief actually delivered a message to officers today, and NBC News obtained that video. He acknowledged some of the mistakes and talked about where they go from here. Here's a piece of that video.
1 year after a day marked by departmental failures, leadership failures, I promise you that we will be better prepared for whatever we face in the future. The improvements we're making will be sustained for years to come. This is my responsibility, and I owe you my total commitment to fulfilling that.
Yasmin, how do you think that message is resonating today?
So I want to be clear here, Hallie, because I think it's fair to say that there's about 1,800 officers inside the Capitol Police Force. But NBC News did speak to a few officers early this morning talking about the changes that had been implemented over the last year since January 6th. And I want to read a quote for you from one of the officers that spoke to NBC saying this. Manger got up and lied. Not one thing has changed in the past year. Over 200 officers have quit, retired, or switched to different occupations. We have new Apple iPhones, but that is the only new improvement. Manger says we have new CDU, Civil Disobedience Unit gear. That is a lie. We all got measured for new gear. It takes 6 months to get in. So let's be clear. We spoke to just a few officers. NBC News did. There are 1,800 inside the department. That being said, you talked about the 200 officers, Hallie, that have left over the last year. On an average year, there is a lot of turnover, but that number is normally 80. Over the last year, since January 6th, 200 officers have left the Capitol Police Force. And we know, and we've heard from Manger, there have been substantial changes inside the force, but it seems as if that has not trickled down to the force, and the morale continues to be fairly low since the insurrection just a year ago today.
And yet the Capitol Police Chief was talking, and Yasmin, we covered it this week right here on the show about what they're doing from a security improvement perspective, right? Because yes, staffing is a major issue. Chief Manger absolutely acknowledges that. Talk about what else they're trying to do to make sure that what happened on January 6th does not happen again.
So they have a lot of different things that they've implemented. 90 of the 100 or so things that have been suggested that they change have been implemented so far, so they're happy about that. Security changes to keep the grounds safe. Let me just walk you through a couple of things, because, Hallie, as you came to me, you talked to me about the fact that I'm in the exact place that I was.
Is it the exact spot,
Well, that's exactly where I am. Exact spot, wow. Hallie. If you look behind me, hopefully you can still see, because it is dark out here. But that archway, that's where folks were hanging from, right? That is where people were breaching the Capitol grounds. It was at this point, I was actually just up a little bit further, in which we felt tear gas coming out. We could see what was happening on the Capitol grounds. And just one more thing, Hallie, before I toss it back to you, and that is this barrier, right? You know, Hallie, you've come to the Capitol many times over the last year. There's usually an 8-foot erected fence that was put up right after the insurrection that has been up for many of the rallies since then. Justice for J6 rally that I covered in September, to name just a few. All that's here now is this, right? I could push this thing over with my arm. That being said, there's a lot happening behind the scenes. Those 90 of the 100 changes that have been put into place, they are saying in tandem with the CPD, with Metro Police, with the FBI, with Secret Service, all working together to keep the ground safe going forward, so nothing happens like what happened on January 6th, Hallie.
Yasmin Vasugian, thank you for being out there again for us today. It's good to see you. Appreciate it. Turning now to another big story of the day. That is the alarm bells that hospitals are sounding. They are stressed, they are full, they are overwhelmed, and it's because of COVID. COVID-related hospitalizations are up more than 60%, and at least 1,200 people are dying from COVID every single day, every day. Most of them are not vaccinated. And in hotspots like Texas, boy, hospitalizations have doubled in the last couple weeks. They are in it. An estimated 1 in 3 people in Central Texas are testing positive for the virus. Morgan Chesky joins us now from Dallas. Morgan, it is, listen, we talk about these COVID stats all the time, right? That is startling. 1 in 3 people testing positive in Central Texas. What does that do to the hospital system, right? You had one, I know, in the area, Parkland, I think, just had to open a couple of new wards because of all these patients.
Couple new wards just in the last few weeks, Hallie, and this is a place they did not anticipate being, but this Omicron variant is so much more transmissible, doctors tell me, that it has caused them to really be almost at a loss for words at seeing how quickly this patient count has gone up. 2 weeks ago, they had 30 COVID patients here at Parkland. Today, that number just shy of 200, and unfortunately, they do not see it slowing down anytime soon. You combine this rising number with the fact that because this variant is so much more transmissible, it's not just the patients they're concerned about here, Hallie. Staff members are having to take off because they're getting it, not here at the hospital, but just in the community, where it's been proven to spread so much easier than past strains we've seen. Had a chance to speak to doctors and nurses. I want to share what one of them had to say earlier today. Take a listen.
We have gone from 30 patients in-house 2 weeks ago to 220 today. I mean, just think about that rise. We have now reached the highest number of patients in the hospital that we reached at the peak of Delta. And we are just now going up. It's brutal.
And that was Dr. Cheng. He is the chief of medicine here at Parkland, and he tells me that the toll this is taking on staff there, tough to describe, simply because a year and a half ago, there was no vaccine. And so they were treating it in that way. Now that there is a way in which they say they can keep people out of the hospital, out of the ICUs, it's wearing that much more on them when, as you mentioned, 80 to 90% of the people that are there are not vaccinated. Hallie?
Hey, Morgan, really quickly, they want help from the federal government, too, right? Texas is asking for some help here.
Yeah, they are, and we do know that they've opened 2 testing centers. They hope that additional federal resources can come up here to help with that. Okay. And these testing centers that opened up in Dallas in just the last 2 days are massive, simply because we've seen other testing centers overrun, blocking traffic because that many people are trying to figure out some sort of peace of mind with this new variant.
They want to know what's up. Morgan Chesky, thank you. Appreciate it. Live for us in Dallas. Hey, it's winter. That means winter weather. But tonight, 78 million of us are under some kind of winter alert, right? This is big. It's already causing some problems all across the country. Look at Kentucky today. You had some big highways there shut down after some crashes when the weather took a turn. It's still at a standstill in some areas, not expected to end, at least the snow, until later tonight. And then in Wyoming, look at this, a narrow miss as a car, slides off an icy road. Holy cow. barely missing that trooper. Yikes. That weather's heading east. School districts like Boston are already declaring tomorrow a snow day for kids. Al Roker is back with us following it all for us. Al, thank you for being here. Listen, rain, snow, ice, freezing temperatures. We're seeing it all. And it's not just Kentucky. It's not just Wyoming. They don't look good, these conditions, anywhere across the country.
They really don't, Hallie. In fact, right now we've got wind chills for up to 55 below zero, stretching from Montana all the way into Illinois, where it's going to be awfully cold. We're also talking about 78 million people, almost coast to coast. There's a little bit of a break in the midsection of the country. We are looking at the Augusta, Boston, New York, Washington. Nashville's picked up 4 inches of snow already. That's their biggest snow total for 24 hours in the last 6 years. And that is all heading to the east. Low pressure is accelerating off the coast. It'll be deepening a bombogenesis, as this drops 24 millibars in 24 hours. Heavy snow from Virginia to Maine. The worst conditions are going to be the morning commute, Hallie. Snow will taper off by the afternoon. As you might imagine, the roads are going to be a mess. Snowfall rates 1.5 to 2 inches per hour, and again, heaviest snow along I-95. That's going to be a big problem. And the snowfall totals, Hallie, we're looking generally about 3 to 5 inches, although Boston about 4 to 8. The further north and west you go, maybe the lesser amounts. But we're also a little concerned that this system may actually overperform, and then boom, that system moves through. It drags in colder air. Look at Marquette, Michigan by Monday, 5. Same in Minneapolis. Burlington, Vermont by Tuesday, 8 degrees. New York City by Tuesday, 25. The wind chills will make it feel even colder, Hallie.
Al Roker, we'll see you tomorrow morning on Today. Al, thank you. Coming up here on the show, hard to forget what we saw at the Capitol a year ago today. So how has it changed things for reporters who were on the ground just trying to do their jobs? We've got 2 of those reporters, Ellison Barber and Leanne Caldwell, who were both there that day, joining me for the backstory right after the break.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes, back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
It's time to get the backstory now, our behind-the-scenes look at how a story comes together and how it fits into our bigger picture. And as we reflect on the lawmakers, the staffers, the police officers who dealt with the horror of what we saw on January 6th, we also wanted to talk about the reporters, some of our own, who are covering all this, especially for this segment, the backstory. I want to show you what it looked like for Ellison Barber. There she is from the east front of the Capitol, right as this attempted insurrection started, right as the riot began. You can sense it was confusing. I actually remember watching Ellison on the air as she was delivering this report that day. And then in the scramble of everything, it took hours for our Leanne Caldwell to send this update, just letting people know that, yes, she's safe. Sending this tweet saying she was just evacuated again. She was at the Capitol that day.
1 year later, both Ellison and Leanne are back at the Capitol here to talk about their experiences. I'm really glad to have you both on. Thank you. I know this isn't easy. I know this day has been very hard for both of you, and I really appreciate you being here. Ellison, let me go to you. I just said, I remember you were on with Lester, and I vividly remember when the rioters broke that barrier down behind you, and you were reporting, and you were doing it so capably. But I have to wonder, how you are remembering that day and how you're sort of processing it now today.
Yeah, I remember just kind of flailing my arms, and we're trying to move around, trying to get set, trying to be in a safe place as Lester was asking me another question, and just me trying to tell someone that they were breaking down the bicycle racks. And honestly, that moment on TV was really my first communication to anyone back in the control room saying what was happening. I worked in D.C. before I took this job and moved to New York. I spent about 8 years here, so I've covered a lot of protest here. I had never seen something like that happen and happen so fast, and see protesters go so far up the Capitol steps, and then also seeing Capitol Police just seem to run away. And in retrospect, clearly they didn't have the resources to deal with what they were facing that day. But just before coming on to talk to you, I was sitting here and I was looking through a journal entry I'd written after that night. I didn't look at it at all until a couple of days ago, and I was reading it just a little more thoroughly as I was about to come here and talk to you. And I started out talking about how we'd come here so early that day because we were covering what we thought was going to be a small protest here, and how things started out so slow. The crowd was angry, but it's a protest in D.C. I've covered many of these before, not just here, but in other places, and how quickly it changed and how fast it turned. We ended up spending our night on the other side of the steps. You can kind of see some of it on my shoulder here, back in that pocket that is if you're looking at the Capitol, to the right of the Capitol building, because we were forced to go back there because we were chased down by protesters who were trying to presumably seemingly attack us. It was right after they'd smashed a bunch of other journalist equipment, and had to hide back there and retreat behind police lines because we couldn't safely leave the area. And in that moment, too, we watched as they brought out what we later found out was one of the rioters who had died that day. And I remember just feeling so sad at what had happened here at a city, a place that I love, where I too have friends and families who work here, and feeling so guilty that I saw someone in their final minutes and I had no idea what their name was. The people, though, Hallie, that I think about so much that day, in that moment, and even now, are our colleagues who were inside. It is Garrett, it is Julie, it is Haley, it is Frank, it is Leanne, because I remember thinking, I came to cover a protest. I had a gas mask with me, hoping I didn't need it, but I was prepared for maybe something. They went to work and then had no idea what was happening out here, and I think of that fear that they had that day. And that's what haunts me, honestly, because no one should go into their workplace and then experience that when you're just supposed to do a procedural electoral vote, right?
Leanne, can you talk to that? Can you speak to that? Because we found this picture from Getty that Getty took of you in lockdown, waiting for things to be over. And when I look at it, and I think when people look at it, we're about to pull it up, you just look like, what is happening? We don't know what's going on. And I know that you told your alumni newspaper at NC State you didn't know how it was going to end. You were even getting texts from your husband being like, how are you? Are you okay?
Yeah, it's funny looking back at that picture. I'm actually wearing the same shirt today that I was wearing this day last year, too. And, when it started, I got a tip that the RNC, there was a bomb threat, and it had been evacuated at the RNC. That hadn't been reported yet. And I got this tip, and I called our desk and told them about it. And then I was about to go on television, and then I was evacuated. I was the first part of the Capitol complex that was evacuated, and that I was in the cafeteria with our crew. That was our crew, Dave Hopper, our camera guy right behind us. And I was trying to figure out what was going on. I was reaching out to sources. I was reaching out to colleagues. I was listening, getting texts from our colleague Haley Talbot, who was in the chamber, and I had forgotten to text my family to tell them that I was okay. I had forgotten to tweet that I was okay because I hadn't been on television because I was evacuated. And so it was a day that I didn't know how it was going to end. I didn't have a lot of access to the visuals of what was happening out there. And I saw FBI SWAT team eventually circling inside the building, and I thought, okay, this is like this is big. So it ended, and here we are a year later, Hallie, trying to commemorate and remember and not forget what we felt like that day.
But I want to ask both of you, how, I ask how and not if, but tell me if I'm wrong, but how has this changed? Because you are both doing reporting here on various aspects of this. Ellison, you're in the field every day. You're talking with voters. Leanne, you're on the Hill every day. You're talking with members of Congress and their staff. Has it changed the way you do your job? And Ellison, let me start with you and then Leanne.
It's interesting because thinking about just going out and talking to voters, one of the counties that I have for a bigger project that we work on with Meet the Press, county to county,
Ellison, I know I just asked that question.
Which is,
I'm so sorry to interrupt you. It's only because we're about to go into a special report for NBC News. Lester Holt picks up our coverage right now.
This is an NBC News special report. Attack on the Capitol. 1 year later. Here is Lester Holt.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Most Reverend Michael B. Curry, presiding bishop and primate, the Episcopal Church.
Let us pray. Eternal God, of whom the Bible speaks and says that you are love. You are the source of all that is good and just and true and compassionate. We come before you, the fountain of all wisdom and the light of all truth. We come before you not in pride or arrogance, but we come before you in true humility. We come before you because we need your help. We need your help in these troubled times. We need your help for this beloved nation. We need your help for those who have been traumatized and troubled by the painful events of 1 year ago and all that has continued since. We need your help, Lord, now to be the democracy you would have us to be the nation you would have us to be. One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So we ask you now to help us. Help all those who are traumatized. Help all of those who have lost loved ones. Help those who are struggling. Help us to be instruments of your peace, instruments of your love, and instruments of your healing for this land, for this Congress, for this government, for we the people, for this country and this world. Precious Lord, we come not in arrogance or pride, but humbly. Precious Lord, please take our hand. Lead us on. Let us stand. Some of us are tired. Some of us are weak, and some are worn. But through the storm, through the night, lead us on to the light. Take our hands, precious Lord, and lead us home. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, Master Sergeant Sarah Sheffield of the President's Own United States Marine Band.
My country, 'tis of thee
sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. Land where my fathers died, land of the Pilgrim's pride, from every mountainside let freedom ring. Our fathers' God, to thee, author of liberty, to thee we sing. Long may our land be bright with freedom's holy light. Protect us by thy might, great God, our King.
We thank Ms. Shepard for leading us in song, Bishop Curry for leading us in prayer. On behalf of the distinguished Democratic leader of the Senate, all of our colleagues from the House and Senate, we prayerfully mark 1 year since the insurrection and patriotically honor the heroes who defended the Capitol and our democracy that day. Let us all here join in a moment of silence in memory of those who lost their lives and sacrificed so much for our democracy that day. God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with a light from above. From the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans white with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining the prayer vigil. Have a good rest of your evening.
And so concludes a vigil on this 1 year anniversary of the attack on the Capitol, a moment there that will certainly remind many of the gathering on the Capitol steps after 9/11. Members of Congress singing, and once again here singing, God Bless America. I want to go to NBC senior Capitol correspondent Garrett Haake. Garrett, we note that Congress is not in session, and so this was not as many people as we might expect.
That's right, Lester. Congress out today, perhaps fewer than 100 members in town, especially for this ceremony today. That was a somber conclusion to what had been a long and at times a very emotional day, starting with that speech from President Biden, working through remembrances from lawmakers, discussions with historians. A lot of it focused on accountability, finding political accountability for those involved in this, finding criminal accountability, including the more than 700 people charged with crimes for the attack, and by the way, trying to find that that person who left behind that pipe bomb outside the DNC on January 6th. We learned late tonight that the then Senator, now Vice President Kamala Harris, was in that building when the pipe bomb was discovered. A sign, Lester, of how much more we still have to learn about this attack a year on.
Garrett, thank you. Earlier today, I sat down for a candid interview with House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, talking about the day of the Capitol riot, its impact on our democracy, and the uncertain moments when security personnel had to pull her to safety. We all remember the image, and frankly, an unsettling image of you being quickly escorted off the podium. I've heard you talk about it before. You didn't want to go.
No.
Do you think now, though, knowing what you know, do you think about what would have happened had you stayed?
Well, the security was very definite. And when they pulled me down from the podium, I said, don't worry about it. They said, no, you must go. You must go. And they have, as far as the speaker is concerned, there's a good deal of security, not just because I'm Speaker of the House, but because of succession.
Of course.
And so you don't even have a conversation. You want to do your job, they have to do their job. So out we went. The visuals of what was happening outside the Capitol, now inside the Capitol, it breaks your heart. It breaks your heart. It's as if somebody in the White House dropped a bomb on the Congress of the United States. That these people, and you know, they believe the President of the United States. I have great respect for that office, more respect than the previous holder of that office has for that office.
Speaker Nancy Pelosi, in our conversation earlier, we'll have more of that on NBC Nightly News. Meantime, NBC News political director and moderator of Meet the Press, Chuck Todd, joins us. Chuck, describe your take on the tone of this day.
Well, it's a bit disjointed because it is only essentially one side of the aisle that seems to be wanting to mark what happened. And I think the silence, you know, there's sort of three categories of Republicans when it comes to January 6th. There's a very small group of Liz Cheney, Adam Kinzinger, Mitt Romney, Lisa Murkowski, who view January 6th the way Nancy Pelosi views it. There's a small group who, like your Matt Gaetz and some of these other Trumpists, who believe what was happening there was the right thing to do. And then there's this messy middle who wants to pretend it wasn't a big deal, it was a protest that got out of hand, but they're afraid of coming out against Donald Trump and this big lies. And I'll tell you this, that's the thing that just keeps, 1 year later, Lester, look, you and I talked that night, I don't think any of us believed the Republican Party would be more deeply invested in Donald Trump after what happened on January 6th, a year later. And yet here they are. And I think that's what makes today, I think, like I said, it's been very solemn, very poignant, but it's oddly disjointed. And when you look at it, the perspective that we're sharing here as a country, it's quite scary when you have one political party essentially not accepting what happened on January 6th.
All right, Chuck, thank you. That concludes our coverage of the January 6th prayer vigil. I'll have a full recap of today's events on Nightly News, including more of my interview with Speaker Pelosi. I'm Lester Holt reporting from Washington. Thank you for watching, everyone. Good day.
You, of course, have been watching those extraordinary images coming in from the steps of the United States Capitol and that special report with Lester Holt, a prayer vigil led by House Speaker Nancy Pelosi 365 days after, on this very day a year ago, rioters charged up those same steps, triggering an insurrection at the Capitol. I want to bring in NBC's Leanne Caldwell, our Capitol Hill correspondent, who was watching that with us. That was a poignant moment, Leanne, but I think as you heard Chuck say in the special, he's going to join us here in just a second, it also in some ways felt oddly disjointed in his words because of who was there and who was not, and where we are 1 year later.
Yeah, that's right, Hallie. That's what I've been thinking throughout this entire day, especially when I go back to January 6th and the conversations that I had with lawmakers later that night when they were huddled in rooms together, and they say this is a time for the country to come together, and they think that this country will, in fact, come together after what happened on January 6th. But the year since then has proved to be the exact opposite, where the country has become only more divided, more partisan, more political, vocal and more in disagreement on what the actual facts and what reality is. And we see a Democratic Party who is commemorating this day, who spent the entire day remembering and pledging to move forward, but also to never forget. And you see an empty Republican side of the House chamber with no Republicans present except for Liz Cheney and her father, a former House member and, of course, former vice president, who says that he doesn't recognize the party anymore. So it is a stark contrast of what you see up here on Capitol Hill, and it's representative of the how things have devolved over the past year of complete partisanship.
There's also, I think, Leanne, and I don't want it to go understated here, still a lot of questions from the sheer investigatory aspect of this, right? As far as what happened, the facts of that day that the House Select Committee on January 6th is looking to uncover. But even when it comes to the Department of Justice, when it comes to what the FBI is doing, when it comes to what law enforcement is doing, you look at that person who set a pipe bomb, outside of the DNC, RNC, that individual is still at large, right? No clues, no hints where that person is. And we're learning now more and more from sources. And I'm looking at my phone because this is all just coming in as we speak on the air, that Vice President Kamala Harris, who was then the vice president-elect on January 6th last year, was in the DNC and had to be evacuated when that pipe bomb was discovered. That's remarkable, Leanne.
It is remarkable. It's also remarkable that we're learning about this a year later.
Right.
I mean, she was supposed to be in the chamber that day. And so it was so much of this. We don't know a lot of still what happened. These investigations, the Department of Justice investigations and criminal prosecutions, both the congressional one and the Department of Justice one are actually moving relatively quickly. The January 6th Select Committee, Congress doesn't move that quickly, but they are moving extremely quickly with their investigations. They have hired so many people to do this, spoken with over 300 people, subpoenaing, involved in court cases for the people who are not cooperating. And, more and more is coming out, and that is not the totality of that event. And so, I think that this investigation is going to be critical as far as laying out the facts of what happened. The Department of Justice investigations and prosecutions are also going to be critical as well. Yeah. But it's really interesting to hear how Republican leaders, especially GOP leader McCarthy, is framing this. We haven't heard from him today. We heard from him Sunday in a statement where he essentially minimized the attack that day and said what needs to happen is that an attack on this building cannot happen again, in the sense that they need to figure out what went wrong that day, insinuating that Speaker Pelosi was to blame. And so he is trying to distract from the larger picture here because he has electoral politics on his mind, of course.
Leanne Caldwell, live for us on Capitol Hill. Leanne, thank you. I want to bring in our NBC political director, Chuck Todd, who you just saw in that special report with Lester Holt. Chuck, there's a lot of things about this day, right? I mean, and I think I'm struck at this moment. We referenced to what you said at the end of the special in my conversation with Leanne, how you said it was solemn, it was poignant, but it still felt oddly disjointed. We had Sahil Kapoor on just a little bit ago in the show, and he said, he was talking to members of Congress who fear that we are more divided than ever. That's not a fear. That's real. That's where we are, right? We have only gotten more divided than ever. The numbers show it. The polling shows it. I think people at home probably feel that to a large degree.
I think this has been a question I've had. Are we more divided at the top, or are we more divided in rank and file? You go around the country, and Hallie, I think when you leave sort of the political capitals and the media capitals, folks are not as divided. I think they don't want to be this divided, but the fact is we are. Our elected leaders, particularly the elected Republicans, are just in this space where, there was an old bumper sticker when I was in college that said, if the people will lead, the leaders will follow. And it used to be a big mantra on the left. Well, this is what's happened here, right? The people believe this. Trump has infused it. And a lot of these elected Republicans, they talk to us off the record. They'll talk to you. They'll talk, I don't like this. This isn't a good place, but I don't know what to do. Or, I can't come out the way you think I can because I get death threats, or my spouse gets this threat, or my kid. And so there's really a lot of what I would say are fearful elected officials. Now, if you're that fearful, don't run for office. If you're not willing to protect, to sort of stick by your oath, don't do it. But that's the part of this that I think is so troubling, is how the elected Republicans that seem to know better won't do it, won't stand up. And my goodness, we only avoided this situation because a handful of Republicans held, right? The Secretary of State in Georgia, the canvassing board in Detroit, the Maricopa, you know what I mean? And what happens if all of these people go away in the next 3 years? And it's fewer and fewer people there.
I have to say, Chuck, when I do get out of, as you say, I live in Washington. When I get out of D.C., when I go, out elsewhere, although the pandemic's made it harder, but when I talk to people out in America, what I get, and I'm going to be honest, is from some corners, I get some vitriol about how, well, you're a mainstream media member, so you're a liar. You're a liar, and Chuck Todd's a liar, and NBC News is full of lies, basically. What we're reporting on from a factual basis isn't true. I wonder how you navigate some of that, because that is real. Because there are people who are, might listen to this conversation and might say, well, I do believe there are questions about the 2020 election, even though it was proven there wasn't fraud, and that has real implications for 2022, for the midterms this year, Chuck, and for 24.
Look, my greatest fear is, look, we're down to just 20% as a poll that's out today. Our friends over at ABC and Ipsos, and it's an online poll, so I might give it a larger margin of error than some will, but it basically only 1 in 5 voters have a lot of confidence in our election. This is only 20%, only 1 in 5 total, and this is my great fear: is the right has been fed this misinformation. The left is watching what's happening at state legislatures and now thinks, I can't trust the results in Arizona, or I can't trust the results in Georgia, or I can't. So what happens in 2024, no matter who wins? Are we really going down this road? And this is how democracies die, when everybody stops believing in all of these institutions. And I will say this, I think, and it's something that my friend David French wrote very recently in the Dispatch, and it's something, frankly, that I've been trying to do myself over the last 6 months, which is these folks that get angry and yell, they've been misled. They're victims of misinformation, right? The real bad guys here are the infotainers that are doing the grifters, whether it's the folks like Dan Bongino, who's just trying to make money off of these lies, or your Sean Hannitys and your Laura Ingrams, who he basically, totally misled their own viewers, and for whatever reason. Maybe it's to get close to power. Maybe they want this friendship with. I don't know what it is, what they get out of this. I know I wouldn't want to be known as somebody who made money off of lying to people or grifting people, but we do have this entire media ecosystem, and this comes back to, why are we here? Why do so many people believe this? Well, I do think it's our fragmentation, and I put this at the feet of Facebook and some other social media companies who've allowed these algorithms. They have amplified this misinformation. We've had misinformation in America going back to the founding, okay? But we've never had this amplification machine that basically mainlines it into people's lives. And I think that that's also a part of this. No matter what you and I say here, there are people that don't even come and look and see what bubble we're living in and reporting on, right? And I think that's where I don't know how we solve this problem. Right? That's where I sort of run into a brick wall myself.
Chuck, I was going to let you go because I know you got other stuff to do. I can't end on that note, right? Because that is so, I think, disheartening, right? It feels so pessimistic. And so I'll ask you what I asked Officer Harry Dunn, as we played earlier in the show, which is, do you have a reason to be hopeful? What is giving you a reason to be hopeful about the state of our democracy? And I don't mean to sound hyperbolic. I don't mean to sound like I'm over, hair on fire here, but I wonder.
I will say this, because I still have some faith in the American voter, and in this respect. I've been living in the late 19th century, post-Civil War. There were a lot of moments where we could have fractured again, and we didn't. There were a lot of moments that voters could have gone the wrong way, and they didn't. We got close with McCarthyism, but we saw and we pulled back. Our history shows we've had plenty of these near-miss moments where our democracy can crumble, but we sort of, as Winston Churchill said about America, it's sort of like, it may take forever to get them to see, get them there, but when they're there, they're there. So history says we'll eventually do the right thing, that we'll pull the plane up right before we're about to crash in the mountain. But it's a little stressful to get this close to the mountain.
Chuck Todd, I appreciate you coming on and joining us here on an important day. Thank you, friend.
Thank you. Thank you, Hallie.
So we wanted to keep up this conversation that we're having with Chuck, that we have with Leanne, that we are talking about here 365 days after that riot at the Capitol. And that's about the online rhetoric, right? That was really the misinformation that was promoting that attack. And what we're seeing now, that's a distinct shift in that kind of rhetoric. This is from a new report that's out today. And I want to tell you a little bit more about it. It says that while explicit, I'm quoting here, while explicit calls for violence are no longer as rife, violent rhetoric, misinformation, and conspiracy theories are still common. This is from a nonpartisan group, Advanced Democracy. They also still say, hey, these online forums, they're not all awesome yet, obviously. I want to bring in our Ben Collins, who covers this beat for us all the time. Ben, talk to me about this report. Talk to me about these sources of misinformation, the places where this online rhetoric bubbles. It's less, from what it seems to me, it's less centralized than it used to be, but it still exists.
Yeah, you nailed it. That's exactly what's going on here.